Make no fucking model. I never mind in the vacuum. Never seen it once. Never seen it twice. I'm definitely not going to see it ever. But somehow it happens in a vacuum.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that wonderful?
Look.
Make no fucking model. I
Helps
never
you
mind in the vacuum.
if
Never
you're
seen it once.
sitting on a
Seen
toilet
it
that's
twice.
attached to a vacuum. All right, so it's got its upsides. Got its upsides.
Do you know what we need? Elon Musk could take us to Mars. That's all we need, bro. Archimedes was almost there. They're gonna put people back on the moon by, well, it was 2025. Now I think that they fucked that up, so it's gonna be 2030 or something. It's just wait, bro. It's gonna happen.
Oh yeah.
Was that enough facetiousness in my voice or sarcasm?
They'll probably land people on Mars before they do the moon, I reckon.
Are they gonna skip the moon?
Yeah. Look, the moon is so yesterday, it's not even funny.
That's so fucking boring. Who cares about the moon? Just put people on Mars, man. That'll fucking round them up.
Look, you know, it'd be interesting with this what is it, Artemis, the Artemis rocket that apparently is going up there.
That's the one.
We should at least get 3 chances with that to see it transiting the moon. At least 3. Before it slingshots itself off the moon back to Earth.
Yeah, it's a drone.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hold on. We can't use the word slingshot. Sorry, I forgot the company.
Yeah, don't use that word, dude.
Why?
Don't.
Yeah, I almost said something, Bandsaw.
Yeah, thank you, Travis.
Fucking told you about that, dude. You gruesome son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Disgusting. You disgusting motherfucker.
I'm just messing. But seriously, don't use
I'm
it.
still waiting for the physical model for these guys to show northern southern rotation with a celestial equator from a spinning sphere.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Kosho. Yeah. You have a claim that the northern and southern rotations with their celestial equator can only happen on a globe that spins. So go ahead and show us from a physical model that you can create 2 rotations with a celestial equator.
That's really easy.
Don't tell me. Listen, don't explain shit, man.
Show me in a video.
No, not even a video. It needs to be real time, real life, not digital, not CGI. Show the physics of it. It's never going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Here's my prediction. You get a ball, you put a camera on it, you get the ability to spin that ball, and then let's say you put it in front of a curtain of stars on a black drop wall, right? You just spray the stars on there. You spin that ball, each of those stars are going to have their own linear trail. No curve whatsoever.
Why would you even think that?
Wow. See, it's like questions like that. Like you're not stupid, Kosho. So either you're trolling or you actually are stupid. Because why would I think that?
He's concerned.
Because you have just imagine doing one star, right? Just do one star. You've only got one point that's going to create a trail, and that surface is linear.
Really?
Show it, man.
Okay, dude. I'm at my brother's place, but I do have 2 phones. But I don't want to waste
Okay,
my
hold
time.
on. Just so that we're clear, because last time I did this with Harry, riding on eggshells, he sat himself on an office chair. Okay, and he showed. Hold on, he showed that looking up will give you a center of rotation, and looking down will give you a center of rotation. But that's not what I'm asking for. We want to see from the equator of the sphere that you use. You put a camera there and spin it, and then you're looking out straight ahead. You're not looking north, you're not looking south, you're looking out straight ahead. You're not going to create a northern southern celestial equator star trail.
Okay, I'll tell you this much. I can make this for you. However, if you want it to be facing the equator, it'll show you the rotation in both directions, but it's not going to be able to show you the poles, both poles.
Okay, did you not listen to what I just said?
Hey, you didn't
Yeah,
ask for
I
that.
did. Yeah, I know. You wanted to see the two rotations from the celestial equator.
From
Right.
the equator of from the equator of the sphere that you use.
Right. And I'm saying I can do that. However, it's not going to have 180 degrees field of view left to right, so it's not going to get
Okay.
both poles.
Okay, that's not what I asked for again for the second time. So it's a non sequitur that you're even bringing this up. Okay, but I'm just curious. You're going to build a physical model.
Yeah, physical model, real cameras, real life.
Whoa,
Okay, that'd be awesome.
crazy.
Well, then if it's not what you're asking for, then
What?
so you don't care about the poles, you just care that the circles are going around the poles.
No, no. Pretend there aren't any poles at all, right? You're on the equator, looking straight out, and you've got a curtain of stars in front of you, and then you rotate the surface and push record, and show us what the star trails do. That's all.
Okay. And what are you expecting or not expecting to see?
I'm expecting that each star will maintain a linear. It's like this. So the see how to say this. The claim is that on the equator, because the Earth is rotating, you have a single celestial equator as well. So you've got a linear star trail above you. Okay, there is one. There is a linear star trail above you, but it's only between the two apparent rotations. Okay, now if you put yourself on, let's say for instance you did build this model, and just for shits and giggles you put the camera at 30 degrees, 60 degrees, and then 90. At 30 degrees, 30 would create its own celestial equator with opposing star trails, so to speak. 60 would as well. You would have a completely different celestial equator each time. You wouldn't have only one that exists down at the 90, and when you go to the 60, you have to adjust the angle that you're looking at to see that star trail. So basically, again, you're going to just have a cascade of non-angular star trails.
Strange that you think that, but yeah, you said don't explain anything, just do it. I mean, I can do it. My brother is sleeping. I might have to wait, but
Well,
regardless,
yeah, take your time, man. Don't rush it. We want it to be good.
I mean, I could do it in 10 seconds. But I have to use I gotta use his stuff. I don't have my own stuff. But I'll ask you. In the office chair, the office chair, if you had 8 cameras all in different angles and directions, do you imagine that would have the same celestial equator?
I'm sorry. Say that again. You're
The
sitting
way
in
you
an
described it.
office chair.
Yes, that you have an office chair. You're not sitting in it, but you put cameras angled, so you have some taped to the top and taped to the bottom, but they're all pointed in different directions, angled in different directions. and you view all the videos to compare them, would you imagine they have the same celestial equator or different ones?
I've never seen anyone demonstrate that there are. I'm saying this. This is what my comment is based on, right? So, I did probably like 2 weeks worth of celestial observation star trails when I was in California. I shot for practically 2 weeks straight every night. So I'm up at like I don't remember what latitude I was. I can't remember, but I could clearly see the celestial equator in the sky, and it was at a 45 degree angle, right? So I'm looking at that, and so I can see the celestial equator from that angle. Now, if you think about where I was and which direction the Earth allegedly is rotating, right, west to east, to me, I wouldn't even practically see the celestial equator at an angle. It would almost have to be lateral across the sky. But anyway, my point is that it, as I thought through it, it just made sense that whatever latitude you put yourself on and spin, you're just going to have a celestial equator at every latitude, because that's the focal point of where your camera's looking. So so basically what I'm saying is this: if I granted you the rotating Earth, and I set up on the equator, fine, I've got a celestial equator there. But when I go to 90, or I'm sorry, when I go to 80, 70, 60, that celestial equator is going to follow me every single degree, and it's going to move up the globe. It's not going to stay down at 90 only.
Yeah, I imagine wherever you were, it's appropriate for you to have thought the celestial equator was about 45 degrees. Because I assume you were somewhere between 30 and 40 degrees on there.
I could look up and see what Ventura's coordinates are.
Is that California?
Yeah. Yeah, 34 degrees.
Because that makes sense that you would see the celestial equator about that angle.
Why would it make sense?
Because the celestial equator, you were 34 degrees. You said you saw it at 45 degrees. You probably saw it at more like 35 degrees.
Yeah, but all you're doing is restating what you think would be the case. I asked you why it would make sense. So
Because that's how far away you are. Not 35 degrees, I'm sorry. 55 degrees. That's because you're 35 degrees from the celestial equator. Or from the actual equator.
okay, look, if I'm down at the equator and there's a celestial equator above me that runs parallel to that spot, if I move up the degrees of latitude, I'm going to leave that down there. I'm never going to get it at an angle. It's always going to stay parallel. It's not going to.
Yeah.
It's not going to all of a sudden, start to change and get a degree. I would have to rotate around the Earth myself, right?
Right. But that's what we claim you're doing. You are rotating right here in our model. But anyhow, no. So it's the same for the sun. 'Cause actually, I took measurements in the sun on the equinox, and the angle of the sun is, it's right above the equator. The angle of the sun is exactly your latitude minus or 90 minus your.
Right, but think about it this way too, as because this was something that I was thinking about as I looked up at the night sky those weeks. Like if I'm like, okay, if I'm at that position and I look up at the sky and I see that uh the sky is presenting itself the way it is with the two rotations, and it is at, let's say, a 55-degree angle. Right, when I look at it that way and I just see it just in terms of a phenomenon, right, then that angle is going to be oriented to me. Let's say I don't have a concept of a globe at all whatsoever, right? If I were going to, I would then my position and rotation would have to be corresponding to that degree as well. It's almost as if the Earth would have to be rotating the way I'm spinning, or rotating the way that celestial equator is angled to me. At each point, when you look up and you see the degree of the sky changing its angle, so to speak, based on then that would have to mean that every single time you move, the spin of the Earth is moving as well.
Well, you remember when when I said the celestial equator was 50, 55 degrees away from you, or 55 degrees in the sky, or whatever it is I said, I'm only talking about at its closest, because obviously parts of it are going to be further away. Actually, I don't know if that makes sense.
Do you understand what I mean? It's the point is that someone thinks that the Earth is rotating at the equator because that's the angle of the celestial equator. It's directly overhead. So if you just move somewhere else on the Earth and that angle changes, then that's where the rotation would have to be as well, because that's creating the celestial equator from that position. Your rotation would have to change with every latitude.
Yeah, but on Earth, the celestial equator does follow you. So, like, if you're 90 degrees,
That's because it's in the sky, right? That's because the sky
no,
is creating it.
no, but I'm saying if you're 0 degrees. Oh, well, is that okay? I see what you're saying. So you're saying it only happens the way that we see it, not because we're spinning, but the sky is. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, that's right.
The truth is, what you're imagining uh, about that showing the sky spinning, that would be true in both cases. Like if the sky was spinning around us, if we were spinning in the sky, we'd have the same observation.
All right, so we have a zero-sum game then again. We have got another situation where both models will have that same effect, so it doesn't prove one either way. But nonetheless, I'd love to see, what you can present with whatever model you're going to set up.
Present it, definitely. Get on it.
I know where my brother's at.
Yeah, because you woke him up. Hey,
No, he
Travis.
just answered me. Said I wasn't.
Hey, Travis.
Yeah, what's up?
What do you reckon? What do you reckon you would get in Google, right? If you typed in, when was gravity discovered? How do you think the story would read?
I don't know. Off the top of my head, I would think that it would be Isaac Newton with the apple on his head.
Yeah. You're right. You're 100% right. But the way they word it, I nearly fell off my chair actually. the way they worded it. Very first sentence, or the very first few words. Legend has it that Isaac Newton, like it ain't fact, or an
Shut up.
but
Shut up.
legend had it that Isaac Newton formulated the gravitational theory.
Legend has it.
You can't make it up. You honestly cannot make it up.
What was the source? Was it just Wiki or what?
This one is National Geographic.
National Geographic said that?
Yeah. National Geographic.
A good source, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, a pretty good source that starts their historical scientific account with legends have it. Legend has it. That's amazing.
I know. Yeah. You literally cannot make this stuff up.
Not
What'd you say, Ben?
not according to scientific fact or scientific
No,
law.
nothing like that. Nothing like
Legend
that.
has it.
Legend has it, right?
That's beautiful.
So now Isaac Newton is in the same category as Bigfoot, Witchy Poo, the Bunyip, because legend has it
And the
Loch
Loch Ness
Monster.
Monster.
Loch Ness Snap.
Holy fuck, bro.
Ben, so you're being a weasel.
I'm not being a weasel, right?
What?
These are your people, Kosho. It's not my fault that your people word things. Legend has it.
They believe
You're being
in the
racist
Loch
into this,
Ness-
Ben, son?
You believe in the
Right.
Loch Ness Monster, bro?
Right, legend. Right.
But did you know, legend has it that there was a plague, a virus going around. I think it was called the Black Plague. And Isaac Newton had to stay home. He got quarantined at his house. And that's when he came up with all these fucking, gravity and the laws of motion. He was at his house.
You're
Yeah.
not doing yourself any favors here, Kosho. Just
You're
letting
not.
you know. Right, you're not doing yourself
It's the
any
truth, bro.
favor whatsoever.
He came up
There
with
we go.
the Black Plague.
Hey, here's one for you. This is Stanford.edu. You ready?
Yeah.
Legend has it.
The legend is that Newton discovered gravity. Wow.
That's fucking legendary.
In the it just gets better and better. It just gets better and better.
Post
All right.
those links.
Okay, now what we need. Hold on.
Now.
What we need. Okay, what is the definition
John of
of legend? What do you reckon it would be, Kosho?
Say it again, Ben. So sorry. Say it.
What do you think the definition of legend would be?
Give me one.
Sometimes a traditional story, sometimes popularity regarded as historical, but not authenticated. Damn. Not authenticated.
What?
Interesting.
I mean, gravity was never authenticated?
Never been authenticated because it's just a legend.
That's fucking crazy, bro.
Oh, man. I know. What can I say? I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news.
So it could be a made-up story?
Well, no, it's a legend, right? It'll go down in folklore as a legend, right? According to Stanford, too, right? Legend has it.
Okay. I have the answer.
You what now?
The answer, dude, what he asked me, what legend means.
I told you. I
What,
already looked it up.
what is it?
It means he's an integral part of our society's destiny or overall fate.
So does integral mean fact? If you're an integral part of society, does that mean it's a fact?
Yeah.
Oh, it does. So society can just make shit up, and that's part of fact.
Yep.
I'll tell you what. If it wasn't Isaac Newton, then who do you think it was? A fat lady who was just sleeping and then woke up and wrote it down?
Come
Or do
on,
you think it
man.
was
This is what
child?
you're saying. Yeah. This is exactly what your science is based on. Making shit up, dude.
No, it's
We're
not.
not
See, the thing
disputing
is,
the fact that Isaac Newton made up gravity. We're not disputing that fact. We're disputing the fact that he made it up.
yeah, well, what he did was he had a law for centripetal forces, like
Which law?
how
Which law?
I just told you for centripetal force because he
Right.
saw what their relationship was. Yeah,
Is there a
between
law? Is there a law of gravity?
yeah, there is, and I'm telling you how he made it
Right. Which one?
because he defined the formula for the force that the tension in the rope would be exerting or be exerted while he was spinning something.
Can I just
There's a
stop you
force
there?
pushing that around.
Can I just stop there? Can I just stop you there?
And then no,
What
hold
does
on.
the
And
theory
then
of
he used
what does the word theory in front of gravity mean?
I don't know what is it.
Theory.
Well, he wrote the universal law of gravitation. He didn't write any theories of gravity.
According to the legends.
That's right. But according to the legend, he's given us his formula, and it's down. He used Kepler's third law plus his formula for centripetal rotation. You can put those two things together, and out comes the universal law of gravitation.
Yeah, according to legends, Icarus flew too close to the sun.
But it hasn't been authenticated yet, has it? The legend. No. Not according to the definition.
Yes, according to the definition. It has to.
Definition, right? But not authenticated. That's the meaning of legend.
Well, what's your source that says it's a legend?
Here, I got it. It's coming right here. Here we go.
Here we go. Thank you, Travis.
Hold on. Give me a second. Almost there.
I hope you didn't go to Stanford to get this.
Kosher, you're a clever guy. Yeah.
Legend is legend. Boom.
So it should say the legend of gravity instead of the history of gravity.
So we have two sources now that interesting how they use those words. Legend has it.
I mean, imagine if someone was doing a research paper on Jesus and they were, Christians, and they looked up a source that says legend has it. They shit a brick.
Yeah.
That meant it was true because it was a legend.
Look, I'm sure they've got it etched on the walls of some tabernacle somewhere. The legend of Newton.
I wonder if people in the 18th century went, Right, so they're telling us it's a ball. Can we refute the shit? Tell them no. No, you can't. Why not? Because the establishment said it's now part of fucking everyday life.
So this is when gravity was discovered, right? Well, it was actually apparently a little bit before that, Galileo, the 1600s. But it was like, apparently like 2,000 years prior to that, right? They thought they were going to sail off the edge of the Earth. Apparently, right?
Didn't
And this
Galileo
is,
say don't fucking publish that?
yeah, well, maybe,
So who knows?
right? It's quite surprising, isn't it, that before gravity was discovered, they were scared of sailing off the edge of the Earth, but they weren't scared of falling off the ball sideways before gravity. Maybe they kind of got some ropes and put an anchor down on shore.
200 years ago.
Yeah, that's exactly it, Bensaw. That's exactly it, right? Because we all know, right? We all know how our world works.
Mm-hmm.
And we understand and know that if there's a high point and a low point, then water is going to flow from the higher to the lower. So if you're
Exactly.
going to tell me, right, and this is exactly what happened. I don't know if you've heard me tell this story before, but I was on the Chesapeake Bay. I was shooting for a couple hours. There was a woman sitting on the beach behind me reading a book. And after an hour or so, she says, "What are you?" Because I was there for a long time, right? She's like, "What are you taking pictures of?" So I started talking about mirage and all this kind of stuff. And when we got to the point of the horizon, I said, "Well, how far away do you think the horizon is? You know, when you see it?" She's like, "Oh, I don't know, 10 miles." She's like, 10 miles. I'm like, "No." I said, "First of all, it's like 3." She's like, "No way." And then I said, and so then I used the horizon where we were. I said, "You see where the water stops?" She's like, "Yeah." I said, "Your model says that on the other side of that it's curving away." She said, "Well, wouldn't the boat slide down?"
No
That
way.
that was her first response.
Really?
Yeah. I said, hold on. I said, "Look, you hold on to that concept because that's exactly the way you need to think about this."
Yeah.
Exactly.
Now, apparently we are so much more advanced, right? We hear this claim all the time, Travis. We are so much more advanced today, right? These people back then were so primitive, right? And I don't mean that as a slur, right? Because I think they were very, very advanced, okay? But, they're scared of sailing off the edge, but they knew from their own experience that when walking in the hills or climbing over a cliff, that they would have to get a vine to hold on to, otherwise they were going to fall off it. Right? They could see water running down a hill in a river or off in a waterfall. These sorts of things. But all of a sudden, they discovered it was a ball with no gravity, right? And they didn't bat an eyelid. And maybe they had some.
Well, that's the whole thing, right? I mean, that's the whole thing. So you and I are standing on the beach, and we start talking about these ideas 500 years ago for the first time, and you're the baller and I'm the flat earther, and you present this idea. I'm going to throw all of these physical realities at you and say, because you don't even have an idea yet, you just think the earth is a ball. So my first question to you is, which you don't know the answer to because you just thought of it, how does the water not why is the water not just running off?
Yep.
You're just gonna make some shit up.
Yep. And what you're gonna do, Travis, right? You're gonna go to the palm tree, right? And you're gonna pick yourself a coconut and you go, okay, here's your earth, right? Put some water on it for me. Right. And we know what's gonna happen to the water. Now show me how it sticks to it underneath it. And I'm going to be scratching. I'm going to be scratching my head. I'm going to be doing everything. I'm going to find leaves around. I'm going to do whatever I can to try and keep that water stuck. But I won't be able to do it. I won't be able to show you anything Nothing at all. Nothing practically. I'll come up 0 every single time.
This is how they do it. They turn everything upside down. It's almost like it's an experiment. I'm going to show you how I can fuck with people's minds and make them think that this happens, but it actually doesn't. And so you find yourself in a topsy-turvy world where everything is upside down, inside out, and back to wrong, back to right, back to white.
And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a couple of coconuts, right? Hang them from some vines or attach them to a bit of bamboo.
Or smash it together and make a new song.
And I'm going to show Travis, see, look, these two coconuts are now attracted to each other. And then Travis is going, okay, cool, I can see it now.
Fuck.
I can see it. Damn, problem
I
solved.
can see it.
Yep, coconuts are attracted to coconuts. Yep, I'm on a ball.
It's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard. I mean, there's no coming back from that.
Oh, God.
Once you picture that spinning ball in your mind with the water and everything like that, there is no coming back from that. It's never going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, and you will sit in perpetuity, asking yourself, how the fuck did I first believe that?
Well, it's the same thing with. I mean, I give people the benefit of the doubt that they're smarter than the average bear. So you've got Aristotle. You've got Aristotle, one of the smartest philosophers ever, who thinks that he's seeing a boat go over the curve of the earth, and he can't sit there and deduce how he's fucking wrong. Like, okay, I got to take that one back.
But listen, there was a thing on mainstream TV here in the UK about a year or two ago where Brian Cox came on. And they said to him, what about these flat earth things? What about all that shit there? And he was saying, no, never mind. You know what this was actually unbelievable. His Brian Cox, a great professor and a scientist and the answers to the universe, his answer to that was ships go over the horizon. That was it.
I know that's what I'm saying, right? When I hear that, I just think either you've not thought this through, or you're absolutely stupid. It's just crazy. Like who was it that yesterday we were talking to him about Earth rotation or something like that, and we're saying, okay, look, you can't prove this. You can't. So how did you know? He's like, Eratosthenes. Like you're appealing, first of all, to legends. Stories.
The legend word again.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
It's pretty easy to get people to believe in the ball.
I gotta say, you guys are all legends.
I mean, Howard does the same thing. Howard yesterday appealed to boats going over the curve.
What the fuck, bro?
It's insane.
What's wrong with that?
Weak argument. It's like,
and here's Kosho. What's wrong with that?
Because you haven't demonstrated any curve yet, Kosho. That's the problem.
Listen, Kosho. The alternative explanation for the alleged observation that ships, islands, lighthouses, oil.
Fuck an alternative. Fuck an alternative. We woke up alive one day, and there are people that decided to say that line out there is geometrically placed based on the size of the sphere you live on. That claim is totally unjustifiable. Fuck maybe it's this. Fuck maybe it's that.
Elijah, I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you in your rebuttal. Again, but I'm trying to meet Kosho on his own grounds, right? You know, so the idea is that there is an alternative explanation. There is a way to falsify this. I mean, you're bringing up a stronger objection to falsification, which I agree with. I think you're right. You know, but the reality is that Kosho, is it possible that refraction, either with or without mirage, creates the appearance of what you think is curvature?
Refraction with or without mirage.
With or
Well,
without mirage, yeah.
I'm looking at this GIF I posted just now, and I'm trying to imagine refraction doing this. I'm gonna go ahead and say no. I cannot see refraction doing it.
Kojo, do me a favor. Please do me a favor. Make a
Let me ask you a question.
No? Okay. Right. Can I finish first? Then you can ask me a question.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Make a mental note of this. Try to picture this in your head. A ball full of spinning water is a fact.
Okay, I have a ball full of spinning water is a vacuum.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. You know the story.
Oh, against the vacuum. Okay.
Yeah. Why do you think that's still a possibility?
Because despite the spinning, which is very slow, and the vacuum, which does nothing, that thing that Isaac Newton had
What?
discovered.
Yeah, you just hand wave dismissing physical realities that you don't want to deal with.
No, I'm not hand waving anything. There's a attraction that is attracting you to your
It
seat,
seems like you are, bro.
truck to the road, everything to the ground, and including the water. Yeah, so it's not like a
Including the water.
mystery or anything.
What?
Well, let's go back to your GIF, okay? Your GIF, Kosho. The first question is, how did you eliminate refraction as a possibility for that observation?
Sure. Well, I first started to wonder how I could describe refraction doing this, and then I thought I'd ask you, and in lieu of an answer, because I hadn't asked you yet, I went ahead with the default, which is that it's obviously being obstructed by the.
Whoa.
Hold on. That's you. This is just a thought process. This isn't science.
Yeah, you're talking shit now, bro.
Okay, so look. Here's the issue, and I put this to people who present photos all the time. This is going to be an authentic shipping lane. Okay, probably for freighters as well as for pleasure cruises, right? Just like this one. That's a pleasure cruise, right? So go out when there's another pleasure cruise going out on the same channel and film it again. If you have anything different in appearance, if it doesn't look the same, right, that's going to throw a monkey wrench in your claim, because the only reason why it wouldn't look the same is refraction, with or without mirage. So you can't just hang your hat on one photograph or one GIF and say, look what this is showing, because I've got footage that I recorded for a half an hour outside of the Baltimore harbor of a Carnival cruise ship that went 14 miles away from me, and it looked nothing like that ship that you just showed. 14 miles. That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, so how far away was that cruise liner that's in that GIF?
100 miles.
100 miles. Are you serious? Come on, man.
I'm not serious, but yeah, with your this cruise ship, you saw the Carnival cruise ship. I'm assuming you said you were watching it for. I'm assuming you weren't on the water. I mean, you're going to tell me you were on the water.
It was a national state park jetty where people could go out and fish. So I was about 8 to 10 feet, if that, elevation.
Okay. Well, yeah, that makes.
No part. I can show you. It's up on my channel. I'd have to go find it. But
Can you elaborate on it makes sense? What is it, and what sense does it make?
It makes sense, as in what he's telling us right now. Makes sense that he saw this cruise ship travel around up to about 14 miles, and he never saw it do what it did in this GIF. He saw it probably stay. He probably saw it get higher and higher as
Well, you didn't
Um,
say it makes sense that he said what he said. It makes sense because why?
because it would have to go beyond the horizon before it'll start falling away.
Okay, another truism, but in relation to the geometric limitations of the ball we're supposed to be living on, how does it make sense? Hmm. Did I lose service?
No, you're here, buddy.
No, I was
Yeah.
pushing the wrong button.
Hey,
I was pushing the wrong push to talk button.
I just posted the video. Like I
How
did.
many push to talk buttons do you have, Kosha?
Well, they're right next to each other. The button
You
I was
pushed
pressing.
them. You got two of them.
Kojo, how do you not see that it's not a fucking spinning ball, bro? Just
Well, there's a,
what?
So you were saying, Kosha?
All right.
no, I was just doing some calculations.
Oh, no response.
Plus, I'm
Captain.
doing some calculations.
No response on the back of hitting the wrong push to talk button.
Holy shit, bro! What's happening? I have no response.
All right. Anyways, so yeah, 16 feet. Yeah, I'm trying to use the right equation.
Push over to the fucking flat earth, bro.
Look, again, Kosho, all you have to do is either require of your own teammates who publish these photos is to get out and show constant observations from the same point with targets that are in the same within the same distance, just like the MC number one who has that freighter that was cut in half, beyond the horizon. Show us that, because that's a shipping lane. Show us that again with a different one, and it's going to look different. And the only reason it's going to look different is refraction.
I gotta ask you, that cruise ship that you saw.
I posted a video. It's in the chat.
How come you didn't stay longer though? You just
What?
leave? Why didn't you stay long? Why didn't you stay to see?
It went around. It went around a cape. It went
okay,
down
so it went
past.
around and came back.
No, it didn't come back. It left Baltimore Harbor, and then it went down past Annapolis. So it went out of my view. But the thing is that if we could find the source for that GIF that you published, and he says, and we say, how far away was that? And he goes, oh, like 10 miles. Well, my observation when it got to 10 miles didn't do that. You know what I'm saying? That's the conflict. Because what?
Well, wait, why is it supposed to be?
Are you talking to me? I didn't hear you.
Yeah. I'm saying, well, you're saying it's supposed to do that for 10 miles.
No, I'm saying if we could find the person who is the source for that GIF, he's the person who took the video of that cruise ship going over the curve. He should be able to tell us where he was, and we would be able to find out, because cruise ships just don't go wherever the fuck they want. They've got to stay in their channels. We would know where that was, and we would then we would know then where he was and where that cruise ship was. We would find out how far away that ship is.
I mean, I do know how far away it was. I just around number. I remember.
Who's the
20
source?
miles or 25 miles.
Yeah, okay. So you're going to have to. I'm not going to take your word for it, because the resolution of of zooming in on something 25 miles away, that's way, in my opinion, that's way too clear. That's not 25 miles. I doubt that seriously.
That's the number I remember. I could be wrong. I'm trying to pull up the video.
Well, who's the source? Do you know who the source was?
I don't remember his name. I had it saved to an old account, but I think I can pull.
Just curious, did you see that I did post that video, Kosho, if you want to take a look at the footage?
Yeah, I'm gonna check. I'm gonna come check it out. Give me a second. Let me find this video and then I'll watch that.
Hmm.
I can't find it just yet. I'll watch it. I'll watch the video while we're waiting. But in the meantime,
Ooh. Breaking news. Breaking news. 28 minutes ago, folks. All right. This is the latest. Astronomers have discovered 2 super Earths orbiting an ultra cool dwarf star 100 light years away. And one of the planets, right, that they are looking at could support the existence of liquid water, a vital part of life. So no need now to go to the moon, all right? No need. We can just go to this, head straight towards this dwarf star.
who helped you read that, Vanson? I can't imagine you read the whole thing by yourself. I'm just kidding. Anyways, we don't gotta go to some dwarf star for water, dude.
Sorry?
We're not gonna go to some dwarf star for water.
I didn't say we were going to a dwarf star for water, did I? That would be silly
Yeah,
to
you
go
said it's
to a
just a planet
star.
orbit.
Yeah, I said they have discovered 2 super Earths that are orbiting a dwarf star.
How far away is this dwarf star?
It's 100 light years. Did you not listen to a word that I read out?
I was having a hard time
Yeah,
hearing.
obviously. Obviously.
But yeah, that's not that far. It's still very far, but it's not as far as I really.
I don't know. If we were traveling at 500,000 miles an hour, how many years do you think it would take us to get there?
Let's see, 4, 8,
Yeah. I
8
reckon.
billion.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. 8 billion
That's
years.
wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong.
Yeah, be close to 8 billion.
No, we're not. That's wrong.
All right. But yet, like something that would take us, right, 8 zillion years to get to, we've worked out that it's probably got water on it. Go
I'm at
figure.
50 million. 50 million years.
50 million. So traveling at 500,000 miles an hour, it would take us 50 million years to get there. And yet we can work out that it's probably got water on it.
Oh no, I was wrong again. I was doing it too quick.
Yeah, too quick. Whatever number you come up with, it's going to be huge. We know this.
Yeah, it's gonna be very.
Mm-hmm. What's the number? What's the number?
Well, you get the number. The point of these Goldilocks planets is they're much better than Earth. So we have to ditch Earth because it sucks and go out to these better Earth planets, which will sustain us much better, and it's something to look forward to for the human race survival.
No, not much better. It's a super Earth.
It's even better than the Earth we have, man. And not only that, but the dinosaurs will tell us that they've been wiped out from a meteor. So mathematically, that's going to happen again, obviously. And mathematically, it's a certainty that we must get off Earth and find these Goldilocks planets out there because they're better, and we're talking about survival of the human race now. Very important.
And not only one super Earth, Elbow, 2 super Earths.
Dude, you get 2 for the price of 1, man.
Yep, yep.
Like,
so we don't have to worry about the population getting out of control, Godric, right? Because we have 2
population,
super
overpopulation is no more a thing.
It's not an issue. Not an issue.
Right, I got the number.
Sign me up. Where's the rocket? Let's build the rocket. Let's go, man. Sign me up.
Hold on. Yep. What's the number?
It'll take us 137,000 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, it would take us 137,000 years to get to a super Earth that is 100 light years away, that has water on it, that can support life. Boom.
That means our great grandchildren will get there. If they don't kill each other on the way.
Yep.
If they don't kill each other on the way, they'll definitely get there.
Mm-hmm. So only Godric, only about probably 400,000 generations. So you have to be on a little spaceship, and 400,000 generations later, right?
400,000 generations?
Yep.
You're gonna have 400,000 generations at 136,000 years.
Yeah.
Wait.
The generations a year.
You know what's crazy about that? Like, Jesus was around only 20 fathers ago, son.
200
That's
generations ago is Jesus.
Maybe, right? For the non-believers, maybe. But just if he did exist, that's 20 people ago. You talking about hundreds.
Yep. Exactly, Elijah. That's how
And
insane
say
these
it
numbers
so
are.
cavalierly,
Yeah. Well, the truth is, yeah, if we're not writing reports about this planet because we want to go there. So I don't think that's a problem.
Look, guys, mathematically, we have to get off Earth. That's the important thing. So,
yeah,
we're building the rocket. Kosho has the
But
math.
did Kosho say
We're gonna
we?
get there.
Why would you think we need to get off Earth?
We? What are you saying we for, Kosho? You're never gonna. You're not we.
Yeah, Godric, why do you say that we have to get off Earth?
Dude, it's the mathematical certainty that a dinosaur-sized meteor will hit Earth and destroy us.
Wow, you really must have aced that history class of geology. The dinosaur-sized meteor. You mean the meteor that killed the dinosaur?
Yes.
It wasn't the size of a dinosaur.
Oh, tell us how big it was, Kosho.
It was fairly big. However, right.
Hi, King.
Yeah, so we're looking at this planet not because we want to go there, but because if it supports life, we might end up discovering that it has life.
But hang on a second.
That life exists outside this planet.
If you believe in evolution, by the time we get there, that life may be evolved into something else, completely different, Kosho. Then what?
Well, it was 100 years ago. If it's 100 light years away. So.
Didn't you say 137,000
Now, based on bandsaw speed, you must go at a certain speed. Okay, but since light speed is the speed that light travels, that planet is only 100 years ago.
Can we travel the speed of light, Kosho?
I can't. Yeah.
Are we talking about like Star Trek, like warp 7, warp 10, like that?
Well, I think you forget that we're not talking about traveling there. As I said, they're viewing this planet because it could potentially have life, and
Could
that
potentially
they would
have.
have discovered. Yeah, they would have discovered that there's life outside this planet.
Could potentially have life. So it could potentially, right? So they've looked at these two super Earths that are 100 light years away, right? That are orbiting a dwarf star. Okay. 100 light years away. They've looked at these two planets and they've gone, yeah, know what? They've probably got water on them. Probably. That's a mighty big claim. How would you know that? Was that due to, I don't know, parallax or something that they worked out that it probably could have water on it? How would
That's a
they
good
come
guess.
to that? How would they probably come to the conclusion that these super Earths have got water on them?
Yeah, parallax is a good guess, but since that doesn't tell you anything about water,
Yeah,
they
probably.
probably use.
Spectroscopy. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay then. So their
James Webb.
spectroscopy would either told them yes or no, right? Wouldn't
Well,
it?
it depends on how much data they collected. Maybe post your.
Hey, Kosho.
What's up, Playboy?
Is that Lale?
I would like to point out a flaw in that line of thinking. And the flaw is this. If it takes the speed of light, whatever amount of years you said it takes, how long does it take spectroscopy to travel one direction and get information and then travel back?
Well, it doesn't have to travel back. So
It does. How do we obtain the information if it has water or not?
we view the light. The light was left.
But how do we view it if that information does not travel back to us?
No, it never left us. We're viewing the light from that. That planet. We didn't travel the light.
Why you winging it like this, man?
It's not winging it. We did, that almost seems obvious. It seems like you guys could answer that. Maybe.
I mean, I don't know. What's the
where I'm
question?
coming
I
from,
kind of
Coach?
came back in the middle of it. It sounded like someone was like, "Well, if you're sending data out there, like, and it's not coming back, how do you perceive it?"
Well, never
That's
mind.
not what I said. You
You
mischaracterized
guys
what I
might not
said.
be able to answer the question nor even ask the question. But
Well, I get. He said I was
question.
wrong. He said I was wrong.
Yeah,
So never
he was
mind.
asking about the water from this planet. How do we detect it? I said spectroscopy, and that's when Whale said, that takes 100 years to send them the information and to receive it back would take another 100 years. But Whale said,
If it takes 100 years to send a signal of spectroscopy to that planet, and it takes 100 years back, how do we receive that back before the people sending the signal are dead?
yeah, well, we skipped the first step. That's how we do it. We just only do the second step.
But how do we know then? If it hasn't returned back, how do we know what the planet is like?
No, we only do that step. We view the light that has reached us, and we measure the spectral.
We
Line.
haven't done any step, Kosho. All we've done is lick our finger, stick it in the air, and gone, yep, the wind's blowing that way. That's all we've done. We've already established that to even get there, traveling at 500,000 miles an hour, right? It's going to take us 137,000 years, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out, Jin. 137,000 years. Yet these two super Earths have probably got water on them.
Right? They at least probably had water on them 100 years ago.
You know what, Coach? So I don't have a
here's-
problem with them saying there's water on them. I'm just wondering, like Bandsaw said, and like I said, like how would they ever, like if they sent it out 50 years ago?
Well,
We're talking
they don't send anything
thousands
out.
of information. So how do we know they got it then? How
Because
do we
when
know
you
there's
receive
water on
light
that
from the
planet?
stars,
Huh?
yeah, we don't receive light from the stars and planets because we first sent them light. We just worry about the light that they're sending to us. There's no light we have to send to them.
Yeah, but we have to send something out to receive knowledge of that thing, right?
No. Like spectral lines from the sun, for example. You could take a prism right now, and you could split up the spectrum of the sun. You don't need to send anything to do that.
Exactly. But that only takes 8 minutes, not 137,000 years.
Of course, Bandsaw is talking about something different when he says that.
Let's
Yeah,
talk
It's
about.
like 100 years.
yeah, no, I'm talking about jumping in a rocket ship, Lyle, and going there.
Let's talk about the next closest star to Earth, or what we would consider a sun if we were revolving around that star. That's to receive information about what's in that star directly from that star would take longer than the person. I don't know if this is a proper terminology. Shooting the spectroscopy to that star to receive information back
Just want to say
from
I'm
that tool.
behaving myself.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
did you say?
Chris,
Go ahead.
Spectroscopy doesn't require you send anything out. All you need to do is view something. Like you can view the light from any direction. It enters your lenses. You split it up. You don't have to send anything to the
And
So are you saying they use like a telescope to look at it? Is that what you're saying? They use
camera, telescope.
Yeah. And spectroscopy is affected by the medium at which that light travels, isn't it, Kosho? Yes.
That's correct.
Sure. Okay, cool. Cool. I'm glad we're on the same page. So depending on the medium that it travels through, it could taint the measurements, couldn't it?
Not unless you were not unless you didn't know what you were doing.
What do you mean?
So
So if you have a medium between point A and point B, and you point your little spectrometer, whatever they call it, at that light source, and you take the reading, you have a medium between it. Are you saying that the light that is traveling through that medium isn't affected by that medium?
Right, and the medium would be like nebulous gases, asteroids, planets, all kinds of stuff. That space stuff that's up there. Asteroids, and that would throw off the spectroscopy, would it not?
And what kind of medium is this again, Bandsaw? What's the substance of it?
That's just from here to the twin super Earths.
Let's make this a little bit simpler. If we use
the
the spectrometer and create a fire here on Earth and look at the elements within the fire, and if we could take that fire hypothetically into space and look at it, the medium in which those two mediums are different, the fire would look exactly the same, if I understand the little bit of understanding I have with using a spectrometer. Is that correct, Kosho?
I believe so. You gotta repeat what you said again at the beginning, but yeah, I believe so.
Would you agree the vacuum of space is somewhat a different medium than sea level?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so we have a wood-started fire here on Earth at sea level, and we take it into the vacuum of space. Now we have two separate mediums. If I use a spectrometer, that reading of the fire and the elements within the fire will be exactly the same, even though they're in different mediums. The medium does not matter.
Well, what I was going to tell you guys, the reason I asked you what's the medium is because you'll get spectral lines that pertain to the emission of the light, or whatever light that is, and you'll get absorption line, and the absorption lines will be of medium. So you'll be able to tell the difference, and you'll be able to see what the medium is and what the light is that's coming in behind it.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you get my point, though, Kosho?
Yeah. That's good.
If we're going to count those two things as separate mediums, the spectrometer would have the same reading at sea level as, let's say, 3 million miles in space with the same fire. It would read the same for that fire if the fire could actually be stay lit up in space. So
Why are you talking about silly things, right? So you already
the reason I'm
that
talking about this is
qualification.
because Bandsaw asked about the medium, and I'm talking about I'm specifically
Yes, but it's a
talking
thought
about different
experiment,
medium.
Lael. It's a thought experiment, Lael. You
Yeah,
have to make this shit
lighting
up.
a fire out as outer space at 300 million miles away from Earth is a thought experiment because you can't do it.
Then why are you
Not
talking about
enough
silly
options.
things? That's my question remains. Why are you talking about silly things?
Because Bandsaw asked about mediums.
Then you should have said, no, here's how this should have gone.
I said what I wanted to say.
I don't
I'm not
know,
going to change my
Bandsaw.
mind.
That's a great question, Bandsaw. I don't know. I'm not going to make some shit up, Bandsaw, because that would be silly.
I'm not making anything up.
Yeah, you are. You're creating a scenario that can't exist. That's called making shit up.
I'm hypothesizing that a spectrometer would read a wood-built fire the same here on Earth as it would 3 million miles in space.
Okay, great. What's an hypothesis built upon, Lael?
Facts.
Great. So give us the first fact that you can begin with in your hypothesis.
We can create fires here on Earth.
Okay, great. Okay, now next. What's next?
We can use a spectrometer to see what elements are in a fire, what we're using in a fire to create the fire.
Okay, I'm good with that so far. Okay, good. We got two physical facts. What's next?
And we could hypothesize. Now I stated two facts.
Hold on. You said earlier that your hypothesis is built on facts.
Yeah, those two facts,
right,
are facts. And now I can hypothesize that
on
the
facts,
same
right?
fire.
Now you're hypothesizing. Wait, hold on. You made a hypothesis before based on two facts. Now you are switching gears to make another hypothesis. So you're going to have to have more
stupid
facts.
Game. Shut up.
Hey, settle down.
I'm not playing his stupid games.
Well then disengage then. Well, disengage.
I'm just pointing out the fact that you're now switching from a fact-based hypothesis to a non-fact-based hypothesis. That's all I'm trying to do.
Well, there is the fact that the medium here on Earth, at sea level, is a different medium than what science considers 3 million miles from Earth. Those are two separate mediums. That is a fact.
Okay, so let's take it for granted that I'm good with that. So now you have three facts. Okay, that's fine. I'll grant you that. Okay. So now you have three facts. 1, 2, 3.
and I use those facts to build a hypothesis that if there were oxygen out 300,000 miles from Earth, and we could light a fire, that a spectrometer would read the same thing with the fire out 3,000 miles away from the surface of the Earth as it does on Earth.
Okay, now is that built on a fact or is that a thought?
Well, the thought is that the spectrometer would read the same thing. That's a fact.
So now you're conflating the two because you just said the thought is a fact. So I think that there's
thought would be placing a wood-built fire in space.
So you can't do that,
is that
right?
The spectrometer would read the same thing.
No. That's an inference that you're drawing off of something that you can't actually do. So at this point now, you've now left the three facts that you established, and now you are into talking about silly things that you can't produce, you can't create the environment. So all you're going to do is imagine if it's this environment, then this is possibly what's going to happen. That is just absolute conjecture.
Tap water is a hell of a drug.
You know, it would be interesting with this fire that you have created, Lale. Right? So we get this fire and we light it, and then we stand, I don't know, let's stand a safe distance away from the fire. Let's say, I don't know, 6 meters, because we don't want to get burned. We point our little spectrometer at the fire, okay, and it's just gone dark, okay. So early in the evening, probably a little bit of dew around and stuff like that, and we point it at the fire, and then we jump on our horses and we go for a bit of a ride down the road. I don't know, say, hey, get off the horses, and we point our little spectrometer back at the fire, and then take another reading. Jump on the horse, right? Go another half a mile, and keep on continuing to do this, until we can't see the fire anymore. Okay, and then
hold on, Bandsaw. Hold on.
Okay.
Let's say you can still see the fire, and we take a spectrometer reading.
Yep.
And then we ride our horse down the road, take another spectrometer reading.
Yep.
And then take another ride down the road. But this last time we took a ride down the road, there was methane gas coming out of the ground in between us and the fire.
Exactly. This is my point. Like, it's a dewy
What if
night.
there wasn't methane gas coming out of the road?
What's the spectrometer going to read?
Exactly.
It could read all of those things. It could read the fire, and it could read the methane gas.
Okay, then.
Methane.
So it'll read.
You're going to get. Go ahead, man.
Go, Jeremy. Go, jump in.
So you're going to get a methane reading from the spectrometer?
You can get all those readings.
Okay.
And you can eliminate the methane because the fire wasn't a methane because of the measurement prior to that point in time.
Okay.
Pretend we could only get the one measurement when we're miles down the road in between the methane and the fire. Let's pretend we can only get that reading. Then what we would think
that's just conjecture. Just like what's his face was conjecturing, saying I'm just going to conjecture. You're saying what if this?
Hey! I'm not what's his face. Okay.
Well, I'm saying you can't get all the readings in between. You can't get to the fire. We're on Earth. You can only get the readings in between us and the methane gas. That's the only one you can get.
Mm-hmm.
I disagree.
Well, it's silly.
If I can read at the spectrometer at the fire, which I can, and I go, let's say, 6 meters away and read the same thing, and there's methane gas in between me and the fire, I can eliminate the methane as a element within the fire if I did not read methane in the fire prior to that point in time.
I know, but you're not hearing
like
when you're looking at the stars
in between.
You're not hearing.
But when you're looking at the stars and the sun, you're not getting up to the fire and then going back and taking more readings. You're just way down the road taking your spectrometer reading. That's all.
What? We're talking about a man-made fire here on Earth and walking away from it and riding a horse away from it, and there being methane gas in between there. We could eliminate the methane gas from
In that case, you
part of
could.
the fire if we read prior to that point in time that there was no methane in the fire.
In that case, you could, yes. But when we're looking at the stars and the sun and all this shit in outer space where you can't get to the fire, you can only take the reading down the road.
The sun is not made of fire, so there you go. And we can
Analogy.
take
It's
elements
an
here on
analogy,
Earth,
Lale.
burn
Relax.
those elements.
You got him, Lil.
We
So-
can take elements
You
here
got
on
me.
Earth.
You got Jeremy. You got destroyed, bro. The sun's
We can
not
take
a fire.
Chalk it up.
we can take elements here on Earth and burn them and
Yep.
use a spectrometer to see what those elements burn like and compare.
Yeah,
Like you
we got
said,
it, Lil.
we compare
Yeah.
the different things out in the atmosphere,
Painstakingly
of outer
have it.
space, the sun, and everywhere else, and see those elements out there with the
Awesome.
spectrometer.
You do get the, you know, me and you are on the more on the same level, Lil, than them. They're way like, I mean, they're way ahead of us right now. But I think
No,
I can
they're not.
explain it like this and say that you're on Earth pointing this little machine up to the sun and going, I know what the sun is made out of because I'm getting these readings. Yet you don't know what's in between exactly. Is what I think their point they're
I just
making.
gave an example that you could know what's in between.
I'll pay you $100 to stop talking.
You can burn elements here on Earth, iron, steel, any type of element, and use a spectrometer and see if those elements are in between us and the sun.
Yep. We can take samples of these things. 100%. We could. Here on Earth, on our little horseback, right? Every 100 yards or so, we can get our test tube and stop every 100 yards and take samples and work all these things out. 100%. And we can eliminate them. All right.
We're in the Truman Show. Y'all got to realize this. We're in the Truman Show. There's someone above us that sent Lale here to say all this BS and have us argue against it. And they're laughing their ass off. Not at Lale. They're laughing at us.
Yeah.
No one
Yeah,
said
we did that earlier with.
and I didn't make up anything.
You're right.
I don't know. We seem to know that there's water on super planets that are 100 light years away, and not knowing the medium between us and them because we haven't taken any samples of these things. So.
It's all the same, Bandsaw. You know where it is. We're in one location, and it's all the same throughout the whole thing. So that's how you get.
Didn't you and I have this argument?
Yeah.
Argument about? We did have the same argument.
It's already been done. That's why I said painstakingly going through it again, real slowly and methodically, talking like this, like I'm so depressed and tired of being a Glober. I need help. But I can also see a scenario, some big sky daddy betters up in the sky going, all right, what's the next one? Okay, we're going to tell them we can see water from 137,000 years away.
Yep.
And some of them we're going to buy. Okay, how many? I'm going to set the over-under at 4 billion. 4 billion people are going to believe this. He's like, oh, no, you haven't been watching. I'm taking the over. They'll believe any freaking thing we put on that newsletter that says NASA on it. I'm taking the over. That's what I envision. They're betting on us, too. You get it, huh, Vandy?
Yeah, like the movie with Eddie Murphy and the stock guys. Trading places.
$1.
$1. I'll take
Trading places. Oh, God. It's all right, Lale.
Somebody's got $1 on Lale right now.
Yeah. I love Lale, actually. He
What's
tries
up,
really
Lale?
hard.
How you been? I don't think he got it though. Here on Earth, we can get.
He's making a dude.
From on Earth, we can get all the way to the fire. We can go touch the fire and burn our little fingertip. You're looking at the sun. You're only that miles down the road or miles and miles down the road looking at the fire. You can never get that other reading. You get it, Leo?
Oh, he's gone.
He's not here.
Yeah, he's gone. You know what's more exciting?
Right? He's making
He's got it all right.
Yeah,
You should have took the $100.
He definitely should have bid on that.
You should have took your $100, Rocky. He was going to leave anyways.
Someone tells me to shut up for $100. I'm giving them my Zelle account right off.
Yeah, there we go.
In silence. I'm going to text it to him. I'm not even going to say it to him in voice because that might void the bet.
Can I have $100? I didn't talk that whole time. Can I have $100?
Come on, let's
You
get back
talking to me? Are you talking to me? Yeah, let's get back to serious business. Let's talk about that water 137,000 years away that they say are on these planets.
Yeah, traveling at 500,000 miles an hour for 137,000 years.
How many planets they up to now? 1 trillion?
Oh God, who knows? it's absolutely insane. You can't make it up, Ricky. You can't make it up, can you?
I can't make it up.
Well, yeah. Well, you can obviously make it up. But
that guy Chronic, he's out there fighting the planet right now.
Can you guys hear me okay, by the way?
We're just not really listening.
Yeah, we can hear you.
You got that silky smooth voice that we're all jealous of.
Who's that?
Everyone. Go ahead. I can't wait to hear this. You usually say some great stuff. Anything but Lel, man. Jesus.
tell you what, Denver was on fire today. He was crushing it.
Okay, smooth. Go ahead.
I mean, you'd like to think that if you can walk them through step by step, like I did with Lael, to get them to the point to right now, I say, okay, now right now you're making shit up. I mean, like what goes through a person's mind at that point?
He didn't listen to a word you said. He was following his basic script in his mind. That was it. It doesn't. You could have said pineapples or orange, or living creatures walking through the desert, and he wouldn't have replied to that. He would have kept on with his script.
What did QE use? QE used to debate those guys in the evolution chat. He would say, and he used to in the text chat, and he used to just type nonsense in the middle of his statement or whatever, and they wouldn't even acknowledge it. Like they're not even reading what he said. They're not even listening. They're not reading it. They're just waiting to type or say their own thing. They're not even hearing you. He would just purposely type nonsense, he said, into his statements just to see if anyone was like, what the fuck are you talking about and shit, or that's not, they're not even reading it and listening, bro.
I kind of get it, right? Because when I talk to an atheist, I've asked so many atheists to give me their good news, right? Like, tell me why I should convert and be an atheist. I've never even heard an answer, much less a good answer, right? So when I talk to an atheist, I'm really not listening to, their explanation of why they're an atheist. I don't really, that's really none of my business, but that's all really they're given. You understand my point, I guess, hopefully, or if it was a waste of time. Like, I'm not listening to them either. So I think that's what Zale thinks. Zale. I think that's what Lel thinks, when he's talking. Like, I don't need to listen to him because he's a flat earther. They automatically think that flat earth groups, people, individuals are so dumb they don't have to listen to them.
It could be, yeah, it could be.
Just ask them. You think flat Earth? People who believe in flat Earth is dumb. The hell yeah! How could you believe in that? I mean, we have pictures from space, man.
Yeah, pictures from space, spectroscopy.
Have you seen the Himmerori? I mean, we discovered water on exoplanets, and you think it's flat? Then you're ignorant. I mean, that's the basics. Right?
My favorite is when they claim to know all the technology that we do have, or have had at any point in the past. Somebody was doing that shit to me the other day. I think it was Soundly or something. Soundly and Blue. Like, how do you know what technology the government has right now, let alone how you know what technology they had in the 60s? Amazing. You know what happens behind every door on Earth, always, in the whole pet history of Earth. Like, it's amazing.
I like this one. Hundreds and hundreds and thousands of scientists have already proven it's a globe.
Well, then they'll tell you scientists don't prove it. Listen, the double speak these people knows no bounds, right? They've told us for years body of science has proven the globe. Now we figured out science and how science works, and now they're saying science doesn't prove anything because they're using fucking pseudoscience. So now science doesn't prove anything. Before it proved the globe, now it doesn't prove anything.
I think they have this idea of, like, there's this armies of scientists that are involved with, like, globe stuff, right? It just isn't the case. There's, like, most scientists have absolutely nothing to do with what they think the globe is, right? They have absolutely nothing to do with it at all. And so they'll say, oh, all of these scientists agree. Well, if a scientist is doing chemical, I don't know, experimentation in a lab, like, that's got absolutely nothing to do with the globe, but they'll tell you that scientist thinks it's a globe and therefore it's a globe, right? But obviously that scientist knows as much as any layman with regards to the subject matter that we're talking about.
Wait.
Another one.
Wait. The scientists that are doing geodesy, those ones are doing globe stuff because geodesy is globe curvature stuff.
Yeah, but they're not scientists.
Another one of my favorites is when they say, you know how many people would have to be in on it? Millions and billions and zillions of people. And one day I had eggshells in here. I'm like, yo, you know what? All right, let's see who's really got to be on it. Let's go through the list. And I mean, I don't think we made it over 1,000 people, you know. And I had to help them out with the fucking 600 astronauts or whatever.
I got a question about those ships going over the horizon. I did post it in the text chat, but no one responded. So it's probably a stupid question, but when they do go over, they show those images where it's going over. I don't think it's actually going over, but it goes much quicker. It's like I was saying, that it looks like it's sinking. So it's as if it's steep on the other side. You know, if you have to think of it logically that way. Yeah. Why do they
over
the horizon if it's going so quickly?
It's not going over, for one, it's going into. Like, think of the horizon as an angle towards you most of the time. So once it reaches that peak and goes beyond that, that's going to obstruct it very quickly due to angle change. As it keeps going away from you, the angle keeps changing, and it appears to obstruct it bottom up most of the time, unless there's special conditions which makes it just blink out and disappear.
And it's going to be exponential too, because you're increasing distance as well as the angle, and you've got and then you got the air that it's going to change the way it looks. So yeah, I mean, I think your point is valid in terms of, like, timing, right? You'd have to time it, which would be another way, if we made this a study, if you would then have a ship going out on the same channel, and one day and they, you know, basically the channel's all uniform and you're going at the same speed, right? Then it should be uniform in terms of its disappearing. But if on one of the observations it disappears faster or slower, then that's going to be something that you're going to have to take into account.
I've done this with my own boat. We went to what I would call the horizon, and we were doing 10 knots, okay, away from the beach, away from the viewer, and it only took like 45 seconds to a minute and a half to totally disappear. Going 10 knots. That's not even a mile.
Yeah. Right.
You understand what I'm
Right.
saying? So in 1 mile, 30, 25 foot of a boat disappeared? No. We just reached that point where we can't resolve. We went past the horizon, the vanishing point, and it's.
Now, why do they fight that? I don't understand how they fight that, because it clearly is then not going over the horizon, but they keep fighting it.
It's model
have
affliction.
to fight it. They have to fight it. It's a checkmate on their entire heliocentric religion if they don't fight it.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah. Okay, cool. Brilliant. That's basically just the question. I thought it was a stupid question, but you guys answered perfectly for me.
They can't make any concessions whatsoever, B-man. They can't make any concessions.
Yeah, they have to fight it, otherwise it's checkmate.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would add that there's something psychological that's not been pointed out, is that yes, they have to fight it, totally agree with that, but it's because they've already asserted that all of these proofs are exclusive to the globe, right? So it's not just that they are evidence for, but they are actually making the point that it is exclusive to, okay? So when you understand that, when you start to introduce any doubt whatsoever, you are then undermining their comfort in their worldview.
Yeah. Okay, well, awesome. I'm going to carry on listening on YouTube. My wife's coming home now, so I'm going to spend some time with her as well. So, yeah, have a good one, and I'll be listening on YouTube.
All right,
Cheers,
man. Catch you later, buddy.
See you later.
Take care.
Cheers. Yeah, it's cognitive dissonance is the other reason why they fight it. They just can't simply imagine it being wrong. There's no way. Yeah, cognitive dissonance.
But the whole body of science supports them.
Yeah, exactly. The whole body of science. On top of the fact that what would they even stand to gain with such a lie? I don't even understand why. Why would they lie?
Well, for one, it keeps people trapped, doesn't it, Fuzzy? Like, it's the perfect jail when you think about it. It's the ultimate jail. You put any animal in a paddock or in a cage or anything, and they want to try and get out of it. Right? They want to try and get out of it. That's what animals do. You see it all the time. You put up fences, right? And it doesn't matter what beast you put in there. You've generally got to put in some barrier, whether that's barbed wire or electric fences and stuff, to keep them from not breaking that fence line, because they want to get to the other side, because I'll see greener grass on the other side of that fence. But if you remove those fences, there's no barrier, right? You can roam wherever you want to, right? You're no longer a caged animal, right? Now you're more than happy. You can buy a bus ticket there. You can drive your car there. You can get a ship there, here and there, or a plane to wherever you want to go. Right? So there's no barrier now at all. So now you've got no curiosity of what may be there. No need, no longing to explore and find out.
Hey, that reminded me when I was driving cross country once. I went to Utah, and I'm trying to remember what the sign there was. It was really funny because there was an Animal Crossing sign, and I turned the curve. I followed the curve, and within a quarter mile there were like 3 or 4 wild horses that were on the side of the road like deer would be. And I was absolutely blown away because I couldn't imagine hitting a horse. And that'd be insane.
Did you just say you followed Earth Curve? Seize him.
Road curve, Jeremy. Road curve, man. But yeah, it was so funny because it was like a typical it was a typical Animal Crossing sign, like deer. And then I turned the corner and there were wild horses. I was just like, what?
Where was that at?
Somewhere in Utah.
Yeah, Wyoming has the same thing. I guess all the plain states probably have them. Plane, get it? Huh. Airplane.
Cheese only.
Aeroplane, which would mean a object, usually motorized, flying in the air over a plane.
So there can't be any flat spots on Earth. Rumpus already told us. Because the geodetic surveyors say flat is curved, so there can't be any flat spots.
Dude, in
Not
their
possible.
model, there's like flat, depressions, curve, there's everything in their geodesic model. Like,
We don't have.
there's in the ocean that are indentations.
What happens if
We
there's
don't have
like
either flat or level anymore.
Right.
Well, Jeremy, what happens if there's like a tidal bore that just happens to perfectly counteract the curvature of the water? What about that?
A what?
Like a tidal bore.
Oh, a tidal bore. I don't know. That would be very specific, wouldn't it? That'd be kind of crazy.
No, but I mean, like
That's
they're
what I'm
saying
just
that
telling
if
you.
there's flat spots, you know, what if there was?
There can't be because listen, the geodetic surveyors refer to flat just from Rumpus. Geodetic surveyors say flat is actually curved. So I asked Rumpus one day, I'm like, well, what if there's an actual flat spot? What would you call it? He's like, impossible. There are none. Never happened. Can't happen. So I don't know.
Yeah, and then you have Xanax saying that somewhere out in the Indian Ocean they've got flat spots on the ocean.
Or depressions. Sinkhole, like places that go down, cause a bowl in the oceans. They have to say it. Hey, what do y'all? Dang, I had it on the tip of my tongue. I'll get back with you.
Right on the tip of my tongue.
Everything is curved. We got no more straight things anymore.
I got my thought yet. You mind if I go? Because I might lose it
hurry
again.
up.
I'm having
Don't
one of
lose
those.
it. Yeah.
I'm having one of those days. I think left to right. If you're on a ball, left to right would be even easier to denote than looking straight away. Does anybody agree with that?
Yep.
100%. Also, on top of that, you would actually have landmarks that would help you see distances very easily. Because right now, when you're like looking out, it's more difficult to kind of see exactly how far you're looking. Whereas if you're looking to say, I don't know, you see two cities and they're 50 miles away, then you know exactly what distance is from that building to that building, and you should be able to see the curve, and there's nothing.
Like those Lake Pontchartrain, what are those power lines at Lake Pontchartrain?
I can't see the curve because it's so big. The Earth is so big.
You're roboting, Rocky.
This is the too big to see argument.
The power lines on Lake Pontchartrain. But if you get off to the side, you can't see them. Or if you even
that's what I was
stand
gonna
there
say.
and look at those up here in the curve, if you look at the other ones, that runs right there. Soundly just never shows you the second ones because they're not curving because he's at a different angle.
if you got perpendicular or whatever to the line of the power lines, so you had them in your field of view left to right, and if there was you should see them curving.
Can't have that, Jeremy. You know that. You know better than that.
Yo. Check. Is my mic good?
Yeah, no, you're good.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, left to right. No, those power lines should be curving left to right, no doubt, no question.
Yeah, we heard you the first time, Jeremy.
I'm sorry, but I don't know. No, Jeremy. Too much evidence of the globe, bro. So, sorry. Any logical statement that you make, sorry.
Yeah, I'll be back in 10 minutes.
You ever think about all of the drone footage they have in shows, whatever, any show. Like I watch The Shy, right? So they're always giving drone footage of the city. And it's yo, when we're arguing shit like Soundly's videos and we're like, oh, that right there, that distance is definitely curvature. And then you see like an entire city and it's obviously it looks like a quilt because it's flat as fuck. How does that not break the spell right there? The fact that I could see more ground because I increased my angle has nothing to do with the fact that
But break
there's
the
no
spell
8 inches per
of who?
mile squared curve or any kind of curvature anywhere, fam.
Elijah. Break the spell of whom? You talking about Sanic and these people?
No, I don't know what their deal is. I mean just normal
Because
people.
if you bring normal people and they hear our arguments, you can convince them pretty easy though. It's really easy. It's until they start listening to these idiots and their crazy arguments that
I agree.
There's nothing you can do to convince these people because now they are too invested in it. They have YouTube channels. They have let's say Sanic has called everyone a retard, a stupid person, whatever. And now to admit that he was wrong, imagine the hit that he has to take psychologically. Like he cannot afford that shit. None of these people that come and argue for the globe can take that kind of hit. So they will never change.
I think a lot of people have already made up their mind that they're not going to look at evidence and they're not going to weigh it out clearly. And all these wizards have to do is give them some sort of pseudo intellectual out, like the bending and warping of space time is what made us think that we lived on a ball, right? And classical relativity is what made us think that maybe it's the Earth that's spinning and not the universe. And maybe it's this refraction that keeps everybody, thinking that we're on the ball, even though the boats don't go over the horizon anymore.
The ballers have accepted certain truths, and there's no way they're gonna let them go. Once you accept these truths and fight for them, it's like Stockholm syndrome, you know. It's like you gotta deprogram them. It's very, very difficult. It's part of their identity.
One of the most crazy ones for me is the one that Ruhif says that you cannot have a horizon on two flat surfaces parallel to each other. That one is crazy to me.
They have to say stuff like that because the model dictates that they say it. I'm sure he knows that it's bull when he says it, but he
Do
has
you
to say
really
it.
think he knows his bull?
Ruhif, yeah, absolutely. Ruhif knows yeah, absolutely.
Do people say you can't have a horizon, or do they say that just you could have one, but stuff shouldn't go behind it?
No, you cannot have a horizon on two flat surfaces parallel to each other.
No, I think you'd
That
still
one,
have a horizon. It would be at eye level, regardless of the height you're at, and nothing would ever go behind it.
well, he says you cannot have a horizon on a flat plane. So,
well, that's what you mean by horizon, I guess. But I mean, the horizon would still exist. There would be an elevation at which it would just be sky, but nothing would go behind it. You wouldn't have buildings and ships and mountains and stuff half obscured by it. That's what I think, at least of the versions I've heard, that's what they mean. And I bet I'm having a shower.
Guys like Ruhif, they live in computers, they live in numbers. If they can mathematically do something, that's it. For them, it's proof. If it works on a simulation, or if they think about it and they can make a formula that works, that's good enough for them.
well, they don't realize that mathematically you can make Superman be like actually real, right? But it's not gonna become real. So, like you can
Exactly.
actually make the numbers for Superman, but it doesn't mean it's gonna uh, appear in existence suddenly.
Absolutely. What you do is you have an accepted model, you get rid of proof. You know, they've gotten rid of proof, right? There's no such thing as proof to the ballers.
For the anti-glovers, I would say um,
Well,
that those are the people who say that there's no proof
no, even
in
the
science.
ballers. Ask any baller. Is there any ballers here? Ask them if they have any proof, if proof exists for them.
Well, any baller that is here, it's an anti-flat earther. I consider that.
The thing that I find
If
amazing about these people. Sorry, I thought you finished.
one more thing, if they use any argument like level is curve and stuff like that, they are not glovers. They are anti-flat earthers.
Yeah, I mean, you get people in the chat saying, you know, science doesn't prove things, and then you'll get the very next globe asking for proof of a flat Earth. You're like,
Yeah, exactly.
You guys talk to each other, and then come to me when you've decided.
Yeah, do a huddle, get your shit together, and then come and talk to us. Because right now you're all over the place. You're looking very bad, ballers, like really bad.
See, do you remember? Like, I don't know, probably 7 years ago, probably 8 years ago, when they used to say the whole body of science proof the globe is the Earth is a globe. I don't know if
Oh
you
yeah.
remember that. They
I
used to
don't know
say
about
that shit.
7, 8 years ago, but that's Rumpus's favorite chant. The whole body of science, he used to say. Yeah, they don't say that anymore, do they?
No, not at
Now,
all. Not at all.
now
They
they
have
say,
modified their language.
yeah.
That's why I think they're disingenuous, right? You know, because I've been here for 8 years to know. I've been listening to them for 8 years to the point where now I know that they're disingenuous and they're not honest on this conversation because they have modified their language so much. You know.
But doesn't language change, or should we talk in olden day English? Or?
Well, if you were saying at the beginning the whole body of science proved the
It took
Earth is a
you
globe,
8
why would you
years.
change that?
It took you 8 years.
I'm so sorry, Silencer. Could you say that again? Someone over talked to me.
I said, if somebody said 8 years ago that the whole body of science proved the Earth is a globe, why will
Yeah.
you modify that?
What do you mean?
They don't say it anymore. Now they
You
say
mean
that science doesn't prove things.
who says
Yeah,
this?
let's ask you that question.
Globe is on Discord?
Do you believe that science proves things, or science
No.
cannot prove things? Let's start with that.
I don't, but I do want to understand what Silent Zero is saying. So you saying 7 years ago, Globers was saying one thing. Globers on Discord and YouTube said one thing, and now they've changed their language. So what?
Why?
That means
What do you mean? So
uncertainty.
what?
Uncertainty. Before you were certain.
Yeah.
The whole body
Yeah,
is
but
science. Now you're not
yeah,
that
but
certain anymore. What's up?
But these Globers on Discord, it's just old dudes on Discord. They're not actual
No, I'm
physicists.
talking
They're
about
not
Rumpus, the
survey.
same people, buddy.
Yeah,
I'm
but
talking about
Rumpus
the
is
same
just the
people.
old dude on Discord, though.
Oh
Rumpus
boy,
doesn't
you said that?
decide what
Oh, you're in
science has.
trouble now.
Bro,
Yeah, I said it, but it's the truth,
do you
though,
think?
right?
Do you think you have more presence in this conversation than Rumpus, than Sanic, than
What I'm saying
Ruhif?
is, this is what I'm trying to say. Rumpus, Ruhif, and Zanuck are guys on Discord. They don't work in the field. They're not out there deciding what the shape of the Earth is. We don't rely on them to believe Earth is a sphere. Whatever they say on Discord is their own personal opinions. They are speaking for themselves. They're not speaking for the whole scientific community. So you
Are
shouldn't
you
take
sure?
what they have
Have
to
you heard
say
a
that
lecture?
seriously.
Have you heard a lecture from Selskin lately, or any one of these guys? Are you sure?
Have I
Can
heard
I
a
pick
lecture
up
from
on
who?
that?
Have I
Can I
heard a
pick up
lecture
on
from
that?
who?
I challenge anybody here, okay? Now that we know what we know, right? We've been around for a while, right? We have certain knowledge. Just listen to a lecture from Selskin or any one of these PhD guys. You want to hear comedy?
Who?
When was the last time you heard a lecture? Anyone, pick any one of these guys. Any one of them.
But which guys? Guys on Discord or what?
No.
It's
PhDs.
on academia, bro.
Yeah.
Okay. Uh-huh.
And listen to a lecture. Listen to them talk about dark matter, black holes, relativity. Every word that comes out of their mouth, and I mean every freaking word, is not a fact. It's all assumptions, built upon
But
assumptions. I
what does
challenge you.
that have to do with what Silent Zero said? Like you kind of changing the conversation, Nessie.
Yeah, I would actually quite like to
It
get
does
back to that.
everything
Like
to do with it.
the I don't know if what we were talking about was old guys on Discord, basically, right? So that was the conversation. First of all, Shirality, sorry, I had a question to ask you, and then I wanted to just make a point. So, do you think that professional sports people regularly practice their craft?
Who are you asking me?
No, Shirality, just Nate. I think.
Oh.
Yeah, he just popped himself on mute and he's not talking.
You can't expect these guys to keep in practice. I mean, they have regular jobs. They just come on here and spout bullshit. It's up to you to use your discernment.
That's not really the point I was making. But I see what you're saying, Ricky. Shirality, so do you think professional sports people regularly practice?
Regularly practice these sports?
Yes.
Yeah, they have to show up for practice at least 3 to 4 times a week, I'm sure.
Well, it's not necessarily having to show up because they're contractually obliged to. It's practicing for a reason, right? So why are they doing that?
To make sure they're ready for game day, right? And make sure they're up to date with tactics and fitness and all these things.
Yeah, they're basically they're ready for action. Right? So who do you think is better at globe debating? The people on Discord or the people who write papers in the safety of their office?
People in Discord.
Discord,
Simple
100%. He doesn't have to
100%.
wait and think about it. It's a
100%.
no-brainer.
Of course, it's a no-brainer. So when he talks about like, oh, there's other guys out there. No. What is here is the best you have.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no like you're doing what I call the magic science man fallacy, right? Which is where I'm getting blown out in this debate, but there's a guy over there, over yonder, who would if he was here, he'd be smoking you, right? No, those guys are already here and are getting destroyed.
Every time someone's debated a real scientist, they didn't know what they didn't know what they were talking about. Like
I'm
they didn't
so sorry, Crypto.
even know what the other
Oh,
guy knew. Couldn't
that's
explain. I have to
correct.
get back. Did you really interrupt me?
Sorry, you broke down a little bit. I see. I apologize.
No,
That's
it was
Rakia.
Rakia. But if I broke down, that's a good reason that he interrupted me. It's so important. I might have been breaking up. Go ahead.
Yeah, you are breaking up, Rakia. I think you're roboting.
Did my mute button go on?
You are breaking up.
No, yeah. The thing is, you'll be muted, but we still hear your voice. It's weird, man.
Yeah,
But
you
sorry,
might
Crypto. So, Crypto, you were asking me something. I'm so sorry, man. Someone was talking to me.
I know. I mean, I feel like I already made my point. So you've got like professional
I
sports
missed it.
people, right? Well, professional sports people regularly practice their craft because they're the best at it, right? Whereas you appear to be making the argument that, well, you've got some guys on Discord and it's just their opinion, but there's guys in offices over yonder in MIT and all these other places where, if they were here, then they would totally be kicking your ass, kind of thing. No, actually, the best that you have for this debate is the Xanax and the Rumpuses. They are the best you have.
Yeah, that wasn't the point I was making, Crypto. I totally agree with you. Zanuck, Rumpus are the best at debating the shape of the earth. But what I'm saying is they are not professionals in the topics they are debating on. When Zanuck and Rumpus come in and talk about surveying, I don't think either of them have done any surveying in their life. They are really good at going onto Wikipedia or watching a YouTube video and then come in here and regurgitating that. But they don't have the actual practical experience. So for all we know, the stuff they're regurgitating could be wrong.
Yeah, but see, I think what people actually don't understand is that debating is itself a skill set, right? So it might be the case that Zanuck and Rumpus haven't got a fucking clue what they're talking about. I would actually agree with that because I've heard them talk. But when you're talking about debating itself as a skill, right, as distinct from the subject matter, they are the best you have, and it's like you could call them professional in the sense that they are competent debaters for sure. Most people here are so competent at debating that they could probably debate most people from an incorrect position and still win, and that itself takes skill.
I 100% agree with you. When it comes to debating the shape of the earth, Rumpus and Zanuck are professionals. I mean, I'm repeating myself now, but I agree with that point, Crypto. But that wasn't the point I was making, because it sounded like you were rebutting the point I made.
I did rebut the point.
Oh, okay.
Like you like it sounded like you were saying, well, okay, they don't have practical experience, therefore. Well, that doesn't. It's like we're in the field of debate here, so it doesn't really matter. Like, unless like if I was looking for 5 people to be surveyors, I wouldn't hire 5 debaters who debate surveying. I would hire 5 surveyors. Do you see the distinction there?
But hold on. The subject
let me just say this,
matters, right? And knowledge in the subject matters.
Not really. For them, it doesn't, because I don't know if it's Rakia or Essie, the one that is, they do like concrete flooring and shit. And we got people on the flat earth side, which they have work doing the, how you say that? How you say, Essie, the where you measure the like distance and stuff like that?
Surveying.
Surveying.
That's Rakia that does the cement work and that's Rakia.
All right, we have people on the flat earth who does those kind of jobs, and they just dismiss them as if their experience is not valid at all. So I don't know. I don't think your title or whatever matters to these people. Go ahead, Jeremy.
We got concrete layers, janitors, fucking garbage men and shit. What do you want?
And destroying them
I'm a truck driver. I drive sideways on the ball. Sometimes I'm upside down.
Yeah.
No?
I love it
but
when they
crypto.
say, "Oh, you're just a janitor. You're just a concrete layer. You're a garbage man." Yeah, but we seem to be whooping your ass every day. I mean, what's up, educated ones?
Yeah,
Go
but
ahead, Nate. What do you got?
the point I was making was in response to what Silent Zero was saying. He was saying that Xanax and Rumpuses were making certain claims 8 years ago, and now those claims have changed. And all I was saying is, so what if they change their claims? Whatever they say doesn't determine the outcome of the shape of the Earth. Maybe they change their claims to help them win debates on Discord. And that
but that was my point.
please let me finish. Please let me finish. Please let me finish.
Sorry.
Maybe they change whatever it is they're saying to win arguments on Discord. And maybe they're really good at arguing the shape of the earth on Discord. I'll give that to you every day of the week, Crypto. But that wasn't the point I was making. The point I was making is that they're not representatives of the general scientific community. What they say is what they say, and they speak for themselves and themselves only.
Yeah, but the general scientific community doesn't have consensus as well.
Let me just respond real quick. The point I was making is that these people are disingenuous, right? Because they were saying one thing and they contradict themselves nowadays. That was the point I was trying to make. I'm sorry that you, I don't know, misunderstood what I was saying.
Yeah, and what are you trying to ASMR us, Nate?
Did I come out? What's
Close to the mic.
I'm in the office, so I can't talk too loud. My bad.
No doubt.
What he's trying to say here is that Rumpus and these guys are irrelevant because they're just YouTubers, and that's what he's trying to say here. But the real knowledge is somewhere out there, the real truth, right, Nate?
That's my point. Thank you, Essie.
Yeah,
that's what I thought. But let me give you a news flash, bro. There is no real truth. You understand? To these black holes, dark matter, all this stuff that you think is settled, okay, is absolutely not settled. That's why I said before, watch a lecture. I just posted one. Listen to this guy talk. And if you believe one word that comes out of his mouth is scientific fact, bro, you have a problem. I'm sorry, man. But that's just the way it is.
All right.
You're going to tell me that this man can convince you that black holes exist?
Guys, can I get in? Can I get in? Someone's hot micing, by the way. I feel like Nate's not really fully appreciating my rebuttal. He's kind of just glossed over it a couple of times. These guys that you're referring to, the Magic Science Man fallacies, that they actually have specialist knowledge in narrow fields, right? But we're talking about what's quite a meta subject. So we're not talking about tribology, which is very narrow. Okay. It does speak to the point you're making. That's why I'm making it, right? So if you're talking about basically lubricants within bearings, okay, that's extremely narrow. But if you had a specialty which was like trucks in general, then that would have to encompass tribology. It would also have to encompass friction and many other elements to do with trucks. You'd have to know everything about engines. So what I'm saying is that the guys that you're pointing to, they're the narrow field specialists. Whereas the guys who debate this on Discord actually have a much broader, maybe shallower understanding of the subject. And so if you're talking about who are the experts in this field, i.e. the globe, it is the guys on Discord. Because the guys who are sat in offices, they have very narrow specialism. And so they actually wouldn't be the experts on such a broad field. That's what I'm saying, and hasn't been rebutted.
No, as you said, they have narrower but deeper knowledge, which makes them more of an expert in their narrow specialism.
Yeah, to rebut crypto. So, for example,
no, he's just said something. Nate, he's just said something to me. I have to. Yeah, but he's just spoken to me. Okay, you can do it after.
Giving Crypto and Nate 5 minutes, guys. We're gonna give Crypto and Nate 5 minutes. It's on Nate.
But I would before Nate does go ahead.
Just let Crypto and Nate hash it out.
But before Nate goes ahead,
you said.
Jeremy, 1 second, mate. Before Nate goes ahead, and I do want him to go ahead, I would invite anyone else who doesn't want a response from me to not address me with any questions.
Nate and Crypto hash it out, guys. We've been doing this shit for years. Give them 5 minutes. How's that sound? Can everyone control themselves or no?
Yeah, that's the way to do it. Fine. Let them go. Come on, guys.
I'm waiting for Nate to respond.
Oh yeah, what I was going to say is, for example, when people argue about planes not adjusting for curvature, who do you think would be more informed on that, Zanuck or an actual pilot?
Yeah, this is the point I was making that you still don't seem to have understood. Maybe I can make it better. Okay.
No, but could you just answer that question, Crypto?
Yeah, the guy with the specialist knowledge would be better at the specialist knowledge. Okay. Which was my point. That was my point, and you seem to be saying it back to me as a rebuttal to my own point.
So Zanuck would have more specialized knowledge on whether or not planes adjust for curvature as opposed to a licensed pilot.
No, I didn't. Now you're just straw manning me.
Yeah, what the heck,
man? Well, who would it be? Who would it be? Would it be Zanuck or the pilot?
He already answered
the guy with the specialist knowledge. So specialist knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, I gave you a more general answer because I felt like 3 or 4 examples were coming that were all going to be the same point, that would all have the same answer, which is that the guy with specialist knowledge would be better in that narrow sense. However, the thing that you're not appreciating, and that I think Parmesan, who spoke to me, isn't appreciating as well, is that Zanuck might have good surface level knowledge across 20 different fields, whereas you would need 20 different specialists to have deeper, specific subject knowledge on those matters.
Oh, that point I totally agree with. Yeah, but I never said anything close. Okay, and like I said, Crypto, I 100% agree with the point you were making, but that has nothing to do with the point I made.
No, it speaks directly to your point.
100%.
It speaks directly to your point. Yes, it does. Because
what was my point?
Because because you were saying that there's guys who are specialists in the field over there that would have better knowledge. Okay, that's nice, but the subject matter here is the broad subject.
Yeah, those words never left my mouth. People having specialized knowledge in certain fields. I never said any of that, Crypto. That's what I'm saying. You're not speaking to my point. That is a point you are making, and I 100% agree with you, but I never said anything close to that point. All I said was if Zanuck and Rumpus are on Discord saying something 8 years ago, and then today they say something different, so what? What they say doesn't change what the general scientific community has to say on a certain subject. That's all I said in response to what Silent Zero was saying.
Yeah, but your conversation with him is
the person. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, your conversation with him was your conversation with him. I don't really care about previous conversations. When we were talking, I addressed what I called the magic science man fallacy, and then I gave you a rebuttal to it, and you seem to be avoiding it.
No, I told you that I agree with you, Crypto. I even typed it in chat. I agree with the point you were making. But the point you are making is not speaking to what I was saying to Silent Zero, that's all. But I agree with you, Crypto. I do agree with you.
Very, very hollow. Right. So, does anyone else understand why Nate is missing what I'm saying?
You're saying Zanuck and Rumpus are basically the globe specialists.
Yes. 100%.
Nobody knows more. I would agree with that. Nobody knows more.
I agree with that. I 100% agree with that.
So then
these guys are the specialists. So when they say something,
they are the specialists. Yeah.
So when they say something about the globe, they're the specialists we should refer to.
If you want to, I mean, when
so
it comes
if they
to
said something 8 years ago, and now they're saying
no,
something
I disagree with that.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that, based on what Zanuck and Rumpus say, that's what the shape of the Earth ultimately is, or that's what the general scientific community agrees with. But I agree when it comes to debating the shape of the Earth, they are the specialists, right? I 100% agree with that.
So that's the point you're trying to make. Game over.
That isn't what I said.
Just to add this final point, if we took these globe Earth arguments to a cosmologist, they wouldn't know what the fuck we talking about. You guys would agree with me there, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter though.
Then we're on the same page. I don't see what the issue is here.
Wait, Nate.
The point I'm making, and I'm going to make it for the last time because I need to go, is that there's no point referring to these guys because they're not the specialists in what we're talking about.
I agree. I 100% agree, Crypto.
Fine, we move on.
Yeah, but I've been agreeing
Hold
with
on,
you the last 10 minutes. Like, I
who's
don't
the
get it.
specialist? Is Rumpus and Zanuck the specialist, or the other guys?
They are the specialists in debating the shape of the Earth.
Hey,
Definitely.
can I ask you a question? So you don't think the specialists on debating the globe or whatever, if they say something today, like a year ago, 2 years, whatever, and then they say the opposite thing today, you don't think that has relevancy to their to their person, to their argument?
It has relevance to their argument in terms of debating the shape of the Earth on Discord. It definitely does. And
Yeah.
I'm sure it's a tactic they use to win the debate on Discord.
All right. Oh,
But
hold on
that
there.
has no relevance once we
It
leave
does.
Discord.
It does because people listen to them and they modify how people think because of this argument. The arguments modify people, the way of people that people think. You understand this, right?
Then I would say people shouldn't take what Zanuck and Rumpus say as gospel. Because Zanuck and Rumpus, as I said, are not actual pilots or physicists. They're
And
good
we're
at
back.
reading Wikipedia and watching YouTube videos and regurgitating that in flat Earth debates.
Let me ask you
Once
something.
you leave
Are you
Discord,
sober
like a
or
little
you're
history
studying?
lesson?
you shouldn't be
No,
thinking
guys.
about what
You guys mind if I
Zanuck and Rumpus
interrupt?
say.
Well, just before you guys get in, do you guys understand what he's doing now? He's accepting my point and then not applying it to the other things he's saying.
Crypto, I've been accepting your point the last 10 to 15 minutes, but
Yeah,
your
I just
point
said
doesn't speak
that.
to what I'm saying.
And then not applying it to what you're saying, which is
Why should I apply it?
Because
It
it's
doesn't
true.
speak to the point I'm making. I agree with
What do
you,
you mean
Crypto.
why
Your
you
point
should
is
apply
true,
it?
but just
Yeah,
because your point is true doesn't mean it speaks to the point I'm trying to make. I'm making a totally different point, but I still agree with your point. I don't disagree with it. And the other point I'm making doesn't contradict the point you've made. I agree with you, Crypto. I'm conceding to you that I agree with you. I don't know what more you want from me, but I'm making a totally different point now.
But you're not.
That's all.
No, you're not, because you just
Never mind
said. Well, I've hopefully everyone else in the chat can see what's going on because I've tried to explain what's going on. Right? You're agreeing to my point on its face when I bring it up, because that's the obvious, honest thing to do, and I appreciate that. But then when it comes to applying that to further statements, you then decline to do so, right? So you're flip-flopping between two positions, as is convenient.
I don't know how you don't see this, Nate. Is there a problem with your following your own logic or what's going on here?
When you guys are done, I wanted to add something.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm done anyway.
All right, so I just wanted to give you guys a little history lesson because I was around in Flat Earth debate in 2015, and before QE showed up on the scene, he was hanging out with Robert Bassano and maybe a few other characters that I'm unaware of. But yeah, they kept saying to me over and over again, you have to disagree with all of science, right? And I didn't pick up on it because I didn't pick up on everything back then like I did now. Right, but when QE came around, he said, "Oh, science. Okay, I like science. What's your independent variable?" And then they were like laughing, like, independent variable? Like, you don't need an independent variable to do science. And they called him Independent Variable John, like making fun of the fact that he was saying, "You're claiming that you got science. Show me your science." Right? And they didn't actually have any science to show John, so all they could do was ridicule him and turn him into the quantum eraser that he is today. But that wasn't the only thing, right? They used to ask every day, how do you explain eclipses on a flat Earth? Until one day, I went and looked at a totality map, and I was like, how do you explain the diameter of the moon being only 70 miles across if the moon is 1/4 the size of the Earth? Right? Is light traveling at 90 degrees, or is it, bending around the moon like this diagram shows? Do you get to keep Eratosthenes, or do you get to keep the size of your moon because you can't have them both? Right? Either light travels at 90 degrees or it doesn't, or should I say 0 degrees parallel? I guess that's the correct way to say it. I've been corrected recently. So yeah, does light travel parallel or does it not? So do you want to keep the size of your moon or the shape of your Earth? Because you can't have it both, right? And now people don't come in here asking me about how does eclipse work, right? They know better now, right? That's not in the Globers' rhetoric anymore, because it's been removed from their rhetoric by flat earthers. And you'll see this all the time, because they used to say in early 2015 to mid 2015 that toilets flush backwards on northern versus southern hemisphere. Right, and that was like some sort of proof of the Coriolis effect. Well, they don't say that anymore. They say it was a myth, but I remember back when they actually used to use that argument. Thanks.
There you go. Everything that you're saying is 100% true.
What's
Absolutely,
wrong
and
with
I have a meme of a toilet flushing. No name. Absolutely true. Coriolis and toilet flushing, they used to say. Yes, sir.
So what's wrong with the moon's shadow being 70 miles?
The umbra? It's not wrong. It has to be precise. Like,
yeah,
it's
if you're
so
looking,
precise, like somebody went there with a magnifying glass to get that effect. That's what's wrong with that. It's like very convenient.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see an issue. I mean, it lines up and works out just fine with the umbra penumbra.
Oh, really? Do you have parallel rays? What kind
Sure.
of rays do you have coming down?
Nearly parallel rays.
Nearly parallel. You see the stuff you got to say? So if you have parallel rays, you can't have the
Nearly.
I got to check in here.
He has to say nearly.
Nearly.
He has to say nearly so that you can leave it open to move the goalpost to whichever side he wants.
Yeah, because he knows, Silent, what I'm going to ask him next, right? How can parallel rays make that effect? They cannot. They even show you themselves. The rays do not come in parallel to form the umbra. There's no explanation for that. That's why they have to say almost. Go ahead, tell us, Leftley.
It's in the chat. It's a pretty simple diagram.
Which chat?
Live one. Let's see. Yeah, live stream one.
Are you sure? Because I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, I put live stream one VC. I think I might have put it in the wrong one. You know, they've added a damn text chat that pops up.
No, it's in Livestream 1.
Then I'm probably somewhere else because I'm on Livestream 1. There it is. There it is.
Yeah.
Right. Now, you see the umbra?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when they explain the rays coming from the sun, they always say that those rays are parallel, right? That's how
yes.
Eratosthenes figured this and blah blah blah, right? But this, if they're parallel, this can't happen.
Well, it can. I mean, it depends on the size of the object. When you're talking about a stick, you're just looking at maybe a fuzzy edge on the edge of the shadow versus the moon, where you're going to see the umbra penumbra phenomena.
Yeah, well, you can believe that all you want, Left Lane. I just explained to you how that can happen. You either have parallel rays or not parallel rays. You can be a little bit pregnant. You know what
I mean,
I'm
if we
saying?
want to talk about the 5% and be absolute with our answer, I would just have to say they're not parallel, but they are nearly parallel.
Yeah, but there's no such thing, bro. It's either you're parallel or you're not. You can't be nearly parallel. You can't be nearly straight, right? You can't be nearly a man. Well, that's questionable nowadays, but you know what I'm saying? You can't have it both ways, bro.
Yeah, so what Skylane's actually posted here is impossible.
I know.
And then he leaves the chat. GG.
He was checking into a depot that he was pulling into. So
Fair enough then. I'll take it on. But it is interesting how you've got, like you pointed out, parallel and converging rays, or diverging rays, I guess, if the shadow's converging. and they just don't. They're just like, yeah, it's cool, it's parallel and and diverging, no problem.
Yeah, their specialty, bro, is to have. In order to be a baller, you have to be able to have two opposing thoughts in your head simultaneously and make it make sense to you. It has to be like that. Straight curves, up is down, down is all directions. It's part of the, yeah.
Yeah, what I love about this as well is that you've got this massive sun on the left-hand side, and it's right next to the moon, so it looks kind of, because the scale's completely fucked up. It says not to scale, but the implication is that those angles work because of the scale, and then they just put brackets not to scale and hope you just don't notice.
Yeah. Yeah. They don't realize the implications of their model. I mean, in order for certain things to happen, certain other things have to happen. And they can't just bounce back and forth between them, you know?
That's why you gotta pay attention when they use these words, right, Rakia? Nearly, almost, uh, you know, words that leave them open to move the goalposts in the argument.
Yeah, this is SC. I think Silent, I think you're the only one that can distinguish my voice with Rakia's.
I honestly,
Really?
I can't.
No worries, bro.
Sorry.
No
All you
worries.
Canadians sound the same.
Make no doubt, this is Rakia here. I talk like this.
Yeah, like I don't sound that ridiculous. I mean, you should be able to distinguish my voice from his.
Yeah, because I talk like this all the time. I don't ever get aggravated like SE does.
I guess you know what it is. I think is that because you both use kind of the same arguments and argue the same way, that I guess I get confused by
No
who's
worries.
arguing at that point.
Yeah, so ask them this question, Silent. Next time you come to this argument, ask them, your sun, right? Your sun is what? A sphere, right? Just like a light bulb, right? Now, a sphere, can a sphere produce parallel rays? Think about that.
No, he can't.
Exactly. Didn't take you long, right?
No, it's a really simple answer. He cannot. Every
so
single line that goes, and they even use this argument. Why the fuck they don't understand it when they say that you don't have no more level? Because every vertical on every part of the globe is different to it, in relation to the other one.
Yeah,
So
every single point from that ball shoots out in a different a vector, shall we say.
Exactly.
So it dies, their thing dies right at the sun. Right at the sun.
I was watching a couple of videos on refraction or mirage. I can't remember. I'll have to go back in my history to find it, but they were saying the same thing about about the target that you're looking at. That if you're looking at a house, the light coming off from it is coming off in 360 degrees. It's going in every direction.
Yeah.
Which is not parallel, right?
Yep, that kills their argument right there. If they tell you umbra, penumbra, if they tell you Eratosthenes with the stick, you just tell them your sun is a sphere. Can you have parallel rays? And just watch them fumble and stumble. And I heard another nice one, which I've said before. Who was saying it? Was it Demok? Can a shadow cast a color? I've been saying that for the moon. When there's a moon, what do you call it? When there's an eclipse of the moon, the shadow turns red. I ask you guys, and shout out D-Mock. I've been saying that for a long time. Can you have a red shadow?
Right. How does a
I
shadow
have
glow
never
red? Because they
experienced
tell you
that.
it's a shadow. They tell you it's a shadow, but it glows like the color of blood before it coagulates.
Yeah. How is that possible? Has anybody here ever seen a red shadow? Or any color besides black? Lack of light?
Oh, they got an excuse though. You know, don't be fooled.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
They have an excuse. So the interesting thing is that they've always got something to rebut. Like, and the rules are, it doesn't have to be true. It just has to be somewhat believable, right? That's the rule that
Exactly.
these guys are playing by.
And tying back
So,
to our other thing with crypto and Kosho, that's where the the sphere scientists that we have here, that's where these guys come in and make up the bull. All this sophistry is from them. So yeah, you think Neil deGrasse Tyson stands a chance at debating any experienced flat earther? He'll
oh
get
no.
torn to shreds.
It wouldn't even have to be Witsit. It wouldn't even have to be Witsit to tear him up, you know?
No.
What if he prepared for the argument? You still think he wouldn't make it?
I challenge him. Open challenge. Me and
Yes,
Neil deGrasse Tyson, or any
he's
one
had
of us here.
challenges since 2015. He hasn't responded.
Yeah, they
Well,
won't come.
to use the sports analogy again, Nate, would you consider? Let's just say that you have two footballers of equal ability. One guy has only ever done training, and another guy has done training and matches for the last 5 years. Which one do you think is going to perform better?
I'm so sorry. Could you say that again? Yep.
You got two sportsmen of equal ability, right? One has only ever gone to the training and he's never played any matches. The other guy has done training and also played matches for the last 5 years. Which one do you think's going to win?
The one with the match experience.
Yeah, exactly. So hopefully you can apply that to this scenario.
Yeah, but I'm just asking if they prepped for the argument. Do
Yeah.
you think they would stand a chance? No.
Preparation is the training.
See, the thing is, we got so many contradictions.
Neil deGrasse Tyson right now, not to sound big-headed, but right now, as I'm sitting in my living room, without any preparation, if he comes on right now, I'll debate him right now on black holes and dark matter. Right this moment.
Yeah, my point is that you're battle hardened. You've got experience. You've been doing this for years. He isn't, and that's why he would get destroyed. Yeah.
Agreed. Yeah, not because I'm special. It's that he won't know where we're gonna. He won't have a clue on the stuff that we're gonna lay at him. He won't have a clue.
What if he watches flat Earth debates on YouTube and sees all the arguments? He still wouldn't have a clue.
He'll have a clue, but it'll end up like what we do to Rumpus and Kosho and Zanuck. He'll end up saying stupid shit like that. I guarantee you, I'll make him say stupid shit.
Link him up to Professor Dave. Give him a heads up.
Yeah. Like what if he saw some Professor Dave or Nathan Oakley videos and saw? But I hear you, Essie. I hear you.
No, I think I'm pretty sure that Neil deGrasse Tyson already knows how to insult people, so I don't know what he would learn from Professor Dave.
I would love to debate that trick, Professor Dave. Oh man,
they will never debate because imagine Neil deGrasse Tyson, the position that he has, debating against a flat earther and then getting destroyed by a flat earther. He loses everything. He can people with PhDs and all this stuff, they will never debate a flat earthers, right?
Can you imagine debating one of those astronauts that went to the moon? The guy that didn't know.
I'd love to get a hold of that twin guy, the guy whose wife is like the gunshot victim. I would love to debate that guy because the way that he dismissed, like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, okay. Not only
what do you
look
mean
like
the radiation belts? I don't think we went through them. Like, imagine debating a guy like that, man. That's why they keep him away from here. You mean you didn't know about the Van Allen radiation belt, sir? An astronaut? You didn't know about the Van Allen radiation belts, and you claim you went to the moon. Sir, it's game over.
Yeah, I just want to say I feel pretty confident after debating like here and there, like cosmologists, and asking them questions like, do dark matter and black holes, do they exist in the same universe, or are they competing theories? And they go, yeah, they exist in the same universe. They're not competing theories. It's like, oh, so you're telling me that gravity sucks so bad that you need dark matter and black holes to make gravity work at the galactic level? And they're like, oh.
Didn't a yoga teacher put out a challenge to Neil 6 or 7 years ago?
It was an open letter, right? And he was asking like some of the questions that QE asked, right? Allegedly, Dave, with this open letter, was like 12 or 15 questions that, was to Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he never responded, unfortunately.
I've heard Neil deGrasse Tyson say there's no sense in debating flat earthers because, it's the proof is there already. Imagine that. Imagine the arrogance of a man saying that.
Well, Zanuck says there is no proof, so apparently these guys aren't on the same page.
Yeah, they all say there is no proof. All of them. Nate, there any proof? Is there any proof in science, Nate?
So
that's
like
why I say, why matters what they say. If they believe that there's no proof, then whatever they believe that the Earth is a globe or whatever, not proven. So who cares what they think?
Yeah, they're in big trouble and they know it. It's very hard to support the model. Very, very hard.
Well, I feel sorry for him having to back up what Neil deGrasse Tyson says, because he says like a football game was won and lost over a field goal because of the Coriolis effect. Like they're taking like they're taking away like all the training that football player did and saying that he won or lost because the Earth is spinning. And it's like, wow, dude. And then they don't back them up on that shit. Like they hate Neil deGrasse Tyson. The anti-flat earthers, they hate him.
Oh, they threw him
I
under
was
the
gonna
bus.
say that. Yeah. Go ahead.
Can I ask Nate if I can see Earth curve from ground level?
No, he's dropped out.
Oh, he's gone. Oh,
Yeah,
they don't stay very long these days. They've been switching back and forth. But they don't stay long. Like tag team wrestling.
Yeah, tapped out early this time.
Yeah, I think maybe I changed my mind actually about something I said earlier. Actually, maybe Neil deGrasse Tyson and the rest do actually watch these debates, and they find it hilarious to put out some dumb shit that they know a bunch of idiots online are now going to have to defend.
Yeah, just the fact that we caught their attention should tell you everything you need to know.
Yeah, when the government is asking like specifically like, what are we going to do about this fake news and flat earth, they weren't talking about CNN, right? They were talking about like janitors and pizza guys like asking questions about cosmology, like, oh no, you can't ask questions about cosmology, it's settled science.
That's right.
A few of us were having this discussion in this VC maybe a year ago. I think Gio was there, definitely Witsy and a few others were there. And we were saying like, who actually is it in the FE community that they're even listening to? I mean, you've got obviously your Jeranisms and you've got a few of the other kind of big YouTubers, let's say, from that perspective. But outside of that, you've got 24/7, really. You've got this place, you've got a few others. There's not that many places to go, really. And if they're talking about it at that level, then they must have interacted with us in some way. And so that's kind of interesting to think that we're constantly dismissed as this kind of irrelevant community. Well, we're an irrelevant community that seems to be paid attention to by people in government who
exactly,
want to
bro. We're causing the waves. Yeah. Well said. That's right. Yep. We're bringing the argument, so that means they're listening to us in one way or another. Yeah. Not not directly me, you, but I mean in general. Yeah.
No, but my point was that it might be me and you, like, because there's not many other.
Yeah. Yes. Agreed. Yes. So janitors and garbage men and concrete layers are making a difference in the cosmology? Wow, you would never thought that, right?
Well, I mean, we keep getting told that we're not, but somehow we are. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, imagine now. Just think of this now, right? It's big enough that Congress, or was it the Senate? I think it's a congressional hearing they had with that woman from YouTube, had to do a session with Congress where she promised that she would do something about this. You guys are aware of what I'm talking about?
Yep.
Yeah, I've seen the clip.
Yeah, I am. They're asking what you're gonna do about misinformation like flat Earth and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And she
So
said they're working on it.
Project Veritas released a blacklist, and I would recommend that everyone downloads that blacklist. And we should always pay attention to the things that they don't want us to see, they being the hierarchy enslaving you.
Yeah, this is a very interesting time we're living in, you know? I don't think there's ever been a time like this ever, where so many people in all parts of the world can share information together. It's they're up against the wall, I think.
Well, you can have so many people across the world united pretty much instantly, can't you, SC?
Yeah, and that's why me personally, I'm so happy they're destroying the educational system with all this gender shit and all. Like they're making schools to have no, to lose validation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
eventually, go ahead.
Yeah, they're making a rod for their own backs, pushing some of these agendas. You know?
Yeah, they're going against biology and everything. That's gonna open the door for us, I guess, in the future to to enter those fields and demonstrate how what they've been teaching about cosmology and all this shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bunch of crap.
It is actually interesting, Silent, to see, especially over the last couple of years with what everyone's been going through. You know, initially, straight off the bat, so many people just kind of accepted it because they thought it was going to be, very short-lived. But now it's dragged out, for so long with massive lockdowns across the world, with millions of people, losing their livelihood and businesses and being told what to do, when to do, how to do it. People are kind of getting, fed up with that sort of thing. And, like you mentioned, these other things that they're trying to push, with, what do you want to call it, the transgender kind of thing and, a few other kind of issues. People are really starting to push back. And you are hearing rumblings from people that you generally wouldn't have heard about. People are fed up to the back teeth with it. And I think they pushed a little bit too hard, and now they're paying the consequences for it. Right? They're realizing that people are prepared to push back a little bit.
Yeah, I mean the problem, I think, it starts when you have doctors now saying that a man can have a baby and shit like that. A doctor, right, who's supposed to be not caring about feelings of on the person, but the biology, right? When you hear stuff like this, then that's when people start opening the eyes to what the hell is going on. What are they teaching these people? What's going on?
Yeah, this woke movement is a double-edged sword.
Maybe they've created the woke movement to get the right reaction they want from people.
Yeah.
Well, I've been kind of keeping a little paying attention to American politics recently. There's a midterm election coming up. Morning. And what I've been seeing is that I think there's a shift right now where the pendulum is swinging back to the right because all these leftists, like Candace Owens, they're seeing like some things that's making them scratch their heads. And when they dig into it, they're like, well, this is all bullshit. I almost said shit. I don't remember that. So I think that in America, like the pendulum is swinging back to the right now, and it's really going to cause a disturbance in the force on the left when they realize what happened, because they went too far too fast, right? Because I remember, born in '82, when I watched TV, Ricky and Lucy had their own beds, right? And now I can't even watch Mr. Robot with like 2 or 3 episodes into it. A couple of dudes are like bumping uglies. It's like, what is this doing on TV? Can I not just watch a movie about hackers or a TV show about hackers without this being shoved down my throat?
Bro, Star Trek. They're putting gay people in Star Trek, neutral gender people in Star Trek. It's like everywhere. Everywhere you look, the woke movement is upon us.
Yeah. It's not even TV shows, though, SC. It's advertisements everywhere you look. All the advertisements now.
Yeah.
It's everywhere. It's just infesting every single corner, and it's disproportional. It's disproportional.
But
if you looked at some of the shows and some of the adverts, you would think that our society is made up of 50-50 gay and lesbian people and transgender people, and
the
rest of us, and it's not that way at all.
But that's why I say it's that this is a good thing, right? Because conservatives usually we don't actually care. We don't say anything to the people. We let them be. But it's good that they're going full on crazy, so that people open their eyes and go like, all right, this is obviously too much. Like this, have you guys seen this video of the teacher in Texas saying that you shouldn't be calling people that abuse kids pedophiles? Like that's offensive. Like now they're going that far. You know what I'm saying? And when I see this, I'm like, just keep it going, keep it going.
Yeah, they don't realize that they're doing harm to themselves. A lot of people are going to get hurt in the process, but if they continue like this, people are going to say, what the hell, man? These guys were right. They're freakaloids. Like 1% of the population.
Sorry.
1% of the population. And I'm not against gays or lesbians. It's the freakaloids that's the problem. Not the gays or the lesbians. They've been part of our society for thousands.
And all this, yes, and all this, Essie, is connected to the educational system, which, again, I think is gonna bring it down. It's gonna, yeah, how you say the power that it has is gonna. All this that is happening is gonna make the educational system to lose validation. There it is. That's the word I was looking for.
Absolutely.
To lose validation.
People see this and they're gonna say, I don't want my children being taught that. That's not what I signed up for. Absolutely, yeah.
So I just want to point out that, like, John Lennon said that if you people wanted peace, you'd have peace, but instead you want a TV, so you have TVs, right? And I think he was alluding to the indoctrination that the television gives you, right? And the straight up brainwashing that it provides. Because if you wanted peace, right, you wouldn't have a TV and you would have peace instead. So I really do think we are served that which we deserve. So if you get a ticket from an officer, right, and he makes a mistake, and you don't call out the mistake in the paperwork, and you just say, "Oh, I'll just agree to, pay the tax," and you pay the fine or the tax or whatever, well, that's kind of on you because you didn't correct your public servant and correct his mistake and educate him so that he never does it again, right? So if we're not like pushing back against the system and saying, "Hey, we don't want this shit," like what they're doing in Florida, like the so-called like anti-gay bill, which it's not really anti-gay, but I'm just saying that because you guys know what I'm talking about.
That's the woke thing. That's the woke thing.
No, in Florida, they're doing it to where you can't talk about children like kindergarten through 3rd grade about sexual education.
Yeah, they're fighting the woke movement. Exactly.
That's what he's saying is how it's being characterized is woke.
Oh,
not what it actually is. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. There's so many people like that are like pushing back against this leftist like woke movement, because I think if you go woke, you go broke, right? Because what these people are, these leftists are authoritarians, and I think most liberals that are in this leftist movement, if they were to like actually sit down and educate themselves just a little bit, they'd realize that they're liberals, and they'd rather be on the side of the fence where that's none of my business, rather than on the side of the leftist authoritarians saying your underwear and what you do and your sex and your gender and your, you know, sexuality, all that is my business, right? I think most classic liberals would come out of the leftist movement if they were to realize that this is authoritarianism. Thanks.
I just want to make a quick comment on all this. Like, have you guys noticed that they've totally like stolen our narratives, like the labels and everything? Like, we were pushing red pill, which is like dissolving the system, and now red pill is about like dating or something, and like masculinity, and and then being woke is now been stolen by the left. Then, as if like some kind of comedic version of posturing. And what's like another one? Like they stole Karen, right? Like Karen was essentially like calling bullshit on like Hillary supporters because they were acting out like crazy people. And now they're doing this like reverse Karen thing where they're using Karen on Republicans or like right leaning people. Like they did literally just steal everything that we come up with like 3 years later and try to like reverse it.
Yeah,
That's a very good point, man. Yeah.
the
Well
deceivers
said.
certainly watch and they certainly listen to everything we say. Make no mistake about that, because they hone their bullshit around what we say and what we write.
Well,
I'm
they have no
absolutely sure.
creativity. They're leader followers, right? And if we're putting out all the energy, they're just going to flip it around and pretend like it was their idea later.
That's
Right.
exactly what the globe earthers do to us when we say, hey, how come we can see, you know, the horizon 10 times too far? They say, oh, refraction, drop the mic, we won. And it's like, no. At the point where you say refraction, what we were saying years ago, right? At the point where you repeat our argument back to us, we've won, because if you're measuring the horizon, you're not measuring the distance of the horizon based on some geometric Earth curve. You're measuring the distance of the horizon based on the atmospheric conditions and other variables and factors of the day or the hour or the minute that you're measuring. It's just a snapshot, right? Like, just like when you go get your blood test early in the morning before you wake up, you don't have anything to drink, you rush into the doctor, hurry up and wait, and then you get a snapshot of your nervous self getting a blood test, right? But when you go home, you drink some water, you relax, and your blood pressure is like way different. But what does the doctor say? Oh, you got high blood pressure. He didn't ask, are you nervous? Are you stressed? What's going on? He just said, you got high blood pressure. Please take this medicine, right? And that's the exact same thing that's going on with the with the horizon. You measure the distance to the horizon. It's just a snapshot of what it is that exact moment that you measure it, and it doesn't prove anything. And when they say refraction, we are actually the ones dropping the mic because they're repeating our argument back to us.
Do you know how they win that argument? By saying this, and Rumpus has said it a long time ago, and a couple of people say this. They say if you have the right conditions, you have a telescope powerful enough, in the right conditions, you can see your own ass, right? When they say stuff like this, they give themselves a open to at any point that you show a picture that is more far or whatever, just to claim that it has the perfect conditions for refraction. You know, so they create an unfalsifiable model when they say stuff like this.
And another thing they'll do, like especially at Gym Pandas, they'll show you like refraction working using like, what is that really cold stuff? Liquid nitrogen or something like that. Right. And they show the extreme temperature causing us to see something, but isn't there a lot of like gas coming off of there? And if there's so much gas coming off there, wouldn't those gas particles interfere with the light, causing the light to like move around the obstruction? Right, but they don't tell you any of it.
When you have like an extreme cold, you're essentially absorbing all of the condensation in the air. You know, if you ever dealt with like an air conditioner, you know that the pipes that are cold, they get really wet and they start dripping, and there's a drip pan. So there's a lot of like interactions happening when you're using something really cold like that. That could certainly make an effect that, you know, you can see, yeah, you're going to see a little bit around the corner because you're creating like a completely new medium there. Like it's
Right.
totally unnatural.
But the fuckery is that they're saying that this is analogous to long distance. How could temperature extremes be analogous to distance?
They are not, my man. It's just like this example.
Right. They just say it's a proof of concept. No, it's not. It's not a proof of
No, it's not.
concept at all. All it is, you're
I've seen,
demonstrating that you can see around the corner when you put liquid nitrogen on a cylinder.
I've seen no evidence that refraction on the basis of the rule and not the exception actually makes you see further. It's literally the opposite of what's true. Refraction is a
Yeah,
property of distortion. If you look up refraction, it's a property of distortion. You see less. It is less information. You do not get more information because of it. Period.
Okay, so can you, let's see, unpack that a little bit? So the observations that I've made, I would say across the board there is refraction, but there's a difference between something that's simply distorted in terms of what somebody might say is blurry, as opposed to an inverted image like a mirage. So the mirage obviously is refraction. But I would also say that the target that is compressed and distorted is also refraction. It sounds to me like you wouldn't make that concession. So I'm just kind of curious if you can unpack.
Well, there's 5 different types of refraction. So what do you mean by refraction?
There's 5 different type categories, but it's all refraction.
I'll answer it very quickly. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You're seeing something, but you're not seeing the original information. You're seeing a distorted version of that information. So it's not a 1-for-1.
You're breaking up for me.
It's kind of like evolution. You're not gaining information, right? It's the information that's already there, and you can either see the same amount or less of it, like in the skunk bait, where things disappear from the bottom up. It's not because of curvature. It's because of atmospheric turbulence, or what you guys call refraction.
All right, Riggs, so I can't remember how you said it when you were talking about seeing farther. So the way that I started to say this now is, if I could go back with the knowledge that I have now, if I could go back to 2017 and I heard somebody say, we see too far, I would say, actually, no. The way that you need to think about this is, why am I not seeing as far as I should in this observation? Because that can be 100% demonstrable due to refraction. Now, I've seen targets far removed into the distance, and it almost looks as though I'm looking over more surface. So the appearance of it is different than when I have an inferior mirage. In an inferior mirage, very often the surface is shorter and the target is brought closer to me. But in the one that there's no inferior mirage, the target is distant and removed, smaller, and there's farther surface over which I'm looking. So I would say that both of those are instances of refraction. But again, I don't. It might be too far away from when you first originally said.
What I'm trying to be discreet about is that, the discrete point I'm making is that refraction is a property of distortion. If you're looking across a column of air and there's maybe like 5 different things happening, there's different swells of air, there's like different, they're going in different directions, one's thicker than the other, there's a hotter portion where there's evaporation coming up. Like, each of those are you're compounding my point, essentially. What I'm just saying is that distortion makes you see less because by definition it's just less information. Now, it could be different, it could be discernible to some extent. I'm just saying that in discrete form it is less information. Now, obviously, if there's really dry, clear conditions, you're going to see far as fuck. and that's because there's less refraction, there's less distortion, right?
Yeah,
Not to
I
say
don't
that you
know.
can't, not to say that
I'm
you
going to
can't,
agree.
They don't agree with that. Hold on, they don't
not
I'm
agree
that
going
with
you
that.
can't
to.
make out some things if things are
They
being
say when it's
refracted.
clear,
You're not
you can't see as
getting
far.
discrete information. You're getting distorted information.
Well, hold
Well,
on.
I would like
They
to
don't
agree
want.
with. I want to agree with Travis on something he said. It's not the black swan that you need to present and demonstrate and explain. It's the ones that have obstruction that you need to explain.
I've explained it many times. How does
Well, I
light
mean,
work?
I've heard a lot of talk about it, but I've never ever seen anyone diagram it out and describe and demonstrate in a closed setting how that would work.
It's
Right.
really
So
simple. The curvature of the Earth is blocking the view.
Yeah, that's from our side, right?
right,
Yeah,
even though we shouldn't be
that's
able
what
to
it is.
see any of Chicago, the fact that we can't see the city streets prove that the Earth is a globe. Even though Chicago was built over a swamp, and they actually made a bathtub for the buildings to build it in, just like they did for 9/11. I mean, I'm sorry, the Twin Towers. There's like a bathtub where they blocked off the swamp, and the street view is so low, it's actually below, I guess, what you would call lake level. But just ignore that. It has to be curvature. That's the reason why you can't see the street level. It has to be.
Or ignore the compression that happens bottom up all the time on things like boats and shit. You can ignore that too and call it globe curvature. That's another one.
Yeah, I've explained it clearly. Like, if you have an atmosphere, right, and you're looking at buildings from Michigan, you're looking at Chicago, you're not actually seeing the buildings. Obviously, the light is reflecting off the buildings. And according to these people, the light is traveling toward your eye in like particles, right? So these particles, like BB shots, they're traveling towards your eye. But light doesn't travel like a bullet, like a ray, like a collimated beam of light. It actually travels more like a shotgun, where it's like spreading out in all directions. That's the natural physics of light. Please look up the inverse square law. Now, when you compound this with an atmosphere, right, as the light bumps into the particles, it spreads out even more. Think about what an underground swimming pool looks like at night when you're under the water and there's a light on the other side. It looks like it's a huge light, but then when you swim to the other side of the pool, and you actually drain the water and take out the bulb, the light is actually very, very small, right? So this is what's happening when the light bounces off the buildings. It's headed your way, but just like if you turn a laser, you tape it on, and like a little cat laser, like for cats, like one of them $5 ones. If you set it on the ground, the beam is going to go across, but eventually it's going to spread out and start hitting the floor, right? Because the beam is spreading out in all directions, one of those directions is down. And as it cuts off, right, because it's hitting the floor, in this case, the light would be hitting the water, those photons never actually hit your eye because they bounce off and go somewhere else. And this is what makes it appear like something's disappearing from the bottom up. And anyone can look at the Skunk Bay GIF that I'm always posting in here, and they can see that this is what's going on. This is exactly what's happening.
I believe that light travels through your eye. That's just me.
Yeah, light just doesn't travel in perfect collimated beams. Like, even if you have lasers and you're trying to do it, it's still going to spread out. It's just the physics of light.
I think you see things being illuminated by light. Doesn't mean that light is bouncing to your eye.
And by the way, it took me like a year and a half of studying the physics of light to figure that out. Because I was really perplexed for a long time. Like, how the fuck do I know if these guys are telling the truth or these guys are telling the truth? And it's like the more I studied and the more I learned about light, which I don't know shit, let me be the first to say. Anybody who is in here claiming they understand light, get fucked. Because none of us could understand,
I
other
mean,
than time, it's the most like convoluted subject in the world.
I mean, I hear a lot of explanations that are, and I don't mean it in a bad word, but deviant explanations that really don't comport to the things that are professed to be known about light and how it works. And that sort of makes your explanation sort of obscure and difficult to prove.
No, I told
like
you how to prove
Travis,
it with a laser
But
light.
you,
What are you
but
talking
you
about?
have the right
Travis,
explanation, right? That's
Well,
like
it.
I
Travis,
said you could test it out
like,
with a laser light, bro. What are you talking about?
well, Travis operates his endeavors within the realm of like Andrew Thomas Young, and the way he talks about light working and drawing lines to the object that you see displaced, and considering that line represents a ray of light is pretty intuitive, and has, you know, it seems to me that it's a good explanation.
Right.
Yeah, but it doesn't comport with the inverse square law, which says that any radio signal, including a light bulb, right, as it spreads out, every time you double the distance, right, it decreases intensity, right? Why does it decrease intensity of the signal strength?
I don't think the inverse square law would have anything to do with observations over the surface of
Of course.
the
Okay,
Earth.
so if you don't know the answer, I'll tell you. The reason that the signal strength is, going down by 4 times every time you double the distance is because the signal is spreading out in all directions, no matter what the source is. If it's a flat antenna or a spherical antenna, the signal strength is going to be diminishing because of the signal density, because it's spreading out. Now, this is the basic understanding of what light does. I mean, if you go too far
You're
away
talking
from your
like in a
city,
cone, right? You're talking like in a cone.
no, I'm talking about light in general, whether it's a
Yeah,
So
radio
I
signal.
mean, so if you
I'm
can see
asking
a
you
boat off in
for
the
the day.
distance, I mean, what
Give me a second, left
what
leg.
does that have to do with seeing the boat?
Does everybody,
Give me a second. I'm trying to
Right.
understand his
So,
argument.
see those rockets that hit the
Yeah, go
moon
go ahead.
silent.
recently?
Go ahead, silent.
Or that rocket or whatever that hit the moon? Did you guys see that recently?
Can you give me a second? I'm trying to understand what he's saying. You're saying from the point of origin, even if it's a laser, because I think I know what you're talking about. It goes out like in a cone, right? And it starts spreading away so
Right.
much with the distance, right? Is that
Yeah, they
Right.
what you're
call that
saying?
diffusion.
So if this light diffusion is next to a surface like a ceiling or a floor or a body of water, when it's diffusing in all directions, meaning spreading out in all directions, one of those directions is down. So if you got a laser and you tape it on with the buttons on, you put it on the ground, it's a perfectly flat floor. After, 100 feet, the laser is going to spread out and it's actually going to start hitting the ground, even though in the beginning it was parallel to the ground. But because of the basic physics of light, the way that it spreads out, it can't do that. It doesn't travel in collimated beams like we're talking about, G-force NVIDIA cards, right? That's just how they do it, to make things look good on computers. But there's actually other things in there besides the beams that make the light attenuation work out like it's supposed to. So it's not just ray tracing. There's more going on in your video card than just, perfectly collimated rays.
Yeah, but the rocket, did you guys see that hit the moon or whatever it was? I was just flipping through YouTube and I started seeing random videos from many different sources of the same thing happening.
Post
And
the video. Post the video.
okay, hold on. I think I posted one earlier.
Yeah,
I'm not even sure. I'm
I
not.
saw that. It was like a couple weeks ago. I saw that too. It actually had sound with it. You could actually hear the impact.
Well, that's ridiculous. How the fuck could you
Yeah,
hear sound?
it's pretty crazy.
I'm not even sure the moon's terra firma, but that's just me. So, Larry, you strongly disagree with Austin then?
I've seen clouds on the moon before.
Excuse me. The light's not traveling
Yeah,
at all.
no, I don't disagree with Austin. I'm explaining this to them and their worldview so that they understand their own world. Because, okay, there's a proverb: in order to blow a room up, you must first step into the room, right? This is like an old proverb I've heard, right? So I'll often jump into other people's worldviews, and even though I don't necessarily believe it, I'll make the argument in their worldview. Because if I start talking like Austin, they're automatically going to shut me down and go, well, you don't understand. Ether has nothing to do with this, and light isn't a particle. What are you talking about? It's a particle, but it's not a particle, but it is a particle.
Exactly.
So I
Yeah, I
just
think
avoid all
that's a
that.
good answer. Yeah, good answer, dude.
I just avoid
sometimes
all
we
that
learn
extra
from their
minutia,
actions.
and I just step into their shit and blow their shit up, and then step back out.
Hey, Hank,
Well,
how's
you
it going,
pretend
brother?
like you blow their shit up.
Hank, that's a
I
page
don't
out
ever
of
do that.
it's a page out of my
Yeah.
book too, right? Because a lot of times I'll try to lend from someone else's axiom that I'm speaking to, so that I can, get a point across, even though I might believe it's a standing wave. I'm going to sit here and call it a fucking atom so that we can continue the conversation far enough to get to this other point. And then we can go back and talk about how it might not be an atom and it might be a standing wave later. You know what I mean? But yeah, I agree. That's a good way to keep their eyes from glazing over
Well,
right in the middle of a new
why would
idea.
you move in the conversation if you don't agree with the premise though? Isn't that just stupid to do that?
I think that would be
So
subjective. It would be
I'm
stupid if
making an
you
argument,
understanding
right?
largely.
So let's use our friend shit, I forget your name. The California guy who grows the weed. What's his name?
That's Grim V.
Grim. Yeah.
Mr.
Okay. So
Grim.
if I'm talking to
Hey,
Grim,
what's
I
up,
know he's
Hank?
not a Christian, right? Yeah. I'm sorry, Grim. I forget your name. I'm terrible with names. But let's say that I'm talking to Grim. I know he's not a Christian, so I'm not going to appeal to Christianity in order to make an argument. I'm going to go a little more agnostic with my form of argument to fit his worldview. That way, I don't shove him into the Christian versus agnostic debate, because that's not where I'm trying to go with my argument. I'm trying to go directly to the argument and circumvent his, let's say, discrepancies with my worldview or
Bias.
programming or
Yeah.
whatever you want to call it to
Get
get to
around
the
my
meat of
bias.
the potato. I read his bio.
Exactly.
But
It's less
that's a
confrontational, isn't it?
problem though, because then your argument, you're diluting your argument just to fit his worldview though.
No, it's intelligent
Where
because what
your
it is,
original
hold on a
argument, if
second.
you use the own things that you believe, maybe is stronger. You know.
At least at least the other way, you won't even open the door to the conversation because you started off with the words that they don't use from their axioms. So you're starting off already with the first sentence is already shutting them down mentally and putting up blocks. At least what he's doing this way, it kind of takes their defenses down and then allows the conversation to start. At least, you know what I mean?
But
That's a good
that's
way
what
of
I'm
putting it.
saying. Why is the conversation worth if you're not gonna actually believe
I'll
in the
explain it
argument
to you.
you're making though?
I'll explain it to you, bro. I've been around for a long time, and I've been known to do the gotcha because I'm an INTP, right? Which means I'm really good at like spotting discrepancies or contradictions. So I get people in a gotcha all the time, not because I'm good at it, but because people are always, speaking out of both sides of their mouth, right? So when people, especially Globers, are like debating me, I'd imagine there's just a little bit of hesitancy because, oh my God, this is Hank Hill, right? I better, be on my P's and Q's and dot my I's and cross my T's, right? So what I try to do is I try to lure them, how do you say that? Lure them into a bit of a sleep, right? So that they're not like defensive, because a lot of times I'm not trying to get them in a gotcha. I'm just trying to have a conversation or maybe make a point that the audience can hear both sides on. And yet
I
you could
guess
say
I
that I'm
understand.
cocky,
It's just,
but I would say that, if a UFC fighter trains every day before he goes to a fight, is he cocky or is he confident because of his training? So you can call me cocky if you like. I don't care.
nah, I guess everybody has their own style. Yeah, I think it's better to be more direct. And if that person shuts down because I don't use the right word, then so be it. I don't care. I mean, either you're open to have a conversation uh, uh, that we're gonna be able to talk about anything, or not. That's it. And if you need kind words to be able to have a conversation, that's on you, not me.
Yeah, it's a tricky business because, as my mother always says, when I start getting going, she'll say, "Get down off your soapbox." Nobody wants to be preached at.
And there's people for everybody, right? Because they may be people that say, well, you're being too aggressive, but there may be other people who say, well, I like this guy because he's direct. He doesn't go around the bush to try to soften the conversation, whatever. And the same may happen for you. It may be people who say, well, your way of argument is really nice because you try to understand people, whatever. But then there may be other people like me who say, well, I mean, I don't agree with that because you're just going around you know what I'm saying. You're
Yeah,
not direct.
but he's finding some common ground with them first. That's the point. That's
Right. That opens the door for at least a little false security, a little conversation, because I'm not always trying to get you. Someone asked me a question about Witsit earlier. I want to respond to that. So QE has told me like over and over again, oh, you're the type of guy, you march on a different drum beat, right? And I'm like, yeah, because I like to think outside the box and I don't like to just repeat what everybody else says. And, I got my own arguments. I think my arguments work fine. And you got your own arguments. You can, argue whatever you want to. But when it comes to Witsit, I haven't found a whole lot I disagree on him with. And that kind of makes me think that maybe I have a bias. Maybe I need to listen to his arguments closer. Or maybe the guy has just refined his arguments, distilled it down to nothing but stuff that is absolutely 100% verifiably true, except for maybe a little bit of human error that he has.
Yeah, where's the verifiability in what Witz is saying? Where's the scientific research that backs up his idea?
Okay, which one specifically?
About light, about electrons not existing, about atoms not existing.
You mean the bit that science? That bit.
Okay,
yeah, but just about everything. Witz says, I disagree with.
May I say
Let me
something
ask you a
here?
question. Let me ask you a question. Is there something known as nothing? Is there a thing called nothing?
No, my question was, where's the scientific research that backs up what he said? And that was my question initially. That was my question originally.
We're talking about philosophy.
Oh, but you said that it's scientifically verifiable and backed up. It's what you said, and I just want you to back that up.
Okay, so not everything he says is about science. Right, and maybe I should have said it a little bit differently. Okay, so I'm gonna ask everybody a question: is there something called nothing? Is there a thing called nothing? And can you point it out? Tell me what it is.
No, nothing.
I just know it is the space between things.
It's a description.
I just know it is the space between molecules, like in a vacuum. I call that nothing, and it's real simple. You don't have to overthink it. And dig up a bunch of philosophy about it. That's what I call nothing.
Okay, cool. So nothing really isn't nothing according to Lawrence Krauss. According to Lawrence Krauss, there's virtual particles that pop in and out of existence, and nothing really isn't nothing. Nothing is actually something. So that's according to Lawrence Krauss. Now, other people might call it quantum foam. Other people might call it 0-point energy. You go back to the 50s and 60s, they talked about it like the Casimir effect. Right, but all these things are talking about the same thing. They just have different names depending on who you're talking to and different theories, right? And that's why he gets to say virtual particle while someone else might say quantum foam. So these different theories that they've come up with, they got different names. Well, what if, I were to call that like ether, right? Because it isn't nothing. So if it isn't nothing, then, I can name it. And if I can name it, well, I'll just call it ether. And if you were to say, if you were to say there's no scientific evidence of this, I would say that you don't know what you're talking about because it's verifiable. 0-point energy is measurable. That's why it's called 0-point energy. 0-point something is usually what they say, 0.5. In every system, there's going to be 0.5. Even if it's a near perfect vacuum, the best vacuum that we can make where we suck out all the material, there's still something non-material in the background that's measurable.
So it's like a light propagation field, but we don't know exactly what the field is yet.
Yeah, I could say that. Yeah. You need a wave in order to have...
Right, so
you need
still an assumption.
So it would be... see, that would tie some of the phenomenon to an actual mechanism then, though. Some of the phenomenon that don't have mechanisms at this point, they're just spooky.
It's all conjecture. What's a field?
That's what I mean. We
An
don't know
area.
what the field is of. That's why it was very clear to say we could safely then say it's a light propagation field, but we still have yet to discover what the material of the field, if material at all, until folded in on itself, and then it might be registered as a material. But as it stands, we can't pick it up as a material with the equipment we have at this time, right? And the way that we're looking at it. But what if this is a substrate and a material that we're in, and that we can't see it until we fold it over onto itself several times, and then it becomes, let's say, thick enough in a way that it can be perceived by our equipment.
So I would
Kind
like,
of like isolating magnetic fields create electrical currents.
So how do you define
Exactly.
0 point energy, Hank? What does that mean?
Okay, 0 point energy is, like I said earlier, the 0.5 volt in any system that exists in the background. No matter how much of a vacuum you have, that vacuum is still going to have energy in it.
Well,
So
see,
0.5.
what I understand it is the lowest energy state of a quantum mechanical system, not anything to do with any of that other stuff. It just, I mean, when
Well,
you got
remember
a
what quantum mechanics
quantum
was.
system, yeah, it's just the
Remember
lowest
quantum
energy
mechanics
state of
was
a quantum system.
Remember, quantum mechanics was a sidestep to the ether, so that it could explain some of the phenomena that the ether collect, without, using the word ether. So, I mean, quantum mechanics is just basically an alternative ether hunt.
I hear that a lot.
A
Yeah.
particleized, ether hunt.
Yeah, Left Lane, you asked Hank what the scientific evidence was for these things, right? But I guess you should critically ask the same for quantum, right? What is the
Oh,
scientific
see, yeah.
evidence for what they call an electron, and are you satisfied with their description of a charge carrying particle?
Yes, I've done experiments and stuff like that. I mean, it all works. The system that they present and teach and demonstrate in the lab, that all works according to the prescription and without any additional information needed. So I'm satisfied that that works. We have electricity, that is based on an electron, transferring energy, and it works. And they know it well enough that we have utility out of it. We use it as electricity. So yeah, I'm good with it.
So just real quick, Howard.
Here's
So
the thing, Left
the
Lane.
It
question.
reminds me of sitting in a swimming pool and then swimming downwards, swimming left, swimming right, swimming up, and going, wow, everywhere I swim, it works. I must be in an ocean.
Right. So that's the thing, Left Lane. The mechanics of it, the fact that things work, isn't really what's in question, right? It's the fundamental descriptions or explanations that we get from quantum that are what is in question, right?
So if we disassemble all of that and rearrange it into another set of words and definitions, how are we going to be able to utilize that to benefit humanity?
Well, that's a good question, right? Well, here's the thing. If people are looking at it from a different perspective, do you think that opens up the possibility for different minds to come at it from a different direction?
You could come out from a different direction, and you might discover a whole new thing that doesn't even have a word for yet, possibly.
Right, exactly. But then, it wouldn't be such a phenomenon at that point, right? It would be more like an expected result because of
Then why
further
change the
understanding.
name at that point? Why even bother?
Because when you change the name, you change the understanding, and then the new perspective of understanding allows you to make those predictions that were once phenomena and unexpected in the previous model.
What could possibly make you
Did that make
understand
sense?
better
I don't know.
by changing the name, though?
I'm just waking up. Did that make sense,
Well,
though?
it's not even just changing the name, it's changing how you conceptually think about it. Right now, everybody's coming at it from a standpoint of all of these interactions are taking place in particle form, which isn't even the case. They're just called particles, even though they're not particles, right? So coming from that perspective could hinder what you're trying to accomplish.
I think what you're saying, if I understand correctly, is that they say right now, I think, if I understand correctly, on the quantum mechanics, they say it's like pretty much like a multiverse. Those particles, they come into existence and they disappear, but they don't know where they go. They may go to a different universe. They may go, right? Is that and if we change that to maybe where there's how you say,
Back to 3 dimensions in Planck. Yeah, that would be
like an
wise, right?
ether which impregnates everything. That's a better explanation. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is that kind of the ideas that we get from quantum, where we have these particles that we have spooky action at a distance that can't really be explained by quantum, right? They just say that 2 particles can be entangled, or you have, these 2 particles that can be at any distance, that one action on a specific particle is affecting the other particle that it's entangled with in a, the opposite reaction, and somehow these are all entangled particles that are all separate from one another, right? It doesn't really make sense when you get down to the brass tacks of it. So what is really taking place? Are we missing something? Are we missing what's really going on, and we're trying to put this particle facade over the top of it so that our brains can better conceptualize it, but then it's kind of hindering us in some way, shape, or form? That's basically what I'm saying. Because even when you talk about something like the electron or the photon, everybody wants to ask, where's the scientific evidence for ether? Well, where's this scientific evidence for a photon or a virtual photon or any of these concepts that are used within quantum? There is no scientific evidence for them. They're
It blows
just...
my mind, right? I agree with you too, by the way, and it blows my mind that they accept the end of the ether hunt with a telescope full of water, but they'll look for dark matter with hundreds of billions of dollars, and it's just ridiculous. It's like when I guess that's the kid they want to find. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
they have to
even when
find
you
you.
think about it, the ultimate goal within quantum is to find what they call the God particle. To me, that's extremely ironic.
They found it already, bro. They found it already.
Oh no, they
Oh,
didn't.
there.
The
It was way
Higgs.
outside the
Yeah.
frequency of what they expected it all 4 times. And it's still not in there. They just changed the frequency of where they would want to expect it after they
I
discovered that they
I,
couldn't
I would
actually get it in that
I would
frequency.
think the God particle would be the particle that causes things to be attracted to one another, that would
So
explain the organization of the universe.
They found
But
it.
I
Can
don't
you
think
guys
that
hear
is.
me?
Yeah,
Yeah, we heard you.
I hear you.
We heard you, brother.
They found the
so they
God
change the
particle.
frequency, they don't find it, and then they will keep trying, and then when they finally find something, they're gonna say, "We see, we
Guys,
predicted it."
Yeah.
they
Well, see what
And
they
found
the other,
it.
do.
Hello. The
They just
Higgs particle. Are you
yeah,
guys
we know.
listening?
Yeah, we've been hearing
We
you. I
hear you.
already said. I
We
just
hear
countered that. Yeah, they didn't
I
find
just
it
don't.
exactly where they predicted that they would find it. It was way
Yeah,
outside of their original frequency parameters. And then they just changed the frequency parameters and signaled out some more noise. And it's like you take a TV, right? And it's on the snow, the white noise on the TV, right? And you want to find a particular picture. Well, you just erase everything else except for the one, the lines you want to be there. And look, there's your lines. And that's what they're doing.
Yeah, that fallacy is called
So,
a Texas sharpshooter fallacy, for anyone who wants to know that.
so I would be
Thank you.
wondering, how would you even know when you found it? Like, what are they looking for with this particle? What's up, Noah?
You won't believe it if I tell you.
Well, just tell us, and then we'll still see.
yeah, tell us.
I'll
I want to know.
So they have what's called a bubble chamber.
Stop.
And they smash.
What is, hold on.
Let the man speak.
I know I don't know what a fucking bubble chamber is. All right, go ahead.
Well, and neither do I, to tell you the truth. It's
all right. We got a bubble chamber. Go ahead.
There's this chamber, Jeremy, with gas or whatever in it, and they smash particles in there, and what they see is like literally squiggly lines. So they say this line squiggled over here, that line squiggled over here, so that means this and this means that. That's all it is, squiggles in a bubble chamber.
I believe this. This is believable.
He's just talking about the tube at the Hadron Collider. He's calling the bubble chamber.
Yeah, they smash particles and then they see. This is how they're looking for it, though, right? They're smashing particles. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yes, so they're smashing particles.
but they're doing it in a place where there's going to be the most 0-point energy compared to everything else, right? It's a evacuated chamber, right? So it's a vacuum, right? It's as cold as they can get it, right? So there's no thermal energy, there's no physical matter to bring static energy, and then it's surrounded by magnets.
So about the Hadron Collider, or?
Yeah. There's magnets all throughout it. It's basically the perfect conditions to do research on 0-point energy, basically.
So
the magnets speed up the particles and they smash them. Yeah.
So they smash these particles up, and then the particles break into pieces, and they think one of those pieces is the God particle?
Exactly. It's like taking two Rolex watches, smashing them together at high speed and saying, oh, see that spring over there? And not even a spring. You see that? What we think is a spring that caused the squiggle here, well, that's a spring for the minute hand, whatever. Yeah.
Grim, you got to shut your cam off, bro. We can't get 25 people in here if your camera's on. Sorry, bro. You're handsome. You're very handsome.
I didn't even know you could do that. That's so cool.
You can do it, but we just can't. There's like a cap on some weird Discord thing. You can screen share and have as many people as you want in the room, but you can't have your camera on. It'll cap it at 20. It won't let new people in a room or some shit.
You can open your camera and share your screen of the camera, and you can be on camera that way.
Thanks for letting me know, by the way. I would have picked my nose or something in any minute.
Oh, you didn't even know?
I think my palm is on my phone. I just palmed the camera button.
That's why everybody should take a little piece of black electronic tape and tape the front end of your camera.
Yeah, that could have been bad.
Dude, I always worry about hot mic, and I actually shut Discord so that it won't share my camera because I would get so worried that I'm gonna accidentally turn my camera on and like dox myself or something.
Back in like 2016, there was a lady named Lady Ganja, and she was from Buenos Aires, and she was on video, and I noticed that I like saw like a bathtub, and I was like, Ganja, mute your camera. And I was like, man, that would be so bad for her if she like accidentally exposed herself.
For her.
So imagine now finding two watches, or you think they're watches, and you say, what's the best idea to find out what these things are made out of? I know. Let's get two slingshots, or let's get two cannons, put them inside, and smash them together. Yeah, that's a great idea.
Yzma from Emperor's New Groove.
Yeah, and let's ask for billions of dollars of funding. Let's build this huge thing underground, miles long.
I got an idea. I'm gonna take a Pinto and a Chevette, and I'm gonna smash them together, and I'm gonna call it a Porsche. That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
The car particle.
And they have
we got the Hadron.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Vehicle. Hadron what?
Yeah, We got the Hadron Collider. They're smashing these particles together, right? What particles? What particles? A molecule, an atom? Like what's exactly getting smashed here?
A proton, an electron.
A proton?
I'm making this shit up, right? The smallest thing I can think of.
Say what the fuck?
Don't they say that
smashed? Does anyone know?
Yeah, they can measure 1/440 or 4,000th of a proton or some shit like that.
You're talking about LIGO. 1/10,000 the width of a proton at LIGO.
Yeah. But what exactly are they smashing at in the Hadron Collider, though?
I'm not sure,
Does
bro.
anyone
Some
know?
particles, I'm not sure which ones they are. I forget. I don't want to say something and be wrong.
Photons.
Like a particle that's
Somebody
made
could
of
Google it
particles.
quick and find out.
Get to the fucking bottom of this right here.
Ask Nate when he's back. That's what he does.
Kosho's probably an expert on this. Where's he at?
Kosho's more of an expert than Nate. What's Kosho? Might be.
Oh yeah, anything. On everything.
He'll have a tab for it.
Nate's a liability, right? I don't know if you guys knew this. Nate's a global liability most of the time. So,
you know, I noticed something about Kosho though. He is an Eskimo. He's Jewish. He's part black. He accepts he says it like whenever you're talking about a particular thing, you know, oh, he's part that. I don't know if you guys ever noticed it.
Yeah, and Zanuck is like one of those guys is like he's 13, but he's had like 15 years of Taekwondo and 9 years of Jiu-Jitsu and 12 years of boxing, you know.
Dude, that's literally my fucking you're saying shit about my life right now. I don't know if you realize that or not. But
when Zanuck was born, he drove him and his mom home from the hospital.
Yeah, but Grim, you probably really are an MMA guy. Like Zanuck probably just boosted up his resume, and you know, people get really good at bullshit, I think.
Oh, I thought Zanuck maybe was just like gaslighting and making fun of me when he was telling you that. But, like there was just now this thing where it was like Sean, what's his name, wants to fight, and I'm like, yeah, come to my gym, we could do it, you know.
Oh, Jay.
So, yeah, and everybody has seen Sean, right? Sean is like, you know, this little short, little fucking not very muscular, fucking kind of, you know, dipshit looking dude. And they haven't seen me, and they've seen him wrestle and get beat up and everything, and they've never seen me in you know, most of these people, right? But they're sure Sean's gonna beat my ass. So I mean, I would like, you know, you know, I don't. But my point is, you know, it's obviously because I don't agree with things that they agree with. It isn't because Sean looks like a monster or something, because he's a midget.
So protons are one of the particles that they shoot in the Large Hadron Collider, just for the record.
Yeah, but I already told you guys that.
Yeah, I just verified.
Yeah, but how do we know they're shooting protons? Like, how do you know that, you know, something else didn't come through? Right? Is it just protons?
No, I'm just saying the fantasy. I'm not saying I believe it. I'm just repeating the fantasy.
Yeah, there's many parts of this that I don't understand, that I have no idea how to comment on because I don't understand it. So I can't deny it because I don't understand it. Now, if I went in and dug into it and I found out that they were lying about it, for sure, I would jump on the lying bandwagon and say, yeah, they're fucking lying to you. Here's how it happens, and here's what's going on. But I have no here's what's going on, so I have to just, you have to accept it, or you don't have to accept it, but you can't say that it's false unless you've got an alternative.
Well,
yeah, but
Left Lane,
hold on. Let me rebut that if I may. Thank you. Left Lane, you got to use logic, bro. They're telling you by smashing 2 Rolex watches, they found God. They found the God particle. In other words, forget now the metaphysical. They found a particle which they claim gives other particles mass. Like, I mean, you don't question that in the least bit.
For to put God into the equation is just sort of a rhetoric thing. and makes it sensational sounding, and I don't necessarily agree with that part. But they're doing
Ridiculous
something in the
is
Hadron
what it is.
Collider, you know. I mean, they're doing something in there, right?
Yeah, but that's why I separated the issues. They call it the God particle, right? Right there, it's like, how dare you, the God, really? By smashing 2 Rolex watches, and then they bring the scientific part into it as if justifying it by saying this particle gives mass to other particles. That's
Hey,
like tall tale, man.
SE, have you seen pictures of the weather pattern above these things at all?
What?
Yeah. Oh man, I'll have to dig into it and see if I can find it. But a fellow had been doing a little bit of research and noticed some weather patterns that are very interesting around these kaleidoscopes around the
No
world.
kidding.
Yep. Yeah.
Well, if we're to believe what they do, they produce large magnetic fields, right? So, well, I'd like to hear more about that.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's, you know, he only had a couple of photos, so I'm not sure false, but it was interesting to see how the weather was forming around these things when they were activated.
Oh, I wanted to
I
point
would
out something
say I
too.
would.
A lot of people don't trust politicians, and you know, a lot of people don't understand like exactly how lobbying works. So basically, big oil, right, is related to big pharma. Not a lot of people know that, right? But big oil, a lot of the medicine is, you know, based off of petrol oil, right? And you know, big oil and big pharma and big tobacco, they're against like marijuana, right? And it's because these lobbyist groups that, you know, keep it, because most people would want people to be free, you know, instead of having their lives ruined over plants and crossing imaginary lines, right? Well, the same thing goes on in academia, right? If you get like a $3 million, what do they call it, like a grant, and it goes to a professor that has tenure, right? And it's like, find us evidence for evolution, or find us evidence for this or that, right? They're going to want to keep that funding going, right? And in the military, they even do like wasteful habits, right? I've heard people say that they'll like dump a whole bunch of ammo and just destroy a bunch of things and throw it in the trash
States do
so
it
that they
too.
could get the budget for next year, right? And I think, you know, a lot of people that are like really into the whole scientism community, right? I think they kind of ignore that there is corruption in politics, but the very same thing that corrupts politics also corrupts academia and science. Thanks.
So true.
I'm
Yeah, I
beginning to
had a
think
friend who
that
was in the Marines.
I'm beginning
Go
to
ahead.
think that it isn't corruption at all. I'm beginning to think that it is like designed in a specific way to be deceptive. Like there's a design intent in it.
Of
I had a
course, it's
friend who used to
designed,
work
but
in the.
it's corrupt, no?
No, but the idea that like it's like a noble thing that they do, and then later on it becomes corrupted is what's I think erroneous, right? I think from its inception it's designed to look like like it's doing good, but it's really screwing us all the time. You know what I'm saying? But it's designed that way from the beginning.
Right.
They had trillions of dollars not wasted, missing. Now listen to that. Not the money they wasted in the military budget. It was missing. Couldn't account for it. Just in that
Thought it was
budget.
an. I thought that was an accounting error. Wait, you talking about the 9/11 thing when it was the trillions went missing?
Yeah, 2.1 trillion or whatever.
Yeah, that was missing. Not like
That was
wasted
the
or
Fed
whatever. They
though.
couldn't even account for it.
That was the Federal Reserve though, right? That wasn't the.
No, it was the Pentagon.
Oh
No,
no,
that
The
was the
Pentagon,
Pentagon.
Donald Rumsfeld announced on September 10th, 2001, that they could not account, the Pentagon could not account for $2.3 trillion.
Not wasted now. Couldn't account for.
That's money we
Wait a
paid for
minute.
taxes.
Wait a minute here. Are you guys saying that because of $2 trillion, our government might have or might have not blown up the 9/11 towers?
Right.
No,
The
we're
Pentagon,
saying what if
they
it
were
wasn't
not
about $2
blown up.
trillion
That's where they
to
were
get that job
investigating it.
done?
We're
They
talking
were
about
investigating
wasteful.
it in the
Why did it?
Pentagon.
It might take about $2 trillion to get that job done.
Yeah, but we're talking about wasteful. Like that's not even what they wasted.
Yeah,
That's
we're
what
talking about missing.
was missing. Like negligence or deception, hiding it, using it for covert operations and not telling anybody. Can't account for it. That's
So that Lucky
deception.
Larry, the 2 billion that was like insured like 2 weeks prior to the towers, you know, he also got his 2 billion or so.
You weren't supposed to see that. That was the shadow government's bill.
It seems like a coincidence to me, actually, that the very part of the Pentagon that was housing those records was the one part that was hit. Also, Building 7 housed a few things like the Enron files for the trial that got dismissed. When that guy supposedly blew up that building in Oklahoma, the Oklahoma City bombing, um, the lady Hillary Clinton had moved a bunch of files into that building like a week before that had to do with a bunch of military stuff that they were going to get sued for the vaccines they were giving military people going overseas. There was a bunch of lawsuits coming out of that, and all those files got moved into that building, and it got bombed. So all those paperwork, no backup, right? This is the government and doesn't back up their files, moves them into buildings that get bombed, and it goes away. They no longer have the trials. Yeah, there's no coincidence there.
But if you do some bullshit, they bring up every fucking argument you had since the second grade, probably, you know what I'm saying? But they lost the record somehow.
Yeah, these people don't kill one bird, two birds with one stone. They kill like 12. They know what they're doing.
Not only that, they already had an internal internet, so all those files were actually not on paper anymore, by the way.
Well, they're telling the American public that they don't have the files anymore, so they can't hold the trial. Hello?
Oh, I know. I'm with you there. I'm 100% with you. I'm just saying, like, obviously that's bullshit because they already had the computers. It's not as if everything was on paper anymore. They have people, they pay them constantly to sit there and convert things to, photo to file. They just photocopy them back then.
Well, they didn't say it was paperwork. They just said that the server and the where it was stored at was where the Building 7 and the Pentagon got hit and all that. So I'm not saying it's paper. I'm just saying the files were moved. The server or whatever was where the files were kept on the server or wherever it was kept, whatever method, were in those places when they got bombed. So there's no records left. There's no backup anywhere.
Personally, you guys sound like a bunch of conspiracy theorists. It doesn't sound logical, rational that our government, our trusted, beloved, never betraying us government would bomb our precious Twin Towers just for a few trillion. Doesn't make any sense.
Right.
You're a coincidence theorist.
Yeah, I'm sure that all these other restrictions and beneficial government programs that arose from that
Well,
had nothing to do with it either.
they would rather fabricate. Well, I would say that they would rather fabricate a story about moving files into those buildings and having it destroyed. They don't mind looking like the bad guys so long as no one asks the real questions.
Remember, it's all a conspiracy theory, right? So they don't really have,
who
like
was
you just
selling
said.
all those metal detectors. I wonder who went into business for metal detectors right before all of this happened. That'd be interesting to see if any of them were tied to, foreknowledge events. You know what I mean? Like having foreknowledge by, I don't know, upping the insurance on the buildings that went down, or
How about looking into cranes and stuff? Like whoever planned this obviously needed cranes or heavy equipment, right? Anybody ever checked out receipts or whoever had like fucking heavy equipment hardware somewhere, like you know what I'm saying?
Well, it was like metal detectors went out in
But
the airport.
this is like movie level record keeping. Like the fact that we think that this is possible. Like if someone was smart enough to devise all this, like exactly what we're talking about is the type of shit that we see in movies, right? So they have the mind to think about it because
Elijah, you're cutting out there, bro. We couldn't hear half of what you just said.
yes. Oh, one second. Hold on. Getting out this building now.
That sounds better now.
I'm good now.
Yeah, a lot better.
My check. Okay.
Nah, you still sound
I'm
like
just
Mr.
saying,
Roboto.
like, thank you. I don't know how much I believe that when we discover, breadcrumbs that are like, like beyond the intermediate level, and it's like it's kind of tough, and you're like, oh nah, this was kind of covered, but I figured it fucking out. Like, what if that's the setup? Like, what if that's the because you know what I wake up almost every morning saying, this is all bullshit. Fuck all of the back and forth. No, y'all have me enslaved, and y'all trying to tell me I'm not enslaved.
Listen, they
When I
control.
can see it right in front of me.
They control everything, bro. That's the fuck of it. When we think that we're having like freedom conversation and we figured out the system, bro. I'm listen. All these people talking about freedom and fucking languages, and I'm pretty sure that this is the end of that. If we know about that shit, bro, the bottom, we are the bottom. We are the peasants. That's what they think of us, right? If we know about that freedom shit, that means that system is over, bro. There's something new is coming, something completely foreign to whatever we could understand.
Listen, I would ask how free do you want to be? Because you really need to think about this. Because thanks to their system, I'd be you throw me at woods tomorrow, I'd be fucked. I couldn't even light a fire. As Aldous Huxley said, you'll love your servitude. And that's what they're doing to us. They're making us weak as fuck.
You talking about the own nothing, that we would own
Yes.
nothing and love it? Yeah,
And you'll
but
be
the
happy,
problem
yeah.
is, yeah, but listen, let me tell you something. What if I told you that has been the case for a very long time? We just never known about it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what would change then? The fact that they're telling us?
Well,
A citizen can't own anything.
Certainly.
A citizen of anything can't own anything. So anything that a citizen is paying, a car, a house, a property, it isn't theirs. It belongs to the estate. That's why they could come in, and if you don't pay your taxes, give me my shit and take it back. We don't own anything.
That's why it says registered keeper on the documents, on your car.
Exactly. Literally, we buy our shit from them. They keep it, and we pay for. Bro, it's really the system is absolutely genius for whoever designed it and is benefiting off of it. But for those of us on our side of the fucking net, it fucking sucks.
Well, it's because of your ignorance, right? Someone said, "Hey, now that you have this title, how do you want to file it? Do you want to file it as, joint? What do they call it? Residency?" And they're like, "Yeah, most people file joint residency, so I'll do that, right?" And when you file joint residency, you're a resident, right? It's not ownership, so you're the one doing this because of your ignorance. And if they try to hand you this piece of paper and you don't correct your public servants, whose fault is it? Right? Is it theirs or yours? If I ask you, hey, I'm taking your truck and I'm going mudding, right? And you don't say anything, you just look at me and watch me grab the keys, and I come back and like, your axle's broken. Sorry, bro. Well, that's your fault because you didn't say no. That's my truck. You ain't going nowhere.
You see what you just said, that scenario that you just mentioned? I think those kind of scenarios where our ignorance will always not benefit us, that's where that's where the planning comes in, right? Because I'm pretty sure that part, right, the benefiting from our ignorance, I'm pretty sure that was very well planned. That somebody knew that we would not know how to do a certain thing, therefore they would be able to take advantage of us. I'm pretty sure that wasn't a happy coincidence.
Oh yeah, that's the Rockefeller educational system. I mean, basically, think about this, my friend. You went through what, 13 years at least worth of school. Did you take any law classes?
Excuse me.
Not law. I never knew how important accounting was. I never
Right.
knew how important
So,
actual history is. None of it.
so think
No, I
about
didn't.
this,
I
my friend.
just
Your hot mic and
well,
Elijah.
there is none because
Your
I
hot,
usually only buy that from here because I work up there, and y'all are out.
your hot mic and
The other
Elijah.
two are like,
Get your hot micing, bro.
All right. So anyway, basically, what I was trying to say was like, in school, right? They basically teach you a bunch of stuff that you don't need to know, right? Like I don't use algebra on a day-to-day basis. In fact, I can't remember the last time I actually used algebra without being like sitting down and like I'm going to educate myself on this, right? So they teach you a bunch of stuff that you don't need to know, right? So that you're not learning the stuff that you need to know, like contract law, tort law, civics, like all the stuff that you need to know how it works. They don't want to teach you that. And you start driving at the age of 16, you're still in school. This is the first time you start coming in contact with, what they call the law or whatever. And you don't realize that a civil infraction is not breaking the law, right? And you don't realize all the differences of the jurisdictions and how many different laws you're under at any given time when it comes down to like city all the way to international law, right? And the problem with this is that your ignorance is no excuse. So, according to the 13th Amendment, slavery shall be illegal except, there's exceptions to slavery in America? Is there? Yeah, except if you've been duly convicted by your jury of your peers. That's literally what it says in the 13th Amendment. So, if there's an exception to slavery, that lets you know that they want you to be a slave. But here's the deal. It's a choice on your behalf if you want to remain ignorant. There's nothing stopping you from learning trust law and getting all your affairs in order. That way, when you go before the judge, right, you have trust law, which is the highest law. Then you have a business, which is commercial. And then you have everything else in order. I can't remember the third part right now. I'm still learning. What is the judge going to do? Like, you already got your affairs in order. You don't need him telling you what to do if you're there just to, settle the event, right? Because it's an event. You're being summoned to a ball. Or think about it like this. You're being summoned to a Muslim court, but you're not a Muslim. And you go in there and you think that you're a Muslim for some reason. But unless you're part of the legal society, why would you contract with them other than ignorance?
Are you Hank? Hank Hill, right?
Yeah, that's me, bro.
Oh, I don't know if you remember the first time I met you. I told you could consider me Rusty Shackelford.
That's funny, Rusty Shackelford. Yeah, I go by Larry, but some people call me Hank, and I don't care.
Do you know any discourse that talk specifically about these things? Because listen, I don't know if the words are banned or something on Discord, but nothing comes out, bro.
So if you want to learn trust law, the way other people learn is they put their kids in private school and they teach them trust law because you want to be a trustee because there's benefits, right? So basically, this is how it works. Let's say that I'm, getting older in life, or I'm about to get married. I want an irrevocable trust. Well, I make you my best friend, my trustee, because I trust you, right? And then you're holding all of my assets, and I don't own anything. So you really do want to own nothing, but the part that, the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers don't want you to know is that you still want to control everything. So the goal is to own zero liabilities, zero assets, but you want to control everything. So you want your business, your house, everything in a trust, and you're going to be the beneficiary, right? But the trustee, he's not the beneficiary.
right?
So
So
you want
he's going to
everything
divvy
in a
out.
person, in a trust, which is a person. Is this why
Right.
Jesus Christ said that he's not a respecter of persons? Was
Well,
this what he was talking about?
the trust isn't really a person. A person is like my name in all caps.
No, listen. Actually, a person is a artificial entity. Every entity is a person. It
But a
has the same
trust,
rights as a person.
but a trust isn't a person. It's like a contract. It's an irrevocable contract, an irrevocable trust, right? So that means if I get married and then she don't like the way I pick my boogers or brush my teeth or shave my beard, right? Then she doesn't get my shit because I don't own anything. It's in a trust. You see, it's to protect you. And all these rich people, they know all these loopholes, like Trump, the Clintons, they all use all these loopholes and they use these, laws that, the average person doesn't know about. Like go around asking people, like, what do they know about trust? But most people put their stuff in a will and they don't realize that this could be contested by the family members that they don't want in the will. But a trust, nobody contests a trust. Once you create it, see, a lot of people don't understand. In the United States of America, we have the right to contract unlimited, right? And the contract is the law. When you go to court and you're holding up someone to their contract, they didn't hold up their end of the deal. The court enforces the law. Well, what is the law? What does the contract say? So you make a contract with someone. We are literally creating laws as we make these contracts. Every time there's a Supreme Court decision, they're basically creating law, right? And unfortunately, the ATF now they're saying that this trigger is now considered a machine gun, and now they're creating law. They're not supposed to be creating law. The ATF should be like the name of your, you know, Walmart. It should be like alcohol, tobacco, firearms. Come get it, discount always. But really, they're waging war on the people and turning people into felons overnight because they can rename something, and that's the problem. These leftists love to rename shit. They love to name shit what it's not, like level is flat, right? Or
It
level is
works,
curved.
bro.
That's what they say,
It
right?
absolutely works brilliantly. Like you have to listen. This
Yeah, they're
everything
word
you
magicians.
yeah, bro. Listen, everything you talk about, I am aligned with you 100%. I'm there with you, but I also see the disgust of what they do, and I've been able to push forward to admiration. How they play with languages and how they make us feel certain way. I mean, they have to study us for a very long time. You know what I'm saying? Like this doesn't just happen casually, bro. To be able to manipulate us and make us learn words that entrap us bro, that's absolutely brilliant. It's malevolent, of course, but absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, they're word nerds. They're word magicians. So the math magicians make us believe in things that don't exist, but the word magicians make us think that we understand legalese. But when I tell you that you understand more Chinese than you understand legalese, it's because the Chinese words, they don't change. They stay the same. But legalese, it's their game. They made it up. They created the rules. They created the language. They can change their game at any time they want. But what you don't realize is you have the right to run your own court. So if your name is Smith, you can file a claim at any, small claims court. I would say my claim isn't small, but you can have the Smith court, and after they run their side of the court, you don't act like a prosecutor because what happens if you're the champ? Everybody's coming after you. Everybody's coming to beat you up, right? But if you're the prosecutor in your own court, what about this Title 18, deprivation of rights, right? I'm pursuing you now. Oh, they don't like it when you pursue them, right? Because if you accuse them of breaking the code, that's their job. So whenever you come to contacts with cops, if you can make them step through these illegal loopholes, in other words, let me rephrase, make them do something illegal and deprivate you of your rights. Like if they come up to you and they say, "Why did you post this video? Don't you know that you should have submitted this for evidence first?" Well, don't I have the right to disseminate information to the public according to the First Amendment of the Constitution? Or you can't stand here and talk. Don't I have the right to redress my government and protest peacefully? Or if you stand on your right every time, you make them break the law by removing you or moving you or doing whatever they want you to do.
interesting thing that you just said about the words. How they get us to use legalese, and get us to think that those are like colloquial terms. So I was thinking about how do they do this, right? And the only way they could do this is through some form of media, right? Even though there wasn't TV and radio back then, right? Think of these old movies, right? That every time like they're walking around, there's always like some guy with like puppets and stuff entertaining the crowd, right? That would be some form of like TV in that time, right? These people could all be behind this whatever entertainment is, and every time they go out and supposedly entertain the people for free. It is some form of teaching them like this legalese language, so the people will learn the language, use it, and since they use it, they'll think it's colloquial language, but they're really using legalese this entire time.
Yeah, like when the judge asks you, "Do you understand these charges?" Chances are you don't understand any of their code because it's meant to be. What war of a wicked man could you? What war of a wicked thing could you do rather than hold a man accountable to a law that you don't understand? Well, that's what they're doing to you. So when they say, "Do you understand?" They're not asking, "Do you comprehend the charges?" Right? They're
Saying,
saying,
do
"Do
you
you
stand
stand
under
under
the
the
charges?
kangaroo? Do you stand under the kangaroo court's authority?" Right? When you say, "Yes, Your Honor, I understand," gotcha. We got a contract because you have the right to contract unlimited, even with a Muslim court or a kangaroo court, even if you're not a Muslim or a kangaroo.
Who have you been listening to, Larry? Jordan Maxwell or somebody like that?
I try to listen to as many different people as I can to get like a wide understanding. I think that's the best way to do it because what you'll find out when researching is that no one's okay. Thank you. No one's ever going to say, the emperor has no clothes, and that's going to get published with Scientific American. But you might scroll through one, and one might say, "Well, I can see the emperor's ankles." The other person might say, "I can see the emperor's butt." And the other person might say, "I can see the emperor's nipples." But if someone comes out and says that the emperor has no clothes, they're not going to get published. So you kind of have to like weed through everything, especially with discernment, and try to get little golden nuggets because every person you meet has golden nuggets. I mean, you can learn from a dog. If you watch a dog eat the cat's food, he looks to the left, he looks to the right, coast is clear, because he knows if the cat catches that dog eating the food, he's going to get his ass kicked, right? His nose is going to get stuck, right?
How
So
many
you can learn
videos we've
from
seen of
people.
clever animals doing incredible shit that people will never think? Like, it's just that's part of the brainwashing that I think Globers have. That they assume that because a lot of us are not fucking PhDs, like we're unable to like comprehend these things. What is physics and mathematics? What are these things fundamentally based on? They're based on reality, and we perceive reality. So how is it that we're unable to understand these things?
So when
Because
it
they
comes
refer
to
to the complex formulas. I guess that's what they mean when they say you don't understand. No, right? Know what I'm saying?
Yeah, dude, I saw a goat one time. I don't know if he was pissed off at his owner. Bro, this goat kicked him in the face, but he didn't jump from the floor to the face. He jumped from the floor to the wall, from the wall to the guy's face, bro. That's some form of trigonometry that goat did right there, bro. You gonna tell me that if that goat can understand some complex shit like that, we can't understand it? How about the fish that spits under the fucking water, bro? Bypassing all kinds of refraction to aim its target. Understands refraction perfectly, and we can't understand it? Come on, bro.
Exactly.
It's not that we don't even understand it. It's like when we ask them, all right, you got a complicated formula. Where'd you get the data to plug into that formula? Or you just don't understand the formula. No, it's okay. But where'd you get the data to plug it in?
So yeah, when you ask questions like that, like they don't want to like show you the evidence, they just want to show you the math magics, right? Because I can show you like how much force Superman would need to make, jump over a single building with a single bound or, whatever like that, right? But is it reality, right? If I owe somebody, -7 apples, like, is that reality? Or is it just, a convention that we've agreed upon, right?
Yeah, they're very good at it, at the tactics. Like, notice that they don't have anything of reason or logic. If you are somehow finding yourself winning an argument with them, they would attack your character. They would demean your intelligence, right? They would they would do anything to make you look to the audience, which you will look stupid because you are the minority, right? So they would hone in on that. The fact that the audience doesn't understand what we're talking about. Right, so they hone in on the fact that you're stupid, and calling somebody something like stupid and retarded is a very powerful thing, because once somebody hears that somebody else is retarded, even though they might not believe it, they still have that in the back of their mind, and the more you speak, the more they would consider that, simply because the other person said it. So the way psychology works is very important, and I think these people know that, and they resort to these tactics simply to win, not to debate the truth.
Yeah, it's called stultification. So if I say you're a pizza guy, what do you know about dark matter? What do you know about black holes? Like you don't know anything. You're just a pizza guy. So like, well, that may not be exactly true. Like I do understand that you see the galaxy spinning 10 times too fast and there's not enough gravitation because there's not enough mass or matter to create enough gravitation. And the stars should literally be flying apart. So it's kind of like this. You can explain it simple, right? Let's say you got kids on a merry-go-round and you spin it till they fly off, right? So okay, let's say that's 10 rotations per 30 seconds, right? Or 20 per minute. And they fly off. Well, now spin it 10 times too fast or 10 times faster and pray to dark matter, that your gravity god doesn't let the children fly off, right? So you would need something in place to keep the children on, because what we're seeing is the children are still on, but we know that they should fly off at this speed right here, but they don't. So there must be something holding it together that we can't see. Maybe they're wearing dark wrist ties, right? Maybe there's dark wrist ties involved. And the dark matter is the placeholder for whatever force is holding these so-called galaxies together. Now, I'm not sure if I understand what a galaxy is, but to me, it looks plasma. It looks like plasma, and it looks electromagnetic in nature.
All of it look electromagnetic in nature. It seems that's how our bodies work, with like a low amount of voltage sending spark signals. I mean, it makes perfect sense to describe the existence as an electric universe. It seems to be how everything works and is powered by. The problem is, I think that will lead us to some sort of truth, and the truth is what has to be stopped. So anything that will lead us to the pathway of truth, not to truth necessarily, but to the pathway of truth, has to be blocked.
And I've been an electric universe curious guy since like I think around 2012 Comet ISON, ISON. That's when I started looking into the alternative cosmology. Around that time, I think it was 2011 or 2013, somewhere in there. And this Comet ISON, that's when I first heard that it's not like a snowball of dust, that it's actually, shooting off all these negative ions because it came from a deeper part of, space where it's like negatively charged, or I guess it would, I don't remember exactly how it went, but it's not dust particles flying off. It's actually electromagnetic in nature, and that's why these comets and sun divers have tails, right? And the first time I heard that, I thought, well, that makes a lot of fucking sense, right? Because the sun is electromagnetic in nature, but they say solar wind. Well, what is solar wind? Well, it would be like, electromagnetic in nature, but they use the word like, it should be like I don't know. It should
Oh,
be
what you're
named
saying?
different.
So what you're saying the tail is the particles being attracted to the sun as the comet moves forward to the Earth?
No, let's say that you got something that's been in the dark for a long time, right? And as it gets closer to the sun, like there's going to be like an interaction happening because the sun is nothing but like positive. What is it? Protons? I can't remember these things. Protons? Positive protons? So as the positive protons or the electrons or photons hit the comet, then it's going to be releasing like the negatively charged part, and it's going to have a reaction, and that's what the tail is. And I may have misspoke, and I may have got something incorrect, but remember, guys, we're talking about my 10 years ago. So if I didn't get it all correct, do your own research. But yeah, that was my first experience in the whole electric universe thing. And now it's obvious to me that, the sun is electromagnetic in nature. I don't believe there's any fusion or fission or anything like that going on with the sun. To me, that just sounds preposterous.
You ever
You could
heard of
burn
that?
gas.
You ever heard of Eric Dollar talking about the sun?
I don't know. I'm not good with names.
Eric Dollar, that scientist that popped up with the flat Earth movement. There's some nerdy guy with glasses always talking about electricity, and he was in a video talking about that they don't know what the sun is. He was in a car. You probably seen it because it's one of those videos that's been circulating.
I don't know, man.
Eric Dollar, he's also a guy researched Oliver Heavyweight's research about electricity. You should look him up. Witsit knows a bunch about him.
Oliver Heavyside.
That's what I meant.
All good.
Yeah, and then you find out, right? Like with that kind of research with Eric Dollar and people like that, like a lot of these like geniuses that come up with these theories, a lot of them never really went to universities. They're like hermit crabs. It's people that just like looking into shit and just take it to the point that they understand it to the point that they begin to explain it to people.
I think university is overrated these days. I mean, you could do the same thing on the internet and never leave your house and know the same amount, if not more, about a subject than somebody that actually went to the university and has a degree and shit.
We are proof of that, Jeremy. We are literally proof of that. How many times the globalists had to change their rhetoric because a few ignorant flat earthers that didn't know anything caught them on some lies, bro?
Isn't it in universe they just tell you go research this subject and you go to internet. That's what you do. Right?
The problem is a lot of people have this thing like when they mention schools and university, I don't know how they think like knowledge works, right? When you go to a university, you're gonna sit there and listen to people talk, right? This is what we're doing all day, every day. I don't know is our brain somehow gonna interpret the university's information more important than you know what I'm saying? Information is information. If you propose yourself to learn it, you will, and anybody can. So it baffles me to the point that people feel bold to say that, oh, you don't understand something. What you mean? He's a conscious human being that doesn't fucking die every day. He's dodging danger. How are you telling me that he can't perceive truth?
But Brian, you're missing something. Your information has not been peer reviewed, so it's valid, bro. Everything that you say is meaningless until somebody else gives you the green light. Then it suddenly becomes valid information. I don't know
That's
how
crazy how that works. That's crazy how that
crazy,
works.
man.
And you think that was that mistake,
Not just
Silent?
anybody. It's got to be. Not just anybody has to agree with you. It's got to be people who already agree with you have to agree with you.
Yeah, wink wink. You forgot the wink wink at the end because those are the same people that are getting paid by the people controlling everything, right? That's the part that is not being told.
It's the same thing as they did with petroleum, right? Back in the day. I don't remember the name of those guys, but they formed their own little club and they put the price on that shit, right? So they do the same thing here. They have their little club, peer review people, and and from there, everything. If you want something to be valid, you gotta pass it through us. Such bullshit.
The gatekeepers.
There you go. That's what they are, gatekeepers.
The problem is, like, I think we all have a different understanding of truth and truth's requirements, right? They have a requirement that some sort of authority with some sort of white lab coat or some sort of suit, Armani suit or something on, has to be in a podium telling them they perceive that that's the only way, and in the university, of course, that's the only way that truth is like revealed, bro. You could talk to a bum in the corner, he could tell you some shit that you ain't never heard about that will blow your fucking mind.
Is he breaking up with me?
It's you. Yeah, the thing about the truth is it resonates with people, right? So if you're seeking truth and that's what you want, right? That's the frequency that you're on. You're not on the deception frequency. You're not wrapped with hate, right? You're filled with love, compassion, forgiveness, basically the fruits of the spirit. When you hear truth, it's going to resonate with you, right? It's going to be so overwhelming that you're going to be like, man, I need to look into this. I mean, it feels right, but I need to really research this thing, right? So when I say to you, like, something is, go ahead.
Have you listened to the Jose J.G. Gonzalez show by any chance?
No, I've only been on there twice.
May I say something? You say something really true right there. What you said, the truth resonates with people. That's why I think that's why they gotta silence the flat earth movement. They gotta, like YouTube doesn't promote it anymore. All this because if regular people that are not that indoctrinated, they hear the arguments, they make sense. They sound logic. They sound truthful. Yeah.
But see, I went to university and the experts all told me not to trust my senses, to trust the experts. So you guys are all crazy.
Hey, guess what? Guess who's gonna declare us crazy? Some psychiatrist that's most likely indoctrinated with their language and is getting paid by them, right? And gets a cut from sending us to the crazy house.
So
Why
the
do you
easiest
think
way
there
to
were so
convey
many
truth.
asylums back in the day, when they had to reset the last time?
Well, the asylums are probably the FEMA camps of the last reset. But I wanted to say, like, it's so easy to bring someone truth, right? This is how you do it. Someone who's new to the whole so-called conspiracy theory, truther movement, 9/11 truth movement. You say to them, who killed Kennedy? And they're going to say, Lee Harvey Oswald. And you say, is it not, in our law that we have the right to be known as innocent until proven guilty? Did he ever go to court? Was he proven guilty in court? They say no. Then why did you say that he was guilty? Oh, you've been programmed, right? You've been programmed to say that he's guilty.
What
right?
you're saying sounds awesome, but fix the mic, bro. I want to hear it.
I'm driving down the road, bro. I apologize. But yeah, you say that Kennedy, his murderer, is still at large, right? Because he definitely wasn't killed by Oswald because he was never proved to be guilty or innocent. So he's still innocent till this day. That's the American law. That's how it works. So anybody who ever tells you different, they're either ignorant of the law or they're lying to you. And that's what a conspiracy theory is. A conspiracy theorist or a truth seeker is someone who's going to seek the truth. No matter what they've heard, they're going to look into it for themselves and say, yeah, I've heard this 1,000 times, but I want to talk to the 1,001 guy who says that, no, it's actually like this, and I want to hear what he's got to say.
I think that's part of the sacrifice that Jesus Christ was talking about. Not whipping yourself in the back with a goddamn lash, but being able to be courageous when people tell you that you're wrong, but you know that you're right.
Yeah, he said, know the truth and it shall set you free. So if you know the truth, why would you want to ever remain a slave?
Have you heard that those who seek out the truth, it will be revealed to you that you will be disgusted, then you will be amazed, and then you will marvel, and then you will rule? Have you ever heard that quote?
I don't think so. I haven't read the whole Bible.
No, I think that was from the Apocryphon or something. I could, let me see. Let me see if I can find it for you.
Yeah, so the thing about, truth is knowledge, right? Knowledge applied is power. So when the Bible says my people perish for lack of knowledge, like that's literally what's going on. We're spoiling ourselves working like 65 years, and then what do we have? Like not even 10 years worth of retirement. So we spoil our bodies and ruin it and wear it out, right? Making someone else rich because somebody invented a thing called a job and a salary, right? What we should be doing is owning our own land and working for ourselves to enrich our own families.
Some of us are making ourselves rich.
But yeah, I like the way you're framing that thing with the JFK. Like it's an active thing to talk to people about because of reframing the way people think. That's because that's the first thing that has to change is the way people think. Otherwise, if you don't get people to want to change, they're never going to change. They have to want, it's got to come from within. And so that kind of a way of framing a question plants seeds, which is cool.
Well, they have to understand that the whole JFK official narrative is one conspiracy theory. That one guy conspired, that he was going to do this thing. Well, I guess one guy can't conspire, but you know what I mean? Like, that's the official narrative. It's just a conspiracy theory. And I don't mean conspiracy as in crime, but conspiracy as in the colloquial use that we use now today in our modern vernacular.
It is ironic when people start calling you a conspiracy theory when you're talking about JFK specifically. It's just sort of, yeah.
Yeah, because I'm not claiming any facts. I'm just saying he hasn't stood trial yet. Therefore, how could you say that he's guilty? That's an absolute ignorant thing to say.
It's been years since I've looked into JFK. Remind me, what did they do in court around that whole thing?
So what happened? JFK was caught. They said that he killed a cop, and he didn't even know why he was arrested. They beat him up and said, "What happened to your eye?" And he said, "They beat me up." Said, "What did you get arrested for?" He said, "I don't know." And then basically he was in the county, right, with the police station in the basement, and Jack Rubenstein, also known as Jack Ruby, he walked in there and shot him and killed him. So he never stood trial. And then Ruby died in prison to cancer like several months later.
Right, and so he never even know. So he was arrested. He was never even. He was just arrested. He was just being held for disorderly conduct for any other, for lack of a whatever. Right? If he didn't even know. Well, I guess he's accused of. I guess yeah, because he never even made it out of the police station. Right? Never made it out of the basement.
Yeah, but I thought the innocent until proven guilty part was a thing so that the courts can't punish you until the court has been shown that you are guilty beyond reasonable doubt.
But he didn't even make it to court. That's part of the point. Is that he didn't even make it to court.
But that's my point. Yeah, the innocent until proven guilty is only a court part of it.
No, because you're on the street, and when they take you away, you're innocent until proven guilty.
Let's say I'm a police officer in America, right? And I do the same thing as what happened to Mr. Floyd, right? I kill an innocent man on the street, right? And it's on camera, right? Somebody has it on camera, right? But then somebody else kills me before I can go to court. does that mean that I'm therefore forever innocent of killing that innocent man? Because according to your logic, because I've never been to court and been convicted, therefore I'm not that man's killer.
Well, I mean, it's a little different because one person
How,
was
how,
carrying a body
no,
camera,
how
one
is that?
person wasn't.
How is that
I hear
different?
you. That's an interesting question. But in the case of JFK and what's his face, that's not. We don't have that kind of evidence.
But when we was talking
Um,
about being found guilty by the people, we have to be found guilty through a court trial. But to be the killer of the person, if you kill them, you are the killer. But to be found the killer is something different. There's two different things here.
At that
Right, so
point, I
say,
guess only for
right,
us
to say
believers
I'm,
to know and judge. That's it.
to say I'm a serial killer then, right? There's no video evidence, right? But I've got loads of evidence in my house because I've kept trophies from all my victims, right? And before I get to go to court, a relative of one of my victims kills me. Yeah,
Is this a
and
declaration?
therefore, am I innocent then forever of all the victims that I murdered?
well, no, because
Highlander,
then if
Highlander.
a
I feel
trial
like you're not
was
listening.
then, yeah.
No,
No,
Highlander.
I am listening.
You are still a serial killer. It's not. You still know that you're a serial killer. If you're killing, you're a serial killer. If you're a rapist, you're a rapist. What I'm trying to tell you is that the trial, the court, is when the people find you to be a killer. But that doesn't mean that you're not a killer. If you took a life, you took a
Right.
life. That's it.
Okay.
It's as simple as that.
So then Lee Harvey Oswald killed Kennedy, but the people don't know he killed Kennedy, but he still did kill him.
But I don't know that he did.
That's the point. How do we know that he did?
The problem is Lee Harvey Oswald never said that he did that. Somebody else is saying that he did that.
Yeah,
You understand?
right. But in my scenario of me being a serial killer, I never ever told
You have
anybody.
trophies. You have
I
trophies.
never.
You have absolute. If he had plans of the route and all this kind of stuff, or if he had evidence of any of that, and that was all put on trial after the fact, then maybe you'd have some. It's not quite the same thing. You said you have trophies, and if that was ever presented, and having you have your own evidence of it, I don't know. I don't. That's not what we have here. You're trying to. You're assuming you're already guilty, and what we're trying to say is that we don't necessarily know the guilt of Lee Harvey Oswald. You're
Yeah.
already assuming he's guilty. That's part of the because in your
The truth.
analogy,
The
you
truth.
already know your analogy. You're guilty.
The truth is a fact, regardless if people knows or don't know, right?
Well,
And
I mean,
that's why I say only God knows. For me and my belief, only God knows what actually people do. Like if he was a killer or not, only God could tell.
Regardless, still a killer.
We don't know.
Nobody has to know, but you. It doesn't matter if you have trophies. If you did it, is what you are, right? It's just as clean cut as it is. Whatever the people find you to be is something else, but you are still a killer, Highlander. You understand that?
yeah. But I mean, I'm not saying that Lee Harvey Oswald actually killed Kennedy. That's not what I'm saying at all. All my point is that the innocent until proven guilty is only for inside the court.
Right, but so when was Lee Harvey Oswald ever proven guilty for doing it? That's the point. He never was. Therefore, people just assume that he did it because we've been conditioned to do it.
Yeah,
The
but you
point
can be.
was,
Yeah, but you can
hold on.
be guilty.
The point
You can
was
be
that
guilty. You can
the
be guilty
point
by
was,
public opinion
my
and
man.
be innocent in court.
The point is that people say that he was guilty out of just being indoctrinated, even when he wasn't even, you know,
I
like
think we're
found
arguing
guilty
the
or
same
anything.
point, guys. We're arguing this literally the same point. I think we're arguing the same thing. We are all agreeing. I think.
Yeah, I mean, officially and legally, yeah, he was never found guilty.
But that was the point then, yeah. So
Yeah, yeah.
most people will say that that's what happened because that's what we were all told. But that was never
Exactly.
proven in court. Yeah.
The point is that people have been indoctrinated into saying that.
But yeah, for some reason you're
That's
trying
the
to
point.
split hairs by saying. But I mean, it's an interesting point of saying, or if you're guilty of, whatever. But you're trying to split hairs when you're already, I think, agreeing. Yeah.
I don't know if you guys seen this show, fucking American Gods, season 2.
No, Brian, I haven't. The
Matrix.
show or
Cabrón, es Matrix, coño.
Matrix? Sorry.
¿Por qué me llamas Brian?
You sound like Brian, bro.
And not like Brian, like the fast talker Brian. The math and all that shit. And let's talk about the math. That Brian?
Yeah.
Nah, you fucking with me, bro.
I've been calling you Brian this whole time. It's Matrix. Holy shit. I'm sorry, bro.
It's all good, bro. I'm
Lo
just fucking
siento,
with you.
carnal.
No, vacilando, tú sabes. Yo entiendo.
Oh, me.
Yeah, so anyways, in the show American Gods season 2, it's like a battle of the gods, and they have this very interesting character, Chinese character that I think she's called Media. She tweets, and whatever she tweets, the people just believe. Literally, that's all. Like the gods tell the media character, "Hey man, tweet this," right? And as soon as she tweets it, billions of people retweet it and believe it and start talking about it. And all they have to do is just believe it. That's it, from one tweet. And that's exactly how reality is. Like people want to think that everything that we know, we deeply research it and we investigate it, but no, that isn't the truth. We hear shit on the TV and we just believe it because authority said it. We don't think that they could be lying to us or they have nefarious reasons. We think these people are authority. I trust them for whatever fucking reason. I believe them. Is as simple as that. One tweet.
Sounds like QAnon.
Sounds like about 75% of the population.
80, 85. I would even say 90.
How can a shadow make red light? That's what I want to know.
Oh, I like that question.
I knew you'd like it. That's why I said it, bro. I've been seeing that for a long time, brother, and I heard you say it today.
Any
It's
takers?
perspective, Etsy. Perspective.
It's the light that's refracting around the globe.
Shit! I was gonna say refraction again.
It's either refraction or gravity. Pick your choice.
So the light.
They only have refraction or gravity. That's it.
So the light that's refracting around the globe during a shadow that's gray. So the gray shadow is refracting colors now. Okay.
Isn't that something, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, I've never saw it demonstrated in a room or anywhere. Every shadow I see is gray. I don't ever see them with color.
Now, but even though that you haven't seen it demonstrated, D-Mock, even though that it can be demonstrated, D-Mock, you still have to believe it because it's true, because it has to be true.
Well, I don't know about that. I know there's an insistent and there's a bias for it to be true.
Because they can't be wrong, right? Otherwise,
why would you say it is? Why would you say the moon's red on an eclipse?
I didn't say the moon is red. I said what makes that red hue, the yellow hue, the orange hue on the moon, and the brown hue. Why does it go like it's a rainbow during a shadow time? On the dark side of the moon, do we got rainbow days? Well, I mean, I'd love to see it. Well, I mean, that's what you're saying. What? You don't like my logic of reality?
No, it's cool, man.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the dark side of the moon should be lit up like a brown, blue, red, green shadow, according to you guys. Since just the glimmer of light that outshines everything can be turned into a rainbow fan, and just rainbows everything, right? I mean, I'm
Yeah.
learning this rainbow stuff. This is new to me. I didn't know rainbow shadows existed. You know, we were
Yep,
talking
that's
about the
one of the
movie.
things.
So I didn't hear the answer. What is the answer to the question from the
Refraction.
Clovers? Is that it?
Sorry. What?
What's the answer, Left Lane?
What? The answer to what? To which question?
Why do we have a red shadow cast on the moon
Well,
during
they, you
the
know,
lunar
I would,
eclipse?
I would just have to, I mean, read you the, you know, the description on Google. You know, they talk about the red light, how the red light reflects the low, the shorter light wave light refracts around and casts the red shadow.
Okay, fair enough. We should be able to recreate this event, correct?
I was
So
gonna
we
say
should
that.
be able to.
I don't know.
Or at
I don't
least
know.
concoct some sort of device to pick up some sort of rays somewhere, right? Some sort of electric magnetic shift somewhere, right? At least to be able to detect it if it's possible.
If in
Yeah, I
doubt,
don't know. I
refract.
don't know how you do it.
I'm pretty sure we just
The
have to
answer
believe
is
Google.
you can't, bro. Sorry to cut you off. The answer is you can't. You cannot show me a shadow, a red shadow. I
So
challenge
why
anybody here.
why is the moon red on an eclipse?
I don't
Because
know. I don't know.
because it isn't thousands of miles away. Probably not whatever the fuck they're telling us it is. It's something else entirely. And it's doing whatever the fuck it's supposed to be doing.
That's true, but the moon isn't in the way at all. I mean, the Earth isn't in the way at all. I'm sorry. It's just the light of the sun reflecting off the Earth and hitting the moon. And the different colors that the light hits of the sun, of the dirt, of the soil, like say you got red soil, brown soil, or whatever, or just the light that comes like that spreads because it's just a reflection through the medium. So it's either the reflectant off of the medium into the air or through the medium, which makes the rainbow, effect. The atmosphere not being blocked by a big cloud of dirt. A big cloud of dirt being blocked by light doesn't make rainbows. Light
Said you sound
reflects.
just like P. Shea, D-Mock. If you say water particulates one time, bro, you will be quoting P. Shea almost verbatim.
I'm just saying what happens. I don't really. I can't. All I can quote is what I see in my mind. Like the two objects are above the ground, so there's no way that other object can get in between them. So if you have one object, which is the light source, the main light source, it's hitting off the Earth, hitting all through the atmosphere, and it's shining through the atmosphere and hitting the edge of the moon, and that's giving us our Selenilian eclipse. The amount of light that's darker on the bottom than on the top, the portion of sunlight that's hitting through the angle of atmosphere. It's like the angle of attack, like you say, for us or whatever. Yeah, the angle of incident. Yeah, the lights can block each other. So if you got a bright light hitting the water or hitting the earth and coming up and going out as like a V, the same light that's coming down is going to hit that V as a V. So you got a top V of light coming down, sideways V of light, an upway V of light, and all these lights intersect with each other. And that's what through the medium. And there's no Earth in the middle of the two objects. That's the thing though. There's no Earth in the middle of the sun and the moon ever. Because if that was the case, the whole moon would be black, like the dark side of the moon. Like it would be dark. The whole moon would be black, like the dark side of the moon.
Would you explain if you could draw it somehow on a diagram as you explain it? It would probably hit
I
home,
will.
bro.
I will. I did last night. I'll draw it. Yeah, because you really don't need. I mean, literally, we have clear lenses that we can keep putting a lens in front of a lens in front of a lens, and the colors and the attributes of how the shadows and the black and how they go from being bright to black will freak you out. It's just different. Each shade acts another film or another layer to darken it or to block the light more. and it's just a piece of clear plastic, and you have like 20 of them or a lens.
Yeah, there's so many holes in just that. Even the lunar eclipse, the solar eclipse. That's another one of my favorites.
Well,
Bro,
I
you
mean,
see,
from our perspective, Essie, though, all we got to do on the lunar eclipse is the Earth gets between the sun and the moon. Bam, that's a done deal for explanation.
You haven't done
But
that.
yeah, but you got to deal with
You haven't did that.
a red shadow, bro. How are you
well,
gonna deal with
that's
that?
that's the red light refracting around the surface of the Earth. I watched the last one. I was
Okay,
out
show
in
me. Recreate it.
south of Phoenix, and well, I don't know. I'm driving a truck down the road, is he? But
No, I don't mean
I
that.
just
I mean, take your time when you're off and just recreate it. Go in your basement, get a light, get some red
that would be a
paint or
tough
whatever,
one.
and recreate it. Show us a red shadow.
Yeah, that would be a tough one. That's probably kind of like showing you an orbit in a lab. That's not possible.
Yeah, well, we operate from reality, bro. At least I do. Logic and reality. So a red shadow for me, that's a dead giveaway. Something's wrong
But
there.
it's what I always fall on this is, I mean, I you don't have to agree with it, but you can't absolutely refute it unless you can provide an alternative.
No, that's where you're wrong, bro. I just have to show you a fault in your system, and you got to explain it. I don't have to tell you, well, there's no yellow elephants, but here's a brown one.
Yeah,
No.
there's no demonstration of the pink elephant for us.
See, Left Hand, the thing is, the dynamic that you presented as if the story is 100% true until, right? That right there is where the error lies. To just assert.
No, I didn't say that.
No. I get it. I'm paraphrasing, right? The way you put it out there was until you provide me some evidence, right? But I'm pretty sure the evidence that was provided to you wasn't more deeper than like a tweet, a paragraph, like an article. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure you didn't do the in-depth research that you're asking us to do, right? You just simply believe it because it's authority. However that sounds to you. Right? It's just human nature. We just tend to believe things from authority, right? And we don't question it. This is pretty much all about these discussions. We don't believe these sources because we done alternative research leading us to believe that everything they tell us is a lie.
But the explanation as to me is not ridiculous. It's not a ridiculous thing. It's not hard for me to understand it as it's described and accept it as part of my reality.
Can you describe it to us a better way, like it was described to you, so we can believe it, or can you show us what you saw? How you saw 3 balls make that thing that you're claiming? How 2 balls can be?
Well, that's what I would.
Hold on, I'm not done. How 3 balls can be there? You have the light source, the Earth, the moon, and the one ball does exactly what you're claiming, like getting blocked by the other 2. Can you demonstrate that?
Well, what I saw when I was south of Phoenix, going down I-10, going to get my copper, I saw the sunset. At sunset, the sun and moon were in the sky. The moon was on the eastern horizon, and the sun set on the western. And about an hour later, the moon went red. It had a red hue to it, and then a shadow started moving from the bottom left of the moon, and it moved up across to the top right, and it was a curved shadow, just like they talk about the curved shape of the Earth casting a curved shadow, and it completely covered the moon, and then it stayed that way for probably 10 minutes, and you could see the moon, but it was obviously in shadow, and it did have a red hue. I mean, you could, the light parts of the moon, it had a red hue to it, and then the shadow moved. It kind of peeped back out, and it moved from the bottom left to the top right off of it.
The shadow of what?
Just like it, and the sun being down, the sun was behind me, and I'm watching all this. The shadow of the Earth moving across the moon.
Slow with me. So we got the sunlight. And the sunlight hitting the moon, that's the shadow, right? What are you talking about, shadow? When you shine a
The
shadow,
shadow of the earth.
hold on 1 second. That's what you keep claiming. But when I shine lights and do stuff to a sphere, what's going to appear on that sphere? If it's a sphere and I
I
put a
don't know.
shadow onto it, what's it going to look like, buddy? Is it going to look like a square?
Well,
Is
if
it going to look like a rectangle? Huh?
It'll
The curved line
probably
you keep
reflect
claiming
the
is from
shape of
Earth.
the thing casting the shadow.
It
It'll
would
cast
probably
the
look like a
shadow,
shadow.
the shape of the thing.
Left lane, you know you
It'll
can
be
get
the
like
shape of
No,
the thing
the
casting
thing
the
left lane.
already
shadow.
has a shape.
Did you know
The
you can
thing
get
already
circular?
has a round shape. You're not casting a shape shadow. You're casting a
I got you
shadow
with
on it that's bigger than it, right? And you see the edge of the shadow lined up on the edge of the object. Now, the object is round. So what kind of shadow do you get on a round object?
yeah,
Hello? It
yeah,
curves. Yeah, even if you got a flat
yeah.
cardboard, a flat square, it's going to curve shadow on a round object
Yeah,
once you
that's what
point there, buddy.
that's what I was about to
So
say.
what's
Left
your
lane, you know
point?
you can use like a ruler or even like a paper towel holder or anything you want to use, and you can still get a circular curved shadow.
On a sphere
Yeah,
that you're
but I
casting a
mean,
shadow onto.
but what would be our options with what we've got to work with?
Oh, well, we're not seeing a shadow in an eclipse.
Yeah, we're seeing the
Oh, I
light
do
hit
see a
this
shadow. Yeah, I do
but what is
absolutely
that
see a
shadow?
shadow on the eclipse.
No, you don't, Left lane. You think you do, but there are different things that you could see that would look like that. It doesn't have to be a shadow.
Well, I mean, ever
Why
since I've
can't we
been
produce
old
it?
enough
Why
to
can't we do it?
recognize the difference in daylight, and dark, I've understood that, a light source over here and you put an object there and it's going to cast a shadow. It's that simple.
Can you see the chat?
No, it's not.
No, I'm on a 2-lane highway. I can't look.
All right, well, I'm showing you how it 100% doesn't have to be a shadow, right? There's something called polarization. We have
Oh,
electromagnetic
I know what you're
polarization.
talking about. Yeah, I know. They're like the lens, you turn it, or you can take two
Yeah,
lenses and stack them and move them
yeah,
back and forth.
yeah. And
But
the Atmos has electromagnetic polarization.
see, I don't know.
Let's talk about
That's gonna be a stretch to demonstrate that. It will be a stretch for you.
Well, see, this is the thing.
Oh,
This is the way it actually works. Sorry, I won't take over. I'll give it back to you, Tim. I just want to say this is how it's supposed to work in reality. Is if you have an assumption that you think's happening, and then you have an observation that doesn't work with it, it shows you that it is not actually the truth. So when we
Yeah.
assume that the Earth is blocking the sun, casting a shadow onto the moon, but then we see both the sun and the moon above the Earth, we're like, okay, well, that speculation that we had isn't viable anymore, right? And so then we must move on to something else. So when you say it's a stretch, I mean, what could be
Well,
more
I'm
of a
not going
stretch
with
than
this.
making a claim that's geometrically impossible?
Yeah, I'm not going with the Selenelian. I'm just talking about the lunar eclipse.
That is a lunar eclipse. All I'm saying is,
There is a Selenelian somewhere on the Earth every time there's a lunar eclipse. It's just not where you're actually at all the time.
why
you
can't you
know
present
that
any of these?
it debunks the
Produce.
book.
It's tough.
100% debunks the globe.
Left lane,
You keep telling us what you have.
what would debunk the globe in your opinion?
I'd like to get high enough to see it, to see the shape of the Earth.
So the only way that you think we could debunk the Earth being a ball is to get outside the Earth and look at it.
Just to be honest, I've seen too many things that comport to the spherical surface, the effect of curvature of mountains grow out of the horizon as I approach them, and boats over the horizon when I'm deep sea fishing and
Love a
different
drawing
things
of
like
that
that
side view.
that
You
comport
got a
to my
side
idea
view?
of what would cause that.
Side view would show us that you're lying. 100%.
Hey,
Okay.
you go deep sea fishing?
Yeah, I used to.
That's dope, man. I got a lot of respect for that. That takes some freaking balls.
Use a
It is
radar to
No,
pretty
it
spot the
would.
fish.
No, it was all fun, man. It was just fun. There was never any danger.
Use a
I
radar
imagine
to
you
spot the
catching like
fish.
sharks and whales. What do you mean by deep sea fishing?
You're just on a boat, dude. You're on the
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
boat.
I got the wrong impression.
yeah, just sport fishing.
Use a radar.
Oh, the captain had the radar, but we never. It was always nice weather when I went.
Yeah,
See
it's like
those
horizontal.
polarizing.
I really thought deep sea fishing meant you were catching giant ass fish. Wow, I was wrong.
Let's see
I've
what's
caught
up.
some big shit, but no, I wouldn't call them like giant ass. Probably a couple of 100 pounds, the biggest fish I ever caught.
But so,
That's what I mean.
Left
That's
Lane,
huge,
is it
dude.
not even at least intriguing to you when you see the polarized lens? And that's exactly what we see during eclipse. You don't even, that doesn't even for a second make you think at all.
Now, the first thing that crosses my mind is I don't see a polarized lens in the sky.
So, have you seen the videos where you can see the orb in the sky approaching it during the eclipse?
No, you mentioned that yesterday, maybe, I think, and yeah, that got my attention. I would like to see those videos. If there was like 3 orbs or something during the eclipse that you were
Well,
talking about.
yeah, it was viewed from 3 different angles, right? Like that's only relevant because some people don't really want the truth. They just like I'm not talking about you, right? But they see something and they frantically want to find a way that it can't be real or whatever. So they say it's like the lens flare, but that's debunked with the 3 different angles in the plane. And then it was also caught from the ground, but I'll find the video for you.
Yeah, I'd like to see
You know
it.
those polarizing lenses you posted? It gets dark at the 90 if you notice, right? Look at it. As it turns, darkest point is at the 90. You want to hear something freaky? This is why light is mysterious. If you put a third lens there, do you know that it clears up? You can see
Yeah, it's
through.
called the quantum Venn diagram paradox.
Uh-huh.
It debunks
Is
the
that
photon.
freaky or what?
Not really. It debunks the photon. It just means the light's already there, and you're just affecting how you see it, as far as I can
Shadow.
tell.
Well,
The
I don't know about
shadows,
the
though.
already there part, but yeah, that's what those filters do.
Well, you see, it
The
makes sense,
shadows
right?
from
Like
that eclipse.
if it's traveling through that lens, and then it gets blocked, you couldn't just put another lens on top of it because it's already blocked, right? It wouldn't just come through it magically. But if it was all already there, and the lens is just affecting how you see what's there, then that would make perfect sense.
Can we get an effect like that with the can we produce like a fake type of solar eclipse with like a bright light and another object, like, you know, in an actual lab setting, like what the flat earth explains was just where you just need the 2, right? And then have someone film it from a distance or film it and see if those little things don't still happen, like what we see from 3 different angles. Because I think they would. I just don't have any proof. You know, it's like the same way the shadows come out everywhere. You're not seeing the shadows of the leaves and all the stuff. You're seeing a giant shadow. And inside that giant shadow, you're seeing little pictures of the eclipse everywhere. So to me, it would show that it would show you little eclipses everywhere somehow, like fucking from weird angles of light. It seems weird, but
Yeah, you can say light is already there with it, or you can say somehow the third lens affects the polarization because, you know, it's a set of lines, right? That does the polarization running one way and then the other way. Or what if the third one just scrambles that cohesion, shall we say?
That doesn't make sense if it's like a physical something traveling, right?
I'm
Because
not saying I got it. I'm just giving an alternative to
no,
light
I hear you.
already being there.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I like that you're open, man. I mean, I'm just telling you my opinion, right? I don't know. I don't know all things. I definitely don't fully understand. Like, Left Lane. I don't know if you're still here, but I dropped one of the people. It's called "The Boasted Accuracy of Modern Astronomy Exposed," and yeah, that really details all the different times that this has been spotted. There's been many astronomers over the last couple 100 years talking about how they have spotted it and isolated it. That there's another orb or 2 in the sky, and astrophysicists will actually even tell you this. It's just like ignored. So anyway, and I'm gonna drop
Well,
the
you want
video
to hear
for you. I gotta
something
find it.
freaky?
you can't even see Mercury.
I
We
have
don't
one
even
of
see
those.
Mercury, the closest planet.
I have one of those lenses. What's it? It's an ND400. Now, the freaky thing is when I shoot the sun, with that lens and only with that lens, you see these like particle, like these. I can't explain it. It happens all the time. You see what looks like these white things streaking out all over the place. Make what you want out of it, but
Are you talking about the white lines? Like the white
Yeah,
line?
like a spider web. Yeah.
like they look
That's
like little
very
flies. Like
interesting.
yeah, yeah. I have
And
it on
Like a
my
broken
channel.
glass, kind of.
have you guys ever like cracked like the curtains open a little bit in a dark room and let the sunlight in and watch how
Yes.
the particles react? Like this, bro. That's very.
No, not like that, bro. Like think of it like flying filaments is the best way I can tell you. Like I have on my
With light
YouTube
streaks.
channel.
Like sometimes during the dirty time or whatever, when it's raining or sunny and the sun hits your window and you have like those little streaks on your window, that's basically what he's talking about.
It looks like a discharge. The way I called it was electric snow. That's what it freaking looks like little things like flying. I don't know what the hell it is.
Well,
Could
did
be.
you see the image I showed last night? I took a picture of the moon with my phone, just a regular picture. And then when I uploaded it, it didn't even look like I mean, it looked like the moon, but it looked like it was too bright to even to get it in focus. And then the background looked like a brick wall with like little sections. And it was just space. It was just the air. Like that's weird. And I took another one, like, what the hell is that? And the other one was just regular. I find that weird.
Yeah, and this, what I'm saying, I'm gonna find the video and post it. It just happens with my ND filter, not with when I use the solar filter. I don't see that at all.
Right. And I still wonder what camera you'd need to go up to space with, or up to 120,000, 80,000, 70,000 feet to see stars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, any meteorites, comets, debris. I mean, there's so much to name, but yeah, all that stuff. Every
There's
picture we ever get.
something about the polarizing filter, man. Something about it.
Well, polarizing, what does that mean? Just another insulator? Does that mean actually pulling the voltage or currency from one lens to the next? Is there an exchange there? Like polarizing, what does that really? I mean, does that mean cold? What does it mean? Light, polarizing, to focus? Like what are we talking
Think
about
of
really?
think of lines running up and down, and then
Right.
think of lines running the other way,
Okay, like a
like
grid.
across, right?
Yes, sir.
So when those lines when they're aligned, you can see through. But when it goes to the 90, right? Somehow it blocks it. That's the best way I could explain it. Like they're different
A way
lines.
to
Like
make the focal point. Yeah. Kind of like the grid pattern on the TV. You got to like line it up and adjust it, like because you have all the different colors, and it'll look like just a colorful rainbow grid, like not a TV, a projector, the old projectors, and you got to kind of like line them up, and then they show the picture.
yeah, like think of lines aligned north south, right? But when you see when it turns, look at what Witsit posted. When it turns it, think of the line turning, and when they reach 90, the light gets blocked. It can't go through. That's how they explain it, the waves but really, who the hell knows what's going on there? Because then you put the third one, and it goes away. It's- that's why light is the most mysterious thing, man.
Yeah, but what's the actual design of those pieces? I would say okay, because I've had pictures before where you get your flat base picture, and then this one guy came up or whoever came up with the technology to print the picture at a certain angle to where now on the face of every picture, depending on how you tilt it, you get have another picture. Okay, so if I'm looking at it one way, I see, the four people in the picture. I tilt it up, I see three. I tilt it to the right, I see two. I tilt it to the left, I see one. So each way you tilt this picture shows you just one image over the other image because the angle of the incident of the actual material that you're looking through. So it's like a little pyramid, and each thing is a pyramid picture on each side of those pyramids, on the top, right, left, bottom, whatever. And when you shift it, that's the only image you see because of the angle that it's facing you. And that to me seems like what's going on somehow. Like why? How can you line them up directly, see through, but then only when you turn them, they turn dark and then back to color. Like
Yeah,
so, just like
it's that what has to do with straight lines. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I just posted the thing I was telling you. Just
oh
freeze frame it anywhere, and you're gonna see those things. Just so you don't think I'm making
yeah.
shit up.
No, I watched it. I know what you're talking about. I said that before you guys even got out. I was talking about those lenses, the little lenses you put in front. That's exactly what I was talking about for the eclipses. Just imagine those lenses as more lights added. And when you have the two lenses there, they're the same. But when you take it and the 90-degree angle of the fucking two things meet, how they're going to meet and focus the light in each other, they're blocking each other out. They're focusing the light in at that angle, and then they unfocus it. So when you bring them to 90, they're just bringing the angles of light together, kind of like the prism makes the rainbow from the clear light or the light being shined in it. Do you see what I'm saying? Like it has to literally be that.
I don't know. When I first saw that with the ND filter, I thought there was flies flying around or something. Then I slowed it down. I go, what the hell is that, man? They just keep whizzing by like.
Yeah, they said there was a lot of whizzing by and crazy shit that you could see when you started to like go into different pressures or whatever too. Like supposedly in space they got those little sparks or streamers or whatever they call them or something weird. But I know what you mean. Like when you see the idea of the sun glaring at you through something, you could see the little white specks coming, and they divide each other from itself, and they come out, right? So they look like little teeth or prongs off a comb or a hair thing, and they just fan out. I know what you're talking about. It's just hard to explain them. They're little white streaks. They look like little spider webs coming from the sun or whatever from the source. But the lens thing, I would like to see if those lenses weren't like at a certain angle, or the lens itself wasn't smooth or not, or beveled. Because if
Like
it's a beveled lens, then that's I mean you're doing something.
Let me give
Like
you an
because
idea what they use that lens for, the ND, right? This might
mm,
help. You know, if you want to shoot, let's say, a fish in the river, right?
right,
But when you look, you see the shimmering of the water. Just can't see the fish. Well,
right.
with this ND lens, you can adjust it somehow, and you can see through that glare. That's what
It's like
photography.
it's refocusing the light for you.
Yeah, something
See
like
how the
that.
light, yes, all light spreads out from source. When these two things catch it, they focus it in the middle of itself. You get what I'm saying now? So right in
Eh,
the middle of that fucking object, literally what's happening is light is fucking with itself when you turn it like that to get the
It's like
focus.
it's like a magnifying glass or something, or
Yes.
you're adjusting your binoculars or some shit like that. I don't know. That's the best way I could. But taking glare
You're
out, that's like freaked out.
you're not taking glare out. It's super glare. It's super glare on one
I
and
don't
no
know, man.
glare on the other.
Yeah, I have no clue. Like I'm just saying what happens, you know?
Right. Let me show you another video real quick. This might help to explain what I'm trying to say about the eclipses here. Let me show you this.
Like to explain the mechanism to like that all this shit started quantum mechanics, you know? Because of light.
Yeah, but you don't need quantum mechanics to I'm telling you, man, the more light sources you have, the more shadows you have. This is the easiest way to explain what I'm talking about. So say in a room you got 37 light sources and you got one candle. The candle would represent, the moon. And depending on how that candle reacted to the light, you're going to get different actions or reactions accordingly. So if I take a bright light like the sun that's super white, fucking bright, right? Like when it goes out and it hits another object that's almost as bright at a way weird distance, away from it, then the light, it's light. And just like those lenses, it's clear. But that light is focused now going through the medium, which is its lens, and it's hitting the other surface. It's acting the same way as those two things go into a 90. So when these two objects in the air right above you get closer or further, they hit that angle. Before they hit that angle, they're good to go. They're fine. No problem. Once they hit that angle of incident of light, then a brighter light can make a dark light black. But you only see this because the only thing we have up there to show us is the fucking moon. The only thing up there to show us how the light's transferring onto it is the moon. We don't have hot air balloons, blue, green, red, metallic mirror floating up there for 10 hours on the bottom of a helicopter or a drone to show us like how different sunlights can affect it if we have a little light sitting up there ourselves. Like why, to give people a better idea why, there should be these type of things done. But it's literally light, so I can shut up. It's light, strong light, less light, a stronger light, and a dimmer light. Together, those two objects do everything that you're seeing right up in the same level where they're at. And that's it. It's really that simple. No phenomena. It's just light. Light is the phenomena, I guess.
Can I get a mic check?
Loud and clear.
Wonder how long I've been muted for.
I wish I would have heard it. You know what you were saying.
Yeah, I was just asking the truck driver, I think his name's Left Lane, if we define a shadow as the absence of light, then how could the eclipsed moon, or so-called eclipsed moon, how could it be glowing red, right? It's like saying that you got a Christmas tree full of red bulbs, right? And the Christmas tree is not lit up, it's in shadow. It just doesn't make sense to me. It seems like a violation of the law of non-contradiction. Either it's emitting light or it's a shadow. It can't be both. Like, who can put the sun in a shadow, right? Can you shadow the sun? No, the sun's never going to have a shadow on it because it itself emits light. And I think, I used to be against this, but I think maybe the Bible was correct that the moon has its own light, right? And that's when it glows red. And maybe, when it glows white, it's transmuting or reflecting the sun's light.
Yep. That's why the dark side of the moon is the dark side, only because it's on the other portion. So the bright side of the moon you see has its light. It has a reflectant surface that shines light. Yes, it is a source of light, be it from a reflective source to make it so, or whether it's from itself. But the thing is, the brightness of the sun, if it's or the moon, I'm sorry, if it's just sitting there by itself, you would see like a little brightness and then like a little darkness on the other side, and it could still be like a coloring, right? But since the sun is out, now you get a total dark shadow on the back side of the moon, and you get the lit up portion from the front where the sun is hitting, because the sun's hitting the moon close enough that it can't, you know what I mean? It's reflecting off of it at really bright white, and then the back is being outshined because the back is still the actual color of the moon, and it's only being hit by a little portion of light outshining the front portion of the ball. And that to me explains it better than what they're trying to say.
I just know that shadows don't glow red. I've seen lots of shadows in my life, and I can't think of pointing at a shadow that's emitting light ever in my life. A shadow is the absence of light, and maybe there's multiple sources, right? But yeah, it's the absence of light.
And if the rainbows are doing that and you get rainbow colors in the shadows like during the night, why don't we have rainbows everywhere?
They need to go to the fucking doctors.
What?
Somebody's hot mic.
I was gonna bring up totally random, maybe unrelated, but isn't there like a crystal dome inside of our eyeballs?
The eyeball probably is made of crystalline structure of some sort. crystal fucking layers of liquid.
I'm learning
that
about
have-
crystals. I heard Gio mention that crystals have fluorescence and they could actually, reflect light even though there's no source of it. Do our eyes do that? I don't know. Random.
Yeah, they absorb. Yeah, you know your eyes put out too, right? You know how radar works. Radar shoots out to the object.
Yeah,
Think
keep going.
think about that for your eyesight.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, you got to shoot the radar out. You don't like the beam goes out. Objects interfere with the beam, and then they know it's there.
Yo, can I just get a mic check?
Yo, you
Come on
can.
in.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Do I sound all right?
Yep.
I figured it out. You know, you guys were always telling me that I was low. I had noise suppression activated on my laptop and not on my phone, and that was why why I couldn't. No one can hear me on my phone.
Yeah, you sound better for sure.
Anyway, yeah, sorry.
Leftland was just telling us he's thinking about leaving the globe, bro.
Y'all always telling lies on me for, man.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
You can hang out, bro. You can come on over, bro. The water's
Oh,
fine.
I can hang out and still maintain my position. You just don't want to scream and call everybody idiots and act like a dang fool.
Oh, I shouldn't ask you how my balls taste.
No, that's there's some things that will get your lips split if you did it in person, right?
Bro, that's what I'm saying, man.
Yeah, those are things you shouldn't do on Discord. If it's something that you'll get punched in the mouth for, you maybe shouldn't do it. I mean, it's a bad look, you know.
I don't know how they do things over there with hate speech laws, but where I'm from, you get popped in the mouth with a quickness. Over here in Tennessee, talking like that.
About the time he got the T part of the nut out would probably be a split lip.
Yep.
Yeah, it's same in England, to be fair.
Yeah.
My little brother calls Memphis, Tennessee, Memphrica, but I don't think he would ever say that in public.
I don't know. I say a lot of stuff, but Kai heard us and said, yeah, the reason they talk so big and bad over in England is because no one has any guns.
Yeah, that might be true, to be fair. Like, although it's weird because in England everything's very passive aggressive. Like, for instance, if you go to a party or something and someone doesn't like your top, I imagine in America 2 girls would just go, "Oh, I don't really like your top," whereas in England there'd be like snidey kind of half backhanded compliments, and they would just be flying across the room, and you're just like, "What the fuck's going on?"
Yeah, like the culture's definitely different. You guys are a little more rude as your humor, but I think that even there, like telling someone you're asking them how your balls taste and telling them you're gonna teabag their corpse and all this stuff is it's probably still not really accepted there either.
That's nasty as fuck. Yeah. The thing is, though, is again, I think it depends on who you are, because like, if you look like someone who's going to pop someone in the mouth, people tend to just avoid saying anything like that to you.
Until you get to the internet.
Well, that's the thing. No one sees how you look unless you show your face. So it's like the dynamic changes.
Well, you can go to people that are just super jacked, right? On like say Instagram or whatever. There's like shredded big dudes. There's always someone in the chat talking big and bad, right? Because you got the protection.
Yeah, and often when you see these guys shit talking, like they'll be shit talking this like ripped dude who's like in peak physical condition, and then you'll see their like avatar or whatever, and it's like the fattest guy you've ever seen.
Yep. Yeah, like this dude is so funny. I always say it, but it's so funny. Like the guy that came out to my tour that was like way overweight and old and lived with his mom and brought his mom out there. He's like in his 60s, but he brings his mom with him. Is the same guy that's like on the internet talking about how stupid and lame I am and you're homeless, oh get a job and all this, you know what I'm saying? It's the same person. Yeah, it's wild. Such is life. But I was just telling Left Lane it's cool. You can come on over, man. The water's fine. It's level and fine.
Don't you want to be like the cool kids, Left Lane?
It's level and horizontal, Left Lane.
You gonna sit at the cool table, bro?
The
Left
coffee's
Lane,
fine.
can I ask you a question? You there?
You can have a cookie if you want, bro.
No, I'm at the shipper in the office.
Oh, okay.
You want me to flat smack him?
I'm just wondering, Left Lane, if you could answer this question. Like, when you're out deep sea fishing, are you doing it in the ocean? Are you on the sea? Are you on a lake? How big is this body of water? Like, what's your preferred?
And how flat is the boat?
sea, bro?
Left Lane?
Called deep sea fishing, bro.
I was about to ask him a question after that. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Whatever.
I think he identifies as Skylane now, so you have to use his preferred pronouns, or you're a bigot.
No, I never said I want to be a bigot when I grow
from
up.
one side of the sea to the other. Like, if you measure the height of the water on one side of the sea and then go to the other side, is there a change in elevation?
Good question.
Well, it depends. I mean, probably not in the liquid itself when it's settled, but the portion of land you'd be standing on, definitely 1,100,000,000,000%. Yes. And when they stick their things in the ground, they're not sticking their thing in the water either. It's not really going for the elevation so much on the water as it is the two portions of land which are jank in the first place, right?
Hey,
Like when
how
they go
many?
across the lake.
What's the percentage? 100 million
Percentage.
billion. That's a lot, bro.
Yes. Correct though. And the good and to the positive. You know, like truth, like it once it's true, you know what I mean? That's what you go with. Yeah.
Yeah. Can I ask Skylane a question?
Said he's in the office or something, bro.
Oh, is he? All right, no worries. I thought he was joking about driving because he's a driver, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said what's the percentage? You threw me off for a second. I was like, oh, he's talking to me. Oh, I did say a weird percentage, didn't I?
Well, you're talking about dipping your thing in the water as well, so I mean.
Yeah, no, that threw me off as well.
He's like, you stick your thing in the ground.
No, not my thing. Not my thing. The equipment that they use, they stick it in the ground. They get their settle, they start from one part of the ground on the left side of the lake, and then one portion of the ground on the right side, right? And then they level it out from that. From that point, they've already messed up. Is what I was saying. I'm sorry.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, because the land. If I go to a mountain over here that's not over here and I set up my stuff, I have to set my stuff up and I have to adjust it for 0 there and adjust it over here for 0. Those adjustments aren't going to be the same. That's basically what you're asking. Is there a difference in elevation? There's not in the liquid when it's settled, but in the portions of land that I'm actually working with, there is always. Like there's a dip over here, a mudslide, a snake hole, and over here there's not. Over here there could be a rock or stone and you can't really get your equipment in right. You can't even do it to where you want to, but over here you can because it's smooth, soft ground. So there's always going to be a problem with the way they take surveying on dirt, from dirt to dirt on a supposed globe. It's never going to work out the way that I would think it would work out. The angles will never meet. Like you and me trying to see eye to eye. We would always be off by a certain percentage of like not seeing eye to eye. Simply
but
because of the spherical surface.
Demok, why would they lie?
Why would they tell the truth? That's what I want to know.
Perfect response.
So they can get a check. I can't tell you I'm leveling out the water or making the globe be what the globe is as a glober and get paid for that if I don't do exactly that, right? If I come back and tell you all surveying's wrong, I'm the top surveyor, how long would I keep my job?
Well, 0 hours. Yeah.
So yeah, but yeah, all I was saying was they're
Instant
using dirt.
dismissal.
Yeah. They're using dirt. I mean, does that make more sense? They're actually using the topography of the land, not the liquid that we want them to, like a calm portion of liquid, like itself, like a floaty on the liquid that's calm, and then another floaty on the other side, right? You know, design both 2 foot off the floaty, 2 foot off the floaty. You put this one on the water on this side, this one on the water on that side, or 10 foot, you know, whatever. I'm just saying, like, there's ways to do way better calculations than what they got going on. I'll tell you that. Like that right there would settle a lot of surveying problems. Just an actual floating bottom surveying tool that's automatically leveled for the water itself. So it floats at 3 foot. It's like 3 foot of material. This much of it goes down in the water on this side and that side, no matter what the material, you know what I mean? It's the same thing, two of the same identical objects. And you have a pole with your stuff on one side, pole with it on this side, and you just put one floaty there, you anchor it down so it doesn't really go anywhere. Boom.
Are you an actual surveyor?
Are you?
Me, no.
Oh, me either. Me either.
Right. So
Oh, this
you're
comes back
talking
to the
about.
thing that
Hold on. So you're talking about telling people how to do their job properly or in a better way, but it's a job you've never actually done yourself.
That's what I do.
Okay.
I tell people how to do stuff better. I tell people a better way to do stuff they were doing it wrong.
Dude,
Is there a
Highlander,
problem there?
Highlander, you know that surveying isn't like really complicated, right?
I never said it was complicated, and I never said it was easy. All I'm saying is that if you've never done a job before, then you can't go saying,
Oh yeah,
well,
I've done a job
to
before.
do this
Hold
job
on a
easier,
second.
you should be doing this.
Sign a
You should
Rob.
be doing that. Yeah.
Hold on. I've surveyed stuff before. I put in pools, above ground pools, but I'm not a surveyor. I thought that was your question. Am I a surveyor?
Wait, is your
Yeah,
argument, Highlander, that you can't talk about anything unless you personally do it?
No.
Okay, well, glad we got that
Well,
cleared up.
if someone comes up with a design, Highlander, to make your job better and easier, and like eliminate 10 hours worth of your work, or 3 automatically, or 10, then you get paid more. Would you say, hey, Democ, let's use yours and not mine now because I'm going to get paid way more using yours, even though I didn't know how to do whatever you were doing? My thing still helps you out, right? I mean, does that?
So
I mean,
how are you going to improve what I do at my job if you don't know what I do?
did you hear what I said?
He literally just said
Okay,
he
now
does know.
Would you not actually have to do it first to
No.
understand the process that they're originally doing in order to improve on that?
So your argument is that if you don't personally do something, you can't understand it.
Now, you can have an understanding of it.
You just said, wouldn't you need to do it to understand it? That's what you just said.
Yeah, but understanding what somebody does and actually doing what somebody does is two totally different things.
But that doesn't mean you can't
we
understand
find
it.
that all the time in my workplace. The people sat in the office, they turn around and say, oh, things would be a bit more efficient if you did things this way and did things that way. And yeah, on paper, it's fucking brilliant. It looks good. Yeah, we'll save a lot of time. But yet, when we go down and put it in practice, everything just goes to shit.
Depends on what you're talking about. That makes no sense because I'm sure there's a million things that have helped a lot that you have put in practice and probably a million you haven't. So that doesn't help you. And I didn't say I need to know how to do or I do their job or I have to go do their job. That doesn't make any sense either. If you say, hey man, what's a better way to use my time to put this square here because it takes me 14 hours to set it up, and this little guy comes up to you and says, hey man, I know how to do it in 2 hours. It doesn't matter anything you just said. As long as what he said is correct and you can do it in 2, did you not save your time?
Nothing he said about surveying was wrong, Highlander, so your critique is invaluable, irrelevant, nonsensical, lame, diversion.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I'd also
That's
add that
exactly what I was just going to say.
yeah, I'd also add that easy and complicated aren't antonyms, but maybe that's being a bit nitpicky.
I'm just saying there are people that, come along and like somebody has like, there's like a group of people say, man, that don't really, it's hard for them to think outside the box sometimes because they're focused on what they have to do every day and like another fresh perspective to that thing, even though you don't know that thing, that might be why you come up with the new idea a little better because you're not really sure about certain things and you fit that in there and they're like, hey, that's right, that works. And they try it. Then they try another thing and they say, hey, that doesn't. What you do there is you use the one that does and you don't use the one that doesn't. I mean, it's real simple. I mean, so if I tell you a floaty,
Yeah.
right, a floaty automatically levels itself, then that eliminates you having to get up, put the stake in the grass, sit there in the rain, take your time, put the thing up, get out of the sun, focus your. I mean, come on, man. What I'm saying, it sounds really simple to me.
Yeah, I have perfect examples of this, Highlander, in my job where there's people that don't know the technicalities of what I do, but they understand kind of the overall process of what I do. And they build automations to eliminate a lot of steps within the process that I have to take within the job that I do. So they don't know the minutia, they don't know the details of everything that I do, but they do find ways to make my job more efficient. So I don't see why your point was relevant at all whatsoever.
It's just desperately trying to undermine everything that's said by flat earthers, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Exactly.
With regards to, it kind of leads into a conversation I was having with Nate earlier about kind of these experts and without sort of, I don't know if anyone here was there for that a couple of hours ago, but just to give an overview, it was like the idea that you've got globe debate experts versus like experts in the field of astronomy or astrology or whatever, who might have a lot more detailed knowledge on a very more narrow subject. But it's what I find interesting is that these globe defender guys like Rumpus and Zanuck and all the rest, they're actually the very best that the globe has. Like, they have no one to appeal to because they're the best globe debaters, right? So if you catch them appealing to someone else, then it's like, well, they don't understand things even at your level, so why are you appealing to them?
Yeah, like Highlander, since you know so much, can you tell me how a selenilian eclipse works on a globe Earth?
I didn't say I know so much.
Do you think there's a globe?
I just said that he's on about, oh, surveyors should be doing this and should be doing that. Well,
that's not what he said.
If he a surveyor.
Hey, Witsit,
Yeah.
Witsit, why don't you explain to me how a normal eclipse works and then work to the
Hey, you pumped the brakes, All-Star. Hey, Highlander.
Come on, tell me how a normal eclipse works.
Hey, I would rather run into traffic and play tag with cars.
Of course, because you can't tell me how a normal eclipse works. I understand.
Okay, calm down. So, Highlander, how does a selenilian eclipse work?
The same way as a normal eclipse, Witsit, and you can't explain that. So how do you explain? Is this useful? This is not useful. How do you expect someone to tell you how a selenilian eclipse works when it works exactly the same as a normal eclipse and you don't accept that value?
Well, see, this is the problem. So we have a proposed claim, right? Now, falsification is independent of replacement. The globe Earth has a positive.
What do you mean replace it? You can't even tell how it works. We've told you how it works, and you say nuh-uh. I'll tell you what. Coming up on November 8th, you can, if you live on the East Coast, I don't know where you live right now, but if you live on the East Coast, there'll be a selenilian, yeah, how do you say that word? There'll be an eclipse, a selenilian eclipse.
When?
On the 8th of, I believe it's the 8th of November this year.
Oh, cool. I'll be sure and go document it with high definition and falsify your globe.
You might not be far east enough to see it.
I'm in South Carolina. That's pretty far east.
That's pretty far east, yeah. Take a look at it.
Okay, so we have a positive claim as to what causes the eclipses. on the table, and that is the Earth is a ball, and it blocks the light from the sun, and it casts a shadow onto the moon.
All can be proved.
Now we got a problem though, because one of the lunar eclipses is a geometric impossibility.
No, it's not.
Well, it is.
No, it's not. Because
when
you're observing a Snellian eclipse, other people on the globe are observing a full eclipse at the same time. How's that work?
How's that work?
Yeah,
they're at different locations.
But it's the same eclipse. It's the same eclipse.
Yeah, that debunks your claim.
No, it's the same eclipse. It's happening exactly the same way.
Debunks your claim.
No, it doesn't.
What's quite interesting here, you've added a second layer of complexity, which would actually invalidate or at least make the globe explanation even more complicated and difficult to fit on a model, and then use that as an excuse as to why it's true. That doesn't make any sense.
Oh, what do you mean it doesn't make any sense? I can't help it if you can't make sense of it. It's not up to me to have you make sense of stuff.
I didn't say that I can't make sense of it. I'm saying that it doesn't make sense.
Exactly. It doesn't make sense to you. I got it.
No, objectively.
Yeah, again, objectively, you haven't understood what I've said, which doesn't surprise me.
I bet you money you couldn't tell. I bet you money you couldn't tell the room what Crypto's point was.
I don't think he had a point. I think he's
he's
na'ing again. He's na'ing again. That's the thing.
You come in here and you don't even actually listen to what people say. You have no intentions of having an actual conversation. You predetermine your response. Nancy, you know I'm a mod here, right? So why is it that you think that you get to interrupt everyone? Now,
why is it? Why is it that you have a problem with this? I mean, this is something we've known about for at least 400 years.
I don't think you understood Crypto's point.
Does Crypto have a point other than
Yeah, he made a point.
The thing is, you don't even have to go as far as an eclipse to debunk flat Earth. Just the fact that we see the same side of the moon all the time debunks flat Earth. Yeah. So, like when the people in Australia when the people in Australia look up and see the moon, right, and the flat Earth at one point in time, right, as it's circling above the flat Earth, the moon will be between likes of Australia and China and Japan, right? So how come when they both look up, they see the same side of the moon? Shouldn't they be seeing opposite sides of the moon?
So and before we address your elementary, we know your argument. You watch Professor Dave. We get it. You're so smart. Now, before we address your non sequitur, we're going to actually drive Crypto's point home because it's a fundamental logical point. Okay. So he said, you can't bring up something that actually contradicts the globe Earth explanation and makes it more complicated, requiring a more complicated explanation.
Oh, no, it's not more complicated, though. It really isn't more complicated. It's actually very simple.
He didn't listen to me, and now he won't allow you to repeat it.
Yeah, exactly. You can't invoke something that requires a more detailed, complex explanation to try to explain it on a globe as proof that your claim within the globe paradigm is valid. That's retarded.
Well, I don't care if you think it's retarded, Witsit. It's very simple. The Earth gets in the way of the sun between about twice a year, and that causes eclipse.
That wasn't
that's not the point.
I was addressing your ad hoc excuse that you've got different people seeing a different side of
different parts of the globe. You only half the world will see the eclipse. How about that? Why can't everybody see the eclipse on the flat Earth? The reason only half the people see the eclipse is because the other half the people on the other side of the globe in daytime during the eclipse.
You're just not addressing what I've said at all.
No, it's perfect. I mean, there's no problem with the globe explanation for eclipses.
What is half of the Earth? What's the other half of the Earth?
The Earth is a sphere, and only 50% of it is facing the moon at any one time.
So if we beg the question that it's a sphere, you can say that it's
no, we don't have to
impossible on
beg
a
the
flat
question,
Earth.
because we already know it's a sphere. With Eratosthenes and Al-Biruni.
So NASA's argument is NASA's argument is a spherical Earth is impossible on a flat Earth.
Yeah, exactly. A spherical Earth is impossible on a flat Earth. Because the fact that only 50% of the Earth is illuminated is very difficult for you to explain. Actually, it's exactly 50% of the Earth is illuminated at any one time.
Actually, it's
very
not exactly. There's one time, there's a day every year where there's like significantly more than half of the Earth illuminated.
No, it's not.
Yes. Yes.
What day is that? What day is that?
I think it's July 8th.
Why? And how much more than 50% is illuminated?
Like 65%.
No way.
No, there's no way it goes up to 55. If anything, the maximum it would be is roughly 53 at the most.
So if it's any more than that, then the globe's debunked, Highlander?
No, don't put words in my mouth. I never said that.
You just said the maximum it could be, which means if it's more
wait a second. Wait a second. Let's get over. We're talking at a particular time, time, not over the total day. We're talking at a specific time.
Wow, you're understanding.
So like right now, was it 2:00 East Coast time? 2:04. Just 50% of the Earth is illuminated.
So if it's more than that, then the globe's debunked, right?
Well, show me that it's show it to me first, and then we'll talk about it.
Okay, well I'll grab it in a second, but anyway, the actual point to wrap it all up here is there's a positive claim on the table. It's that the Earth's a ball and that eclipses are caused a certain way. We have an observation that debunks that. Now we have two options.
No, you don't. You don't have an observation that debunks it. You have an observation that you don't understand, and you can try to think that it debunks it, and it doesn't.
NASA, you think I don't understand your argument?
Yes.
You're lying.
Yes, you don't understand it. You are either too lacking in gray material, or you're so focused on your fundamentalist Christian beliefs that you won't believe it, or you just
attacks. That's what you're gonna do.
It's not attack.
Your only argument
is
not even worth talking to this guy.
Oh, shut up! Shut up,
no, it's really not even worth talking to him. He just
which one is it? Is it you don't understand it, or you don't want to understand it? It's one or the other.
That's your whole argument, is that you don't understand. That's
correct.
your argument. It's just saying you don't understand. That's why you don't get it, because you don't understand.
Okay, watch this. Explain it to us. Explain it to us.
1 second.
I can explain it to you, SE? No, I can't.
Wait, he's talking. NASA, I'm muting you if you do it again.
I was talking and I was being interrupted, actually. But
no, I was talking ages ago and got interrupted by about 3 people. Napalm, yeah, his literally entire argument is you're a stupid Christian. That's literally his
argument. Exactly.
Yeah, but see, this is what's funny. Like he knows
it's not necessarily that you're a stupid Christian. It's you're a fundamentalist Christian who has a conclusion and makes the facts fit the conclusion, rather than taking the facts and coming to the conclusion independently.
No.
Yes.
Now,
So,
what did grey matter have to do with his fundamentalism?
Well,
you said he was lacking in grey matter. So what's that got to do with fundamentalism?
Well, that's the other possibility. There are two possibilities. Either he's lacking gray matter, or he has his fundamentalist and has to fit it into his...
That's a false dichotomy.
It's
a bunch of bullshit that you're spewing, and he's calling you out on it.
It's one or the other, actually, at this point.
It's a false dichotomy.
No, it's actually one or the other.
It's a false... So you're absolutely right, no matter what, every time you have an argument with a Christian, and it's either that they don't have enough gray matter, or their fundamentalism is causing a severe bias.
Correct.
No, he doesn't say every Christian.
That is the very definition of a bigot.
Highlander, look, all I need to know about you is that you're supporting the way NASA is acting right now. That's all I need to know about you. So this is the funny part. NASA knows damn well that all the flat earthers in here understand the globe Earth's claim about the Selenian eclipse. He knows damn well that we all know what the claim is. But he comes in here and pretends we don't understand what the claim is. And that just goes to show you how dishonest he is.
You seriously don't understand the claim.
I can say it better than you can.
Well, you can say it. Yeah, you can mouth it, but you don't understand it. Because you refuse to understand it because it blows your little flat earth fantasy away.
Hey, is understanding synonymous with believing?
If you understood it, you wouldn't say nuh-uh to it all the time.
It's an ad hoc explanation and it doesn't make any sense because it would be because the selenium is predictable a long time out, right? And you're claiming atmospheric conditions caused a severe optical illusion.
No, I'm not claiming atmospheric conditions. You mean refraction,
which is based on the atmospheric conditions.
Why are we entertaining that?
Actually, no.
I don't know. That's a true point. That's a good point. We're gonna move on. We're gonna move on. You're just here to derail and try to get attention.
I didn't hear the great comment in the background.
So we have a positive claim that the globe Earth blocks the sunlight and then casts shadow onto the Earth. Yeah, we have an observation where the sun and the moon are both above the Earth at the same time. So we have a couple options here. One, we can be like, wow, that's a geometric impossibility. It looks like it isn't a physical obstruction of the Earth being a sphere. It's geometrically impossible. Or we can not even entertain that as a possibility due to extreme bias and cognitive dissonance. And then we can immediately make up an ad hoc explanation. And our proof of it being true is that, well, if our assumption is true, then that must be the case.
Oh, but it's predictable using the assumptions. What's it? It's the model. It's very predictable using the assumptions. And the fact that you don't like the assumptions is not important to this discussion. I know you don't like the
conclusion. We can see a clock on the wall, and I can say, well, the clock's ticking because there's two midgets behind the wall turning this knob, or I can say
I know.
pendulum.
You can go into supernatural.
If you interrupt someone again, you're getting muted.
Or I can say there's gears turning it. Now, just because I can predict when the big hand's going to land on the one doesn't mean that my assumption of midgets behind the wall or gears or pendulum or anything that I presume about it is actually true. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I know. See, that's the difference between natural science and supernatural science, and you're now invoking supernatural science.
No, you're claiming that because your prediction is right, your assumption is right. I'm showing you that is faulty logic, and just because your prediction is correct does not mean that your assumption is correct.
You see, that's why we say science doesn't prove things, because we might be wrong. Yeah, we understand that.
Post-diction is not synonymous with prediction. The eclipses have been known for a very long time. The fact that you've come up with a model based on those observations, engineered the model around trying to explain those, to turn around and be like, hey, look, I can use my model to quote-unquote predict it is like, it's like legit sub 80 IQ.
No, that's how science works with it. It really does.
Once again, if you claim that something that is reoccurring has been documented for a long time prior to coming up with the model, and then your model tries to explain it, if you invoke that thing that happened prior to your model as if it is somehow proof of your model because of predictive capabilities, that's very, very, very stupid.
No, that's how science works with it. You come up with a model that predicts it better than previous models. That's how science works. It really is.
It still uses the same Saros cycle.
How many Saros cycles are there?
It doesn't matter.
Yes, there are like 300, 500 Saros cycles. There's like 100 of them active at one time.
It's a fundamental methodology that's still utilized. I have NASA right here talking about how they use geocentric coordinate systems for the eclipse and how they use the Saros cycle. So,
no, we don't use the Saros cycles actually. The Saros cycles can tell you a lot of information. We know a lot more information. We can tell you where, we can tell you when, down to, like when I went to see the solar eclipse, I went to a specific spot on Earth, and guess what? It occurred right where.
Because we've taken the Saros cycle and we've just continued to.
Oh, you say the Saros cycle? There are like hundreds of Saros cycles.
Once again, man, it's a methodology. Okay. And we've taken the methodology and we've gotten more and more precise with our observations over time and the compiled data, but it's still just a cycle.
No, the Saros cycles will not predict where on Earth the eclipse will occur. They will not predict when it occurs. We are much better than using the Saros cycles.
Yeah, they do that with the geocentric coordinate system, an Earth-centered geocentric coordinate system, after many, many years of us documenting the cycle with greater precision. It's not even slightly.
You keep on saying the cycle. There's not a Saros cycle. There are hundreds of Saros cycles.
Do you actually think you're winning this exchange?
Yes, actually.
God, I think NASA fakes acting like he knows what he's saying.
Fakes?
Yeah,
Fake.
that's what I
Yeah,
think.
He just
Bro.
has scripts. He watches like
I have
McToon.
scripts. Yeah,
He watches
I
McToon
have
fight the flat Earth and Professor Dave, and then he just repeats what they say.
I have scripts, and you're talking about serocycles.
Why
Well,
would
that's
you
just
have hundreds of?
effectively what NASA uses.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. When you brought up Saturn alien eclipse, I really didn't know what you were talking about, so I typed it in, and I still can't find it on Google. But
Selenilian.
NASA, you were. How do I
Selenilian.
spell it?
SEH.
I'll drop a video for you.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah,
Okay.
selenium.
It's
Which
basically
is
where the sun and the
hold
moon
on.
are both up at the same time, and there you can
How do
see
you
the eclipse.
demonstrate that, NASA? Can you demonstrate that for us in
Yes,
a classroom setting?
Also known as the
November 8th.
impossible eclipse.
No, I'm
November
asking
8th
you
from the
for a
East Coast, United
demonstration.
States. November 8th
No, a
from the East Coast.
demonstration.
I know you want
I
it in
want
the
to know.
lab in a bucket. No,
Whoa.
I know
Can
you
you
want it
slow
in the
down
lab
for
in
a
a
minute?
bucket. No,
Hello.
Democ.
Let,
This is
let
orbital
Demo speak.
mechanics. No, fine. You can let
What's
Democ talk.
what you saying? Watch something is orbital something. Always you saying look at something is something, right? That's weird. Now I'm asking you to demonstrate your claim so we understand and see your physical claim in a lab, scientifically, like natural, naturally, like how you produce this effect, and then we can look up in the sky and say, look, what he did in the lab matches that. Now that makes sense what he was saying. But if you can't produce that in a lab or do it with an experiment, the same way that Ali B and everybody else wants, or whoever, I'm sorry, whatever his name was, I'm sorry, wants us to do an experiment, like, why don't you want the latter for yourself? You want us just to look up and say that's what you claim. The whole thing is you can't just claim stuff and then that makes it true because you say leprechauns make it work because 1 + 1 is 2. I mean, so that would be my math, and you can't prove my math wrong. So, I mean, then I'm right? No, not at all. You have to
You
demonstrate the
understand?
claim.
You understand what he's saying, right, Nessa?
Nessa's gone.
Oh,
Yay.
easy. Okay.
Leftlane, I think even you would agree that that dude is like extremely dishonest and just trying to be very volatile and provoke people.
I'll say he's difficult.
Yeah. I'd say it's gay. I guess we all have our own terminology.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
I'll
just
be
want to
that
point
guy
out
and
something
just
about
say.
models.
Sometimes I hear NASA. He'll hear something and he'll just start going, "You don't know what that is. I know what that is. We do it all the time. I know what it is." And he doesn't actually say what it is.
Dude,
But
the other
yeah,
day
I'm just following that.
the other day I was talking
Seem
to him
like we're
about like
having the same conversations with them over and like the same conversations with them. Like they come in with the same spiel every time with the same keywords and phrase to trigger the whole fucking whoever's in the call. It's the same script every time. It's so predictable, and we fall for it every fucking time.
Well, yeah, it's just like it's either just forcibly mute them and stuff like that. And I try not to really mute people, but this really elucidates the point, right? So it's like the other day I was talking about the polarized lens. It's called the Venn diagram, the quantum Venn diagram paradox, where they say it's a physical photon traveling, right? But then you put the polarized lens perpendicular, it blocks it. You stack another one, it comes back through, right? So it doesn't work. So it's a paradox. And he jumped in and said, it's just a quantum effect that you don't understand. And I said, okay, do you understand it? He said, yeah, of course I understand it. It's easy to understand. It's simple. You're just an idiot. You don't understand it. I said, okay, can you explain it?
Man, I mean, I didn't want to say that, but it's true. That's what I hear him doing.
And let me guess.
He couldn't
He couldn't explain it because it's too complicated.
No, he just said that he's not going to waste his time. He's not here to teach me.
Just Google it. Yeah, that's what he says. I'm not gonna waste my time to teach you. Google it. He's a shill, man. Come on.
How's that?
But I just
not
learned
dishonest?
something new about the
Yeah.
Selenalian, so that's cool.
Yeah, I gave you the meme right there that tells you the globe Earth explanation, right? So they say the sun is actually down there, the moon's actually down there. They just both look like they're up in the air. And then I gave you a video you can watch of it happening.
I'm gonna spend the next 5 minutes understanding this.
I'm gonna give him the benefit of a doubt. I'm gonna give him the benefit of a doubt, right? Because if he's not a shield, damn, bro, imagine that scenario of him not getting paid to come and provoke and say the same shit over and over, bro. That would be a very pathetic kind of life.
All right, so I'm really got to get this out. Okay, it's really important. So it's been said that lab rats make a pretty good model for humans, right? Because they got kidneys and livers, and if we give them certain drugs and it causes kidney failure or liver failure, right? We know that this is probably a poison, and we probably shouldn't give it to humans, right? They make a good model for humans, but they're not humans, right? And we can make predictions based on the model of what happens when we give this, lab rat this and we give them that, right? But we don't actually know until we test it on humans, right? So you can make a lot of inferences off of models, but none of this has anything to do with science until you actually start testing it on humans, right? Because the lab rat isn't a human. It's just a very good model that we've been using for probably hundreds of years and, testing things out on rats because they're more expendable than human life. Rather than testing it on humans, we test it on rats to see if it's safe first, because rats make a pretty good model for humans.
Yeah, that's a very good thing, but don't think they haven't already conducted that on humans. They've already perfected that, most likely.
They've already centrifuged humans too in the little human centrifuge for NASA. And if we're on a spinning thing, my question is centrifuge. Why aren't we centrifuge? Why isn't our blood going up to our head and not to our feet?
We do have some centrifugal effects on the Earth, though, right? I think the flat earthers miss this mark a lot. We actually do have a centrifugal effect. It's not the Earth spinning, though. It's the sky moving around us. And there's a slight translation of motion to the Earth, resulting in a slight drift. It's just actual as opposed to fictitious. So
Right. And I was comparing it if we were actually on a ball and the ball itself was spinning, would we not be like little centrifuge tubes sitting on the outside of the spinning ball?
No, yeah, it would be very intense.
Yes, it would separate us. It actually would separate us.
Similar to the Graviton ride at fairs.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I came in right when you started to explain that. How are you attributing centrifugal motion to?
Because it's little tubes at an angle full of our blood, and when it spins, it separates them. So if we're on a ball that's spinning up to 1.5 million miles, or in that movement while it's spinning 4 different directions or angles or variations, while it's 4 different movements of motion or vectors, to me that's 4 different types of centrifuge, but one of them got to be spinning.
Yeah, I misunderstood. I thought Austin said that if the sky was the thing in motion, that it would still create a centrifuge, and that's what I missed. Okay.
Oh no, he was saying just never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, we would experience centrifugal effects with the sky moving around us.
Yeah, I don't get that. That's the part that I'm asking about. If the sky's moving, how are we experiencing a centrifuge?
Yeah. So there's a translation of motion to the interior of a system. You can replicate it with say if you took a hollow sphere and you put something in the middle of it, if you spun that sphere around the stationary center point, then there would be a translation of motion. There would be centrifugal effects on the stationary central point.
So you have a drawing force away from the axis?
A drawing?
Well, you're talking about that toroidal field, that image of everything coming from the center. That what you're talking about?
Do you have a demonstration of this?
I think there is a demonstration. Yes, I'll have to find it.
Did you say the Earth?
The same thing with the.
Did I hear you?
The Globers always talk about the Pell experiment, Newton's bucket experiment. Right. So the same thing.
Did I hear you say the Earth drifts, or was I hearing things?
No. The Earth doesn't move. Just there's a drift over top of it because the sky moves. So there's a connection to the Well, that would require what it requires is a medium connecting from the Earth up to the sky. So it's another one.
That would be a little far fetched. Yeah.
Well, it's one of the best things to bring up against Glovers ever because Even Einstein will tell you this. So, and I'm not
Well, isn't
saying that
that a
Einstein's telling the
reverse?
truth. I'm saying, well, first of all, I'm pointing out the logic in it. Like, it is logical there be a translation of motion to inside the system if there's something interconnected. But I'm pointing out that when they bring up all the claims of spin and stuff like that, you can take it all away from them without even getting into all the minutia of, well, this pendulum's, and you argue with them for 2 hours about the pendulum. You can literally just argue with them for 10 seconds and say, well, even Einstein himself will tell you that the pendulum will be dragged around based on the sky moving around the earth as well. It'd be the same. I
So
think
not
that it
only
would be
is there relative
intelligent.
motion, there's also relative forces.
Yeah.
Well, I do it in a simpler manner. I say it's a visual effect. Therefore, you must be insane if you think a visual effect can cause anything like drift, for example.
They're not going to say, they're not saying that it causes drift. They're saying that it's an effect.
Yeah, they're saying something visual, which they call the Coriolis. It's the apparent movement of a ball appearing to curve while it's traveling straight. They're attributing that visual effect to an actual effect. So they're reaffirming a fantasy, a non-thing.
They're claiming the visual effect. They're just claiming it's an effect of
No,
the
no,
spin.
they're not claiming. No, they're claiming an actual effect.
No, that's why they call it a fictitious. That's why they call it pseudo.
So you haven't heard Zanuck talk about there's in either reference frame, the ball is actually going straight, and in the other reference frame, it's actually curving. And Blue then comes in and says, well, there's also a point where it's not, it's actually moving, but stationary at the same time.
I don't know what Zanuck says, but I just know what the model says, which is that it's not an actual effect. It's pseudo. The centrifugal and Coriolis effects on the globe Earth are pseudo and fictitious.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the Coriolis. The
I said that.
Coriolis effect that they say is caused by one rotating frame, right? I'm not talking about the actual centrifugal force of the Earth. That's something different.
No.
I'm talking
In
about
the globe paradigm, the Coriolis effect is a fictitious effect. So that they just don't know what they're talking about. But that,
yeah, but to them, fictitious means an actual force which will cause deviation. You do understand that, right?
they're
When
saying
they
that
say
the apparent
fictitious, they
effect is
actually
a
mean,
result of the actual movement. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
The effect is
So,
apparent. That's what I'm saying.
yeah, but fictitious to them means an actual force. Ask any of them.
Oh yeah, I know. I've heard Zanuck say that. But like I said, they're dumb. It's just like when they say that the pendulum and the gyroscope prove that the Earth is moving, but within their own paradigm, that isn't true. So we can either capitulate to their new made-up model and pretend that it's defending the real model, or we can hold their feet to the fire and make them argue from their actual position. Right? I've heard flat earthers debate Coriolis and the pendulum for hours when they can end the debate in literally 10 seconds. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
Take it
that's
or
my
leave
whole
it.
point. Yeah.
Cat toy. That's how I end it. And say that's an expensive cat toy you got there. Can I take it home to my cat?
Yeah, that's comical when they use a pendulum. You see the guy swinging it. Who was showing a picture yesterday? The guy was literally had like a fish hook pole and just restarted swinging it.
I want the Lagrange point in the Fool's Cult or the cave-in dish. The caved-in dish experiment.
Well, the
Yeah.
Lagrange point is sheer now that's fantasy. Now that's orbiting
Well,
an imaginary point. That's fantasy by description.
right, but when you, I know, but when you look into the whatever they say, there's so many Lagrange points everywhere because the 0 point of gravity in between all the gravitational, you know, occurrences towards each other. They cancel each other out in little areas. And I was like, what? So there's like a gazillion Lagrange points everywhere, just everywhere. You know what I
I
mean?
think every
So
two. I think the way they say it, DMUC, is every two orbiting bodies has what, 4 or 5 of those? I forget how many now.
now,
Fantasy Lagrange points.
right now, why wouldn't they just demonstrate the Lagrange point to us? Not
Because it's
say,
fantasy, bro.
no, I know,
Fantasy.
but I'm saying the idea of what that is, they wouldn't have to go too much further with the idea of gravity or anything else. They would just be stuck with magnetism or gravity in that point, right?
You know, gravity
Like
actually is
sheer,
magnetism.
exactly. I mean, it's just the idea of magnetism, but it's not magnetism in the way that they claim, downity down down. It's not really, it's not that at all. Because down,
Well,
side, up on a, I mean, on a ball, what, yeah.
yeah, so it's like, okay. So it's incoherent, meaning it's not point specific. So the coherent version of what they call gravity is what the mainstream calls magnetism. And the incoherent version is what they call gravity. Like, it isn't that it doesn't exist, because things seek their electrostatic equilibrium. So incoherent dielectric acceleration, you could also call that incoherent magnetism. Yeah, I'm just saying. Like, this is the actual situation. I mean, it's whatever. You know, I mean,
Right. And
I
they
don't follow scripts. You know, like I'm not. Like this is just what it actually is. I mean, I know everyone's got their script, and they're like, and I've said it on the tour too, right? I'm like, oh, helium balloons, gravity proof, right? But yeah, it's not just density disequilibrium. Like,
why
there's
does that?
incoherent magnetism.
Why do they have trouble with the helium doing what it does? When you drive forward, it goes forward ahead of whatever. Why do they have problems with that? You know what I mean? Like they they tell you that something has to come down and push down on something for it to go up. So if I push the sides of the bed, the middle has to go up? Not necessarily. Not when you're dealing with the medium of air. If I push on one portion of air, the other portion doesn't necessarily have to go up unless it's like directly in the vicinity of the other air that it would be working off of. You see what I'm saying? So like if it's 8 million miles away, I don't think I'm gonna affect it. And if I did, you're not gonna. You're really, that's something that would be minuscule.
Yeah,
So
you know, like magnetism is point specific, right? Like it's going to be drawn into a specific point. Not like magnetism.
right, that's the same. That's the same way they want to describe their action or reaction when you have liquid and you drop a ball in it, and the ball gets surrounded by liquid. They want to call that liquid space.
Right. Well, so
That's
like this.
exactly
Right. So they messed up, or they're wrong, right? Meaning they try to say gravity is like that it's point specific, like magnetism, like coherent magnetism. They try to say that because they need it to be like that so they can explain omnidirectionality. The ocean's bending convexly adhering to the exterior of a surface, their motions, right? So they have to claim it's point specific, right? But the truth is that when things fall down, it's not point specific, like magnetism is, but incoherent magnetism is not. It does not mean that it's just density, though, right? Like it's more nuanced than that. But
right. But
yeah.
they want to skip out on the effect of the helium balloon and the vacuum. They just want to say like, okay, it's a vacuum of nothing or something, which is kind of crazy, right? There's still something going on in that vacuum. There's a resistance in that vacuum that's causing the forward momentum of the helium, whether it be downward or upward, just the momentum or the vector that it goes. The sheer design of the thing and the way they do it.
Right, so like they want to pretend it's point specific, and it's pulling it down to the center of a ball, and that's the point. It's specific to that point, right? It's a force that's specific to that point. Now they say it's a force, but it's not a force. But you can think of it like a force. Well, yeah, they're proposing it as a force, effectively. And they're saying that that force is specific to the point of the center of mass of a ball.
Right.
But the truth is that it's not specific to any points, right? Like it's very, 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 very weak, and it's just electrostatic
this.
equilibrium. It's not point specific.
I would agree with him for 1 second, right? Just to be funny, hear me out. I would say, okay, it's point specific to the center of all things automatically, faster than the speed of thought, sound, or light. No matter what, how far, whatever's going on, gravity is always in the center of everything. Hear me out. If you're in the center of everything and you're null and void, do you even exist? So, like, if you're in the center, you basically centered yourself out, like on a scale. You press 0, it's centered out. So, even if they want to explain that, really, the funny thing about it is they're explaining you all this math and all this stuff, and it's exactly what you're saying. But at the end of the day, they're right, but the center is 0. It literally is the number 0. So gravity equals nothing, 0. It's bullshit, and that's the thing. If it's in the center of everything, and mass times accelerate and all that, like it's equal. It's an equivalent thing. Resistance, ratio, weight, speed, you know what I mean, duration, whatever, right? It's all equivalent to the force that meets the thing accelerating. Then that means 0. It simply means 0.
Anyway, I just came in to say a couple of things. That presentation last night that was good. That's some good shit. What did I watch? I watched this video after. I'm assuming it's Kevin Wheeler. I've never really watched any of his stuff, but I really like that. And I do like me some outdoor activism. This guy also goes with the electromagnetic sense of our world. I don't know who he is. I think his name's Dave. He's a South African. Oh, it's the same video. 1 sec.
Allegedly, Dave? You talking about allegedly Dave or another guy?
I don't know. He's a good dude though, and whenever he's talking to someone, he ends up, as Wit does, talking about grounding, and then he looks down with his camera and he goes straight down to his feet, and boom, he's always barefoot, and he was just
Yeah, that's probably allegedly Dave. Yeah.
So good for you, dude.
yeah. I love that presentation, man. Last night, were great.
Thank you, man. I actually want to drop the video of the blood because I know, Nate, you just jumped in here. You were asking me about it. I'm going to show you this video. It's like a minute and a half. And look at this lady's blood before she grounds.
Oh, yeah.
And after it's crazy.
That was amazing. I would tell my mum about that. I was like, Mother, you ought to see this dude, I was like, I'm excited this morning.
Was
So,
the
this is
guy
dude.
that was the
What
barefoot guy
happened?
that was the barefoot guy that you were watching? Was he American?
No, he's South African.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
white
I've got a
guy.
video of it.
He usually does the Globe Live tour in Europe.
Okay, that
right?
could be Trinity 4, Dave. I can't remember if
Yes.
it's Dave M.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
He was a white guy, right, Andy?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I want to
It's
share with
about
you guys. I drilled a hole
Always
in my
shirtless.
wall, ran some copper wire out to the ground, shoved it in the ground as deep as I can get it, and I kind of made like scraped the paint off of my frame on my bed, and then wrapped the wire around that scraped off frame, and I've essentially like grounded my bed. So I have a copper infused pillow, and I try
That's
to
it.
block out like a lot of the radio signals and stuff. And I think this is why we're not capable of reaching like our potential, because we're constantly being bombarded. And I think we need to be more like Dracula with a copper coffin and Faraday cage.
Is the guy that actually made grounding mainstream? He was looking into it in like '99, and everyone was calling him crazy. But so he used to work in the field of electricity, if you will, putting up power lines and stuff. And so he was thinking, and he was like, he said he just saw a pair of Nikes for sale, and he's like, I wonder if we've like detached from our natural state of being grounded. And so he did what you're saying, where he basically grounded his bed just using like metal duct tape. And he said he slept like better than he had in years, right? And like normally he couldn't sleep without taking Advil or something, and all of a sudden he could sleep amazing, woke up super refreshed, and he could like feel a significant difference when he woke up. So he's like, something's going on here. That's funny you say that, because that's actually how he discovered it. And then he started looking into people grounding, and then a bunch of universities dismissed him, and then it turned out he was very right, you know. And it's now kind of getting out there, but it's really crazy because you can look at the blood. I mean, there's no debate to be had. You can just look at the blood.
The exchange of electricity when we hit that spark, is it coming from us or from the object? That's the question I would ask too. That's something I've always wondered.
It's an interaction between the two. I think it's kind of like what lightning is. I think that lightning is a dielectric pulse. People are gonna get triggered with the word, but to counter space. So it's like a pressure mediation. It goes to that central point. It's like this pulse of energy. I think that's what happens when you shock something. It's like it's really not either or. It's kind of like the interaction between the two.
It's positive, negative, and neutral in a way, like, right? Or the two like correspond in the correspondence or the action or reaction, you get the spark, or like the positive and the negative, or from one thing and the other thing. Two things flowing at the same time, like against each other. Yeah, the differential.
This is going to seem pedantic, but I think it's important. Like, there's really no such thing as positive and negative, technically. It's just charge or discharge. It's like compressing and expanding.
But everybody we're talking to, you know what I'm saying? That's.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. It's a convention we use where everyone knows what we're talking about.
So current C, like electrical current, and then current C, like money, and then the current C, like at the liquid money and the water and the it's all
cash flow. Yeah, it's very interesting.
These word nerds, man. These word magicians, man. They're everywhere.
Liquidity.
I'm not saying you guys are one.
You put your money in a bank.
Vault.
And then it translates into your birth, right? So like the birth canal, you're delivered like someone delivering goods at sea. You're delivered by a doctor. You have a birth certificate. There's a connection between electricity and water, and they know about it, right? So like when they say that they want power, or I say take your power back, it's like maybe more literal than you think it is.
And in the Matrix, where it shows that they're harvesting humans in order to harvest their energy, that's exactly what's going on, metaphorically speaking.
I low-key thought of another one.
If I didn't know, sorry. I was just
going to say generation. That's all I was going to say.
Ah, that's quite good too. I was going to say, if I didn't know better, I'd say they were feeding on fear. I mean, that seems pretty obvious. Maybe like, if it bleeds, it leads. Anyway, yeah, something else I will look into. I was in here earlier and we're talking about the Large Hadron Collider, and it did get me to thinking, because I was watching this as well yesterday about these stone circles. And I had no idea they had so many sides. Seamus sent me this, like, I didn't know anything about, you know, I mean, we all know Stonehenge, obviously, but in this, they actually mention that it's not even actually a henge, technically, but these sites, they're absolutely everywhere, thousands and thousands of them. There's 5,000 in this tiny part of Ireland. I had no idea. And they use this word cairns. I don't know if anybody's, I must have heard that word 50 times yesterday watching this dog, and it was like cairns.
The Cannes Film Festival, Cannes.
Yeah, I'm still
well,
not
here's
exactly
another
sure.
one. Listen, they're laughing at you. Large Hadron Collider, no, Large Hard-On Collider. And how many people actually read that? Right? It's a language spell. It's ridiculous. They're rubbing it in your face, and yes, I do mean the pun.
Thanks, Sean. Anyway, the point
Like
is,
Lego?
it's another circle. It's another circle. There's definitely some. I mean, when everybody talks about energy, frequency, and vibration, I'm in. I'm like, okay, I'm listening. And there's so much to this shit we just have no idea what it is. And these go back to the Druids, and that's what I'm studying at the minute. I'm loving reading all about the Druids. And yes or no, we could say, is it true? Is it not? I don't know. But I'm just enjoying looking into it. It's trying to just piece it together, you know.
Have you figured out that the Irish are and the Scottish and the Brits are the lost tribe of the Israelites? Figured that out
Yeah,
yet?
that's exactly. Let me just post this as well. This is also from Seamus, the two King Arthurs and stuff. That is fascinating. Yeah, this Alan Wilson, he really knows his stuff. But yeah, that doc.
David had red hair.
Right.
And
Yeah.
so did the female that he sent her husband to the front lines to be killed. She had red hair too, and it was the moonlight and her pale skin that gave her away.
Well, I told you that Ashalogos, who I always post in 24/7, he talks about there's good evidence that the Buddha was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, 6'5" Scythian legend. And this seems to be the theme all around, you know.
Yeah, Buddha had blonde hair and blue eyes. Yeah.
So it's like, what? That just changes everything. But yeah, this Scythian tribe, they got around, you know. They ended up being the Goths way before Germany. So I just love piecing it all together. It's fun.
I can't remember if it was Genghis Khan or the other guy. It might be the other guy who was a great conqueror. He was known to have had red hair. And also
Alexander's
Muhammad.
great.
No, not him. Muhammad also dyed his beard red as he got older in life. A lot of people will say it's not because he had red hair, that he just dyed it red for whatever reason. But, why do men dye their beards usually, right, as they get older? To make them still look young and vibrant, right?
Yeah,
Because
personal
he was
insecurity. Yep.
right. He wasn't just a religious leader. He was also kind of a warlord in a way. Muhammad was.
Yeah, I actually covered a bunch of this in 2020. Dropped the video in there.
Yeah, I feel like I'm 2 years behind you, Austin. On this one.
Did someone say that older men dyed their hair because of incredulity?
Insecurity.
Oh, okay. There you go.
A little bit obsessed with blue eyes,
I'm
though.
kind of kidding about that because it's fine. I don't really, you know what I mean? It's fine. I thought about dyeing my beard. I'd probably look better doing it, but people tell me not to do it. So, but yeah, something inside's like, dude, get rid of the gray.
My beard's snow white, and I'm blonde headed, and I don't have a gray hair on my head, but my beard and mustache are snow white.
Word.
Well, apparently rice water is really good for that.
Santa
You
Claus.
get these with jet black hair, about 80 years old.
What about when they have good teeth at 80 and 70 and 60? You're like, what the hell? You know what I mean? Besides the hair, a good sign of longevity of, being able to be like withstand stuff is have really good teeth, old as you can have them. Right?
Yeah, I like the way my grandpa put it, and my dad put it kind of a similar way. He said, each gray hair represents some bullshit I had to go through right quick.
That's true.
Yeah, stress is a killer. Yeah, make no mistake. Listening to a guy about that with dentistry, he's like, the only damage to my teeth that's ever been done is from a bloody dentist.
That's funny. I have 0 cavities, and I've only been to a dentist like twice my whole life to get chipped teeth repaired.
Yeah,
I'm the
space-time all day.
same way. I'm the
Yeah,
same
it's
way.
amazing.
I've been a couple times, maybe 4 times in the last, I don't know, however many, like it's been years, and I've never had a cavity, and just keep them, clean.
Well, I had bad teeth.
Yo,
I didn't
yo,
get
I
the
I
luxury.
flow like gravity. Never had a cavity. Got more rhymes than Tamika's got family. So
So if you get like a stainless steel needle and like you hammer it and you get like the end to curve, you can use that to easily break apart, not saying the sharp part of the needle, the like hooked part. You just grind it against the plaque and it comes off very easily. The hardest part is standing there with a mirror and getting the light to shine just perfect to get it where you can see.
the way that was a Tribe Called Quest that I said. Shout out to Tribe, dude. We miss y'all.
Shout out to the truth, like a big pink elephant in the room. You can't hide it sometimes.
Hell no. I want to talk to that thing.
Hello. How are you doing?
Hey, I saw you standing over here. Yeah. Hi. Hello. What's going on? Yeah, nobody's talking to you. I figured I might,
They
yeah,
don't
you look a
like
little
me.
lonely. What's with them
They don't
pink
like
feet?
the
How'd
big
you do
pink
that?
elephant. Yeah, something. A couple people, yeah. I'm not the only one. I'm sure you're one too.
Yeah,
But like,
it's like, yeah. Hey, you represent a lot of things people don't like. I get it. I can talk to you about that though. Do you want to talk about some truth stuff? Yeah? Okay, cool.
yep, exactly.
I gotta be
But
honest
that should
though.
be a rap. That
Yeah.
should be in a rap.
Yeah, like talking
The
about the
big
pink
pink
elephant.
elephant. Yeah, the
Yeah,
truth in
sorry.
the room. Everything that's relevant. The bullshit and you smelling it. But yeah, that'd be a good rap.
I rhymed off that before. There's a lot of words that rhyme with that. Elegant, eloquent. And then based on your pronunciation, you can rhyme all kinds of. You can rhyme
Got
stuff
'em.
like president.
Yeah,
Hey,
I writ some. I just don't.
I'm
I ain't never.
feeling it. I never quit.
Better than veterans, don't want to let them in. Ain't got a choice but to let them in. Day of sleep sedatives. Don't teach you Tesla, they teaching you Edison. What is the president? We not electing it. Mean they selected this, shut down the world, and they claim we infected with something they never could find when they testing it. It's like all kinds of rhymes with it.
Yo, that was fucking fire.
That's a good word. It rhymes with rhetoric.
Everything they
Damn,
said is irrelevant.
I call all that, bro. Fire.
Everything about a ball.
With what you said about the sky turning, could that be the cause of the precession of a swinging pendulum?
Yeah, oh yeah.
What about the elevation? Hold on, let's talk about this real quick. Every time I bring up elevation, elevation change versus longitude and latitude on the idea of a ball, right? So instead of me walking forward from where I'm at in my room, right, go outside, walk around, move from a different place of longitude or latitude, right, on an idea of a globe. In that idea, you're automatically going to change in elevation. So what I proposed was do it in an elevator on the first floor, second floor, let it do its thing and record each one. And if every floor has a different amount, we can also, you know, attribute elevation to an effect or whatever's going on with the differential in the elevation when you go up versus where you're at on the ground versus up in the air. Like it could be voltage, it could be pressure, it could be temperature, which are all basically a mediation of the same things. But why hasn't this been done?
And what were you doing at each stage of the elevator? I missed it. The pendulum?
The full pulse pendulum or
I
the
gotcha.
ring laser gyro, either one. In a stationary setting, not in an airplane and say it's doing this, because I say, but in the elevator, does it have like, but the gyro compass probably on a spinning ball, an actual sphere that's spinning in a lab, and then like drop it on there, put it on one that's not moving, like actually with a sphere, and then, but the other one, the fool's gold pendulum, that's supposed to be in a little outhouse or whatever, do it in an elevator type setting to where you just go right where you're at. You stay where you're at on the earth. You don't move in latitude or longitude at all. You just go up or down, and you do it at each level and get the reading variation and see if it matches their claim of going longitude and latitude, like from dropping around the curve or whatever. You understand what I'm saying? From this longitude to that longitude, whatever the degree, whatever the amount, they'll say there's a differential because the longitude and latitude has changed. And they say your gravitational pull or the effect has changed, due to the amount of mass, right? But I just want to say they've never done it in an elevator to show us that it's not due to elevation change itself. Like, why would you rule that out in science? Like, to me, that's just weird how they just keep half-assing all the science. Whoever, not anybody in particular, but just.
I want to see the pendulum spin backwards during an eclipse. I forget what
Yeah,
it's called.
I want to see the pendulum work when first, like when I want to see it work at all on a consistent basis.
Yeah, on a round spinning thing. Like get a rotated ball on the drill bit, just push the power button and have your little pendulum set up on there and see what it does. See what objects do on a spinning ball. Put a marble on there, see if it just stays put. See if it
I
doesn't
don't
notice anything.
I don't know that the pendulum doesn't process at all. Like I don't necessarily agree with that. Like I haven't done it, but there seems to be a decent amount of evidence that there is some procession.
I think it does process. I know there can be different reasons for it doing
Yeah,
it.
like it's obviously not an Earth. Okay, you have to start it right. Now that makes
Right.
sense if you're detecting something in the sky, like connected to the sky moving, right? Because you're on the Earth, which is stationary. So you move it, and it's just going to kind of detect what's moving around it above the Earth. And then the Elias all of a sudden makes perfect sense because during an eclipse, you are affecting the field of the Earth. Right? There's a change and there's an alteration of the field. So it would
Right.
make sense that it'd go a different direction. And by the way, the Globers try to say, "Oh, it's never been done." No. Dude, he did it numerous times, and he documented it in depth. And Harvard was recently even re-examining it. So
It
it's
was to
like,
their amazement that it happened, right? Like it wasn't like they were looking for it. I think, what I'm saying? They were like, let's just do it they had it going during the eclipse and the eclipse seemed to have an effect on it. They were amazed of that fact. So then they tried it again and again and again.
It's a pull on the string also. When something's pulling on that string down to from wherever, there's an automatic thing going on there too, like a
there's a
torsion.
selenilian eclipse about to happen, right, in November. So we should try something now. I think when he did it, he had a huge setup. But we should do stuff like that. Like they're not going to do it, right? Mainstream academia is not going to look for the Elias effect. Like we should do it. We should all agree to clear that date on our calendar, set up a freaking pendulum, get it to work a few times beforehand, and everyone should do it during the eclipse and see what happens.
I think they should be done in an elevator too, or at the bottom of a mountain in the top, or somewhere where you're in like a tube and you just go up and down. Because if the differential matches, then what I'm saying is correct. Then it just like on a flat plane, if you're on the top of a mountain, you're going to get this reading. If you're at the bottom, you're going to get this reading. And if you're in the middle, in a medium area, like you're going to get a different reading altogether. So every time you go up or down in elevation, you're going to get a different reading on that pendulum. I think that
So
has an effect.
my phone has front and back recording, so I can like record on the big camera in the back, and then at the same time the selfie camera in the front can record. I would love to get like the sun and moon eclipsing. Sorry, the sun in picture while the moon is eclipsing on both cameras, because you wouldn't be able to dispute it. Like I shot this from the same phone at the same time. How
Yeah,
are both of these in the sky?
Yeah, what I want to do is I have my P900. I want to find the best location. I want to get a bunch of flat earthers to all meet there and all bring their P900s. And then people all have their phones as well. So they videotape us recording at the same time. They're going back and forth spanning. And then we have all the different shots where it's just like irrefutable. Because I don't know where it'll be visible. Let me look it up. This is the kind of stuff we should be doing, though, in my opinion. Like we should be like, we shouldn't become stagnant. We should like really nail some of this stuff down, right? Like I'm going to do the Cavendish and manipulate electrostatics and prove that electrostatics is what's doing it. You see what I'm saying? I think we need to. I want to do Michelson Morley on the vertical axis and show that there's a drift relative to how high up on the vertical axis you go. Like I think we need to kind of, like I'm redoing the double slit in a second. Like you know what I mean?
You know, I think it'd be a good idea. I think it'd be a good idea if we also started auditing, because every time they violate our rights, they can fund our research. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with it as long as we morally say this is the case law, and if you do this, just so you know that you're going to get a lawsuit that's going to be against the city, and you might lose your qualified immunity. So just so you know, but you still want to go through with this, call your sergeant just to make sure. If we do it like that, and we're not like tricking them into it like they do us when they get us to break laws. You know?
Science should be the same way. Accountability. You shouldn't be able to go sell everybody's child and everybody in the whole world, like grandma, grandpa, dad, mom, kids. What you shouldn't be able to say this, and this, and these are all facts, and tomorrow that changes. So that's not. I mean, science should only be like to a certain thing. What you understand today, I get that, but science shouldn't be changing by the second when it doesn't change at all for the last 3,000 years. They claim all these things at once, but only one thing's going on. Control of the scientific method, idea, proposal, outbreak, outreach, how they push it out to you, how they present it, everything. It's all controlled, and there needs to be accountability, like presentation, demonstration, whatever, of actual physical objects for anything that they claim. And you shouldn't be able to, like, there's fantasy for fantasy, and then we're supposed to have science, like natural stuff that you touch, physics. So, like, when did that get separated? When did they become the same thing?
I hate to repeat the question, but I got I never heard your answer. With you think the sky moving could affects the pendulum for sure?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Because especially knowing that there's like a medium that connects the whole thing, that would give a translation of motion in the medium. So you would get centrifugal and Coriolis effects. The only difference is they would be actual, and you would be detecting the movement within the vortex of the ether, which is what the Sagnac effect is. So I do think for sure you could get the pendulum to drag around based on the movement of the sky in the vortex.
And if, in my mind, if the movement is caused by the thermal input, let's just give it that, right? The sun going around a semi central point, of the plane, then that would create the swirling effect of why pendulums supposedly deviate in one direction in the northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere. Does that make sense? Like when you run your hand through a pool of water and one goes one way and one goes the other, swirl.
Yeah,
Differential action and reaction. That's what
Yeah.
you're gonna get with everything. It's just like what it is. You know what I mean? Everything's gonna cause an effect, but it's just like how the effect affects the objects you're in question, right? So if it's like not a strong enough wind, it won't move the wall. But if the wind is 8,000 miles an hour, it's gonna move the wall in a lot more. You see? Yeah, it's
That's
just
my point too. It could be the sun affecting the electro whatever. You see what I'm saying? Like it could be an effect on an effect on an effect, but it's that swirling action. That's
I don't even know if you need the sun though. Like just a toroid, you're gonna have a change towards the edge. I'll say the one part of the data that's super sketchy is the south. So I don't know. I think we have some flat earthers out there. We should get them to do stuff.
we can't even view the eclipse, the solar eclipse from the North Pole, right? Like I was looking for real footage, and all they show was that fake stuff. Like, what's up with that? Nobody thought that was weird.
Dude, if what they told us was true, dude, we would have videos from the outside showing eclipses, like from an outside view in space. It would be like the most amazing shot ever.
We would be able to see between the sun and moon, a 93 million mile gap.
Can you guys imagine like having like a camera that's like 500,000 miles away or like 1,000,000 miles away, and like whenever the totality happens and the shadow of the moon is going across the Earth, if people were popping like firecrackers in that little like spot where it's all dark and shit?
Oh yes, colored smoke, firecrackers, fluorescent, glow in the dark glow sticks, spinning on like a little Roomba that has just like a glow in the dark glow stick spinning on the top. You know what I mean?
I'm talking like
Little,
artillery shells, the stuff that lights up the sky.
yeah, but I'm saying like if you sent something to the moon, why not the object have the ability to glow in the dark? That's all I'm saying. But yeah, light up whatever. Yeah, yes, I'm with you either way. Either way.
Scorpions glow in the dark. But
Yeah.
yeah. If you could imagine like 4th of July, like the ISS passes over like I don't know, like the East Coast, and as it gets dark, like the darkness spreads, you know, the Terminator line goes across, and then all of a sudden it's like firecrackers just start going off from like the tip of Texas to like Maine, just like
Yeah.
huge,
See.
massive lights going off. You'd be able to see it from
Oh yeah.
250 miles away.
I didn't catch what you were saying at first. I'm sorry. I thought you meant like sending something to the moon, like to be bright. But yeah, dropping from the ISS, little glow in the dark balls or things that expand or some smoke bombs, anything that. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
I'm just saying, there's ways to prove that they're up there, and they're not doing it.
Well, they could film themselves throwing out smoke bombs and drop them, and or something like throw it up in the shoot it up like a flare gun, you know, just yeah, anything. How about I still want to see the edge of the globe. I actually want to see the edge. I want to see something go up from some orientated area on this supposed sphere somewhere and be on the outside edge. And when it goes up vertically from its position, when it looks down, when you look down or the camera or whatever, you see like the shadow looking thing on the moon, the little circle piece, and then you see stars matching that around the edge, looking straight down like space. Every
I'm
time
sure
it gets
people.
into high altitude.
I'm sure people have definitely done this already, but can't you like shoot a
Really?
really powerful laser across the surface of the ocean or something and just see if there's a
No,
change in elevation? Is that not good enough?
no one's ever sent a balloon ever from anywhere on this planet, their self personally uncut, where you see the edge of the dirt and the edge of the earth, where you
I'd
see
like to
stars straight down
chime in on
past
this
it.
one too, if I could. I love this point, Democ. And another question I have is, why don't we get more than a total of 3 shots of the fucking Earth? Like we get 1/6 of it from the ISS or something, and we only have like a handful of camera angles that we can see this Earth. I thought y'all were fucking all over out there in outer space. We should see every kind of angle of everything that could ever happen. Where is it?
They can't do that because if they show you any more than what you just named, the 1/6, the 1/3, whatever, then they would have to actually be closer, like a crop duster, and a little bit higher, like an airplane or whatever, and just a slight bit higher and a slight bit higher. Every different amount of elevation with video, yeah, you would see tilt and buildings and all kinds of stuff. You'd see some cool stuff, man. Waterfalls at 2 different places working like different. Like I'm telling you, you'd see some cool stuff
And you see waterfalls tilted backwards going upside down. Dude,
against each other. Yeah,
what's so
I still
cool?
want to see. But go ahead. Sorry. Yeah.
No, you're good.
I was gonna say this is beside that point. I still want every one of these camera views. I mean, it makes 100%, but I want to see a waterfall and a tide and a river and a lake and a pond next to each other on a working ball in a lab, all these things working. If they claim to us that we live on a ball, where outside I can see a still amount of water like a pond, then a lake that's still, then around me I'm on an island. So I'm on an island with a lake and a pond. Then I got an ocean, right? That's crazy around the edges of me, crashing everywhere, right? Then I got a stream, right, that's running through. Then there's a river on the edge. Then there's a waterfall on my mountain, on my island. So, like, can we see this on Earth, on a ball? Can we see this on a ball? All these simultaneously working waterways, like the way they work on a ball. I'd love to just see that. That would amaze me. So, I mean, they always separate it. They say, here's how a stream works. We're going to show you it flow. And then they're done. Here's how the tide works. We're going to show you. And you're on water world. All of a sudden, your whole world's a water ball of water moving with the tide. Like, where do we see that at? Where's the tsunami? It
Oh
just
man,
doesn't make any sense.
we cornered him so hard we pushed him to the outside of the house through the wall. I mean, it's over. So, and the thing now, it's like I'm trying to figure out why they stick with it, and it's really it boils down to really base level kindergarten bullshit. They don't want to admit that we're right. They're like, no, you know what? Fuck those guys. They just can't be right about this. Well, I know there's no evidence, but the flat earthers can't be right. Okay, so let's try to do something about this. To me, that's all that shit is.
So the lunar eclipse that happens on November 8th, 2022 will be visible from the East Coast in North America. It says that it'll enter the penumbra at 3 a.m. and exit at 9 a.m. So we'll be able to catch the lunar eclipse in roughly 2 hours of daylight, like with the sun up, 2 hours after the sun rises. And it'll be setting. So and you look like I was just looking at it because I'm trying to make an intro video. And dude, we don't have really good shots of the selenilian. We don't. Like the videos we have, they're like from 2012, blah, 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 and they're shitty. We need to go get the eclipse on tape. You know what I'm saying? So like November 8th, I'm going to pull my P900 out. Other people need to pull their cameras out. And we need to get like really, really good shots of the eclipse, of the selenilian.
What's up, guys?
What up?
What's up with it?
What's up?
We're talking about how there's going to be a selenilian eclipse November 8th on the East Coast.
Oh, nice. We'll be able to see it over here. Finally, because I couldn't see it last. I think the eclipse before last, I tried to see it, but it started somewhere in the west. So, like, just out of, like, I had just, it was beginning, like, around, like, 6 in the morning for me. So it was a little late. But, and I couldn't, from where I was in the city, I couldn't see the moon. So that's what's up. I'm definitely going to get that thing recorded. I think that the remedy to all of like this room and every other room that anti-flat earthers, go to spew their garbage can be undone with repeat observations. Because for the observations that they don't have an answer to, they just go, oh, it was refraction this day. Okay, what about the day after that? It was refraction too the day after that. Eventually it would be too absurd. But it's like not enough observations are getting circulated, and I don't know why. Hey, I'm part of that problem too, by the way.
I agree. That's what I was just saying. Like the selenilian's a perfect example. We have like no good shots of that. Like flat earthers should have been all over that freaking thing anytime it was anywhere close. Right? Because
I didn't even believe in it.
Argument.
I thought it was something flat earthers were making up because I'd never heard of it or seen it or anything like that. I've been
selenilian eclipse?
Yeah, I've been an eclipse watcher my whole life. Like I've been watching them since I was like 3, 4, or 5 years old. Right. Some of the earliest memories. My grandpa slapping some, helmet on my head, going, "Look at the sun."
Wait,
it's
so
like
you had
about 2 hours
what
to
about a
do that.
lunar eclipse though? Because
Yeah, I've
a
been
lunar
watching those.
eclipse effectively is a selenilian. If the selenilian eclipse is within the lunar eclipse, it's only a selenilian when you only get partially the lunar eclipse. When you get the full lunar eclipse, it includes the selenilian part. So you
I've
never
only
seen it like eclipsing and then seeing like the darkness come from the side or diagonally.
yeah, I've seen the darkness come from the top, but
Yeah.
as far as the sun and the moon being above
Oh,
the
yeah,
sky
yeah.
at the same time, I've never seen that.
Yeah, that's kind of hard to. You got to be at the right place at the right time. It
I'm trying to
happens
figure out where the
all
right
the
place.
time. It's just where it is. So if it's on the East Coast, I got you guys. I got you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out
When is it gonna happen?
November 8th at
Oh
3
yeah, I got you.
a.m.
I have a really good spot on my roof. I got my binoculars. All I need is the setup that'll allow me to take pictures, through there. So by November, I might even get better equipment by then. I don't
What
know,
is
but I
I want
definitely have a
that.
good vantage point.
Can I ask? I'm looking up what a Foucault pendulum is. Like, if I bring a pendulum on top of a mountain during this, like, what am I
It's a
looking for?
pendulum that swings back and forth. What do you mean?
I mean, like, I will do this. Like, I don't got a problem doing this. I'll buy a pendulum and go and bring it to the
Oh
Solomon
man,
area.
listen.
Yeah, we're
Okay,
talking about
so
trying
Yeah,
to do the
but
pendulum during
what
the
is that?
eclipse.
it's a machine.
Yeah,
You have
I
to.
don't.
There's like a
Yeah, I'm just trying
drive
to understand what
magnet and
exactly
all
I'm doing.
kinds of shit involved. You don't want
I'm just
try to
explaining
build
the
that.
guys. The reason that he brought that up is we were talking about trying to detect the Elias effect.
What's
Okay,
that?
the Elias effect. I want to look this up.
What is that? Yeah.
It's where during the eclipse the pendulum turns around and goes the opposite way.
Yo, if that does it happen? Is that what we're saying, or we don't know if that happens?
Elias said it happened, and then the mainstream tries to say it doesn't because it debunks the spinning Earth immediately.
That would be crazy.
Yeah.
That would
Isn't
be
it
crazy.
that other people have tried to get that to happen and can't?
I don't know. Can you cite that for me?
No, I don't know. I've
Where
just heard
where
that other people tried
The
to duplicate
citation
it,
is
get the same
gems.
effect.
Oh, get the
Yeah,
fuck.
Jim
Well, does
Pandas.
it have to
Yeah.
be
Heard that
somewhere?
at gems.
Does it have to be somewhere specific, or?
No, I don't know. I'm going to look more into it before November 8th. Like Jaron and I were looking into it. The Elias effect is got a lot more validity to it than people want to give credit. Like the Globers have their talking point. You heard it, right? They just say shit though. Like if you actually look into it, he did it multiple times, and it was very detailed, precise record of it. And he's like, there's an alteration of a field. Like clearly, the eclipse is creating some type of field, and that makes perfect sense if it's an effect of the sky moving and not the Earth.
Yeah, but see, are we thinking that we're going to be able to detect such a slight change? I can't imagine it's going to be like turning on a dime. You know what I mean? Because the pendulum is so subtle anyway; it moves so slow. Like we'd almost have to have pretty spot on time lapse or something.
Yeah, it's not just gonna like stop and then go the other way. Like it just goes the wrong way during the eclipse, from my understanding. So I need to really read all of his documentation. I'll see if I can find it.
We got 2 months to build one.
Yeah, I was saying, think of a bunch of flat earthers were doing this at different locations. A bunch of flat earthers were documenting the selenilian and documenting the pendulum during the lunar eclipse. Like, this is the kind of stuff that we need to be doing, where we have like 2022 high definition quality proofs.
Right, that doesn't seem contrived. It doesn't look like it's from like, oh, it's just 2 or 3 people and they all hang out. Like, no, like we need to do more as a community. Like we just be recycling the same old shit. There's a lot of shit we could be doing. This sounds like something really cool to get behind. And it's
I'm
a lot
also
of
about to
time
do
before then.
I'm also about to do the double slit.
I definitely also want to check that out.
Yeah, like you can do it super easy, man. Like you can you don't need a really expensive laser or anything. You don't have to do the bullshit they say where they say they shoot 1 photon on that bullshit. No. You just need a laser and a fog machine so that we can really see the light.
Oh, like you see like sort of like when you shoot a laser through smoke, you can kind of see it looks like individual, spots or whatever.
Well, sort of actually. The smoke machine really is a
Yeah.
problem for the photon. I don't want to give too much away though. It's very interesting. But someone else came to me with their observation and wants me to do it with them. And so it's his to release, right? It's not mine. But it's just, let's just say, bye-bye photon. As if that's not already the case when I look at a freaking polar lens. Whatever. You know what I'm talking about? If you have a polarized lens, so you have light coming through the lens. If you put another lens on top of it and you turn it perpendicular, like 9 degrees, all of a sudden it blocks the light. If you stack another one on top of it, the light comes back through it. So that debunks the photon. They call it the quantum Venn diagram paradox. Meaning they don't have an answer for it. Too funny.
There is an answer for that.
What's the answer?
What are you talking about? I told you this. Rotating the light will give you a percentage, a probability of it going through. That is, what is it? The ratio becomes a cosine of whatever the difference between the angles are. When you take the cosine of the difference between the angles, it makes you can add those together, where the angles added together seems like it's greater than 100%. But you take the cosine of it, it becomes much less. It's actually
that was a rebuttal?
I know,
it's
right?
lower than 100% probability.
You think that you're rebutting this right now? How does
That is
adding
true. That's not-
how does
so
adding
glad-
the lens bring
So
it
glad
back?
you cleared that all right up real quick. I'm so
Yeah.
glad you decisively.
You don't add.
cleared that up.
Okay, what's it? Tell me exactly how you need to add the lens, because there's only a specific scenario. You can't just add another lens. There's a specific scenario.
Yeah, you add a third lens, all of a sudden you can see the light again.
Yeah. How do you add the third lens?
You can put it in between.
Put it on top.
You can also put it on top. I think so. Yeah.
You don't put it on top. You put it in between, and you tilt it halfway between the first and the second one, because they have to be perpendicular to each other. So you tilt it halfway between those two.
So it takes the photon and carries it through the other one that was blocking it.
No, it doesn't take anything, carry anything anywhere. If you look at I'll show you the math. If you look at the probability between it going through each one, and it changes the probability to where it's less than 100.
All hail the power of mathematics.
Photon is like
Mathematics is how it was observed in the first place.
No, you can just look at it.
No.
Yeah, you can just look at it. You can look at a specific polarized lens that's specifically tilted exactly 90 degrees to the other one. You can't just arbitrarily choose lenses and this would occur. It's a very specific setup. And I think the paradox you're talking about is the EPR paradox.
No, it's called the quantum Venn diagram paradox. That's what it's called.
Yeah, but that in itself is not a paradox, though.
Oh. Nuh-uh.
I'm not gonna lie, homeboy sounds like a lunatic's little brother, straight up.
Does Lou have a little brother?
I think so. Anyway, sorry to interrupt the math wars.
Yeah, I'm not interested in your math. I'm talking about reality. I'm talking about.
Oh, sure you're not,
I think
man.
it's a photon traveling from point A to point B, and all of a sudden the lens blocks it. And if you add another lens, it's not blocked anymore.
Describe to me how the light is not moving at a speed, yet you can use the light and the time it took to travel to you to locate your position. So you have three towers. The towers each send you a signal. You receive the signal from those 3 towers at different times, and you use those times to determine the distance you are from those towers and ultimately determine your position. How is it the case that light, which is always everywhere and is received instantly, or is everywhere instantly, how is it that it uses that time to look at you?
Yeah. The speed of light is a quantification of perception or illumination. It's a disturbance in what's already there. So that's not synonymous with what light itself is. I said
That's right. Yeah. No, exactly. It's not synonymous with what light is. It's the quantum field that light propagates through. That's what's everywhere. The light is not everywhere.
The light is
Light
everywhere.
starts somewhere and it ends up where it is at a certain time, and that's the speed of light.
Hey, can you find 1 square inch on the entire Earth that doesn't have light?
That doesn't have a CMB, or doesn't have every light. Because CMB is one specific light. It's not
okay.
It's not like a radio signal. It's not you with a flashlight. It's that one light. You can add other light.
Well, you're claiming you're adding it, but you're manipulating what's already there. And do you not remember that you lost this the last time we did it? Because you said, no, the cosmic microwave is already there, or the microwave background radiation is already there. And then you add additional light. And you said you can still see it. It's different. And I said, oh, yeah. So the background that's already there doesn't change once you add, quote unquote, light. And you said, oh, yeah, it interacts with it. It does change. Yeah, exactly, because you're altering what's already there into a different vibration or oscillation that becomes perceivable, or not.
But you can interact. Yeah, how does interacting with it have to do with anything?
Does it alter? Does it alter its state?
I mean, not that I know of. I know that CMB can interact with antenna and mess up your TV and stuff like that. But I don't know that you can actually do anything to the CMB.
Is how the background radiation is detected. Does it alter it whenever you introduce more quote unquote light?
Not if you have an antenna that's picking up specific frequencies. If you're only picking up the CMB, then no. But if you have something that can pick up any wavelength of light, then yeah, you're going to be picking up the CMB and whatever new light you introduce.
The CMB changes, right?
Not that I know of.
Well, it does.
You can try to test. So what?
Yeah, it does. It has an interaction with whatever the new quote unquote light is.
Yeah, I said not that I know of. I know the CMB can interact with whatever it is you're using to measure that light, but that's only if you have specifically. I mean, if it's not specifically only trying to detect your light or your a signal, like your TV, for instance, the static on the background of the TV is affected by the CMB, and that could be trying to retrieve a signal from your TV network.
I don't know
you can specifically. Yeah, I don't know that you can specifically alter the CMB by introducing light.
Well, we all know that it does. So, in order to say that it doesn't, you're going to have to show that the CMB remains exactly the same, despite what else.
No, how you just said it does. So how does it?
Because we see that it's not the same. We see that when we look at a different spectrum of light introduced, which is just a different disturbance or vibration, that the CMB changes because it interacts with it. In your paradigm, even.
That's what I'm asking, is how.
How?
Because
it's already there, and then you've introduced a new disturbance to what's already there, and then it changes the quote-unquote frequency.
Oh, well, that's what I'm saying. You can have 2 antennas.
Different frequencies. You're not interacting with it.
Oh, really? Can you cite that? Can you cite the distinct?
Term, I'll look at it at 30 kilohertz, and then I'll look at it with a receiver that receives 40 kilohertz. How does that affect?
You just be talking, bro. Can you cite where the background doesn't change, please?
I'm trying to understand what you're talking about. If you're talking about,
you know I'm wrong, but you don't understand it.
Oh, I see. You're gonna just talk over me. Fuck you.
Well, you're really low. I didn't hear you.
Well, this Moyak works in this industry, though. He works with radio towers or cell phone towers.
He left.
But he's right. That's what I'm saying. Is if you have 2 different, like CMB, which is the microwave, and some other frequency, you have 2 separate antennas that are, made specifically to pick up those frequencies. And depending on which one you use, you're going to measure that one. And if what you're saying is correct, then there should be some evidence that just by measuring the CMB and then introducing some some higher frequency light or lower frequency even, see if it alters whatever it is that you're measuring. I don't think it does that.
Can you please cite where it stays the same?
Like I said, I tried looking for it a couple weeks ago. I didn't see anything, and this was pertaining to something not to CMB specifically, but to different frequencies of light being introduced and altering other light. The thing is, there's something called the Pauli exclusion principle, which pertains to matter, where like two quantum particles can't exist in the same location in the same state at the same time, but light doesn't, or photons are excluded from that exclusion principle.
Oh my god, dude! So they can be in the same state at the same time in the same place.
I mean, apparently that's what I was trying to look for. But a better person to ask would probably be someone like Jace or even someone like Moyak who deals with radio frequency talent.
Why are you so confident when you don't know what you're talking
about? I looked for this. I haven't found anything. You're claiming it has happened, and I don't think you've seen this either. So I'm saying
what?
That the light being introduced does change the state of the light that's already there, aka the CMB does become altered when you introduce new light, meaning that they have one is influencing the other, and that
there's not one. There's not two different things. That's the problem that you don't seem to understand. It's the same thing.
But you can measure each of them separately.
Okay, because you're just measuring different actions and different spectrums, different portions of the spectrum. But you've added an additional disturbance. Okay, that's all you've done. So now the background that's already there has a different spectrum that can be perceived. You claim they're two different things. That's your problem.
Yeah, I mean, there's places. I mean, it's not. It doesn't exist at every single point. Like, it doesn't exist. Homogeneously. Like, there's places where even that is zero. So it's like,
what?
It's true. It's true that the CMB is in you can go anywhere in the universe and find it, but it's not homogeneous. It's places where the values are slightly higher.
How do you know that, bro? How do you know you can go anywhere
because
in
we
the
have
universe?
It mapped out. We have it mapped out.
It's objective that anywhere we can observe, there's background radiation, which is light. There's literally not a place on the earth that doesn't have light. So when I say light's already there and people ridicule me, they're retarded. Whenever FED ridiculed me for that, they're retarded. It's just objective. There's light everywhere. There's not one square inch.
Have you seen the CMB map?
Yeah, I don't want to go all the way out into your fairy tale of space. We don't need to do that.
Oh, that's how we know it's everywhere. It's not about going into space.
No, we know it's on the earth as well, buddy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The fact that it's everywhere doesn't mean that it's in every single location. It means it exists. It exists in almost all places, but there's places where the values are zero, where they're less.
No, there's not.
Yeah, there is.
Oh, there's places with no light.
If you go down to the smaller and smaller spaces, I'll show you a map.
I don't think you understand the inverse square law. It never goes to zero. It just gets quartered and quartered.
I don't think you can understand down
even when there's perceivably no light, including sunlight. I mean, there's obviously still something, right? The other light that we can't see, that the fishes, whatever the fuck they are, at the bottom of the fucking ocean use to produce whatever that is. They have to be getting energy from somewhere. It has to exist there for them to have it. With what? Nothing?
No,
with absolutely nothing, or
Like fireflies.
So something has to
Fireflies
be
don't-
there for them to be able. That's his point though. There has to be something, some there for something to interact with to create the light that we can see, and then there's also the light that we can't see that's there because something is there interacting with it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that thing
admittedly, the
isn't light
ocean has
though.
background radiation as well.
That thing isn't light though. That thing is the quantum field that the light that propagates through. The
Okay,
light's
just
being
because you
produced by
show up, dude,
the
it doesn't.
electric. It's being produced by the energy in the fish or whatever it is, firefly, and the electrons of that material.
Oh, now we're talking about
That-
electrons
that-
again. Oh my god.
that's how light. That's how light is actually produced.
Please, yeah. Please stop reifying the electron. No one cares. There's background radiation everywhere. This is why I was trying to point this out to FED. I was trying to help him out. You can't make claims about the photon without reifying the electron. It's very funny. But anyway, so my point is that it's already there. In the deepest, darkest part of the ocean, there's light. And in the darkest cave in the world, there's light. Look out in the sky, there's lights. It's just objective.
Okay, but what does that CMB have to do with other light? That's the question. How does the CMB allow the firefly or the fish in the bottom of the ocean to create their forms of light? Because it has
Well,
nothing to do with the CMB.
yeah, that's just an interaction, right? So I mean, you claim that it's a little electron doing all. No. That's a gap in a dielectric field, right? And then you get illumination based on excitation or disturbance of what's already there. So whenever you have a perceivable, you shoot a radio signal, you have X-rays, or you see shoot a laser, or you turn your light on in your room. You're doing nothing more than disturbing what's already there.
Right. Well, then why doesn't it vary based on what the rate or what the magnitude of the CMB is to that specific location?
Forget about
You would
that.
see the
Listen, check
light
this out.
fluctuate. You would see the light
One, one,
fluctuate as it's traveling.
1 second, Coach. So it's going to fluctuate. Go right back to that. But I just want to say, if you go in the blackest of black rooms, the blackest of black, no, nothing in there but you. What do you think you're going to see?
You're not going to see
your eyes. Do your eyes just get blinded by blackness and you can't see out to the black portion of the room? I mean, don't you understand that there's a portion of light there for you to be able to do that? To see the color black itself? Like there's a medium. Even in that room which it's trying to describe, that medium always exists no matter where you're at. So in this dark black room, you can still get shine, you can get reflection, you can get light. So what he's saying is true.
Your eyes are like two little antennas on your face that have a very specific wavelength that they're made to pick up between 450 and 700.
Hold on.
Outside of that,
Wavelength going out?
they're not able to pick up light outside that wavelength.
What wavelength? Like, do they work pushing out or pulling in? How are your
No,
eyes?
they're detectors. They're sitting there waiting for the light. They're just waiting for the light to interact.
So it's just a mirror reflectant surface, and then whenever the light hits it, that's how it works. Is that what you're saying?
It's like a satellite dish on your roof. If light doesn't enter into that satellite,
satellite dish is the opposite. It's inverted of an eyeball.
No, it's the same exact thing.
No, it's a hollowed out hole the other way. It's like a bowl, a dish.
Exactly.
Your eyeballs
Waiting
above
to
it the opposite way.
It's made to pick up
Should we even call the magnetic the EMF outside of our visual range light?
Yeah, that's what it is by
that?
definition, dude. That's why we have the word visible light.
Well, kind of. I sometimes do, but
It's kind of like saying, should we call a dog whistle a sound? Just because we can't hear it
No,
doesn't mean it's not a sound. Yeah, it's exactly like that.
No,
we can't perceive dog whistles. Hold on, let me finish, bro. We can't perceive dog whistles, and we can't perceive ultraviolet, right? But it doesn't mean that it's not there, and it's not light, and it's not sound.
You notice how there's the Glovers are on one side and the Flat Earthers are on one side? You see how this is baffling to me that we have some type of disagreement within the Flat Earthers here. I mean, yeah, we get it.
But
you have
you guys
to
are
bring
making
this speed of
outrageous
light
claims.
because your whole paradigm falls apart, but that's not really our problem. We don't have the confinement of your religion. So there's already light everywhere. That means there's a background medium everywhere. It's everywhere. And then you can disturb it. You can excite it, oscillate it, vibrate it, reverberate it, disturb it, perturbation.
You get to show that, though.
Yeah, that can be shown. There's not one square inch in all of existence that doesn't have light.
No, that doesn't have CMB already there. That's fine. Now you have to show how that CMB is the thing that is the light that you're trying to produce is interacting with, so that
Why?
CMB now allows you to and that allows light to propagate that location.
Why the high standards, right? You guys claim that it's
Well, that's
the
what he's claiming.
residue from a Big Bang, right? With absolutely no evidence other than, well, the CMB is there, so there must have been a Big Bang. And then he's claiming you guys misunderstand this light; it's something else. And you're saying, "Where's the proof? Where's your
No,
proof, bro?
Hank,
Where's your
sorry,
proof, bro? Yeah,
It's
all
all
you're
right,
over
but
the
forgiven.
that's
Go
not the
ahead and give
argument,
us
Hank.
the proof.
The
Show us
argument
how
is
it's
that
correctly
light.
related."
The argument is that light
Okay, he's at.
propagates. Yeah, by light propagates through space. That's our argument. It has nothing to do with the Big Bang. Light propagates through space, emanates at one location, ends up at another location.
It doesn't. There's
That's
no
our
emission.
that's
There's no.
that's
Yeah, that's
our claim.
you're
He's claiming
spitting the
it's already
question.
there.
There's no emission. So if I go to the middle of a lake and I start flapping my arms, am I emitting waves?
There's a force that's emanating from where you are. That's called a wave. The action is going to go outwards to the shore. Yeah.
You're learning. So am I emitting waves?
Yeah, the source of you, and it's going to move at the speed that wave's moving.
Okay. So the wave isn't a thing. I don't emit waves, right? I'm only disturbing the water that's already there.
Action of your reaction through the medium that you exist in. Yes, sir.
Okay, if somebody
The
says,
medium being
"Hey,"
light.
if someone says, "Create a wave," which part of speech is that? Is that a verb? Is that an adjective?
Oh, yeah.
There's a noun.
A wave is
A
a
noun?
verb, not a noun.
No, a wave is not a verb. Waving something is wave something like go wave at that person or this thing is
Holy
waving. That's a verb.
Waves are
Or
not
someone says,
things. They are what something does. You can wave your hand, but I cannot hand you a wave.
yeah, but if you're calling something something, you can't put a verb after that.
Now your
You can
argument
do
is that
when you
people
do when you.
misspeak when they denote waves. That's your argument.
I'm telling you that in that
Oh,
when you say something is wave, or you point out a wave, or you're talking about a wave, you're talking about a noun.
It's a disturbance in what's already there. You have to have a medium to have a wave. The wave is
So
the
you're
medium moving.
so you're standing on the beach and the water knocks you down. But what do you call that?
The water knocking me down.
Well, I mean, everybody else would say that I was hit by a wave.
You
A
hit by
wave of
tide,
what? A
water,
wave of what?
water.
Wave of water.
Oh, okay. So it's the water moving.
No, it's not necessarily moving. It's energy moving through the water.
Okay.
Which means it's moving.
It's a wave
that
of
proper?
energy.
It's a disturbance of the medium, left lane.
Yeah, that's a description of what the wave is, but the wave has properties.
No, the wave is not something in and of itself. It's what something does. It's a type of movement. Okay? So it's, again, a wave is not something in and of itself. It is a description of what a medium does. It's a type of movement. So you have a disturbance, reverberation, oscillation, vibration, disturbance, perturbation
Can we say it's
of a medium.
conservation of momentum for the Globers? Like it's conservation of the momentum of the medium around you, right? You wiggle it and it contains itself, and you're always in this medium. So if you're always surrounded by light, no matter what you do in the light, it's going to be a reaction of the light itself. It's just a reaction or an action. Whether you want to call it a noun, a verb, an adjective, a reverb, a preverb, a suffix, a prefix, a pronoun, it doesn't matter. None of that matters. All that matters is what actually is happening versus what you claim and what really is going down. That's the truth. That's the true thing.
I've never even understood how this is hard to understand.
Right. How could you demonstrate you're not in light? How can you guys demonstrate there's no source of light in a jet black room? Like, how would you demonstrate? Like, because when you close your eyes and put those things, those like dark things to cover all the light out, and you still see color inside your eyes, where's that coming from? Like, where's this light at on the inside of pure darkness inside your head? Like, I'd even ask that question.
I don't think they're even ready to get to that. Like they don't even understand waves aren't things yet.
Are you serious? The reason people weren't answering his questions is because he's speaking
No,
nonsense.
I can't
Okay?
get with behind
Look,
that.
Yeah,
I
like
can't
for,
get
for
real
fuck's
behind
quick,
sake, the light you see in
that.
your head is not light coming from anywhere. It's your brain, dude.
uh,
Your
real
brain's
quick
getting fucked
before
up.
I have
It's
to
not
go.
coming from anywhere, but it's your
I,
brain.
No, your brain. Yeah,
I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna.
your brain
I,
perceives light when there's actually light there, and sometimes when there's
I,
not light there, the signals in your brain will you'll interpret that as light being somewhere, but they're not.
So
It's
we're a
just
flashlight. We
yeah,
they're
got
no,
light
I'm
fucking.
and
not with that either.
flashlight.
Yeah, I'm not with that either. But I'm also so this is my response to Denmark. Like, unless we don't know what light is, that's what I think. Um, it would have me believe that my dreams are full of light. Like, but I don't know if that's true. Like light could be something that we can't really. Because what the fuck is a dream? And why can I see it? Because nobody's flashing a light. I don't know what's going on when I'm seeing a dream or imagining things. But when I imagine things, the part that perceives it all, it is what I perceive when I'm right now just using my eyes to look at things. I can close my eyes and envision the same exact thing, but there will not be the same light getting in my eye because it will be closed. But I can still imagine it in my mind. So something's going on, but I can't say that like you turn your light off and then like where's the light coming from? I don't know. I don't know.
It's already there. So like
A lot of weird patterns show up when you're in the dark. Like it what's weird is that it's patterned. What the fuck why are patterns just showing up? What's that about?
Yeah.
yeah,
And
everything's
color
geometric
rainbow
and they're trying to
patterns.
quantify the immaterial without understanding that it's geometric, energetic expressions of all things because humans are stupid and they want to believe the earth is a ball that spins around in a vacuum. So they have to say that light travels because they need an absolute frame of reference for everything to be relative to. So even though they don't have a one-way speed of light, they have to pretend they know it has one.
So what about fractals? Like I haven't heard this community speak about fractals like at all.
Arwen.
Oh well, yeah,
Yeah.
probably him. But, I mean, because shit, albeit with drugs, but it's just weird that the patterns are obviously there. Like you're not imagining it. It's not like I did this drug and now I'm hallucinating. No, like it's just shit that's there that you like sounds that you typically wouldn't. You're not paying attention to tend to make sense. Like it's all one harmonious thing rather than the mess that we take it as. You know what I mean? It's like basically what I'm saying. Everything has rhyme or reason and purpose, even when we don't realize it. I don't see us any different than not. I don't see us any different, but like the way ants are, where yeah, you might have one or two that like wanders off and does whatever, but for the most part, the ones that are in the community, they partake in the community, stay in the community, do what they got to do, yada yada yada, build what they build. They kind of stay there, with the exception of a few ants here and there. That's exactly what the fuck we do. All this land that exists, but we all just want to group up and stay here and listen to the queen ant.
Yeah, I find it
I don't know
funny
how
that
anything
this.
I said had anything to do with what we were talking about before. I'm sorry, but whatever.
No, it was still interesting, Eli.
Yeah, I find it funny that this argument has gotten to the point where people are literally trying to defend their ideas in a way that if they can prove that the way we use the word in a sentence, it somehow changes the reality of what's taking place.
That's all
Like,
they
no,
care about.
it's a noun. No,
That's what
since we use
Wits.
it as a
That's
noun,
You
what.
understand that
here's
that's
reality.
Witsit is the
That's
person you're
what
talking
Witsit
about.
is doing. Yeah.
You
No, that's
understand?
what
No,
you
I
guys are
disagree. I
doing.
disagree
No, yeah,
totally.
yeah.
You guys just
You're
say, "Oh,
claiming.
it's mathematics." Don't worry, you pretty little head. It's
Napalm
fine.
is
The
Napalm is going to
mathematical.
expose them. Let him rebut them.
No, yeah. Witsit is the one who's saying that waves are not a thing, and
They're
no
not
matter
a
how we
thing.
talk about them, you won't let us describe them as things when they
How
are
how
things. They
how
literally
is
are things. They have attributes, and you just in the sentences that we're using them as nouns. So
a
I'm not
wave
sure
is
why
what
you can say they're not things.
Kosha, a wave is what something does. It cannot be a thing in and of itself. Can you give me a wave without it being some sort of medium?
Macaroni?
When you're describing the
I'm just
wave,
saying I
you're
don't see it.
describing
That's why
that
I'm like,
energy. When you're describing that energy and the movement of that
oh
energy and how what
yeah,
the energy is
I
propagating,
found it.
You're hot, Mike and Eli.
when you're describing
How long?
that's not
About
that you can describe it as a thing. The same way
Oh,
energy is described as a thing.
when
Energy is the
he
same
said
as energy
macaroni, I
is.
thought he was talking about macaroni being the wave. Like hand me a wave, and he said
I
macaroni.
did as well.
You're making me hungry.
And energy can be described as something that something's doing, but
So
it can also be
what is an
described as the
energy?
thing that you're describing.
What is an
Fine.
energy?
Define energy.
No, you can describe it. You can describe it. It depends on the whatever you're talking about. So you can be talking about the energy of an explosion or something like that. You can be talking about the the.
I'm not asking you to tell me what energy does. I'm
No,
asking you what
I'm
energy
telling you.
is. There's a
I'm telling.
difference.
Yeah. Well, you want me to define energy for you? The
Yeah,
capacity to do work. That's what
that's what
energy
something
is.
does.
That's what something does.
Yeah. No, that's what something has the ability to do. The capacity to do work. It's a thing in itself. You can actually describe something's energy,
So energy is
right?
ability. That's the definition of energy, ability.
No, ability to do
Ability
work.
to do work.
Right. So
And
that
that's
means
not.
that
It's not
so
just
to
a.
do work is what something does.
I
So
mean,
what's the,
you can twist it however the fuck you want to. It does not change the definition of energy.
dude? Well, this is the deal, buddy. I know you
You're
guys like
twisting
to
it. You're
pretend that
twisting
you're
it.
the smart ones, right? But you're not. And when I talk to the people you appeal to the authority of, they admit that we don't actually have a proper definition of energy. We can only utilize it within our convention of what energy does. So you guys pretend we're dumb, but the people you appeal to the authority of would laugh at you right now. So the capacity to do work is what something does. We're asking you to define what energy is. If you just keep saying it over and over and then keep just stating it slower, it doesn't
What you
somehow
just said makes
change
sense.
the fact.
The question was,
You
what is
can't
energy?
do the capacity to do work. Does it make sense?
That's what something does. The ability to do work. To do work is what something does. Okay. So you're defining energy. Now, whenever I say the ability, you just jump in and say to do work. No, you're
You're just
defining energy
twisting
as
it.
an ability, then. That's what you're defining it as.
That's what it is.
So
It's the
it's an
capacity to
ability.
do work.
So
It's
energy is
not.
like
You can't do an ability. You can't do the capacity to do work. That doesn't make sense.
now you're strawmanning me because you're getting destroyed. So the ability to do work is a description of what something can do, but we're asking you what it is itself that does it.
What it is that does that?
Yeah, what it
Yeah,
is that does work.
information is the
Yeah,
energy.
whatever it is you're talking about, like a potential energy, for example, that the capacity for there to be work.
It's just too
Something will
broad of a
fall.
definition because I fall under that definition. Therefore,
Yes, you
I am
do. You have
energy.
energy.
You're intelligent, so it'd
So
be
everything is
intelligence.
energy. They're not going to say
Exactly.
intelligence though, DMOC. That's way too
But it
smart of an answer. They're never going to say
right.
that because that's not what Google told them to say.
So if everything falls under the energy of, or the definition of energy, what are you really saying?
No, it's
You're not
everything that
saying
has
anything.
energy has energy. That's not everything is
What
energy.
doesn't
Okay,
have
then
You
what
just
energy?
does
said
it
you just said
have?
that you can
We're
do work,
asking what it
so you have
has.
energy.
They're asking what it has
What
then.
what doesn't have energy? We've already established everything has energy, right? Everything has the ability to do work. So what is this thing
If
that
something,
everything has?
Exactly.
High
What is
entropy
it
listen,
systems.
fundamentally?
if you're gonna hold on, if you're gonna define energy as the ability to do work, I have the ability to do work. Therefore, I am energy.
Well, they
then
don't
you have
have
energy.
intentions of having an honest
You
and
have
sexual.
energy.
No, I
You
am
possess
energy. I
you
am
possess
energy. You just described
Okay, then
what
what does he possess,
you just
Left Lane? That's
described
what he's
what
asking.
energy is.
If you said he
Hold on,
possesses
you just
energy,
described what energy is. Hold on, what's it? You just described what energy is. Energy is the ability to do work. So something has the ability to do work. It is energy, right?
It has energy.
so
Like for
what does
instance,
it
when you
Dude, if
say
have?
you
something
have
has
the
the
ability,
ability to do work,
when you say that you have the ability to do work, you're talking about the something in something that you possess, something that you employ that allows you to do physical work,
Oh,
like to move your
something.
fingers or to lift your leg, and that thing is called energy.
Something that you have.
No,
Okay, so
Yeah,
What
energy
is
is
that
something.
something?
he's playing on the
Yeah,
word
what
work
is
again.
that something? Can you more
energy,
properly define that?
energy,
That's
Dude, you're
circular. You're
using
using the
calorie.
word energy to
circular
define
argument.
energy now.
Yeah, you're
No,
just
he
circling around.
has energy. That's where when he says I have the capacity to do work, right? He's not him personally is not the capacity to do work. He employs energy that he already has. He possesses the energy.
We're
If he
asking
doesn't
you
have the
what
energy,
the
he does not have the
energy
capacity to do work.
itself is, though, and then you're saying something, and that something is energy. That's the
No, it's
definition
the
of energy. That's
So
retarded.
listen,
the thing that
I
he
can't
has in
help
his
but
body.
understand Witsit.
Hold on,
I know you,
hold on.
Witsit, you have a problem with
Energy.
basic units. I
Here
understand.
comes a dude with a really low IQ ad homing me about my intellect.
It's your
Wait a minute.
intellect, sir. It's not mine. It's yours. You
Energy
have the problem with
and
energy.
the thing that has the energy are mutually exclusive. Once again, energy itself and the thing that manipulates the energy are mutually exclusive.
But what is energy?
Well, yeah, he
No,
just laid it out perfectly.
hold
Laid
on.
it out perfectly. What
Differential. You have
has
to
the
have
energy
differential.
and what the energy is itself are mutually exclusive.
Right. So when Jeremy says I have the ability to do work, he's not really talking about himself. He's talking about he has energy. The energy has the capacity to do work.
no.
They're mutually exclusive.
Energy has capacity to work.
No,
So
listen.
we're asking you
Yes,
what
that's
energy
what
is,
it
and you're
If
using.
you
Sorry, go ahead.
no
Energy is the
no, listen
ability
to me.
to
You're
do work,
telling
and energy has the capacity to
me
do work.
the definition. You're telling me energy is the definition is the ability to do work. So if something has the ability to do work, it is energy, right? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Jeremy's trying to
You-
play on the word work now, which means two different things. It means something different in vernacular as it does to physics.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
So let's take
Yes.
the work physics and make it work like cleaning toilets, like Jeremy
So
does.
you never say, dude. I'm muting you for
I'm
the
not
ad
trying
hom.
to play.
To be muted, man. That is going
I'm
way
not trying
too
to play
far.
Muted
games.
him.
That
Hold
quick.
on, man. All right, hold on. I'm not trying to play games with words, right? We're trying to figure out what this word means. So when he defines it, and then I can find something in reality that fits that definition, it must be it, right? The ability to do work. Everything that has the ability to do work is energy, right?
Yeah, but what do you use to do work? Like to do work means to usually to move a mass some distance.
Differential.
Yeah, I can move
Resistance.
mass some distance, so I can move mass some distance, so I am energy,
Yeah, but
according
that's what
to
I'm
your
saying.
definition.
What
That's according to you.
you use to move the energy is I mean, what you use to apply that force at some distance is you use your energy that you have. If you don't have energy, you can't do that.
I don't. Do you want to change the definition of energy, or if you're good with the one you gave, that means that you're energy, I'm energy.
No, but you're
Everything is
saying
energy.
you're speaking loosely when you say that because it's not you're not the one who's actually you only have the ability to because you have energy. It's the energy that is allowing you to do work.
Force of
But
what,
you
Kosho? Force. You say energy is a force. A force of what? Can you define like a force of what energy is? Please. Pretty please with sugar on top.
The ability to do force.
Yeah, the force to do ability of force of a force's ability to force. The force of energy to energize the force to force the energy to energy the force. Where do we go, Kosho?
We got it. Okay.
Hey, do the other mods
I don't know. I
agree
don't like
that
your
that it's
definition. I'm
unacceptable?
not even
What?
in this energy.
Good.
Bad, go ahead.
You just kind of think
No,
you
I was
kind
gonna
of
say I'm not
delayed.
even in this argument with the energy and the ether or whatever you guys are talking about, but I mean that seems like a little bit of a wonky version for energy. Like I figured physics would have it nailed down. This almost sounds like math. This definition for energy sounds like the definition for math.
Yeah, like that's the point, right?
Seems
The
like it.
reason that they can't nail it down is because they have to address like, well, where does this energy come from, and exactly what is it? What's it comprised of? What exactly is it? Does it have different modalities? What's the primary state or primary modality? They can't answer these questions because it doesn't fit within their paradigm of materialism. So they just define it as what it does so we can manipulate it and quantify it and replicate things with it. But they never actually define what it is because it has philosophical implications they don't want to address.
Isn't it the same as gravity?
It's
I
exactly
feel like
what
you
it
can
is.
define the ether. I feel like you can define the ether just as good as you can define energy.
I think I can define it way better than they define energy. I would say energy is defined as pressure mediation. And I actually agree with Dimmock that it has some type of intelligence. But they're nowhere close to ever being able to accept that. So they'll just keep on pretending that their inadequate definition is adequate because they can't accept it. But I can define the ether pretty well, in my opinion. It's the primary substance, the primary state of the secondary matter or the secondary state of matter that we perceive. It is unmanifest, pure potential in the background, beyond and encompassing the physical realm. It's an energetic metaphysical background that sustains electromagnetic energy, and therefore it is the housing of pressure mediation. It is the homeostasis of pure potential.
It's the process of differential within itself. In actuality, like positive, negative, and neutral all together in one, but an intelligent one that has to find form and whatever it, like action reaction, it creates the resistance. But the funny thing about it is when Kosho keeps describing it as energy and then he says the word force, basically that's the same as their gravity, because gravity is a pseudo force, and so does gravity cause your energy, and is energy causing gravity? Like what are they synonymous, Kosho? In your force gravity force energy ratio?
Forces and energy aren't the same thing, and gravity is only a pseudo force. It's a force. It's a direct and spring dependent force.
You said energy was a force.
Now, I said energy was the capacity to do work. Work is forced over some distance, so not the same.
Action is work, and work is
So if you do work, if you do force over some distance, a work was exerted. Okay. However, work is not the same thing as a force because you use force to describe work. Energy is the ability to do work. It's not the work itself, and it's not the force
from
itself.
where? The ability to do work from where? So you got a ball of energy sitting in the middle of nowhere. What's it doing work to or from?
From the lack of entropy, because you have a system that's not there's no equilibrium, and it's in that in this system there's gonna be work that's available. There's gonna be a force. I mean, there's gonna be energy. There's gonna be energy that is available due to the fact that there's like some uneven, some equal. Um, could be a couple of things like temperature, pressure, uh, charges, and if it has a low entropy, then it's got the ability to do work.
No equilibrium. What do you mean by that? Break that down for me.
Except
Energy has
could
no
be
equilibrium.
could be pressure equilibrium. It could be temperature equilibrium. It could be charge equilibrium.
It has no.
Yeah, if it's uneven and there's low entropy, then it's got the ability to to find equilibrium. So that finding equilibrium is going to be that.
So the energy is resisting itself. mean, that's basically what you explained, right? The energy causes resistance off of itself and gives you the ability to do work, which is your force, right? I mean, am I getting this right or am I wrong?
I don't know what you mean by the energy is resisting itself. I don't know what you mean.
Well, I'm asking you where the energy gets the ability to do the work from. Like the energy's sitting there, and like, where's it getting the energy? Like, where's this energy coming from to do any work to nothing? If energy is the only thing that exists in itself, like you got a field of energy. Now what? Now where's the like? What's it working off of?
Yeah, like I said, it has a lot to do with the entropy of the system and the second law of thermodynamics. So it's because the second law says that entropy in a isolated system is always going to increase. If you have a low entropy, then the fact that it's going to increase to a high entropy is the energy.
Hey, does entropy always increase, or was it changed to almost always?
Exactly.
No, it tends to increase in an isolated system. So that doesn't mean that at every interval in any system is going to increase. That means overall in an isolated system, it tends towards increase.
What's the isolated system of energy itself in itself? Just a field of energy. Is that is that its own isolated system? Like what do you?
Yeah, Mark, that's exactly correct.
I mean, you're in space. What's the isolated system in space and free space? The expansion that never stops expanding. Where's the isolated system there?
Well, the universe is typically considered an isolated system.
While it's expanding. That's kind of weird. You have a system that's blocked off, but guess what? It keeps growing. So your prison is only 14 foot, but today it's going to be 72 foot, and tomorrow it's going to be 93 foot, and tomorrow it's going to grow, but it's going to stay the same. How much sense are you making here? It doesn't really make sense.
The energy.
So
if you want to redefine the second law,
hold on a second. Well, I will. And we all probably should have back in the caveman days when they made it up. So when the field of energy is doing, like, it's just sitting there and it's a field of energy, like, what are you talking? Like, where's the entropy at? What are we talking about?
I think.
Where's the law? Where's the
Did you
containment?
Did you almost laugh at yourself, Demar?
No, I was hitting this blunt.
Oh, okay.
In the middle of talking. Sorry. Well, I mean, where's the entropy in the field of energy? Like, where's the differential? Where's the work coming from?
Told you. In that case, we're talking about entropy. You talk about the disequilibrium. You could be talking about
How can
like
you
the
have
potential.
that in an open system? You don't have a closed system of space.
Oh, you
We're
can
talking
you
about an open system, right?
if you have an open system, then the energy can be coming from outside the system, so it doesn't matter.
Outside
So
the system.
I'm not sure you're asking anymore.
Hold on. So we have a field of energy, but it's the entropy's coming from outside the field of energy.
You just described it being an open system, Demak. A closed and open system has opportunity for energy to be introduced.
Hold on. Introduced energy. Introduced it from where? Okay, so now we have nothing. We've got nothing, and now you got nothing. Now where does this energy come from? You just introduced. Let's start there.
If there's no energy coming from the outside of the system, and there's no new material coming from the outside of the system, then it's not a closed or an open system. It's an isolated system.
What system are you talking about? And why do you keep saying the word isolated? That means a container. That means containment.
This last thing I'm going to say about this, there's three types of systems: open, closed, and isolated. And if there's no energy or mass being introduced, it's an isolated system.
We haven't demonstrated all three next to each other in a lab.
The only ones that are good.
You tell us these claims. I've still yet to see an earth curve stencil be made with material, or anybody put a flag in a curve.
So
You're
by
talking
your
about entropy and space and something where there's nothing, but then energy just pops up from outside of nothing to energy. So the outside of nothing creates nothing that creates energy, and energy pops up in nothing, and this is where we're at, and we get entropy. It's weird. You got weird science going on, and you can't demonstrate anything of what you're talking about. It makes no sense.
So you're saying by your definition, Kosho, Earth is an open system.
I have argued on Nathan Uncle's show that it is an open system, and also it's the Earth is the Earth. I mean, no, I'm sorry, I argued on Nathan's show there's a closed system, but it can be described as an open system or closed system depending on what.
Well, we have a definition for it. We have a definition for an open system, though, right? And a closed system. You just gave it.
Yeah, except for
So
because
why
remember
would
that
you?
when
Why would you?
I'm trying to tell you that you have to define you have to bound your you have to bound whatever it is you're talking about. So if you're doing an experiment or if you're doing some sort of research in which you're describing the Earth as a system, you may be talking about its atmosphere. You may be talking about the life on Earth. So you may be talking about the Earth as an entire system, everything included. So depending on what you're talking about, it makes sense to use one or the other. It doesn't always make sense to use one or the other.
We're talking about the exchange of matter and energy, right?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. So you gave the definition. I don't know why you would ever argue for a closed system because we know that we can exchange mass and energy.
Yeah, but for instance, if you're doing a specific experiment, your experiment may use a thermos as an isolated system for the sake of this experiment.
Isolated?
Well, this is what I'm trying to tell you. That for the sake of your experiment, it may not be the precision may not be low enough, or may not be high enough to worry about any of the energy that's leaving that thermos during the time frame of that experiment. And so, for the sake of your experiment, you can consider the thermos a isolated system, but it's in fact not an isolated system because energy does leave the thermos at a very small rate.
Okay, we know a thermos isn't an isolated system. I don't know why you're even saying this. You just gave the definition of open and closed systems, right?
Actually, I didn't, but just pretend I did.
Well, you said we needed to exchange. Okay, well, what's an open system?
An open system, and by the way, like I said, these are loose definitions based on not.
These are not loose definitions. These are very precise.
No, but they're not very precise, dude. If you say, okay, an open system is where matter and energy are freely exchanged, come and go, and then you say a closed system is a system where matter can't, because there's little matter that's exchanged, but energy can come and go. So when you say that part about the little matter that's exchanged, what you're saying is the negligible amount. So pertaining to whatever it is that you're whatever you're using that system for, whether it's a test or some sort of research or whatever, the amount of matter that is coming and going is negligible and doesn't change the outcome of whatever it is that you're experimenting on. So even though mass does come and go,
have a good night.
You can consider it a closed system.
Listen, in physics and thermodynamics, these are defined very well: closed, open, and isolated systems. Right? Better than your energy or mass definition. They're very precise and specific about what will happen in these systems. Right? If you can exchange matter, if you have the ability to exchange matter and energy, it's an open system, right?
Yeah, but like I said, you can describe a tank.
They're already described, bro. They're already described in physics and thermodynamics.
Okay, I know that. I'm telling you how they're used. Okay, because this is legitimately how they're used. If the amount that is of mass that is can be exchanged is negligible, like in a tank of hydrogen, for example, or a tank of helium, like even though there's a tank of helium, there's still a probability that some of the helium is going to escape because of the permeability of the tank. But that's for the sake of whatever it is you're doing, it's not unfair to consider that an isolated system.
So they got the definitions wrong for open, closed, and isolated system. It sounds like that's what you're saying.
It's just a matter of being practical about it.
Hold on, left lane. You're saying that it's defined as an open system can exchange matter and energy, but now you're telling me it can still exchange matter and energy, and it can be a closed system, even though that totally goes against the definition of how they defined it. That's literally what you're saying.
I'm telling you that if there's a negligible amount of energy or matter, whichever system you're trying to describe or exclude, if it's a negligible amount of energy or matter, amount of matter that is so negligible it doesn't change the outcome of your test or experiment, and if you use it as a closed system, it would behave as a closed system by any perceivable measure of whatever it is you're doing, then you can use it as a closed system. And this is I'm not just saying this because this is what I think. This is exactly how it's used. This is exactly how different tests and industries or whatever will use these.
Not worried about your fake experiment. It's defined in physics. You're going against the definition when you say you can exchange matter and still be a closed system. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
I could find different research and different tests that use the Earth as a closed system and use it as an open system, and they're all justified in doing that because of the bounds of what it is that they're actually describing.
That's what you say that. However, it goes against the definition of open and closed system. So just you saying that it's fine doesn't mean it's fine.
No, it's not just me saying that. I can show you the example of people using it in both cases.
Okay, well they're also saying if they're using an open system as a closed system, vice versa, they're also saying that we're not in tune with reality here because it's actually an open or closed system, and we're just making shit up now because we're not following the definitions that are clearly laid out in physics, thermodynamics. I don't know what to tell you, bud.
Because even though it's true that we get matter all the time from space, like in meteors and that type of shit, and other just tiny stuff, and it's true that gas leaves the planet at a very small rate. If you're not describing it in a super precise way, like in a perfectly idealized way where nothing is entering or leaving, then the Earth can be described as a closed system.
But if you want to describe reality,
how is it not reality?
If you want to describe reality, it's an open system, right? According to the globe model fantasy. Or we could say it's a closed system, and then we wouldn't be in tune with reality. We'd be living in La La Land. Shouts out that.
I had this exact conversation with Nathan Oakley like 3 years ago, when I'm showing him the same things that I would show you, the same links, the same universities that are using it in either case, and even people describing why you can use it in either case, right?
Okay, so when they describe Earth system, they're not in tune with reality because in reality, closed systems can't exchange matter, right?
Okay, but that's what I told you about the experiment. The experiment that was using the thermos as an isolated system, as long as they were doing it in such a way that the energy and mass that were coming and going were negligible to the length of the test, the bounding the test, then you can do that, and it's perfectly reasonable. And then I'd ask you, in reality, there is no isolated systems.
And then we go back to reality and realize that it's not an isolated system, and we don't care about your pseudoscience.
Yeah,
how about that?
This is the same kind of problem. Like if you're talking about like the perimeter of a coastline, and the higher precision, the more precise your measurement is, the bigger the coastline is going to be. That ties back to what Elijah was asking about fractals. This is where fractals come in. But if you increase your precision, you change the answer. So
it's not a precision thing. It's a yes or no thing. It's black or white. It is a precision thing. It's a 1 or 0. Either matter and energy are or aren't being exchanged. There's no gray area.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
There's no gray area.
If your precision,
are you saying there's a gray area or no?
Yeah, if your precision is low enough that you're talking about, when you say mass or energy, you're talking about, pounds or tons or something like that. That's a different question than exchanging mass or energy, and you're talking about tiny little, protons, electrons, subatomic particles. You know what I mean? So if your precision is that high, you're gonna have a different answer.
Are we precise enough to know that a thermos is an open or closed system?
I already told you that, dude. If you want to
You
be
guys be playing words.
if you're being extremely precise as you can possibly be, a thermos is not even a closed system.
Okay.
If you're being extremely precise, you could almost describe everything as an open system. But that's not
Okay.
that has no practical use to do that.
But we'd be precise in describing things as they are defined in thermodynamics, though, right?
No, you wouldn't, because in thermodynamics, they also don't do that. If everyone was infinitely precise, everyone would use everything as an open system, and that would get everybody nowhere.
Why? We'd be describing reality. It'd be perfect.
You understand what I mean by the coastline problem, right? Like if
The
you don't
infinite
define
coastline
if you
paradox.
have an infinite second,
Dude, I know about the coastline thing. So what?
yeah, I
That has
know that's
nothing to do with this. That's not an A or B thing.
no, but
That
that's
has
what I'm
nothing
saying.
to do with this. This is non
And it
sequitur.
has it has to do with increasing your precision. You increase your precision, it increases
Absolutely not.
the size of something.
Objection.
Overruled.
This has nothing to do with it. This thing we're talking about is A or B. It either does or doesn't exchange matter. The thing you're talking about is a measurement of.
Okay, describe to me a
It's
closed.
non sequitur.
Give me an example of an isolated system.
There is no isolated system.
Okay, give me an example of a closed system.
I don't know. You give me one.
I'm asking you because you have a different
I don't have
definition
one.
than I do.
I don't have one. I can show. I can give you an example of an open.
Exactly my point.
What I can do is give you an example of an open system, Earth.
Yeah, I know you can because in your world everything's an open system. That's my point.
No, in my world, no. Listen, don't try to change the subject. No, Earth is an open system, right? Are we precise enough to measure if Earth is an open system?
Depending on what context, I'm fine with you saying that.
What do you mean? What context? Do we know Earth is an open system? Yes or no?
And like I said, I'm fine with you saying that. So, in the sake of not going down your bullshit. Listen, dude. I'm gonna be hypocritical for a second.
I'll let
I'm gonna be hypocritical for a second and tell you that you just got destroyed. So.
I didn't. What do you mean? You got destroyed just now.
What are you talking about? You're holding two positions at once, dude. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
How am I holding two positions at once?
How did he get destroyed, you double speaker?
Jeremy can't even
sophistry on steroids.
He can't even
That's
name
what you
something
are.
that's not an open system.
Bullshit.
Either one of you two. Name anything that
How
is
can
not
you say he
close.
got destroyed when you're holding two positions at once?
Because I was joking, first of all. Okay? I was telling last night how people who say that you got destroyed didn't destroy anything. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to say that. That's first of all. Second of all, I asked Jeremy to name anything that is not a closed, or not an open system, so a closed or an isolated system. If you can give me an example of one, then we can move on. You can help him out. He couldn't do it.
I don't need an example of a closed system. I have an example of an open system.
Yeah, I know. That's in line with what I was arguing. That in your definition, everything is an open system.
I'm not arguing for that. I'm arguing the definition. Can exchange matter and energy. Can Earth exchange matter and energy in a heliocentric paradigm?
Sure can, yeah. And in your definition,
so we definitely know it's an open. So we definitely know it's an open system, then, right?
In your definition, there is nothing that is not
my definition. The thermodynamics definition.
All right, now then help me out then and name me anything that is not an open or closed system. A closed or isolated.
Bro, that's not my mission here. My mission is to find out if Earth is an open system as defined by thermodynamics. And what do we know?
You can define it as either, depending on the context.
No, not either. It's yes or no. It can't be both. There's also no gray area. There's no gray area. It either does or doesn't exchange matter and energy. I don't know why you're doing this.
Yeah, because you can.
Why do you do that?
It's the truth. It's truth, dude. It's just the truth. Depending on the context, you can describe it as an open system, especially if you're being extremely precise in whatever it is the context you're describing. However, if you're describing the context in like a geological standpoint, and you're describing, how the Earth evolves over time, and you're not you're not worried about like the amount of mass that's being added by meteors or something like that. you're just talking about how the Earth's been shaped and all this stuff, then the meteors that have been added are negligible and are not pertaining to what you're talking about. You can consider it a closed system because it's behaving as a closed system.
You can consider it a closed system, and if you did that, you'd be out of tune with reality because we know it's an open system, right? Because we exchange matter and energy.
And how many citations would you like for me to find you Earth being used as a closed system?
Is there something wrong with what I just
They can be
said?
25, they can be 50. How many do you want?
Bro, did you hear what I said?
To be honest, no, I didn't hear.
In reality, do open systems exchange matter and energy?
Yes, in reality that happens.
Okay. So there we go. Perfect. Does the Earth exchange matter and energy?
Let me ask you a question. Be fair about this question. Okay?
Bro, hold on.
I'll answer your question. But I really want you to answer mine in a second, okay?
I'll answer all your questions right after you answer this.
You better. All right, go ahead. Just ask me again.
Okay. So we know that Earth exchanges matter and energy, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we know Earth is an open system. Now you can step out of reality and say no, it's a closed system. I don't know why. I like working within reality. I know you may not, but anyways, go ahead. What's your question now?
My question is, can you give me an example of an isolated or a closed system?
No, I can't. Absolutely
That's your
not.
answer. Okay.
I can't give you an example now.
So then
I give you an example of an open system.
Why do we even have those terms then?
I don't know. I give you an example of an open system though.
Okay. So are you saying that there are no closed or isolated systems?
I don't know. I'm telling you, I know of an open system. We can definitely point to and say, yes, this is definitely an open system. All right. Could we point to a system and, be like, and see if it's open or closed? I mean, name a system. We'll go through it together.
Hold on, just real quick, Kosho. So the absolute profundity of your question. Listen, man, let it set. Why do we even have those terms then? Right? That's the question for like 99% of your pseudoscience. You guys
I've already given the answer to that question.
Hold on. You guys create these systems that are conceptual, right? Which is why you can't prove anything. You can't prove an idea. You can describe it, you can represent it, you can mathematically equate it, but you can't prove an idea, which is why now your science doesn't prove anything. But let's just go back. The fact that you said, well, why do we even have those terms, man? That ought to kick you in the nuts, man.
Well, I have the answer to that question now. I have the answer to that question. In my paradigm, there's an answer to that question. In his world,
yes, but
and I guess yours too, there's no reason to ever bring up an isolated or closed system.
Yeah,
but that's not my problem. Because in reality, there is a reason to use those terms. It's practical to use them. And I gave the reason.
Then you should not have asked your question. Then why do we even have those terms? Your use of those terms, your use of isolated and closed, is dependent upon a concept that you must sustain. You have to create a concept to answer the problem of the concept.
No, I'm asking in his paradigm, in the world that he's describing, there are no closed.
I can answer it. I can answer it. Well, I can answer it. Okay, right. The reason why we have those systems, right, is maybe so you guys can step outside of reality to do math or whatever kind of abstract shit you're doing, and make up mathematical models that have no relation to reality. That's why.
What I said. That's what I said. Yeah, that's what I said, Jeremy. Yeah. Yeah.
But not as eloquent as I said it, though.
Right. In your PDHs, and when he says I'll refer you to this PDH or this paper, it's just an idea too from another guy. Literally, that's all it is.
When you say PDH, you mean PhD? PDF, what do you mean?
Whatever alphabet you want to use for the nonsense that you can't provide a demonstration for. So either way, it's just an idea. PDF, PDH, ABC, 1, 2, 3.
I think you should be given a honorary PhD. It's like
Did you like my answer, Kosho?
Thank you.
That's my answer, bro. Your question.
I hated your answer, dude.
What?
I hated your answer a lot.
Why? It was great. I liked it. I thought of it for a long time before I said it.
Yeah, I don't like it at all, man. And
I
here's
even
why.
had a Tesla quote. Tesla was ghostwriting for me right there.
That's what's up, dude.
You didn't hear that little part about the you run through mathematical models that have no relation to reality in it?
Yeah, but we're not talking about mathematical models, though. Like, we could be talking
You're making it.
and all sciences use systems. They use them in different, for different reasons. Like, you can discuss the Earth in 10 different types of sciences, like geology, sociology. You could be talking about the atmosphere. You could be talking about the, uh,
Well, how many physics you got going on there? Magic physics,
chemistry.
David Copper physics. So you got space physics, earth physics, high altitude physics, low altitude physics, temperature physics, negative temperature. Like what? You got a lot of weird stuff going on for the
He's
globe.
going to focus on the negative temperature part now. Go ahead, Costa.
Okay, I'm reading something right now. It says,
my bad.
Yeah, it says, this thing I'm reading, it's saying, hey, we're going to describe Earth as a closed system, and it wants to describe system, and it says an assemblage or combination of things or parts forming a complex whole, or coordinated complex scheme, or an assemblage of parts concerned with the same function.
So they're not talking about thermodynamics then, and this open or closed thing has no relation to what they're doing because they're not.
This is talking about what a system
thermodynamics. Yeah, and they're
Yeah.
well, is that the thermodynamics definition of a system?
No.
Then they're not talking about thermodynamics. So this open closed thing doesn't even apply to what they're doing.
It's specifically in science. Thermodynamics is only a part of the system thing, the energy part.
Okay, we're talking about thermodynamics. So whatever this is has no relation to what we're talking about because they're obviously not using thermodynamics.
No, dude, thermodynamics is a part of. Listen to me, dude. Here it says the next part: the Earth as a system. The processes operating on Earth interact with one another. Changes in one process, such as volcanic activity, results in changes in another, such as atmospheric composition. That's what it's saying, and that absolutely is pertaining to thermodynamics.
Well, not with their use of how they define system. Tell me how they define system again. You already said it wasn't. You already said it wasn't. You already said it wasn't the same. It doesn't matter.
I'm going to read to you its definitions for each system. It says isolated is no matter, no energy enters or leaves. Closed says energy enters and leaves, but material does not. And open means both energy and matter can enter.
Stop. Right there, we already know they if they're saying it's an open system, we already know they're contradicting themselves, doublespeak or something.
And then it says the Earth is a closed system. Energy from sunlight enters, and no matter enters or leaves, except for the rare meteorite.
That's false. False. Absolutely, that's wrong. Is that what you think, Kosho?
Yes.
Do you agree with that statement?
Yes, depending on your context, it's perfectly reasonable to use.
But besides the rare meteorite, nothing enters Earth system.
Well, no. Besides the rare meteorite and the even more rare people and the even more sparse gases. Yes.
Really, more sparse gases? So you think more people leave than gases? We lose 150 metric tons a day, or some shit.
I know what I said was sparse. I didn't say.
Okay,
so
well,
I said
150 tons a day.
The people thing is rare. The people thing is rare. The gas thing is constant.
Yeah, you said the gas thing was more rare. It doesn't matter. That's matter, right? Leaving.
Yeah, if you compare the amount of gas that's leaving to the amount of gas we have, and the amount of people who've left, and the amount of people who've ever lived, the gas is much more sparse, dude.
150 tons a day.
Yes.
You're telling me more people have left Earth than 150 tons?
If you compare that to the whole, yes.
600 people have left Earth. That's being generous.
Yeah, if you take that day and you multiply it out to how many days that would make all the gas leave, that'd be like fucking, I don't know, what is it?
Dude, you gotta
start something like it's like 100 billion years.
Just stop. You got us arguing nonsense at this point. The point is,
you have us arguing nonsense.
The point is, matter gets exchanged. They just contradicted themselves.
No, that's what I'm telling you, though.
Okay, tell me how they define closed system again.
I'm telling you that it's not written in the
Let's not do that. Let's not go down that road.
It's not written in the definition, but a negligible amount doesn't change how you're defining it. If it's negligible, it allows you to use it as a closed system. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, what's your favorite university, Jeremy? University of Arizona? Or what's your favorite university? What's your favorite university? The one that you trust above all else?
I mean, I don't do that. What are you talking about?
I'm just trying to give you a link. I'm trying to give you a source that you would fucking believe.
Dude, you just read out of your own source. They defined a closed system as matter or energy is not exchanged, and then proceeded to tell us about how Earth's a closed system, but matter gets exchanged. How about you find me a citation that's not double speaking or contradicting itself immediately?
Because it's implying that is a negligible amount. It said that. It said in parentheses or in parentheses. It said the rare meteorite, meaning that it's a negligible amount. Meaning in this context, that is not changing. The conclusion of what they're talking about.
Yeah, I'll trust the citation that doesn't contradict themselves.
All right, fine. I'll find you one that doesn't contradict itself.
You better hope that university doesn't have a physics department where they talk about thermodynamic open or closed systems. Dude, you already know they're saying if they say Earth's an open system, they're not talking about thermodynamic. Or sorry, closed. If they say it's closed, they're not talking about thermodynamic.
No. A closed system already describes energy as being able to leave. So you can be talking about it in whatever context you'd like. If energy is allowed to come and go, then that is and there's no matter coming and going, then that can be described as a closed.
Yeah, but we got the matter. We got the matter moving in and out, right, of Earth. Your heliocentric model matters all over the place. We sent Voyager out, meteors, comets land, gas leaves, people come and go. What's up? I realize you want to step outside of reality, make mathematical models that have no relation to reality. I know you want to do this. That's fine. It's weird, but it's fine.
I think this has nothing to do with the infinite coastline paradox. What do you think about that paradox? What do you think about that paradox?
What about it?
Well, I mean, what do you think? Like, what do you think is if somebody were to describe the coastline of the United States, just the Western Sea, in the Eastern Sea, and the Gulf, and they were to, give you a measurement of the coastline, which answer would you accept? What precision? What would be the minimum precision you would accept?
The best, whatever they got, the best one they got.
If somebody uses like precision based on feet, and somebody uses precision based on nanometers, they're gonna have two totally different answers.
Sure, they will. So what?
Which one would you accept?
Whoever got it closer.
Closer to what?
Huh?
Those are two different answers, and they're both correct in their own way.
Well, I mean, they're not both correct, are they?
Yes, they are.
You think two different numbers can be correct for the measurement of something?
It depends. You have to define your precision.
You are out of control now, Coach. So you've crossed
the line. You
have
to define your precision. If you don't define your precision, then it's an open-ended question. But if you are asking for that question, if you're asking that question, you have to define your precision. Otherwise, you can't say either of them are wrong.
Can one thing be two different measurements at the same time?
They have two different precisions, yeah.
Yeah, but only one of them is going to be correct, right? Or closer to correct than the other one. I'll go with the one that's closer to correct.
You remember the other day when Rumpus was talking, you asked Rumpus the question about aberfraction, and he was saying that you can use Snell's law.
I remember he told me anyone that used Snell's law to measure refraction in the atmosphere is a fool, and you will get a totally wrong answer. And basically he laid it out like, yo, you're an idiot, and it's dumb to do it. No one would ever realistically do it that way, he said.
Yes.
He was.
But he didn't say because it would be incorrect. He said it would be useless. No,
useless.
He said it would be much more precise. You'd have to take each interaction, and it would be a zigzag of, instead of like a homogeneous curve or a smooth curve.
He definitely used the word useless. That's right. I remember that.
Sure,
Useless.
yeah, because we don't.
There's no use. That means there's no use in doing that. No use.
Well, there's no there. I can think of some uses, but there's no practical use for
let's
most
get
people.
Rumpus in here and tell him he was wrong. It's not useless.
I didn't. I was talking to him while we were talking about it, dude. He simply said it was much more precise and it would not be useful for what we use refraction for. We use refraction to see how light's going to behave at a macro scale.
Not used for, useless. Not useful.
Yeah.
Don't use it. Sounds the same. Synonymous.
Yeah, Rumpus roasted all you goofy guys that were saying you can use Snell's law to measure a refraction in the atmosphere.
He even said you can use a differential form of it.
Different, meaning not Snell's law, something else.
Differential, not different.
Okay, and Snell's law has a formula. Is that the differential formula you're going to use?
You're going to use that to derive the differential formula. That's how differential formulas are derived. They take an equation.
To derive.
Find it.
You mean make up?
So what?
To derive,
it's not the same.
And
I don't know why you do this every day.
He said use principle. Do you know that Fermat's principle from Snell's law as well? It's the same equation.
Is it Snell's law?
Say what?
Is Fermat's principle Snell's law? Or is it different?
Algebraically, yes. Algebraically, it's the same equation. You just switch around the terms.
You derive,
you move terms to move terms to the sign of the equal sign, but they're the same equation, just transform.
So we can just plug the numbers in to Snell's law. It's going to be the same exact thing, right? You're off the rails with this. You've been crossing so many lines in the last 10 minutes. I don't even know how much stuff you said that was wrong. It's amazing.
Well, I'm going to show this to you, and then you're going to apologize to me, okay?
Probably not.
He said,
I can't look at anything on my work.
He said you can divert it this way. Diversion.
No, he's telling me you can change. He's telling me you can use something other than Snell's law to calculate the refraction atmosphere. Cool. I believe you. However, I don't really believe you, but as far as this conversation is concerned, I believe you.
You already said you believe me, dude.
And we know that it's not going to be Snell's law because it's going to be something other than Snell's. So I don't know where you're going with this. This is weird.
Yeah, a derivation or a derivative of something is not the actual thing itself, is it, Kosho? So when you derive something, so if I derive something from this brick, is it the brick that I have in my hand that I derived from the brick? Is it the actual brick?
Good questions, man. Hold on.
You happy? Now you got Denmark on you.
You know what I mean? You like the words, right? So when you say derive, you derive something from something. You're clearly not using that. You're using little bits and pieces. You're like cherry picking what you want to fit what you think it should fit for the narrative you want to impose on everyone. It's pretty weird.
Yeah, you be doing weird shit, Kosho. You do weird shit, bro. Rumpus laid it down for you. He is the self-proclaimed number one in refraction in this whole arena. Okay? He's telling you it's useless. You're a fool if you use it. I mean, what else do you need, bro? Can't do it. He said it would be wrong, incorrect. He used the word incorrect. Is that wrong? I don't know. We were arguing about if incorrect means wrong.
You are incorrect, Jeremy.
Incorrect. So I'm not wrong, no. I'm just
but
incorrect.
You're not wrong, but you're incorrect.
Yeah, I know. That's what that's what Rumpus was trying to tell me the other day when he said you would be incorrect if you use Snell's law. I'm like, so you mean wrong? He's like, no. What do you mean? What does incorrect mean now? Weird. You guys be doing weird shit when you're alone. I don't know what you do.
It means you're incorrectly incorrect.
It just means whenever they say you're incorrect about flat Earth, it means you're not wrong.
You're not wrong? What do you think, Kosho? Did Rumpus use the word incorrect when describing the answer you would get if you tried to derive the refraction using Snell's law? You hear him say incorrect? I did. I even started to debate him over what the word incorrect means after that, because now we're, obviously wrong. Kosho. It's okay, bud. We were still cool, but you're just wrong on so many things. I don't even know where to start.
What's it up, man? Yeah, so Jeremy, can you tell me which one of these is Snell's law, which one of these is Fermat's principle?
Bro, I can't look. If it's got N1, you know the Snell's law formula. Obviously, if they're two different formulas, only one of them is going to be Snell's law.
Yeah. So, like I said, one is derived from the other.
Okay.
They're not.
So one's Snell's law and one's something else, right?
Yeah, they're equivalent, dude. I'm telling you. But what he's saying is that for practical purposes, it doesn't make sense to use Snell's law because the way that you use Snell's law is with boundary conditions and about each boundary and each angle. And to use it, you would have to, talk about it in such a microscopic.
In order to use Snell's law, you'd have to step outside of reality, make up imaginary boundaries to put in for N1 and N2. I know why you can't use Snell's law. The fact you don't know why is amazing.
No, but do you know how in calculus how you take the area of underneath a curve, right? You divide it up into an infinite amount of
show us on the air.
Bro,
yeah,
what's this
you divide it by an infinite amount of areas, and then you take each area and you add it together.
Okay, divide something by an infinite amount for me. Let me see that.
When you take the differential form of Snell's law, the result that you get is exactly like I said, measuring the area underneath the curve.
All right, let me ask you. I just have two simple questions. Ready? Do you need a boundary? N1 and N2. Do you need actual boundaries?
Actual boundaries? I mean, you can define the boundary. You don't have to. It doesn't have to be a physical boundary, but yeah, you do need a boundary.
You need a boundary, okay. And what are you going to put? Do you have a boundary when we're looking through the atmosphere?
Yeah, you can define the boundary as the position where it becomes where it reaches some threshold of pressure, for example. You could say at this pressure, we're going to consider that this boundary.
So you realize this boundary is a different medium.
Yeah, sure. It's a different medium or a medium with different attributes in the same medium. Like if you have a medium that's not homogeneous and you have different pressures and different densities and different temperatures, there doesn't have to be anything physically dividing them, but you can arbitrarily divide them in order to approximate Snell's law.
I don't know how else to tell you this. You're wrong.
I mean, he even said he said himself you could do that. He said you could change the precision to feet, like to feet. Or what he said you could take some medium and then divide it up into like 100 equal parts. So whatever you decide to change your precision to, you're gonna get some result, and the more precise you are, the more accurate your result's going to be.
Why do you say you would be incorrect if you tried to use Snell's law to calculate refraction in the atmosphere?
Because he's talking about in a macro scale. Like when we're talking about refraction, we view it in a macro scale. It'd be useless to see some jagged lined refraction.
Snell's law states that for a given pair of media, that's just the first part. You know what that means, right?
Yes. Did you see the link that I shared with?
And when we look through the atmosphere, dude, it doesn't matter. This is all nonsense, bro. It's useless. It's useless, bro. Rumpus told you you'd be incorrect if you used it, and it's useless. Like, I don't understand what we're still arguing about. Do you not believe the Rumpus?
If you use Snell's law on its own, I showed him the differential form.
Yeah, which is not Snell's law. It's something else.
How is it something else? It's a differential form of Snell's law. You take Snell's law and you apply differential. That's all you do. The same thing as taking the area underneath the curve. It's not something different than the area. It really is the area. It's just not taken in the traditional way. You divide it up into infinite parts and then add it up.
Differential off, and I'll tell you if it's Snell's law or not. Because you can just look at it and see if it's the same or not.
Well, it shows you how to derive it. Right, I posted her.
Read the thing you're going to use, and then I'll read Snell's law, and then we'll see if it's the same or different.
I've posted it.
No, you don't want to do that because you know it's not the same and it's different. I know.
I posted it. What are you talking about?
So, slight segue here. Is Newton's equations the same as Einstein's equation, or is it different?
I don't know. Can you solve a field equation for Newton?
I don't know. Can you?
A closed. Can you have a closed solution for a relativistic field equation?
Let me go ahead and answer the question. Newton's equations are a special case of Einstein's equation. So they are, in fact, the same thing.
They're the same? So, but you don't want to answer my question? No.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Well, you didn't answer mine, so why should I answer yours?
Well,
my question would answer
is
yours. If you answered my question, it would be the answer to your question.
It was. That's what I'm saying.
Not you, Kosho.
He answered. The answer he gave is the answer to your question as well, dude.
There you go. I answered your question. I didn't even know I answered your question, and I answered your question.
Yeah. What was my question, Kosho?
Your question was, can you derive, an answer to a closed form of the, a relativistic equation using Newton's Newton's law, right? And the answer is Newton's law is a special case of Einstein field equations. So the answer to that question is no, because that's a special case of the other. It's not the other way around.
No, I didn't. That's not what I said. Newton's and Einstein's are different equations. I don't know why you guys do this. Why are you doing this? Are you saying Einstein's and Newton's equations are the same?
My whole point in doing this, I apologize for sidetracking.
Are you guys saying Einstein's equations and Newton's equations are the same? Is that what you're saying?
Hold on. My whole point is in showing that you can have one equation, you can have two different names for an equation, and it still be the same equation. You can have different forms, and it still is the same equation. That's my whole point. Sorry for the sidetrack.
Sure, as long as it has the same. As long as it's the same, yeah, they can be the same. Sure. What are you even saying? I don't even know what we're talking about at this point, honestly.
Well, your whole argument about Snell's law and the differential form of Snell's law, that you keep saying that it's not the same thing.
It's not. Yeah, correct. You know how we know it's not the same thing? We can take Snell's law and put this differential thing up. See that they're not the same. You can see it.
Okay. I'm going to ask this question. I don't even know the answer to this. I'm going to ask it anyway. If I take Snell's law and I solve for it in a particular situation, and I take the differential form of Snell's law in a particular situation, will I get the same answer or two different answers?
Well, according to Rumpus, you'll be incorrect if you use Snell's law. And what, Kosho, you're saying you'll be right if you use this differential formula?
Oh, yeah, I did.
So I guess not the same. So not the same. Because in one case you're going to be wrong, and in Rumpus's case you're going to be wrong. In Kosho's case, you'll be right. So you're not even getting the same answer.
Did he say you would be wrong when you asked him?
He said you would be
incorrect. He said incorrect. And when you asked him, would it be wrong? When he asked you, would it be wrong? What did he say?
He's wrong. Incorrect means wrong.
Man,
yeah,
Coach,
what did he say when you asked him?
but I've been sitting here listening for a bit, and if you guys cannot keep up with this conversation and the words being used, I suggest to take a seat back. I mean, this is not like math when you go to school and you have a different way of coming to your answer, right? You did it a different way than I did it, but we still had the same fucking answer. No, it's not that. You have a different answer. But anyway, the incorrect, that was the word, hon.
Talk to him. And we know incorrect means wrong, right, Kosho?
Does that look like Snell's law to you?
What are you doing today, Kosho?
There's a reason why Rumpus said that when you asked him, is it wrong? He didn't answer that. It's because
food last night.
It's not wrong.
Well, he already told me it was incorrect.
Kosho, incorrect is wrong.
Means wrong, right?
it means not
Yeah,
correct.
but
It
you
just
have,
means
you
it
have
is
to
wrong.
understand the nuances of what are being talked about. When he's saying it's incorrect, he means that it's not going to give you the useful result that you're looking for. And
Well,
he's
then maybe
right.
he should learn how
And
to
is
use his
yours going to
words
give us the
correctly.
useful?
That doesn't mean that it's wrong though. It's actually
Is your
it's wrong because
differential formula?
it's incorrect because it's
Your
too
differential
precise.
is your differential formula going to give us a useful answer?
Yes.
Okay, so there you go, Extremistus. Not the same answers. Same answers, Extremistus.
Well, yeah, when he
still think
told you that something
you
was
still think they're the
incorrect,
same?
when he was
Extremistus, you
talking
still
about
hold on, Kosho. Kosho, hold on. Extremistus, you still think they're the same? We're getting different answers, bud.
no, because you're asking different questions, dude.
No,
Rumpus
Extremistus
didn't.
asked. Extremistus
But be
just
honest,
asked.
dude. What did Rumpus say was
Different
incorrect?
answers. Listen to me. We're past that. Extremistus asked if you would get different answers. Okay, yes, Extremistus, you would get different answers. Now what? Did you have a follow-up for that, Extremistus? Because I like where this is going.
That's a different question, dude. When Rumpus said something was
Hold
incorrect,
on.
he was
No,
specifically
stop,
talking.
Kosho.
He wasn't talking about
Extremistus
differential.
is going somewhere with it. Just hold on, bro. Hold on. Extremistus, you there? I liked where you were going with this. I can finish it if you want. Go ahead now. So we get different answers. Now what? They're the same?
When I asked that question, I specifically said, I don't know the answer to the question I'm about to ask.
We answered it. Yes, you get different answers.
Okay.
Now what? What is that? Now where do you go from there?
There was no point to the question. I was actually curious on what the answer was.
Okay, do you think that, okay, knowing what you know, do you think this Snell's law and this Fermax, what is it called? Whatever this derivative is, do you think they're the same or different?
Whatever you think, Jeremy, I'm going to go with the answer is the opposite.
Yeah, I know.
You sure you're wrong?
Jeremy,
What are you saying now?
Yeah.
Jeremy, if you're being honest, what is it that Rumpus said would be incorrect? He was talking about Snell's law, the original form. He wasn't talking about the differential form.
I know. We're talking about Snell's law.
Yeah, of course you wouldn't use Snell's law for the reason he said.
You guys were arguing
you can. Law, you would have to decide.
You guys were arguing you can use it.
No, dude, listen. Rumpus said the same thing. If you don't take the differential form, then you have to arbitrarily divide it up into whatever number you arbitrarily just decide, right? And if you do that, then the precision is going to be less than enough to be an accurate answer. It's not going to be as accurate as a differential form. Also, if you divide it up to, like you said, subatomic, boundary limits, then you're going to get an answer that's too precise, and you're going to have jagged, a jagged, refractive index, like a jagged line to describe the path. It's going to look retarded.
So will it look retarded or will it be very precise?
It'll be too precise.
That doesn't even make sense. Those two words combined.
Too precise? What the?
Yes. At every position, the direction is going to be different. It's going to be jagged. When you're
That's
looking
why
at
you don't use Snell's law.
You want to see a smooth curve.
So here is, think of it this way, Jeremy. If I have an area under the curve and I want to find that area under the curve, I can either use calculus and basically make it an infinite number of little slivers, or I can actually make it, an actual triangle or a rectangle, and then make it another rectangle with the given width, and another one, and another one, and another one. And I'm going to get two different answers, but the problem is if I actually use squares or triangles, that will actually be off, as opposed to when I actually use calculus and use the limits and the differentials. That will be the right answer. I don't know if that makes sense or not.
That didn't help at all. Thank you, though.
No problem. Glad I couldn't help.
Osho tried that bullshit curve thing 5 minutes ago, and I shut it down instantly.
But you've seen that before, right, Jeremy? Like when you have to solve for the area underneath, like a curve on a graph. If you were to divide it up infinitely and take all those areas and then add those numbers up, first of all, that'd be impossible because you can't. I mean, who's going to add up all these tiny areas? It's an impossible task, and that's the same thing you'd have to do in the the Snell's law. If you use just Snell's law and you just divide it up like these tiny subatomic boundaries, you'd have to add all these vectors, and all these different vectors you'd have to add up.
Well, first thing you'd have to do is have all the reading.
Sure, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's it.
If you want to break it up into atom, that's why you can't use Snell's law. Another reason why you can't use Snell's law to do this.
Yeah, that's why you take the differential.
You just keep saying reasons why you can't use Snell's law to do this. Keep going. What else you got?
I'm telling you why you would use the differential form. And using the differential form doesn't mean
a different form, not Snell's
law.
law.
You're so crazy, dude. Differential doesn't mean different.
Different answer, and it's also not the same equation because you can look at it and see that it's not the same formula. Crazy? I'm the crazy one now. You get different answers. You can look at it and see it's not the same, but I'm the crazy one.
Did Aristotle use this formula?
Not being realistic,
most went over the curve, or Eratosthenes, or somebody that we can confirm.
I don't think the fraction was used until the 1700s or 1800s. I don't think it was even noted.
So we can throw it out then.
You could throw it out if you'd like to. You can throw anything out. I mean, you've already thrown out the Earth, so throw anything you'd like out. Doesn't matter.
If we just threw out the narrative of the Earth that we were given, we definitely haven't thrown out the Earth. In fact, we've gained it back, if anything.
Well, like I said, you can throw anything.
The Earth is flat, not a globe spinning.
Fair for a debate, but we definitely didn't throw out the Earth, or I wouldn't care about it in the first place.
Well, I mean the globe Earth. You threw out the globe Earth.
Yes, definitely did that, sweetheart. Actually, no, I didn't throw it out. The people that gave it to me did. They threw out that garbage, and then we threw it back.
I saw Karen B shoot it with a shotgun.
I'm sure you did. You're funny. I'm sure you did.
When you say the people that gave it to you threw it out, who would that be?
Well, let me guess. Educational system. First off was when I first learned about it. And then you hear it through NASA and everything. Yeah. So you learned about it in school and that bullshit.
NASA gave us perfect spheres to the pixel since 1960s. And then we're told it's oblate. And then after you believe that, then we're told it's pear-shaped. So if you can believe all that, you can believe anything.
Globe preachers, it sounds like to me. People with a religion or a bias with no evidence, no proof, can't demonstrate not one part of any 1/1,000,000th of anything live. Tides, a river, a pond, a lake, on a ball. I'd love to see it. I mean, there's no.
I would say that for someone that's never taken calculus and understands what derivatives and differential equations are, it'd be really, really hard to get through to them what it is. I've taken it and I'm still a little fuzzy on exactly how to use them.
So in my college career, I did not do very good, and I had pretty low grades. Not proud of much what I did in college, but I did actually pass Calculus 2 on the first try, which is not something a lot of people can say. And then Calculus 3 is just, Calculus 2 is calculating the area under a curve. Calculus 3 is basically just calculating the volume. It basically takes the equations to another dimension. So it's more about volumes, and Calculus 2 is more about areas.
Do you need to pass calculus to know that the Earth is round or flat?
It was for a computer science degree, so no.
Okay, good, because 7 billion people in the world have not had calculus. So
Calculus isn't a shape.
I like that.
Is calculus itself a shape?
No.
No. Oh.
No. Nobody's here to answer.
Yeah, I didn't know numbers were a shape. Like any number, any equation you want to point me out to that's a shape, I'll be glad to hold it and play with it.
About the formula for parabola.
Oh no.
Formula? Go get me the numbers and we'll see what shape they are.
That's a shape.
Give me the formula. That's the formula is a shape. Show us. Show us your formula. We'll see what shape it makes.
Sorry.
I don't understand what you're saying.
Tim Mark.
if the Earth is really curving, it should be simple to demonstrate this to children in school without calculus.
That's really Kevin. I should be able to verify it myself out here. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Side views, front views. You know what I mean?
But now they're
Why
telling
do
it it's curving. It's sorry, Jim-Mark. It's curving, but you can't see it, and it's
Right.
spinning, but you can't feel it. You can't tell.
None of it. Can you tell? But just listen to us. It's happening. Unicorns.
Trust the science.
I know.
Your empty icebox is full of globe food, but it's empty, but it's full.
But it's
No,
full.
but they're the same thing. But yeah, but don't open it up and check. Don't worry, we got a calculation for you.
Don't worry, it's full.
Oh, you're gonna die within an hour from hunger? Don't worry, we've got a calculation for that.
D-Mark, is the cup half empty or half full?
I was just gonna say I saw this hilarious. I saw this hilarious TikTok. Well, I saw this hilarious TikTok. The guy's asking, he's interviewing him. He says, "Is this glass half full or half empty?" The guy goes, "Well, actually, it's completely full because there's air in it. In fact, it's so full it's overflowing." The guy goes, "Congratulations, you're hired to Lay's."
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
You know, they always got mad empty space in their bags.
That's hilarious.
It's half full with water to drink, and it's half full with air to breathe. It's all the way full.
You got to admit, Coach, that is a good one.
I thought there was a heartwarming story of a guy getting a job, but yeah, I was slow. I was like, wow, that guy got a job at Lay's.
Silly. You guys are silly. Sometimes we fight over the dumbest little things, going back and forth. I mean, come on. Incorrect, correct. We should definitely know what correct means and incorrect. If people misuse the word, it's fine, I understand. But do not tell me I'm correct and incorrect at the same fucking time, because that's hilarious.
You
just got those type of nuanced arguments that move our understanding forward. Because I remember Jeremy was annoyingly he was annoyingly asking people, trying to find out how a fucking straight line could be formed. And we went through this for months, probably longer than that.
And we still don't have a way.
Yeah, we do actually have a way now, dude. Out of all that came the diamond that is GPS, differential GPS at that.
Let me guess, do you use gravity?
GPS is subject to refraction. I don't want to hear it. Not straight. Not a straight line.
I answered you the other day. Dude, any errors?
GPS is subject to refraction?
I mean, he's not wrong.
What do you think it is?
Oh, you're not wrong now.
No, he's not wrong. That is true. Refraction can influence it to some degree, whatever small that degree is. However, when you do differential GPS and you're taking the corrections from a base station, that doesn't matter anymore. That's canceled out. So there's no reason to introduce that when you're talking about the precision in differential GPS.
Correction or incorrection?
That's where you're correcting off of a base, a stationary station that knows what the error is.
You're very incorrect. So incorrect. 100%.
We're still incorrect that you're correct. Mm.
So how do you make a straight line, Coach O?
You don't let it watch Birdcage.
You're funny.
Yeah. Anyways, no, you use differential GPS, dude. It's the best way to do it. It's the way that a geodetic surveyor told Bandsaw on the phone to use. It's the way in which every straight line that needed to be straight was created, right?
Every straight line that needed to be straight.
Is differential GPS the way you determined that the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge was curving over a curve of the Earth?
That's exactly right.
Have you considered that a bridge needs to bend upward to work, not downward, otherwise it will collapse? Have you considered that?
That's not true.
That level of water?
What?
That's actually not true at all.
No, it's not a suspension bridge.
Yes, it's not a suspension bridge. It's curving with the Earth. So, you know, if the Earth was a water world and it was perfectly smooth water, you built a bridge all the way around the Earth, right? It would be all level the whole way. But it would be obviously
bridge. Would it be Soundly's Bridge? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
It would just be a never-ending Soundly Bridge, right? Is that correct? Huh?
That's exactly correct. Yes.
Oh, so how do you make a straight line?
Hold on one second.
I'm gonna let Extremis and Left Lane get in there.
We'll stay with the straight line. Hold on a second. Now, if Soundly's bridge is the smooth curve of the whole Earth, if you just kept going with it, can we get some Earth curve stencils made out of like the arc portion and like
That's a
section
great
those?
idea.
Yeah, you should give me a couple of those, and I'll go compare them to all the water and pools and rivers, lakes, oceans, ponds, dirt, sand. But go ahead, Jeremy. Earth curve stencil. That's what we need, boys.
Kosho, how do you make a straight line?
I'll give you the answer again. You came late to class, so you have to stay afterwards. But we already said we use differential GPS to get precise positions, 2 points. All you have to do is connect those 2 points, and you have a straight line, as precise as those points are.
This isn't the same class that taught me incorrect doesn't mean wrong, right? Because that
No.
class was foolish. Is this a new class?
That was atmospherics. That's right. This is a totally different class.
To refraction, that means not straight.
Why I literally got out of school. All the classes are bullshit.
GPS, refraction is subject to it. What's your actual way for making a straight line? Because we know that's not it. I'm doing you in today. You want to take a break, Kosho? You want to take 5? Get some Chinese food?
Jeremy be owning those Glovers.
I feel bad because I like you, and I'm just using you as like those boxing people, and they got those like punching bags, but they're like they're shaped like people and shit. I feel like you're my punching bag right now.
I don't know about you, Kosho, but I'm a little bit embarrassed.
I'm not. I'm used to this. Y'all should be.
My bad. My AirPods are fucked up. What happened?
I don't know. Nothing. The same thing happened 2 years ago.
All you've done is embarrass us today, Jeremy.
I'm sorry, guys. I feel bad. I like you guys. You're cool extremists. Kosho's kind of cool.
Kinda.
On a scale of 1 to 10. On a scale of 1 to 10, how cool are we?
The fact that you guys even need to know, like 5. Just fucking around.
I'm even more embarrassed now.
I'm just playing. Anybody who asks how cool they are is definitely not cool.
I just want to know how Snell's law came about in the 1600s. What type of instruments he used to come to his conclusions for his equations.
Well, Snell's law was actually wrong at first, and they changed it.
Because it says here the ratio of the sine of the angle of incidence and the sine of the angle of refraction is a constant for the light of a given color and for the given pair of media. So how did he measure that given color?
The Snell's law didn't even come. It came from another dude. I forgot his name, but that's not even Snell. He was wrong.
Yeah, well, they would have had some sort of lab experiment to measure these the given media and the light that they're claiming is the same color. Doesn't make sense in the 1600s. And if he got it from someone else, it was earlier than him. So,
well, like I said, he wasn't even correct when he came. That's not. I don't know if what you're reading, but the Snell's law we use now is not the one he came up with.
I just looked up Snell's law for idiots, and it showed a basic understanding of how it works, and there's no explanation of how he derived these options.
Okay.
He didn't have any technical equipment at all. All they had back then was a fucking magnifying glass. That's all they had was a piece of magnifying glass.
I'm telling you, he was wrong. The Snell's law we use now did not come from him. So whatever he did is worthless because we don't even use that shit.
Yeah, I posted the picture where Fermat's principle comes from Snell's law and produces it.
Snell's law is
In the
too
picture.
slow. It needs to catch up.
You mean the Fermat's principle, the one that gives us a different answer than Snell's law and is different than Snell's law?
How
That
can it
one?
give you? How can it give you a different answer when I'm showing you how one transforms to the other?
Because if you use Snell's law, you'll be vastly wrong, inaccurate, and it'll be useless. Whereas if you use Fermat's principle, is it useful or useless?
And it's useless. You're right, dude. I'm done with this. I'm done doing this because I'm not going to go back. I'm not moving backwards, dude. Okay. What were we talking about?
What are you talking about? You go over the same shit for the last 3 years.
Oh no, but the first principle thing, the Snell's law thing is it literally is just the way it is. I posted the picture right there that shows you how to derive one from the other and one to the other. So once you do that, if you still argue with that, there's nothing I can do.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Well, I gotta compliment you, man. Your sophistry earlier was some of the best I've ever
That's
heard.
good. That's good shit. Yeah, bro.
It was some good. I'm
You're
talking about award winning, bro. And I'm a pretty
the
good
best.
judge at it.
You're the best, Kosho.
If I had to vote
Yes,
right
yeah.
now, I would give it to you.
Aw. You do have a belt.
Oh, fun.
I've always said that's why Kosho's
on
in
my
the
burger.
Kosho's
Kosho
top 10
destroyed you. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, I've always said, Kosho's a top 10 Glober, and he's living proof. You don't have to be one of the smartest guys. You just got to be good.
That's
You
right.
just gotta be willing to pick up strange dudes along the way and just keep on pushing.
You gotta do whatever it takes.
You're a good sport, man. But Jeremy did just demolish you again, bro. That's like 3 days in a row.
I didn't want to rub it in. I actually felt bad for him afterwards. Like it was.
I know. It goes along with the same thing I kept saying last night. That when you have to tell somebody you destroyed them, right? Over and over.
I never told you that. Rocky,
I feel like I'm in Inside Out world.
Yeah, no, I didn't have to tell you that. I mean, everybody knows it. I just stated the Captain Obvious type thing. But you're a good sport anyway. And if you got to tell somebody they're a good sport, they're probably not a good sport, right, Kosho?
It's not true.
I mean,
If you tell somebody, you're let them know. Unless you're a liar. You're not a liar, are you?
well, that's kind of what you just said. If you gotta say that you demolished someone, you probably didn't demolish them. So if you tell someone you got to tell someone they're a good sport, they're probably not a good sport.
That's like a line from Game of Thrones when he says, because he's that kid, he's like, I'm the king, and he says, no true king. Anyone who has to say I'm the king is no true king. It's the truth. Anybody who has to say that, it doesn't speak for itself then, right?
You're getting your philosophy from Lion King?
Yeah, that's what I said. I said Lion King, that's right.
No, that's what I heard. I heard Lion King. Maybe it was some other more profound cartoon.
Oh, yeah, it was Lion King.
I take back that good sport. You sound like you're getting a little testy.
Yeah, I'll give Kosho his props. He is a trivia grandmaster.
Yep. He will grind it out. I'll promise you that.
When I used to run trivia nights, Kosho knows the most useless information.
I tell you who got me last night was Chikey over at Bev's. I almost became a flat earther. He was pushing flat earth so hard. I know he's a flat earther, and I almost became a flat earther, which is freaking almost as ludicrous as being a Glober.
Oh man, Chikey, I haven't even thought about him in a year. That guy is definitely the most insufferable person I've ever met.
He's got Bev on his love list, so he goes over there and causes havoc. He's our paid national shield over at Bev's. He's just over talk, crazy nutter.
There's a Dutch guy as well that he hangs out with who has the same personality as him. Can't remember his name. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, not sure. I'm not good with all that. I do remember Chikey.
I didn't even know he was still around.
Oh yeah, he made his own YouTube channel and his own what's one of the other social medias like that people go on whatever. I don't. Yeah, maybe I don't know. It's one of the bigger ones, but I don't do. I only do YouTube and Discord. But he made accounts for those and just started ribbing Bev about all his stuff. So now they've become love buddies. Kosho, what do you think about that 2020 vision from ground level, seeing the Great Circle route, which is Earth curve going away from you? What do you think about that whole mess? You know, all of academia being wrong about seeing Earth curve from ground level. Which is a direct quote from Soundlink, by the way. No way to misunderstand that one, huh? No comment? Smart man. Blue commented, but only said, yep. Pretty smart, but not very smart.
Yeah, Kosho's a bit like Muhammad Ali when he talks. He floats like a butterfly and stings like a butterfly.
Oh, he's smarter than he looks. I do give him credit, though. He sticks by his guns and is cool-headed most of the time. Like, I can't do it. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't have anything wrong with someone believing what they believe and sticking by it. I kind of commend that. He never has to really be modded. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's the one trying to chill people out, even on his side. Like, I mean, commendable again. Like, I couldn't do it. I can't do it. I'm trying my hardest to do it and can't do it. Anyone here think I'm batshit crazy about my perspective idea of where your line of sight is the horizon basically, and anything beyond that is going to appear lower because between you and your horizon it appears to go up, so that creates some obstruction. Is there anything wrong with that idea?
Say again?
Well, perspective, right? So if you're at the beach, you're 6 foot off the water. To your horizon where the sky meets the ground, that water appears to rise towards your eye level, right? You agree with that?
Yeah, for sure.
So anything beyond that point, with nothing else changing, right? Say a boat reaches your horizon and then goes beyond that, then because of how things are, like how we see in perspective in the atmosphere, that boat as it goes away from you is going to appear lower than the horizon, right? So then by that very fact be obstructed bottom up. And let me tell you, I'll tell you a little real world example that I did when I first got into this before I even got on, Discord or YouTube. We took our boats, we went away from the beach, right? 3 of us did it. So 1 observer, 3 boats, so 3 different angles. The ones off to the side, although they were bigger boats, disappeared or were obstructed where you couldn't see the top of them anymore first. And we were all going 10 knots away from the observer basically as best we could. And then I was in the middle, and it only took like 45 seconds I gave it a minute and a half just to be generous. I doubled the actual time from the point that I reached where the horizon looked like it'd be, like they could see my whole boat, and then it looked like it reached the horizon and started getting obstructed. It only took like 45 seconds going 10 knots away from the viewer for it to totally disappear. To me, that's nuts. We haven't gone very far at all. I mean, either we live on a very, very, very small Earth where it's a drop off at the horizon, or it's just an optical effect due to the angle. I'm going to go with the latter. And no, I didn't film it, but I could do. I mean, people could do this on a smaller scale, or do it if they had a boat on a lake or whatever. They could do this because if they have a lake that's big enough. Back then, I didn't know I needed to film and document and get the weather and the, pressure and all that. This was before all this started for me. Someone's heavy breathing. And it's not the weekend.
You need a reciprocal zenith angle, and then your calculations all like fall into play. And then you'd be like, man, I'm on a globe. Look at zenith angles of nowhere, of nothing. Angles and degrees. Degrees of what in space? How big is a space degree? That's what I forgot to ask.
That's space degree. I like your horizontal line going out into space. At some point, you don't have Earth underneath you. I get your point when you say that. You're going to reach, right? Was it you that said that when you?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
You head off in any direction, right, and stay at that same horizontal plane. At some point, the Earth would no longer be underneath you.
Yes, sir.
Hey, good luck with that.
Yep. And that's what they need to demonstrate somewhere.
In their model.
Yeah, in their model. On a flat plane that never ends, you'll never find the edge. No one will ever film anything other than being the center, with a live personal video that they take uncut from the ground going up. Everyone will be the center. No one will ever be next to, on, apparently near, or whatever, an edge of dirt or water, to where the edge of water shows itself and presents itself as a spherical edge somehow, or an edge at all that stops as an edge of dirt, and then you see space, consist of whatever it is, or, straight down. Just as you go up, like straight down somewhere. There has to be a piece of dirt or a portion that someone can see optically orientated somewhere on this ball, which is everywhere really. Psst, don't tell nobody. In their model, that you go up, then you'll be able to see space down around it. Stars, galaxies, like, something. Come on. Moon and sun going down below where you're looking at. So not being on the level you are every time when you go up vertically, right? How can that be possible that the moon and sun are always vertical with you when you go up in altitude of like 40,000? You know what I mean? They're right there up with you. They're never down below the dirt or water ever that you can see, like But yeah, a rocket, a cloud sphere. I'm waiting for that, for them to hit the elevation of horizontal. The horizontal elevation. Where is that? What is that? How do we find that?
Great questions.
What? None for you. Oh.
About a minute ago, did you mean elevation change from, or elevation drop from horizontal? In reference to horizontal, is that what you were talking about? I just got.
So from this point right now, if we have this conversation, are we talking about anything but imaginated ideas? Can you get a sphere out and put some sticks on there and then we can go from there? Or is it just ideas or imaginary things that can be demonstrated for you? You know what I mean?
You said imaginated.
Yeah. Yeah, the globe, the idea of angles and globes and curves and tilts, that's imaginated until you can demonstrate it. You see what I'm saying? So like when you ask me vertical and horizontal.
All the dirt you had left?
I think he's hot micing.
You're hot micing.
I'm gonna haul that off. Or we can just spread it out, Brian.
You're hot micing.
If I'll come by tomorrow, if your Bobcat's here, I'll just spread it.
Somebody should just mute him or
You
something.
need, you don't want to fight it.
I mean, not being rude. I mean, just so he don't tell his
Don't,
business.
yeah, don't cover that. So drop.
Somebody mute his dumb ass. Not to be rude.
I know, but we need. That's gotta be. What is that? A stucco or something? I gotta get a piece of treated to that.
Who's that?
To drop that.
Is that Rocky?
Stucco's gonna go down and cover.
I always find it a duty to mute people who are hot micing because you never know what kind of weird shit they're gonna say.
Yeah.
Like Jeremy hot mics and
just pile the
everybody finds out that
torsos
he's
up
really
over there. Put the legs and arms all together, okay, guys? All right. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was hot micing. No.
Hey, Jace, are you with us right now?
I'm sorry, he's not with us anymore. I want to get muted.
He's typing, so that means that he might not be with us right now.
I own this shit. I mean, unless Gio comes in.
Yeah, Jace, I'm going to ask you a question in voice. Wisset's here as well. I'm asking you because I don't have an example or really a description for what exactly goes down. But so let me just paint the context, okay? Because let's say the CMB, which is everywhere, right, in all space, basically. And I do know that photons are not confined by the Pauli exclusion principle. So that means that you can have you can have photon, you can have light, two wavelengths of light in the same space or whatever. But what is the result of introducing a new light to some space, some volume where there's already CMB there? What's the result of the CMB going to be? Like, how does it change, and does it change at all? Can't say that again. The question is whether or not when you introduce new light. So let's say the question is, does light have a speed? And somebody says light is already there, the CMB is already there, and you're just changing it. So in reality, when you flash a light somewhere, the light ends up where the CMB was. Somebody's saying that that's just the CMB changing. That's just the light changing because it was already there. Is it true that the light that you've introduced is going to actually have is it going to alter anything about the CMB?
Wait a minute. Who said now it's a CMB?
I don't want to speak for him, but what's his here right now? So yeah, like I said, that may not be exactly the way he wants to word it. So he'd word it however he'd like. But when asking how does light get from place to place, or how does GPS tell your position by giving the time it took for the light signal to get to you, then finding out the distance through that. How is it doing that if the light is not traveling? And yeah, so you're saying that it's it's not that the light is traveling; it's the propagation of the
Right.
induction.
Imagine that the field of which light actually is already there, right? But the wave on a like if you're standing in a lake and I'm standing in a lake, right? And then I push a wave towards you. How long did it take for the lake to get to you? You're standing in the lake.
Yeah, you're already there, right?
Right. So that's the kind of the point. It's
But
just
that
how long it
example,
took the wave to get to you in the lake. Now that's a propagation rate, and all of that remains similar. You know what I mean? I mean, I would imagine.
yeah, but what you said though about the lake in that example is the field, and the example of light, and the wave, the wave that's propagating would be what we think of as light, like as photon, as the wave part, as the the wave function of the photon.
Right, and it
Because
wouldn't be like a simple wave like that. Obviously, it would be like a coaxial type where it would be like oscillating top to bottom over itself and coming to a midpoint, which would look like a point, and then separating again, wobble, and back to a point, and each time it whatever the fuck it does as it's going through this pulsating frequency.
okay, yeah, but that's what I'm talking about. That's the way I would describe it. That's why I wouldn't say somebody was wrong if they said the field is already there, because the field is already there. But that's not to say anything that the light is already there. Because
Well, I
if there were no CMB
like
there,
light
if there were no light at all there, then the field would have a zero value.
That's why I adjusted the argument. I might be a little bit on my part, but I gave it a propagation, the light propagation field, instead of any particular name, because that would lend from or to a bias. And I was just trying to do the mechanism without whichever etheric or particle bias it might be relating to. So like a light propagation field, which would start marching into quantum foam or ether.
Yeah.
Either way you look at it.
That's why I think people who talk about ether they're where the people were who were at the beginning of quantum mechanics, who kind of already had the idea of ether, and then eventually learned more about what the quantum mechanics and then quantum fields. And so when you say that the photon is one thing, it's a wave, and the field is what it's propagating through, it's everywhere. This is consistent with quantum field theory, and if you change those words to different words, you say, well, the field is just the ether, the light is propagating through the ether. Then that's just saying it's the same thing, just with a different name.
No, it's a couple fundamental changes, right? One of them is that it's not an actual particle that's moving and reacting in a way of billiard ball particles. It would be more of an interaction, how waves interact and standing waves interact with each other by taking position, filling the vibratory vacancies, things like that. Instead,
Discharge.
it would kind of be understood differently, and it might explain some of the phenomenon like spooky action at a distance and whatnot.
Well, from inward out, you're surrounded by you got the medium everywhere, right? And then the action or reaction in the medium, like the intelligent format of whatever a vector or a torus or a field or a direction or a cause out, like whatever that is, that's information. That's the field of information you're in. And the reaction and action that happens within that, you can call light, you can call electricity. It's all the same. It's like a reaction, right? So the field of intelligence always exists, basically, is the explanation. And through this field of intelligence, you get the action or reaction, or black, white, light, positive, negative, whatever it is. It's just what it is. It
You mean
works off of itself.
communication, field of communication, right? You don't necessarily have to add intelligence. That's more of a human nature type of personification type of a deal,
Well, I
right?
mean, for the format of what we can understand, I'll just call it intelligence. You know what I mean? So if I'm not fully aware and I could say it's this or that, I'm gonna go with the one that sound that's better for like whatever. It's better that way. Like I'm gonna say it's intelligence. Yeah.
Right. So when I have like a magnetic field and two permanent magnets, and I've north to north, and they're repelling. Does it seem smarter to me to say that those are intelligence, or is that communication?
It's an intelligent communication. If there was no intelligent information or an informant of design, flow, flux, pattern, or capacity, ability, or capability, or the idea to control or contain, like that's all information. Without that, you don't have the other thing that we could talk about. We couldn't talk about the other thing without the information to present that or process whatever the hell that is as a material. The information is that material.
Yeah, but are you conflating information and intelligence? Like, are you using those interchangeably, or
Yeah. The
because if you
communicating
use
of
information, I
Well,
wouldn't
you
disagree
use
with
the
you.
word, hold on. You use the word incorrect and correct synonymously. Those are the same for you.
Oh, I didn't.
So I'm going to go ahead and use intelligence and action and reaction, or whatever word you, like I said, whatever alphabet you want to put behind it, you can go ahead and do that.
That's fine. I'm not saying you're incorrect, by the way. I'm just trying to make sense of
No,
what
no.
you're saying. Yeah, because if you're saying that it's the same as information, then I'm saying that I don't disagree with you.
Like action and reaction, where do you get that from? Where do you get the idea of differential or resistance to push or repel or pull or pressure or you understand what I'm saying? Like that's all information. Without the information aligning itself so you wouldn't have action or reaction, you wouldn't have the resistance, you wouldn't have a debate right now, you wouldn't have that, you wouldn't have the other, you wouldn't have anything. You'd have no power, no nothing. You wouldn't have light, you wouldn't have sound.
So I see. Like I said, I'm just trying to. We're trying to communicate. So when you use the word intelligence, I'm understanding that you mean information the way I would use it, at least. And that's what I'm saying. So yeah, actually, what you're saying, I don't disagree with you.
I mean, it all sounds weird when you hear it at first, right? But if you sit and think, intelligence, information, action, reaction, cause, effect, don't they seem synonymous with each other? I mean, why wouldn't they be?
Cause and effect definitely don't, because they're one leads to the other, and intelligence is something you use to discern information.
It leads to everything. Intelligence, information leads to what we are, everything, like in a way, like it leads to everything. It leads to water, liquid, electricity, light, the medium that we reside in, the resistance in the medium of intelligence itself. It's like a big processing against itself, and everything does it. Everything processes within this big processor, right? And without the information to create the idea of that process or that flow to go that way, right? You talk about direction, you talk about this, you talk about center and 0 point and all this other stuff, right? So like information, where does it come from if not itself? I mean, do you see what I'm saying? Like it only makes sense for that. Like
Exactly. I'll be honest. So I was talking. So I heard the end of it. I agree. So.
that probably make no sense at all, but it's just my opinion, my 1 cent.
Well, there's a lot of people who don't seem to make sense, but it's only because they're speaking a different language, and all you have to do is understand the meaning of the words they're using, because then you ultimately draw out what it is they are expressing. The only reason it sounds unintelligible is because it's not using the words in the way we're all familiar with them. But like I said, once you derive what they actually mean to express, then you can judge that if it's uh, nonsense or not. But like I said, what you said about about the information, all that's understood by most learned people. As long as you use that word. When you guys said intelligence, that's when I was going to ask earlier, like what the heck are you talking about? But if what you mean by that is information, then by all means.
What about the vector, Victor? Horizontal vector versus vertical vector, Victor. How do we do that on the sphere? Like from the center of the sphere, like if you got a ball in there, right? And you took a string or a line, a pole from the center of that ball out, and you said that's a horizontal line that I'm looking at coming out of that ball because it's horizontal. And then you put another line going straight up out from the center, and you say that's a vertical line on that ball. Then you put a zillion lines on that ball. Now, which one's vertical and which one is horizontal? Point out, like color coordinate them for me. Did you do that, Kosha?
I could. Yeah, I posted something for you, Demak. You can check that out at some point. It's it might be right up what you're talking about.
It's from the center of the ball outward, a whole bunch of lines like pinhead, or is it something totally different?
A lot of things are only vertical or horizontal depending on your perspective.
Right. So if I spin a ball that has 8 billion lines on it, and the lines are almost touching each other, but they're all everywhere, just vertical and horizontal everywhere, depending on where you look from. What's the problem with the rocket going horizontally to space then? If it just depends on where you're standing, not where it is. Because from the center of the ball outward, right?
Yeah.
The physics would demand the same effect everywhere. So if I'm standing here at a certain orientation and I look at the rocket, it can be going from under my feet and I see it leave from under my feet on a ball out to space, right? And to someone else, they're standing straight, vertical, and that rocket's leaving only vertical in their perspective, and that's it in their perspective. But mine, it's leaving horizontally. So where are these points at on Earth that we can see these two things happen?
You know, I made that simulation for you that one time. That video where I had the rocket, because you said you wanted to see a rocket go completely sideways the whole time from the ground.
Why would you need to show a simulation of reality, dude? Bro.
Oh, because in reality, it's impossible to create the means to do that.
It's impossible for a rocket to go from the dirt to space.
Yeah, when I use the words impossible, I just mean outside the realms of what anyone's capable of doing. It's not physically possible. It's not possible for anybody in the means we have on Earth to create something that will do that.
Can I repeat you? It's impossible for you to go to space from the dirt of Earth anywhere because everywhere is horizontal and vertical. When I'm looking at your rocket, it's horizontal to me. Now, how is this possible that it's going horizontally to space? You're claiming it's going to space, right?
Yeah.
I'm looking at it from a horizontal perspective on a globe. I'm looking down, and there it goes from underneath the horizon where you are, around underneath my view, right? So my view is looking forward, and I see it go forward underneath my view, like out, and I see it appear in my view looking forward, and there it goes to the horizon, passed out in my view to space, right?
Right.
But to you, you're standing there, and the whole
it looks like it's vertical.
country or city you're in, you're watching it go straight up into the air.
Right.
Now, where is this place on Earth we can see this happen? On Earth.
Well, that's what I'm telling you. That
not in a cartoon.
What you're describing is the issue of not accepting that there's different. That horizontal is only unique for that single point. So if something's horizontal at a single point, there's no other point on Earth.
Hold on. Show me that point on the ball. Get a ball and show me color code.
Every point that you're talking about, the point that the rocket's taking off from. Yes, the vertical that the rocket is.
Every point you leave the dirt from is horizontal and vertical. There is no difference.
Yes. Yeah, but it's relative.
What do you mean yes? So
it's
how
relative.
Can you leave this Earth vertical, horizontal,
Mark, you gotta give me time. You gotta give me time to give you an answer, Mark. But it's relative.
I am. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's relative, meaning that for one person it's vertical and the other person it's horizontal because they're in different positions. They're 6,000 miles apart.
Well, if you got 1 million rockets going off, what's your problem there? From the outside of this globe, which one is where and when which one can't leave? You have to show me this color coordinated. Show me which ones can't leave and which ones can when you surround the globe with 1 million rockets on the surface. And every one of them are vertical to the person.
They all could leave, right? And if you try to make a rocket leave from your horizontal, no, I'm telling you, it could possibly leave. However, it's exceedingly difficult to try to achieve that from a horizontal You know, from it's horizontal, like to try to go horizontal and then end up in somebody else's vertical. That'd be really difficult and would probably require.
Vertical. It's vertical. Let's get this word right. Well, they're the same word. Now stop trying to separate them. Let's do what we're supposed to do with Ebonics and combine the words that we're supposed to combine, like incorrect and correct, incorrect. You know what I mean? Just be like, you're incorrect. Be like, what's that? Well, that means you're correct and incorrect. You see what I'm saying? We need to make a word for that stuff. You guys keep making like its own word, right? So we're gonna mix vertical for vertical horizontal because you can't color coordinate the blue and say the blue are vertical and the red are horizontal with a million lines on a ball from the center out. Can you do that for me? Show me which ones are which.
Yo, if every point is horizontal, then none of the points are vertical.
They're all both. They're all vertical. It's vertical, horizontal, same time, Jeremy. Really easy concept. Vertical. New word.
Right, like if all the points are horizontal, all the points got to be vertical too, right?
Yes, sir. Exactly. Now you get it.
I don't know. I've been beating up Kosho too bad today. I don't want to bury him.
But that's what I'm saying. He can't color quote. He can't put pins in there and put blue ones in for vertical and red ones in for horizontal. He can't do that. He has to leave them all white and say they're all each to your perspective. Now, what does that mean for physics and the rocket leaving the dirt for your perspective, or it doesn't matter? So it doesn't.
I don't know.
Matter in the big. Yeah.
That's never sat well with me. Every time they say every point is horizontal.
It can't. I mean, what else would it be on a ball though? In reality, if you and I are little bitty dots on this ball, and you got a huge rocket, you know, 2 buildings or a building tall, right? And there's a million of us and a million rockets next to us all over. It's leaving from those points and those orientations outward, just like light. You know what I mean? So they can't tell me every position's not horizontally vertical or vertical.
What do you think about that, Kosho? Vertical? You like that one?
It should be a
I like
dance,
it.
the vertical dance. I like it too. The vertical
like
curve, dip, drop, hump, tilt, rise, tilt, drop, curve, hump, vertical.
I'd say it doesn't matter.
I know. Who's that?
No, it
Pizzizzle?
does matter. It matters 100% because rockets are only supposed to leave one way, vertically. And if vertical is horizontal, then there is no one way.
They don't necessarily leave totally vertical. They do at the start.
Have you seen one
But
leave yourself? Can I see your camera that you put on it yourself, like to show us what you're talking about and show us how they really leave somewhere? Or are you just making it up?
Hey, can you guys?
Have you seen any?
That's your own personal camera, is Google? That's cool.
We can
I didn't know
hear
you owned Google.
Can you guys hear me, or is my mic?
We hear you. We hear you, Coach.
We hear you.
Okay, I've been asking that for like 5 minutes, and maybe my mic wasn't working.
Well, the last two times we heard you.
Okay, perfect.
He doesn't know how his computer works. He doesn't know how Earth works, closed systems, Snell's law, nothing. You don't know how anything works.
So let's let Pizzizzle finish so I can answer Monk's question.
I was just saying, from observation of the same rocket launches that you get to see.
Which are nothing. 2 minutes of nothing. Clips and fake cartoons. And I never stood next to a rocket and saw it go to space. You saw that? I never saw that. So if you say
No, just the videos, like the SpaceX stuff.
No,
yeah, just the videos, the same videos.
Yeah, it's called a programmed video, like a movie. So it's a program.
Yeah.
You know, directors, actors, you know, program.
Sure.
What can you see live that you can see personally with your own ability and your own material, your camera, your live stuff that we can see uncut that you have?
I was answering your question, by the way. I just I couldn't come through. I suppose I thought you and Jeremy were just being dicks, but I guess my mic wasn't coming through. So you guys might still be dicks. I don't know, but regardless, the answer to your question is it depends on depending on your orientation and your position, and yeah. So your orientation and your position, you're gonna have a different left and right, a different up and down, a different forward and back, a different horizontal, a different vertical. Like all these things are relative. So from every position, there's a unique vertical and a unique horizontal on our sphere or whatever. So it's not
So
that
all points.
all points
Horizontal and vertical.
all points have all of those all of those relative attributes. Like you can describe
What
up
is a
and down.
point? I'm just curious.
You can
What is
you can
a
describe.
point?
What's a point?
Yeah.
It's each position in space. What do you mean? It's like each
position in space.
space.
In one position that can be vertical or horizontal.
And one position will have a vertical and horizontal. So you can describe when you're describing any of those things I just named, up, down, left, right, vertical, horizontal, forward, back, any of these things, those are in reference to a position and orientation.
So all points are vertical and all points are horizontal. I got it.
Nope. They're not those things. Those are attributes of them. That although every position has these things.
Why don't you make a diagram of a point? Hold on, Dema. Why don't you make a diagram and put a point in space on it, and then show me the vertical part or the horizontal part of it? Just one point.
Yeah.
Okay, if you'd like, if you really require that.
Show me how it's vertical or horizontal.
Yeah, vertical is opposed. Vertical is in the direction of you're being pulled. So the downward, the pull of gravity or whatever, that's going to define your vertical. Horizontal is perpendicular to that.
That's what.
So I could just get a point. So I could just get one point and be like, "Yo, this is a vertical point, or whatever I want to call it."
No, you would describe vertical in reference to that point. You would describe left and right in reference to that point.
To what point? Which dirt? Do you got a flag or something you could put there, like circle it for us? Put some pink smoke on the dirt on the ground. Cloud the water or something.
How about this? Hold on, Denmark. Let me change this up real quick. Yesterday we were talking about putting a Coca-Cola symbol on the moon, right? Cost zillions of dollars. You'd have to bring up all the paint or whatever you're going to put on there, right? What if you just instead of putting a whole thing up, how about just one light that we can see from Earth? Because light, you don't need the same angular size. Now it's a brightness, lumens. Right, Gosho? So you guys want to land on the moon next time, leave a little red light up there or some kind of light that we can see from Earth.
Okay, and how big do you think the light needs to be? How bright?
It needs to be bright. I don't think it's a size issue. I think it's a brightness issue.
Well, how bright do you think it needs to be?
Whatever the inverse square law says it needs to be.
Okay.
How about that?
Not too bright, since we can see everything on the moon with our eyeball. It wouldn't have to be too bad.
How bright does it need to be, Coach O? Is this cheaper than bringing up paint or what?
Fuck. No, I mean, I don't know. It might be cheaper to put a light up there, but you got to power it nonstop.
You get a little solar panel, right? That's not a big deal.
That would probably end up being cheaper overall than writing something fucking that can be read on the moon. But
what if you just landed a whole bunch of lights in the shape that you wanted them to? Now you'd be able to.
That would cost more.
That would cost more because you need more lights. But if you had a little thing where you could just fire them at the moon and you know exactly where they're going to hit, right? You have it all be in one unit.
Yeah,
like, oh, this is a light. This is a light solar panel thing. No matter which way it lands. I mean, you've had a rover on Mars. I don't even know how long.
They'll send you into mock if they were T-shirt guns.
Fucking right. I'll shoot lights everywhere. I'll also write in the dirt. I'll walk and write in the dirt for you. You won't have.
You're gonna write it. You're gonna make a Nazca line. You're gonna make a Nazca line up there for you.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk. I'm gonna say, Jeremy, you walk that way. I'm gonna walk this way, and we'll come back.
We'll make Nazca line.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the
Yeah,
light thing's feasible, and it sounds cheap. I mean, all you got to do is crash land into the moon with this thing.
you're gonna
It's
crash
not even
land a
like
light into the moon? What the fuck are you talking about? First of all, when I said
First of all,
cheap,
you
I meant
crash landed.
cheaper.
Hold on, you crash landed something the other day, right?
Yeah,
That
he was
crash
telling
landed
us
to hear the
yesterday he
sound.
crash landed the lemon to the
So
moon
Yes,
fucking 10 times or
exactly.
something.
yes, because we weren't gonna use it anymore. We weren't expecting
Well,
anything.
we're not
We
going to
weren't
use
expecting
these
any
lights
part of it
anymore
to be.
either.
Yes, you are. You want to use. You want it to be usable to see it.
We're not going to use these
Listen,
lights anymore. They're going to stay up there, Coach Show. But
You don't want it to break is the whole thing, though, man. You don't want to crash
come
it.
you
on,
have the
buddy.
light.
We don't
Listen,
care.
you have the light be a bubble, right? So no matter which way it lands, it's good. Okay, because it's inside of a clear bubble. And the solar panel, dude, they can figure it out. You got the NASA engineers on this. I mean, these guys are geniuses. I'm sure they can figure out how to crash land on the moon and
And
still
how did
have it
they
work.
inflate? What did they inflate that inflatable thing with? That was in space that supposedly hit the moon. You know what I mean? When they had the satellite or thing that's supposed to land on Mars or and like bounce so many different ways and be like a triangle, like a tripod of like bubbles of
There's a
inflatable
couple.
bubbles. Like
There's a couple of
yeah,
things like you talking about the
was
Echo
that just
One.
air? Was that just
I'm
like
not sure.
an air mattress in space? Is that what the hell that
No,
was really?
the Echo.
To
If you're talking
protect
about
the
the Echo
battery?
One, if you're talking about the Echo One and the Echo Two balloons that inflated in space, and also Bigelow.
Yeah,
There's like a Bigelow
the helium
Aerospace
mattress.
company. They have an inflatable hotel that they want to build up there too. But no, they don't. They don't. Yeah, it inflates by a chemical reaction that releases hydrogen, and does it when it's already up there. But I'm not
So how does that
sure.
react in space? So space is what reacts it?
No, it's got a chemical reaction in it. Like you could have put aluminum and water up
So
there
how does it
and then
work in
mixed
a
it together.
vacuum? How does it
You
work in
you
like 10
can
to the negative 17 torr?
you can make that reaction happen in a vacuum. Actually, if you made that reaction happen in a vacuum, it would work a lot better than doing it on Earth.
Yeah, I'd
'Cause
love
on
to see
Earth,
some demonstrations. How come you
I've
guys
done
do
this.
this stuff like they like land stuff and supposedly go through these mediums, but they don't have the same thing being filmed on Earth that they did to know that they could even do that? Like they automatically just know that they can do stuff that they've never done or never seen every single time. Well,
They
this
do.
is weird, and there's not 1 minute of live video of any of it from start to finish. Why is that, Kosho, of them doing it
Have
in
you
like a
seen
vacuum or anything?
Have you seen that helicopter that was on Mars? They tested that on Earth a whole
No,
bunch.
I've never seen anything. Can you see Mars from 120,000 feet? I'll wait for any 120,000 feet observatory you got. If you don't got
No,
one of those, then all you're doing is looking at air, and
they
I
you're
have
not
did
making
see
any
the
progress.
rover. I did see the rover capture a whole bunch of mysterious shit when it was up there, right?
Yeah, so
Huh?
Jaguars, mice, crickets, turtles. What else?
Oh man, bro, I saw what looked like a ground squirrel or something. Looked like something was
oh my.
flying in the air in one of them. You know, another guy, I think he lost his job over the mushroom thing. Shit was growing up there. Who's the guy that lost his job over the mushroom thing?
I don't
Anybody
know. I
remember
don't
his
remember
name?
that one.
You remember that one? Probably Cogdis probably blocked it out of your
Yeah,
subconscious.
it might be what the fuck it is, dude. You sound like a fucking doctor now. Now, I'm looking at this Mars helicopter because I remember the footage. The footage was pretty grainy, wasn't
Bro, what's the atmospheric pressure on Mars?
it? Ooh, it's really small. I can't. On top of my head, I don't remember. I think it's something like 1% of what it is on Earth. I could be wrong.
So how high could it go? Say we had that helicopter here.
I can't hear anything you're saying.
I said if we had that helicopter, how high can a helicopter fly?
Oh, I'm not too high. I don't think.
Well, it's got to
I know
match
that.
with that. It's got to match Mars. It can fly in Mars in that thin atmosphere. It's going to go up to whatever thin atmosphere that
Oh,
equals to on Earth.
I couldn't hear you. I couldn't hear you. You said how high can it fly on Earth? Yeah, that's a good question. I
Yeah.
remember when they were testing it. I remember hearing.
Well, we can get the answer, smart guy. Look up the atmospheric pressure on Mars. See what
How do
height
you look
that
it up,
is
dude?
on Earth.
You're Beavis, dude.
Just do it real quick. Come on.
I'm watching this
This is what do they call it when you got to pay that thing that's religious? Your begins with an S. Maybe not. I don't know. You need to do this because you got bloodied up today. So this is your payback. Yeah, you got to bow down and kiss the chuck.
It's penance. That's the word you're looking for. Penance.
Yeah. Penance. This is your penance right here. Look it up.
It's called a tithing. Tithing. Shut.
You don't have to say any Hail Marys. You just have to look this up for Jeremy.
And then I want to see you after class. Not the class where you taught me incorrect. Doesn't mean wrong. Not that class. A different class.
First of all, I didn't teach you that, doofus. Not that there's anything wrong with doofus, but I
That's
didn't teach
Jeremy,
you that.
not Doofus. Doofus is the guy that taught me that on a flat plane, if you get high enough, the way your eyes work, you would see the horizon curve. But now
Absolutely.
he denies it now for some reason. I don't get it.
No, that's the truth right there. That's the
that
truth. I
shit is
100% agree with that.
He just said it would be less than what we actually see now. Like from 30,000 feet from his airplane picture, he said that's Earth curve, right? But over a flat plane, you would see a similar look. It would just be less. And now he denies it. And I think that was the smartest thing he's ever said. And now he's denying it.
Yeah, when you get up to 30,000 feet or 100,000 feet with some of these high altitude balloons, the horizon looks like the way they describe it would be on a flat Earth. You ever heard them describe a flat Earth horizon?
You're right. It's not high enough yet.
It seems the
High enough
lower
for
you
what?
go, the lower you go, the more you can see Earth curve or the Great Circle Route, according to Soundly. And as you go up, that disappears. As you gain altitude, you have less refraction, so the Earth curve disappears.
What? Stop, Rocky. Stop.
I'm telling you,
No,
brother.
he's right. He's right.
Stop.
Listen, think about it though,
Freaking
Jeremy.
word for word,
You got a mirror ball, right? You got the top portion, which would be the smallest section to you personally. So that's the portion that appears to you as you go up, only for a certain distance on each side. Now, don't get me wrong. For whatever the circumference of the the radius of the ball that it is, that's what it'll do it for. And then it'll appear to itself like the 3959, boom. And then it should stop on all points at that exact amount, right? That's what we should see. I think that's what he's trying to explain. But we see it grow forever. There ain't no 3959 for what you actually see when you're close and local, like going up to a certain extent, right? Like for as far as you can see everywhere, it's not, it's way farther than that.
Wrong, D-Mock. Oh, sorry. Incorrect, D-Mock.
Hey, can I talk to you for a second?
Well, show me a ball then. Show me exactly how I'm wrong with what I said in any way, shape, or form with a mirror ball, please.
I think he was just joking around here. He was trying to play the incorrect thing. Hey, yeah, Rakia, can I ask you a question real quick, or a couple questions maybe? I don't know. I just wanted to bring it back up because I wasn't at my computer. I heard you saying the thing about I thought you were asking flat earthers really. I assumed that you knew what a Glover would say, but when you asked about your idea about refraction, or no, I'm sorry, about the horizon and about how it's created and how it's a product of your vision and how far, and then how far that the point in the distance where things disappear due to you not being able to they decrease lower than your angular resolution. Is this right, Rukia? Is what you said? I just don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't want to straw man you.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, and then the part that I'm going to ask you about is the part where you said, because it's true, like perspective raises things up in your eye level or to your eye level, things and things above your eye level to your eye level lower. And you agreed with that, but then you said that happens all the way to where your horizon is, and then that creates your horizon because that's where things are all gonna distinguish below your angular resolution.
Right, they're joining at that point, right? Your line of sight. That vanishing point is the horizon, basically, like in layman's terms.
Yeah, and all that I understand. It's the part after that. What you said after that, you said things beyond that start to fall again. That's the part I was going to ask about.
Things that are taller, like your horizon is created by that vanishing point, that apparent, like the water. Say you're looking over water, the water is not actually rising up. It just appears that way to your brain because of how your eyeballs work over distance, looking straight out. Right? Perspective is the thing. I don't think anybody disagrees with that.
Right.
So at that point, anything beyond that would appear lower than your perspective point, is what I call it, horizon.
Okay, because like I said, I would almost agree with everything up until that point, except for when I understand perspective, I understand it to be an indefinite rule. Like if you were only talking about perspective and not including other things, then that rule would keep going. It doesn't end. It doesn't end at the vanishing point, because the vanishing point goes on to infinity or whatever. Like things will keep rising up,
I
no
get
matter how
what you're
far away.
saying. I get what you're trying to lay down here, but your vanishing point is where that horizon is created. But if you can see objects beyond that because they're taller than your line of sight, then those objects that you can see because they're taller than your line of sight or higher than your line of sight at the horizon are going to appear to go down in distance. You don't agree with that?
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I personally don't. I think that, like, if you define your eye level as the exact the exact elevation of your eye, and everything that's below that horizontal is below your eye level. Everything infinitely far that's below that horizontal is below your eye level, and everything above it is
Oh,
above your eye
I
level.
get what you're saying
And they
now.
can.
I get where we might be mixed up here. I'm not talking about in a hallway where you're kind of equal distance in between at the middle, so everything comes to a point. The ceiling lowers to that point, and the ground. I'm talking about out in like over a long distance in the atmosphere where you're closer to the ground usually, as a whole. So that ground reaches that point, and the sky is so much higher. It reaches that point, but it keeps going. Like you can still see the sky beyond that point. So it appears to drop due to the angle as it's going away from you, like a cloud. When it's further away from you, that angle change alone is going to make it appear lower. Does that clear it up?
Yeah, but, I mean, I understand that, but I still dispute. I was thinking about it actually out in nature, like in because when I say the horizon, at your eye level or whatever, you can in my way I'm describing it, you can change that to any elevation or any scenario or whatever, and as long as you make a horizontal right there, if it's above that horizontal, it's only going to ever converge to that horizontal and never cross it.
I
And
get it.
then
Let me explain it to you. It's probably me not explaining it very well. Take that building and put it at the horizon. Say it's 100 foot tall, and you can see the base of it. You can see the top of it. It's 100 feet, right? Well, when it goes past that point, that angle to that 100-foot mark, that angle from the viewer to the top of that 100 foot is going to get lower and lower. And when it goes behind the vanishing point, the horizon, it's going to appear to get lower and be obstructed bottom up, but it's actually not. It's just a optical illusion at that point.
Yeah, so I said that's the part that that's the part that I disagree with, just because I think they converge at that point. They converge to that point and they don't cross. But the other thing is,
do you agree that the building would change angle if the viewer is staying in one spot, but the building or the boat or whatever it may be is getting further away from you? You agree that from the horizon, from any point, but from the horizon, which you can see the whole thing, from the horizon as it goes further away from the viewer, that angle to the top of the building would get lower, correct?
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the part I'm agreeing with. But I agree that if those angles converge, like if you have a building, if you see a building and you're halfway as high as the building's moving away from you, then the top part of the building and the bottom part of the building are both going to converge to the point where your eye level is. And no matter how far away you move, due to perspective, I think it's going to stay at your eye level.
Not if the building is further away from your vanishing point. So then at that point, the bottom, the perspective doesn't move, right? It doesn't change. the viewer isn't moving position. So the perspective, that point that's created from perspective, which I call the horizon or vanishing point, same thing to me. The angle to the bottom of the building, right, is changing, and to the top, but the bottom of the building is going below the vanishing point. So you can no longer receive that information anymore. It's being
Right.
Yep. Yep. And that's what causes bottom up obstruction due to perspective. But that's not the only thing that causes bottom up obstruction. When you get over, especially over a marine layer, but any layer, you're going to have that more, thicker medium at the surface, which is going to also restrict the information from getting back to the viewer. So more distortion, less information equals bottom up obstruction along with perspective. How you like that? I mean, how you like that? Oh, that feels so good.
I still have to disagree with that, and I will say what, Mark?
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna take that as a win. It's not a walk-off home
Well,
run.
I gotta describe why I disagree with that, though. Yeah. So what I disagree with is, or the reason I disagree with that is, you described that vanishing point as where the image becomes unresolvable, so the object becomes unresolvable. But that would be different. That would be different based on what it was that you were viewing. Let's say like you were viewing the same scene, but everything was made up of coins. There's a bunch of coins everywhere, and they're tiny. They're going to become unresolvable way before, you're looking at a city with a ton of buildings everywhere. And so you would have two different horizons based on that fact. And it doesn't make sense to me that the fact the horizon is now two different distances, that's going to make the building or coins, rise up or lower.
Take a little more time with it, maybe, because the horizon without a building, right? It's just the sky meeting the water, let's say, the apparent position that ramps up. Now place a building there where you can see the bottom and the top, and then move the bottom away from you and do that angle change, and see that bottom angle go below the horizon.
Kia, there's no reason that the bottom should be doing that versus the top. What you're saying is nonsense.
Okay, well, just show me, because if the angle due to perspective is right, hang on. If the angle due to perspective is going from my feet or the ground towards my eye level, that's up, right? Whatever distance that is. That angle doesn't change because the viewer is staying the same. What does change is the angle of the object going away from you into the distance beyond that horizon or perspective, that vanishing point or whatever you want to call it, angle of resolution. You can make up whatever term you want, but that point where your line of sight, where the sky and ground meet, anything that goes past that angle is changing as it goes away from you, and it's below the angle that was created by perspective. I'm done with that guy too.
Rikio, a very simple question, and it destroys your nonsense argument here. Why would it be below something if there's no drop?
It's not below anything. It's below the optical illusion caused by perspective. The water doesn't rise. Okay, it only appears to rise due to. Yeah, you're batting 100 so far on the interruptions. Are you going for the record? Because we got Kenny well, whoever.
Call me tits, Ricky. I didn't interrupt you.
So the first time, maybe that was you, but I'm going to let you know the record is 33 right now. So if you want to go for it, I'll keep track. But
call me tits, Ricky.
Okay, we're
all
only
I'm
at one
asking you is to show me what's the difference between the top and the bottom. You give me a bunch of mumbo jumbo of something being below something else. And thanks a lot. You didn't show me that. Why would the top be acting different than the bottom?
Side view will demonstrate that.
Yeah, you could view it from the side too, but I mean, even if you're viewing away from you, the perspective is coming from basically the ground where you're standing, let's say at the beach, rising up towards your eye level at a 6-foot viewer. That's going to be a certain angle, and then as an object like a boat or a building is going to be further than that point where the sky meets the ground. It's going to be below that angle point, and it's going to be apparently obstructed. It's not lower. but the water from the feet to your eyeball that appears to be rising up isn't actually rising up. It's just an optical illusion. Y'all call it perspective. I call it an optical illusion.
This is mumbo jumbo, right? You're not actually showing why the side versus the top versus the bottom are any different. You're just saying they should be different. Now show me why they are different. Why do I differentiate, or how do I differentiate between the top, the side, and the bottom?
Well, if you can't figure out that with something moving away from you, the angle changes, and that perspective created an initial apparent angle, which is just apparent. It's not actual, but it is reality how we see. Then I can't help you.
No, I didn't say it doesn't get smaller. I ask you, why does the bottom behave differently than the top or the side? Tell me specifically why the top or side versus the bottom.
The top lowers as it goes away from you. The top angle gets less, right? It appears to go down as it goes away from you just because of the angle change. Like the building is staying, or the boat is staying at the same level. It's not changing elevation or going up or down. It's just the angles are changing, but you've already created an apparent angle of that perspective, which I say is an optical illusion.
You're still not telling me why bottom versus side versus top. Why are they different?
They're not different.
I don't say they are different.
Thank you. They are not different. Thank you.
Thus, but the perspective, you think you got a gotcha.
Hold on a second.
Something being extracted from the bottom makes no sense. If they're all the same, they're not different. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it does. It means looking forward, right? You see the mountain. The mountain's 1,000 miles high. Then you look on the side view. The mountain is still 1,000 miles high. It didn't go down anywhere. That's your problem. You need to comprehend that, not us. And how can you not comprehend what he's saying? Hold on a second. Hold on. How can you not comprehend or understand what he's saying, but you're calculating or making an equation for a sphere? How does that work exactly? That you don't know a curve calculation or...
No, let me try to answer, please. I've been listening to this, and Rakia, feel free, or even Demok, feel free to, if I'm not correct. Okay, I'm going to try to answer Meisty's question. It's the same concept as to why you have an inferior mirage below the target, but you can see the top of the target. If you have a building and there's no inferior mirage, you see the top of the building, you see the bottom of the building. But if you go farther away from that building and all of a sudden there's an inferior mirage at the bottom, but you see the top, what's changed is your distance and viewing angle. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's what I said.
My viewing angle from the bottom versus the top in any proportions whatsoever have not changed relative to each other at all.
I did not. Hang on, let me take this because this is my baby. I never said it did. I actually said it stays the same, but it goes past this perspective angle that you've created from your feet to the center of your eyeball. Once it goes past that point, because it is relative, it stays the same as it once was. That optical illusion goes away, and you start getting bottom up obstruction due to that angle change.
Okay, so are you saying is perspective angle? Do you mean angular size? Is that what you mean?
Well, I mean, there's an angle created at objects that you look at where the sky and ground meet. There's angles to that point, which some say reach the center of the eye, some say just below. But those are angles. And that angle is an apparent position of the water or whatever surface you're looking over. It's not real. That water does not go from your feet up to your eye. It just looks like it does. But once something goes past that, the perspective, that angle that's created by perspective doesn't change.
Okay, so it doesn't change.
I was almost done. I'm sorry I paused. But the angle of the object, angle of the object going away from you does.
Okay, that would not account for. Then why would the top of that object behave. If there's no difference, then they shouldn't behave differently.
No, it's further away from the surface.
Meisty. Okay, so I asked the question. I'm going to redirect it to you now. Did you understand my explanation for the inferior mirage with
No,
the building?
that would just be a superior mirage, and you're just saying
No,
now. All right,
no.
you said
Okay,
it's
I'm
the
very
opposite.
specific. I'm very specific.
All right, well then explain it again, because you just described what would just be a normal
He was just
mirage, not an
fixing
inferior
to,
mirage.
and you said explain it again. Surely you knew he was going to
No,
explain it again.
I explained what he said. It's a regular mirage. That's all he said it was. He said it's the opposite of an inferior mirage, which would be a regular mirage.
No. I have.
Okay,
I
then
never.
what is it if it's what's the opposite of an inferior mirage to you? Because that's what you described it as.
I fucking
Yeah, listen to
never
that.
said.
You said opposite of inferior mirage.
No, I did not.
No, he didn't.
Words.
I'll bet
Roll
you he
it back,
didn't.
dickweed.
I'll roll it back for any amount of money.
I'll bet you $250.
Yeah, I'll double that.
500, dumbass. Go ahead, roll it back.
For 500, you should roll it back.
I got $50 on this.
Opposite of that. What was that? Inferior mirage. It's the opposite of an inferior mirage. There's your exact word. It's exactly what you said. Now you tell me, what's the opposite of an inferior mirage?
I don't fucking know, because I didn't say that. I have no clue what the opposite of an inferior mirage is. Why would I say something I have no clue what it means?
Because it sounds like bullshit now, and it sounded like bullshit then.
Guys, let's calm down with the yelling. Everyone's getting hot. I understand.
I'm fine.
But let's just take a deep breath.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay, it sounds like you're yelling.
Saying the opposite of what you said before, and then say I didn't say that. Okay? You literally said it's like an inferior mirage, but the opposite of that. Those were your exact words. So you tell me, what's the opposite of an inferior mirage?
Why don't you just keep repeating your fucking idiocy? Okay?
You're the one who said it, not me.
Go ahead and prove that.
Oh my gosh. All right. If you want to deny what you said, say what you think you were saying. Because I just listened to what you said.
I want to be proven wrong. Prove me wrong. You got go get it.
Listen,
go get it.
I literally just stopped, and I'm driving again just to listen to your dumbass comment, which is here it is again. It's just like an inferior mirage, but the opposite of that.
I just want to know. Listen, I'll send you. I'm going to put my PayPal in the chat because
just
you owe
make
me.
your point, because now you're walking back your statement. That's fine. Now make your point.
No, I'm good, Meisty. You've proven yourself to be once again.
So moving on to the next person here, Rakia, can you explain why would the top behave differently from the bottom if by your own admission their angle is not changing, the relative angles to each of them are not changing?
Yeah, I'll pass too much the charts.
You can draw it out. I drew it out. There's a picture in the chat that I put back there, and it represents the flat portion and how you know what you would see on a flat portion, how it never changes from vertical. Everything will stay like the same height lined up. This is what it is. Nothing's gonna drop anywhere away down like from the top height of it. So if you got three mountains next to each other, the second two mountains aren't going to drop down from like they're all going to stay always at that elevation where the peaks meet, right? That's a flat plane, right? No matter what you see optically, half a mountain, piece of a mountain, whatever, right? That's a flat plane, right? It'll never change.
Great. So you
on a globe. Hold on, I'm not done. I got the drawing right there. You can see what I'm saying before you even open your mouth, right?
I see it.
Okay, well, hold on. I'm not done. So then on the right-hand side here, I got what you supposedly see. You see that little line with the arrow that says globe and it's a flat line? That's supposedly what you see looking forward. A perfect horizontal flat line, right? And then the side view is what you see right here on the bottom. The big image that's curved. That's the side view of a ball. You should see that. So looking forward, you guys say you can't tell anything. It's flat, right? And in the side view, it's got a curve, right? So from these two perspectives, if the objects are vertical, you're not on a ball. It doesn't matter what you're seeing through the air. Okay? Okay.
All right, let me try something. Let me try. Yeah, we got it. Let me try something real quick. RC, if I back up straight from a 2x4, right? 2x4 in the air, I'm level with the bottom of it, and I just back up straight from it horizontally. Is the 2x4 going to decrease in size appropriately for the top to bottom?
It will proportionally decrease in angular size in all of its dimensions from where you're originally backing up.
Yeah, but isn't it going to decrease more? Isn't it? Will it decrease more than horizontally?
It decreases proportionally, meaning that the top doesn't decrease more than the bottom or the sides.
What? Did that answer what I said? What did I ask?
Oh my gosh, Jeremy. I said it there's a very simple answer. It decreases in size proportionally. It decreases in size proportionally, meaning that one side or angle or distance to angles or angular size doesn't change from top to bottom, left to right, up to down, or vertical, right? Anything, right? It doesn't change its proportions, which is my entire point, which is Rakia's admission, which is, I don't know if it was that flat Earth data.
Don't equate me to anything you're saying. Don't say my name with anything you're saying, sir.
Rakia said it wrong the first time. So he's getting it wrong the second time. Who was it? It was Rakia who got it wrong.
Yeah, listen to that.
Settle
That's
down.
defiance,
All right,
right? He's just here to agitate, right?
It all boils down to this refraction thing, right? You guys can't prove how the light's been in, and that's the end of it. I mean, what are you gonna? Why would it? I've never.
No, it's not you guys, Jeremy. It's not you guys. I had Rakia giving me this word salad.
Please keep my name out of your mouth.
Kia, you can calm your tits, right? I'll say whatever I need to say, and you can chill out.
You know what I'm saying?
Jeremy, you're roboting like crazy.
Think of a perspective grid.
Jeremy, you're roboting like crazy, dude.
Going to cross a level line. Am I roboting? All right, thank you. Sorry.
Jeremy, I can't hear anything that you're saying.
All right, my bad. Yes, I was roboting. Sorry. Go. Please continue. My bad.
All I was saying, Jeremy, is that everyone was trying to explain to me, why does the bottom decrease in angular size for some reason quicker than the top? Then everybody said, no, it doesn't do that. Then I would say, well, why in the world would it disappear from bottom up if everybody's telling me, oh, it's the angle? And then what Dimmock does is give me a drawing, either presupposing a curve or presupposing a flat plane, which, like, that seems to be dumbassery at its finest, because what you guys bitch about all day long, right? And then I get to the point where of just simply asking the most mundane question in the world out of all of this thing. Tell me, why does the bottom disappear before the top? And no one can give me a straight answer.
I can tell you why. Can you hear me?
Rayleigh criterion.
I can hear you, dude.
All right, I wasn't sure if I was roboting. Yeah, I would say the light's bending in such a manner, causing things to appear lower than they actually are. You're going to tell me it's the opposite. Neither of us can prove it.
No.
We're at a standstill.
Great. I'm glad to hear you admit, Jeremy, that Rakia, what he thought was a win, is no one can prove, and we're at the same spot. So Rakia, your name is Rakia, you can refer to Jeremy when you think that you had a win, is because Jeremy himself is admitting, yeah, you don't have any proof one way or the other of it. Have a nice evening.
I can explain it very simply.
Are you
Everything
instigating shit?
I can explain it very simply. As things go off in the distance, right? So things appear to rise, meaning your floor appears to rise up towards your eye level, and things above you appear to rise or fall downward, right? And the highest concentration of information is at what we call the vanishing point, meaning everything is condensed. The most information is at that point that we call the vanishing point. We sometimes call it the horizon as well. The two can be fairly synonymous. And when you think about an object going off in the distance, the most information that's being condensed is being condensed towards the surface. And then you have the Rayleigh criterion, right? Which deals with two objects or lights that are two lights or two objects that are reflecting light. And once the objects become so close to one another or become so condensed, they appear as one, meaning they blend into one another. So your basic reasoning would lead you to believe, which is the case, that things appear to disappear from the bottom up due to the fact that perspective and angular resolution, along with the Rayleigh criterion, would dictate that that information at the very bottom is very condensed, very close to one another, and is appearing to blend in together as one. Very simple.
What is this RC Micey dude in here pretending that they taking his victory lap or something?
I don't know, he's just yelling a lot. Or maybe that's the way he talks, I don't know. But
Talking about excellent day. What?
did he just dip out right as I was like destroying his argument?
Yeah, and then he got in the chat and he said, Rakia, life is wrecked and everyone the flat earthers are repeating themselves to say nothing and not answer the question. What was his magical question? He said Jeremy swoops into a bit that no one can tell.
Yeah, why things appear to disappear from the bottom up. It's so simple. I don't understand how Globers can't understand this concept. Whether it's flat or a ball, you should completely agree that things would disappear from the bottom up due to the Rayleigh criterion, angular resolution, and perspective. It's very simple.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, well, I talked about this earlier. It's psychological, isn't it? They have to believe that this is exclusive to a globe, because if not, it undermines their globe.
Are there only like alleged evidence of it?
Yeah, exactly. It's purely an aspect of psychology. I wouldn't even worry about it from a technical aspect.
Oh yeah, of course not. Like I just think it's funny, right? Like we were talking really elucidates the whole problem where it's like, so we never see the actual geometric location, right? And his talking point is, oh, well, you mean non-refracted? Yeah. So the point is that can you have an apparent location without an actual physical location that's being refracted to give you the apparent location? Yeah, you can. Okay, so then it's not exclusive to a globe that we have a horizon. So if we have an apparent location known as the horizon and we never see the actual geometric horizon, then how do you know it's there? And they can't answer that. It's like the debate's literally that easy. They're so dishonest they can't answer that question. Which, I mean, if you're honest and you think there's a globe and you think we're just wrong, then there would be no question that you couldn't just honestly answer. There would be no reason not to answer any question. There would be no reason to just say, I don't know. There would be no reason to avoid questions dishonestly. Right? Like, am I missing something? Anyway.
Yeah, like if you were trying to debate me over if water exists or not, like I wouldn't be sneaky and dodgy and not be answering questions and shit. You know what I mean? I would just, but yeah, it seems very slippery.
Yeah, like if you told me that the sky is blue and I was like, no, it's not. And then I asked you questions about the sky being blue, right? You wouldn't have to like frantically use sophistry to avoid the questions I asked you. There would be no reason to, right? Like the sky is just subjectively perceived to be blue. I mean, It's wild.
Yeah.
The answer to that question is we just assume that it's there because we assume the Earth's a sphere because of stuff like pictures from space. That's the actual true answer. They think they know the Earth's a globe because of stuff like the ISS and pictures from space. Therefore, with that assumption, based on evidence like that, quote unquote evidence, we carry that over into every other discussion with that assumption. That's the honest response.
They literally not have the ISS in the manner and the fashion they describe it in, and Earth be flat. Like NASA would be ruined. They could never. They'll never let this come out.
Well, they're gonna do away with NASA eventually, in my opinion.
Why would they lie? Right? You don't know why would they lie?
I don't know. Do you ever kind of feel bad for some of the Glovers, like how they were getting really excited about this rocket that's gonna go to the moon, and it just keeps getting canceled?
Dude, yeah, it keeps getting canceled. Eventually, they'll get what they want. They'll get their CGI images that look better than ever, along with their refurbished old pictures that they just got today. That's beautiful too.
You think so?
Hey, just for the record, is RC still here?
No, he ran away.
Fucking little yard troll.
He ran away and then touted victory in the chat.
Yeah,
No, but
listen to his clip. No, listen to my clip. I got everything that I said. I said nothing as to what he said. I said he owes me $500. I bet 250. He doubled it. The fuck.
I've said this a couple times already, and I'm not trying to be a prophet here, but don't be surprised if, like, that thing, when they do take off, blows up on the fucking pad. And it's another tragedy, right? And they say it's too dangerous to try to send people to space. We're going to just, from now on, we're sending up machines, drones, robots. Right.
Yeah, Jaren called that a couple years ago. I agree. That would be the best thing to do.
That's why the government should never be in charge of anything.
Dude, they will still believe it. Like, the Glovers will still believe it, right? Like, they'll tell them that they can only send robots up because it's too dangerous. And then they'll show them robots on the moon, and they'll believe it. And honestly, I don't even think they'll do that. Like, I don't even think they'll ever get... See, they found out that it doesn't age well, right? So, like, in the 60s, they were like, this is epic. This looks like a movie. They're really going to fall for it. But it didn't age well. You know what I mean? Like, the moon landing looks ridiculous now. So I think they may have learned from their mistake in that sense. They have too many eyes on them to, like, really, really fake the CGI. But who knows? They may. I mean, it's not like they couldn't do it.
Dude, look at how, like, movies... Dude, the CGI in movies that we see today, it has not improved from, like, 1999. Look at The Matrix, or look at Lord of the Rings, or look at, like... I mean, like, they had better CGI 20 years ago than they have now that they're showing us. Why is that? Probably because they're not really showing you what they're capable of. Probably because they want you to... Right?
You got to look into it. They're coming out now in the mainstream for the last couple of years, like showing some, like, crazy technology for
no, dude,
movies.
no. But what if it's what I mean, I doubted when we said that the government is, some people said like 50 years ahead, 100, and other people like 100 years ahead, and some people 25 years ahead, whatever it is. But the government is ahead. Okay, there's certain technology that they have that we are not privy to, that they use for the purpose of deceiving us. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
But doing it live, the question is, see, what I guess they don't ever actually have to do it live, right? They could easily fake the idea that it was live, but there's always something glitch that you can't account for. Like in a movie, it's different. you have like hours of post-production. So that's why we get all the glitches on the ISS. What they found out though is that it doesn't matter because the people that want to believe it, like we have people come in here and defend the glitches on the ISS. Like you couldn't be much gayer than that. Like I don't, you know, like what can they really do to mess up? We have grown men come in here, frantically do mental gymnastics and backflips to explain away every one of the glitches on the ISS. Grown men. So, you know, they kind of know they got a large percentage of the population like that. And in fact, the truth is that a vast majority of the population doesn't watch any of that. They just don't watch any of it. So, you know, they're content with that as well. I think you're right, though. I think that some tragedy happens. They shoot the moon.
Look. I mean, I don't think anybody's going to be on that thing. You know, like they're just going to blow up a rocket, and everybody's going to go, "Oh no," you know, like, and I won't be surprised either if I'm wrong, though. You know, that maybe they take off, maybe they show you all kinds of amazing fucking things. You know,
like, dude, check it. What'll happen, Lou, is if we laugh about it, like once it explodes, we're gonna laugh, right? The flat earthers are gonna laugh. They'll immediately start virtue signaling about how inconsiderate we are because people died. Like,
oh yeah. No, that's the way that would definitely get played.
They are gamma males, bro. Like there is no winning. Trying to capitulate to them is retarded. That's what I think flat earth's been messing up the most. I went around the United States, bro. People don't know any of this. They're like, what? You're telling me we brought Nazis over here and put them in charge of the moon landing? What? You're telling me someone that we can't go to the moon then blew up? I didn't know that. What, you're saying that they said they can't go back? I figured we just didn't go back, so there was no reason to. You're saying they said they want to go back, but they can't? That's crazy. And then you have the people in here, right? So
the technology.
Yeah. So the people in here aren't an accurate representation of people.
No, not even close. I've been saying that for quite a while now. Like, these anti-flat earthers are weirdos in normal society. Like, we're supposed to be the weirdos. We're the flat earthers. Like, let us be the weirdos. You guys can fucking take a chill seat and fucking forget about us. Like, we don't really need to fight you idiots like all day long. You have no real reason to be here. You're just offended somehow or whatever else. Like, fuck off.
Right, like Professor Phil, right? Like particle physicist, aerospace engineer, worked on the Himawari, stalks flat earthers, literally watches every one of my live streams, watches every show I'm on, and then comes and DMs me about it. Think about that. We got like physicists, like Jace claims to teach at 2 Ivy League schools, right? A biochemist, and he stays in here stalking the flat earth conversation. So the truth is, there's a reason they're here. It's because they know there's something to what we're talking about. So that's why they have to create a facade in which they can come and consistently hear the debate and like keep up with it. But I mean, that doesn't make any sense. Any logical person is that doesn't
controlled.
make any sense.
It's controlled top down, and it has been from the start. That's my guess, honestly.
You guys are funny. Hey, what's it? Are you debating Professor Dave, or did that fall through?
Yeah. I mean, if he drops a set, I don't know. If he's willing to debate me on a neutral platform, I'm obviously not going to fight the flat earth shit.
On the platform.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I have the DMs. I showed some of them on my thing, but yeah, I think so. I would imagine. But so a lot of people started going and commenting on his videos saying like, dude, are you scared to debate? What's it? Debate him on a fair platform. And he started deleting all their comments. So I don't know. I wouldn't hold my breath. Because I can just expose that dude so bad. I'll also say this. For the anti-flat earthers that come in here, for you guys to support Professor Dave is really crazy. I don't know if you guys have ever heard the nonsense he says, but he says that 8 inches per mile squared is wrong, and that isn't how you would be able to test the curve of the Earth. That isn't the rate the Earth curves. And then he puts a picture of a more like convex parabola over top of the Earth and says, "You see, this isn't what the Earth is," as if there aren't different, types of parabolas. So Yeah, I don't know. Like, I would be surprised because I can call him out on that. He says you never see the curvature of the Earth from the surface. You could never see it. There's so
he
many
is right.
things he says that are so stupid that, like, I think he kind of can't debate me.
Anything squared is just a parabolic function.
He's saying that that's not an accurate depiction of how much the Earth would curve, but like it literally is.
Not so.
We ain't.
It's an approximation.
Dude, we'll debate anyone.
It's an accurate approximation.
It's not an accurate
up to like 1,200
approximation.
miles. It's like within like a couple inches.
No,
it makes no sense.
It's a close approximation, but it's not. The curve.
Okay, what's the
curve
better
makes
one,
it
and
bigger.
what's the difference? What's
the equation for a circle?
What
Yeah,
is
with
the
the drawing.
difference?
There's actual equations for circles.
So
With
when the
drawing
Earth
to
curve,
back
so the Earth curve calculators are all wrong.
They don't use the inches per mile squared.
Certain amount of
You get the
square
same. You get the same outcome. That's what I'm trying to say. There's like basically no difference. So what's wrong with it? He didn't say that. He said it's stupid. And it doesn't accurately do it at all. And then he put a parabola over top of the Earth.
It'll give you a close approximation for the distances that we are going to use it for anyway. So that's why it's used, but it's not accurate. So he's correct for saying that.
No,
I mean,
that's
he's
not.
incorrect for saying that.
So you haven't seen his video, but you're defending him like it's your boyfriend. But
I'm not defending him. I'm telling you that it's wrong. That's what I'm doing. I'm not defending him.
The fact
Just
that
saying
we,
I was defending, but did it.
yeah, the fact that we can tell you that a squared function is a parabola, and then also be able to make the determination that the curve of the Earth is not a parabola. Just
yeah, but it's accurate up to like 1,200 miles.
1,200 square miles, which isn't really a lot.
That's plenty for observations.
After that, the function breaks down because the Earth isn't a parabola. I'm pretty sure that's his only point.
No, actually, that isn't his only point. He
measurement.
put a parabola that's really thin over top of a cartoon picture of a globe, and said, "Look, this doesn't work." He's an idiot.
Yeah, but you haven't actually refuted the part where Earth isn't a parabola.
It's accurate up to any measurable distance that's relevant to the conversation.
No, it isn't.
Okay, so what's the better equation? Will you drop in the chat and show me what the difference is? How much off it is?
Yeah, go ahead and do the longer. Go ahead and do the longer, more difficult math, and show us the difference between it in any of these observations.
I remember the guy.
You need longer and more difficult
I was
math.
definitely talking first. 100%. I was definitely talking first. There's a guy with a maths PhD on the 24/7 server that worked out at 250 miles the difference is like a foot or something.
Anything that they can say. Anything they can say.
Eventually gets more and more off the further out you go.
So can you see further than 250 miles on the Earth?
Yeah, that's not a lot when you think about the Earth as an entire object, dude.
Hey, can you actually answer my question though? Can you see further than 250 miles on the Earth?
From the surface of the Earth or just anywhere?
Yeah, from the surface of the Earth.
Oh, you can't
barely see 4.
So then why the fuck does it matter if it deviates after 250 miles?
Because you're measuring the curvature of the Earth. You're not measuring the seeable curvature of the Earth. And when you're measuring the curvature of the Earth, a parabola that stops functioning proproperly and giving accurate measurements past X amount of distance isn't reliable.
The observations
I personally think that Tuco conceded way too much right there, giving only 202 miles.
You guys, we
that parabola that we're talking about at
I'm
8
gonna have
inches
to
per
just
mile squared.
temporarily mute, guys. I'm
I
gonna have
think
to
Crypto was
temporarily
trying to
mute
talk
people.
back.
You
Was
hear
trying
when
to
other
respond.
people are talking.
Crypto was trying
Please
to
try to address this. Please try to address this. Please.
So it doesn't matter whether it's accurate.
Dude,
to
it's
X
Crypto's turn to talk.
Please. Okay. So you're like, it doesn't matter what you think happens after 250 miles, because Witzit's argument, which is objectively true in this case, is that for practical purposes, i.e., you being on the surface and making observations, this is perfectly fine.
So Witzit's argument that it's good at up to X miles away is fine. My argument and Dave's argument and the argument in general is that the function of an X square, which is a parabola, is not an accurate representation of the Earth as a whole because it is.
It's a completely non
Irrelevant.
sequitur argument. That's your point.
It's
No one said
completely
you can't take,
irrelevant.
no one says you can't take the very tippy top of the parabola and put it over top of the Earth and get semi-accurate distance curve measurements. Sure, but after that point, it breaks down. And when you're asking where's the curvature of the Earth, and you use that inches per mile squared like it's supposed to be that for the entire surface of the Earth, which is your argument, you're wrong.
Doesn't matter. Nidhug, doesn't matter because we're making observations and we're trying to figure out what we should be seeing. Okay, so it's the practical use that matters, and if it breaks down after the point where it's practically usable, it doesn't matter. What you're saying is completely irrelevant.
How many surface
And they straw
level
man.
how many
You guys.
surface level
Yeah.
measurements do you guys take that isn't
Observation.
accurate? You guys say you can't see curvature of the Earth at 30,000 feet, 120,000 feet, height distances where it isn't relevant because a parabolic function doesn't work. But at the surface, fine. But you guys don't ever dispute surface level measurements. You say you can't see the curvature of the Earth at 120,000 feet. Like that means something. And then you
We
cite 8 inches
literally-
per mile squared.
We
which
literally
is
make
not
observations on the ground all the time, dude. And this is something else that he said. He said you can never see the curvature of the Earth from the surface.
Yeah. Well, you can't directly. You can measure quite easily.
Maybe you
He
should
said
set
you
up
can't see the curve of the Earth from the
debate.
surface.
Maybe we should set up a debate with Soundly and Professor Dave. Sounds like they're the ones that need to debate that.
Definitely, them guys need to hash this out big time.
Well, this is the
a
thing.
classic
Prof-
disconnect, guys.
How do you measure
What do you
something you
do?
can't see?
What do you do when you have a disconnect, guys? It's a disconnect happening right now.
No, it's not. They're being dishonest. It's
No, he's not.
true.
No, he's not understanding what he's saying. He's a serious disconnect.
They're being dishonest. That's the disconnect.
He doesn't know what he's saying. He thinks he's saying something.
So
but he's
what
not.
we're left with, if he's not being dishonest, then he's just stupid. Is that what you're gonna say?
He doesn't understand what he's saying.
Yes, he does, though. He actually does understand what he's saying. He's
Isn't that like-
intentionally being dishonest. It's called sophistry.
Isn't that what stupid people do? They don't understand what they say. That's kind of what makes them stupid, right?
He understands. He understands exactly what we're saying. He understands that his argument is a non sequitur. He just thinks it sounds good to say that our math is wrong, so he just keeps saying it anyway. It's just a talking point. And he had to defend Professor Dave because that's like their hero.
Just ask him, where does the parabola differ from the spherical Earth? Show it to us. Show us where it differs from the parabola. Go.
Well, he's already said it, and I've already said why it's irrelevant. Like this whole thing,
Where? Show
this
me
whole
where.
conversation has already happened, and Nidhug doesn't understand what happened. So I don't know where we go from here.
Well, he left, and he did understand it. It's
Right.
just dishonesty, right? It's called sophistry. So, anyway, the point was, that's why the debate hasn't happened, because Professor Dave, his whole tactic is to just say bullshit that goes unchecked, right? Where he can just say it real smugly with, all this confidence and arrogance, because no one can check him, because it's just a one-way output of information from his YouTube channel, edited scripts, and then that's it. So that's why he can't debate me on
What
a
up,
fair
gang?
platform. He needs Fight the Flat Earth there to interrupt me with McToon as the moderator, so the host and the moderator debate with him and constantly interrupt and save him when he doesn't have an answer. That's what he needs. That's why he's turning down everything except for that. And he only accepted that because tons of his fans, tons of the anti-Flat Earthers, have been asking him to debate me because I trigger them. So, what are you going to do? I mean, I called him out. Obviously, I'm super censored. I got 11,000 subs. Everyone that went and commented on his video, he deleted their comments. So,
What is this, Nidhug or someone else?
Nidhug.
Right. Nidhug
The
left.
guy that you were just talking to, Nidhug.
Yeah, it was Nidhug. Yeah.
Is he a YouTuber?
No. I'm saying, I'm talking about Professor Dave. Professor
okay.
Dave. Can't debate. Yeah, let that. What he asked me about Professor Dave,
Dude, he kind of asked it like you were scared to debate. Dude, we ain't never scared. I'll debate anyone on site. What's up? I don't care if it's 7 a.m. or 7 p.m. From the AM to the PM, we get it in. What's up?
There's no time during the night. If you wake up Jeremy, he won't instantly be ready for a debate.
Every Glober
I get a
knows.
I don't even need my coffee.
Every Glober knows I'm not afraid to debate Professor Dave. Every single one of them. Every single one of them. Right.
So it's not just you. It's not just you. I mean, yeah. The thing is, Witsy, it's not just you. It's like, sorry, Witsy, it's not just you. It's like half a dozen people in this room would be delighted to debate him, but I don't know if he would take us up on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. And then like
I'm gonna come in here right now.
I did my he'll never, dude. I did my live stream. The only reason he's even entertaining this is because so many people were like, why won't you debate him instead of Dave Weiss? Why don't you debate what's it? And you know, like, oh, they think that he's one of their best debaters. Just show how stupid he is. Please show how stupid he is. And that's the only reason he entertained it.
Check. Wait, did you say fresh and fit?
Fresh and fit.
No? I thought I heard that, man. Never mind.
No, that's definitely not in the realm of flat Earth.
Well, it might be one day. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, to be fair, I do find fresh and fit interesting if people want to talk about that, but we can go back to the Earth if you want.
What's fresh and fit?
What is it?
Okay, do you guys know what the MGTOW movement is?
That pushes Islam subliminally to people. It gets beta males
Oh,
about being betas and then converts them to Islam where they think they can have many wives.
Yeah, it's definitely not that. So Fresh and Fit is this podcast where it's basically about... Do you know about the MGTOW movement, Jeremy?
Never heard of it. Never heard of
Okay,
it.
so it stands for men going their own way. I personally never consider myself a MGTOW, but I do find a lot of what they say interesting, simply because it's counter to the kind of progressive narratives of men bad, women flawless angels kind of stuff that you hear in the media. I don't really go along with a lot of what they say, but it's definitely like men talking about men's issues from a male perspective. So a lot of it can be quite rough and quite raw. But yeah, I'd certainly say give it a listen and see if it's for you, you know?
I would disagree with that assessment. It's two guys blaming women for women's problems, right? Like everything they say is, oh, the modern woman is this, the modern woman because this, they have no accountability, right? The modern woman is the way she is because the man, right? So Fresh and Fit, like I'm saying, Fresh and Fit, Andrew Tate, Schneeko, all these people are pushing this over masculinized Islamic man that does, fucking beats people on the head and fucks 15 girls, right? Like you're getting played, dude. You're getting played. But it's all right. This is how Islam works.
I'm not getting played. I'm just presenting how I see it.
Well, you're not seeing it for what it is.
Right, so you're the objective seer of things then.
Well, we can break down what they say. So on the podcast, they say women cannot fuck around on their guys, but guys are allowed to fuck around on their women, have many women. That's not a Christian ideal. Christian ideal is monogamy, right? That's an Islamic ideal. So if we start going through the ideals, hold on. So if we start going through the ideals of this podcast, you'll start seeing where they line up and where they come from.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of the podcast. I'm just trying to explain what it is to people who have never listened to it, right? I've seen a few clips and a few episodes. Yeah, but I think that you're taking a...
You don't watch it. You admitted you don't watch it.
Dude, but I have seen something. And I do get talk, right? So you don't get to just dominate this. I'm also talking. Okay, cool. So I disagree with you. I think that you are pushing a specific narrative about the podcast. And I think that if Jeremy wants to go and listen to it, then he should. And if he comes to the same conclusion as you, then who cares? I haven't got a dog in this fight. I don't give a shit about their podcast.
Seems like you care. Well, I stated my opinion of the podcast. Hold on. I stated my opinion of the podcast, and you said, no, that's wrong. So what you're basically saying is, your opinion, you cannot have it. It's wrong. I'm right, you're wrong. That's what you're saying. Which at the end of the day, hold on. I let you speak. So at the end of the day, really, like when and this is
all over me.
Oh, bro, you're just going to talk all over me, even though I let you speak.
You talk all over me. This is how this works.
This is civility.
So the way this works, on the other hand, is I'm now not going to stop talking because you talked all over me, and I actually had to complain about it a
All
few
right, let's
times.
not though.
Now, the
See
problem is,
how I trigger
the
people?
problem is now,
They
on the other hand,
cannot
is that I don't
handle
respect your right to speak because
Guys,
you wouldn't
guys,
shut
come
up
on.
talking.
when I
He's
was
just
speaking,
talking.
right? So this is the problem. The problem is that you talk all over everyone all the time, and then you expect them to respect your right to speak. A better way to be would be to shut the fuck up when other people are talking, and then you will have your right to talk
This
respected
conversation
by
he's having
them,
with the room.
right? So this is the issue.
Guys, please.
He hasn't stopped talking, Jeremy, just because he
Yeah,
doesn't
of
want
course
me
I
to
haven't
talk.
stopped talking because
There
you
he goes
talked all
again.
over me.
Here he goes again.
Why would I respect your right to
I'm
talk?
triggering you. So I'm
No,
triggering
right?
you.
I'm not triggering. I'm just making a point that you don't have the right to
hear
trigger me. No, I'm not. Do you think I'm triggered? I'm smiling. Like,
You're not shutting up. You're
John,
triggered.
you think I'm triggered? I'm smiling through this.
You can't
I
stop
think it's
talking.
funny though.
That's how I know you're
You think you have the right to interrupt people whenever you like,
You've
and that you
interrupted me
don't
numerous times, but okay.
want other people to do it to you. It's completely
It's
hypocritical.
non-stop talking. This is what he's at 76 seconds of non-stop talking.
Yeah,
Oh
it's
wow.
completely hypocritical. You
There's
should
the
stop
second
talking over,
time.
though.
interrupting
I
each
didn't
other.
stop talking
It's
over.
almost like
This is
my
hilarious.
Man. It's
This is
really, really
absolutely
boring.
hilarious, dude.
Let's talk about
Guys,
the
we
topic.
can't hear anything. Yo,
Let's
yo,
talk
Yeah,
guys,
of course
guys,
not.
we can't
Of
hear
course not.
anything.
The thing is, Jeremy,
Hear anything.
the thing is, Jeremy, you can't allow bullies like this to just take over conversations and talk over people. Because if you
ironic.
don't do
Bully.
that,
He
then he's
takes over
just
the
going to
conversation.
take over the conversation. I'm not going to have that. Do I look like a bitch? I'm
Let's
not
go
going to
one
allow
at
him
a
to just
time.
do that.
Don't let me bully. Let him bully. Don't let me be the bully.
It's fine. Let's go
Yeah,
one
I
at a
don't
time.
bully
Right the
anyone
hand.
else,
Stop.
though.
You hear I'm trying to gain
I don't
control of
bully
this right
anyone
now.
else. Does anyone else think in here that I'm a bully? I talk over
over
people.
everyone, and you're just letting him go.
No, I
Hold on.
talk over
I would have
you.
been muted.
I talk over you, but I don't talk over anyone else.
If I did
Because
this,
you
I'd be
do it to
muted.
everyone else.
No
I'm
one's
making a
talking
point.
over any.
Yeah,
Guys,
blame why you're an asshole on me. There you go. That's
No,
what you
look,
do.
you brought
I'm
this
an
out in
asshole
me.
because of right the hand. See how he just I do shitty behaviors because of other people.
no, you're
This
not.
is
You're
what
not going on, bro. Hold on, right? You hear me trying to get control of the room, guys? Come on, man. No one can hear anything when you're talking over each other. All right, let's go one at a time, please. Crypto, sorry, I muted you. I had to though.
It's probably best that it progressed past like the personal back and forth, honestly, because it's just going to obviously continue to evolve.
No, I think I need to say this. Look, he has acted this way to many people in this room, right?
What
So let's
I
not
stated
pretend
my
that this is a
opinion.
me thing. And you're talking
It
over
is
me
the
again.
way you act.
What's
The
wrong
way
again?
you act is a you thing. The way you act is a you thing.
Oh, Jesus, I think everyone knows what's going on.
Let's listen. The way
Why
you
is this the only way that right the hand interacts with people? This is the
Why
only
don't you
way he
guys
talks
talk
on
about
here.
the topic you brought up instead of bitching to each other? Fuck's
Well, it's
sake.
kind of like it's a decent
stated
point. I mean, it
opinion
happens every
of-
time he comes in here. So
No,
Yeah, it's not me,
well,
bro.
see, because
Definitely not me.
everybody blames why they can't control themselves on me. They're like, well, I can't sit and listen because of what right the hand says. Just like I can't be a good person because of the color of his skin. Just like I can't because of. This is how all of you, and I've heard it every time I'm in here, you guys can never remain civil. Every time I show up, and because I always have a different opinion, I introduce a different opinion, you all get triggered, can't listen. It's the same old bullshit. Then instead of acknowledging and changing and becoming better, you just blame it on me so you could do the exact same thing later. It's amazing how you guys cannot change. Amazing.
No, I think it's your
Yeah,
attitude.
I mean, I think we can see here the amazing projection of right the hand. Literally nobody in here was talking over anyone until he turned up, and then when he turns up, he then talks over people, gets talked over, and then blames everyone else. This is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, when I
See,
get
I
talked
started
over,
butting in. Can I just say
I don't
something?
blame anyone for my actions. Like, if I talk over somebody, one, I try not to. And two, if I do, that's my fault. It has nothing to do with the other person says. So this is the point. You will always blame someone else for your actions because you take zero self-accountability, which is why you will remain the shitty person you are ad infinitum.
Well, I think you're just mad because the last time you tried to beat a woman, you lost.
Yeah, does anyone here
Come on,
think
guys,
that?
guys,
First
this
of all,
isn't helping.
no, hold on,
It's not
Jeremy.
helping, right?
Hold on. He just insulted me personally, right? Jeremy, he's just called me a shitty person, right? And is talking over me again, right? So that's about the third time he's talked over me. Everybody here is witnessing this, right? Right the hand does this to everyone all the time. And then He wants to go around blaming people in here for his actions while talking about accountability. He knows, and everyone else that knows in here, that I don't talk over other people. So clearly it's a him problem, and then he wants to talk about accountability while insulting me. I don't know why we have him here.
So you
People
talk over
are
me.
who they are, innit?
He
And you
talks
just gotta
over
use
me.
him.
He talks over me. That's a me problem. So
Try
so
to go
every,
one at a time. Hold on, right?
so everybody.
You're roboting. You're roboting.
Is this better?
Let's just all relax.
I just find
Let's
it
all
interesting.
relax. Take 5. Let's all go one at a time. Let's all go one at a time, please.
Yeah,
And let's move on from this.
About
Let's
those.
talk about an actual.
This is what I'm talking about, Jeremy. This
Well,
is
listen,
this
you
is
won't-
the cult of right the hand talking over everyone, which is a waste of everyone's time. Why are we even doing this?
Yes, let's.
Well, I can prove
Let's not
I
try
can
to
prove
talk
crypto
over.
right though. So yeah, did you guys know that either it's atomism or ether, and everyone was lied to about relativity and materialism? And the truth is that materialism is the dumbest ideology known to man, because there are things we know that are metaphysical that interact with the physical material world. Therefore, there's a metaphysical realm that seems to interact with everything that we perceive materially. And so yeah, the most logical framework with any viability to explain phenomena is that there is an ether, and that the energy within this material world is received from that etheric, energetic background medium.
Oh, so maybe you can
All right,
answer
give
my
me the
question
best
about.
metaphysical thing.
Well, hold on. I had a question to Witsit that I got muted for. So you're saying that there's this metaphysical, and we can't actually prove it scientifically. We just have to see the evidence of it. So you're saying that consciousness is the evidence of the metaphysical. But wouldn't it make more sense that consciousness is an effect of the physical, not some fourth dimension immaterial field?
No, it wouldn't make sense that consciousness and dreams and intuition and memories and antecedent to design or creation would be confined to material. They are intrinsically defined as the opposite of that.
No. I said, wouldn't it make, it does make more sense that dreams are the result of my body, right? My physical body, I have dreams, I see and I think, right? It's more logical to think that all of those things which you're attributing to the metaphysical are actually just properties of my physical body. That makes so much more sense than first you have to create the idea of the fourth dimension, right? Which we can never prove. So you've just invented something imaginarily, and then you're going to apply the effect of things in reality to this thing you've just created in your mind, which is, astonishingly childlike. But hey, you're the ether man, so
all television comes from the TV and not from the cable.
bro, you know what's crazy? There's no Pepsi in Pepsi. Check the ingredients. You notice how they never address what I say. They never address what I say. So again, it's logically more
Here, we're going
consistent.
to address it.
So are you? Let me just rephrase because maybe you didn't hear it. It's logically more consistent that the effects I feel in my physical body come from my physical body and not from a first imagined fourth dimension that I reify into existence with my personal beliefs. To me, anyway.
What about experiences outside of the physical body?
Out of body experiences and that then?
Yeah.
Well, also what Riggs said, you probably didn't pick it up, but I think what he was saying is that when you watch TV, is the program coming from the TV? Obviously not. The TV is just displaying it. So he's already interrupted me. Wow.
I thought that was your point. Sorry, I thought that was your point.
No, the point, yeah, just with it, like the analogy of a TV. Is the TV, the show that you're watching, is it coming from the TV? It's definitely not. The TV is just displaying it. The show is coming from beyond, the cable company. So in the same way, when you have a dream, are you suggesting a dream is stored in a biochemical? And if so, where's the proof for that? Where's the validation for that?
Gio,
Let me address that. Hang on, let me address the TV. The TV exists in 3D reality, and so does the news station that broadcasts it. So basically, your entire argument against mine is to make my argument an analogy, right? The TV exists in reality. The signal is sent by something that exists in reality. If TV signals came from an imaginary fourth dimension that we could never manipulate, then maybe you would have an argument. But again, you're so desperate to push the ether that you'll make analogies without thinking about them. Then I'll think about them, show you how they're wrong, and you'll just, what? Now what?
No, I'm not
We asked
trying to
about
push
out of body
I'm just trying to
experiences,
say
and you just didn't address it.
It's
Yeah, I'm
just
just
a
trying to ask
discussion,
the
man. You don't
question.
need to be so
Holy
heated, dude. We're just
analogy.
talking about
Fucking
stuff.
God,
The
dude.
TV is just the analogy is just an interesting analogy. It sounds
But
like you're fighting someone who's not fighting you.
you are fighting me, but you're telling me that I should invest in this fourth immaterial dimension because I get signal from the 3D plane in reality.
I
That
never
doesn't.
asked you to subscribe to anything, dude. I don't care what you
You're
subscribe to.
defending it. You're defending
I'm
it with
not
the
defending
TV
anything.
analogy.
I just reiterated what Riggs brought up, the television analogy, which I think is an interesting analogy. Nobody's
again,
trying to convince you to do anything. If you want to be a materialist cuck, you can do that all day.
And ironically, you're telling him that
TV,
he's trying
the
to
source of
control
the
what
TV
you're
is
but ironically, that's what you're doing. Like we don't care if you want to be a materialist, but you're kind of trying to critique the fact that we aren't, right? So you're the only one imposing ideology.
No, Bill, because when you say that because the TV gets signal, therefore I should imagine that there's an immaterial fourth dimension that moves metal, right? That's such a stretch.
It's a straw
not even
man.
a stretch. That is not a straw man. That's what you do. You reify a fourth dimension immaterial world with effects in the 3D world. That's ridiculous.
All I'm
Yeah,
saying is that
you
can demonstrate things via logical axiom, right? Because you can prove things logically. So if you can present a true dichotomy, right, and only one of them is viable, then you've logically proven it. So an example would be like what is beyond the material or physical world. Either there's something or there's nothing. Seeing as how nothing cannot exist, there must be something. You have, via a true dichotomy, given a logical axiom, thus logically proved the antecedent or requirement of the metaphysical, right? It's pretty simple.
Okay, so
what's the best metaphysical thing that? Hold on, right? What's the best metaphysical thing you got that interacts with the physical world?
Consciousness. But they're going to say consciousness isn't. He's going to say the consciousness is just like brain.
You're reifying a fourth immaterial dimension. Now, where do we get? Or again, you're going to say that I can't prove it. I can only prove it logically. Well, it doesn't prove logically. It doesn't prove that we first have to imagine a place that affects the place where we don't need to imagine. I don't need to imagine that I'm in 3D space. Why would I imagine a place that affects this place? Why wouldn't the logical conclusion is that the place that affects itself? You wouldn't create a fourth dimension that's immaterial, non-existent that affects the existence. You're just pushing beliefs.
Like I said, this is just
consciousness isn't. Hold on, your consciousness isn't physical, right?
Well, that's why the TV. Yeah, that's why.
It's not a result of a physical process. That makes sense to me. That consciousness is the result of a physical process, and when you die, that physical process ceases because your blood stops flowing and you stop moving, and that process stops. To think that it all comes back to you just reifying a person.
No one's trying to reify it. Like I'm not saying that by claiming it becomes true. I'm elucidating the logical bankruptcy and the counter position, which basically what you have to say. The question is, which came first, consciousness or the earth? And basically you're saying that the consciousness is a byproduct of the material world, which means that nothing ever predated the material world, and that is logically bankrupt.
I have to interject real quick.
To say that there's an immaterial fourth dimension that affects the 3D dimension. So again, you're just telling us your personal beliefs because you can never demonstrate this immaterial fourth dimension. You could just tell us,
actually,
personally, hang on, let me finish.
We have some pretty good evidence for it.
Let me, you guys talk about interrupting me. Now, when he says it's been proven, he only means to himself, right? So all he's really saying is, I've proven to myself that I believe in an immaterial fourth dimension that I could never demonstrate to anyone else so that they can then believe in it. So I'm just going to tell you words and hope that you believe what I believe. That's religion. That's preaching. But
okay.
Go ahead. Go and preach.
I got 2 points real quick. Just 2 points. So first of all, you guys are basically talking about abiogenesis. So basically the idea of taking matter and making it animate with like a life force. And number 2, it's been proven that green light carries information. And if there is a background medium where this green light comes from, that means the medium itself holds all the information. All right, go ahead.
Well, I would just like to say if consciousness is a byproduct of the physical, like where's the physical part where your consciousness comes from?
Right, that's the thing, exactly. I mean, the mainstream Newtonian Cartesian paradigm when it comes to like psychology and all of this will try to convince people that consciousness is coming from the brain, from the body. However, they've never proven it. So it's sort of just this talk about like just a reified belief kind of concept. It's just another version of that. They claim it. Oh, we'll figure it out someday. There's some chemical in there, but we haven't found it yet. And the analogy, just to go back on it for a second with the TV, it's not supposed to be taken literally. Like we know that there's a physical TV cable company that's sending the program. There's people that film the show or whatever. So it's not really meant to be taken that literally. The concept in general is that if the idea of your brain is like the TV that's displaying things or experiencing things, is your consciousness, your dreams, your memory, all of those things, are those being originated in your body? Or is there something, quote unquote, beyond your body that would be essentially informing the body in that way? So, like, is the consciousness coming from within the body, or is the brain and body more just a attunement or a focusing of the consciousness for it to be displayed and experienced?
Well, we don't even have evidence of the contrary. Even when we create things, when we do deal with the things that we can't see, like whatever radio sound and signals are, basically you have something transmitting that signal, and then you have the receiver. Like so why would we even if that's not the case, why would somebody propose that, well, the sentience actually comes from the body, which is also, by the way, a creation, something full of functions and rules.
Well, then, ironically, he says he believes in God, right? So, like, where does God exist? You know what I mean? Like, his own worldview is illogical.
Can you give me something other
even
than
without
consciousness?
coming to a conclusion, because I can see where they'll say, well, you need material to build things that do things, and then we could say, well, actually no, when you think things like with your conscious, with the quote unquote non-physical, then things materialize through that process, through us being material to then create things. Like, you could look at it both ways, but what I'm saying is it only works one way that we can kind of fake recreate, which is, okay, you have something that sends information. Shit doesn't just,
Yo.
I mean, we have signals that do go through the air. Why is it far-fetched to think that we're some kind of antenna and transmitter?
What's it?
Like,
Could you give me something? Could you give me another metaphysical thing other than consciousness that affects the physical world?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it kind of falls under that category, though, because that's like a huge
Emotions.
category. But yeah, I was saying dreams, intuition, memories, necessary antecedent to creation or design or order, something to place that in order. I would actually say electricity or energy, because it cannot be created nor destroyed. So where does it come from? And we have energy just seemingly pop into existence. So there's a few.
All right.
But yeah, dreams, intuition, memories, the necessary antecedent to creation.
I mean, I like the conscious.
That's the best one. It's the overall point.
Yeah.
It's the oldest philosophical question ever, but it's really an easy answer, and it is, which came first, consciousness or the earth?
I mean, I don't know, unless you can point to the part where it's like, here's where your consciousness is or comes from. I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't they like
when someone astral projects?
Don't they like remove parts of people's brains and they still have like all the same functionality and shit? I don't know. I heard they did something like that once.
Well, admittedly, they can't understand the brain at all whatsoever. Like, they can't understand the neural exchanges and the pathways, and they cannot in any way imitate or replicate consciousness. They can only try to document memories and then try to simulate neural pathways, and very inefficiently. They don't understand it, so it's an unfounded claim. So ironically, his whole idea is you got to be able to materially prove it, but there's no way that anyone's ever going to materially prove like consciousness is matter. Like, that's obviously never going to happen. So,
Sorry, I didn't. Oh, I thought you finished. Wits, carry on.
No, go ahead.
No,
Go
you're
ahead.
good.
I'm done.
Yeah. First of all, like that whole thing that just happened there is dragging down this whole voice chat, right? So, I know that I could have acted more properly. I get that, but the point I was making is that people like him abuse the good nature of people like Gio and Jeremy, and I don't want us to be in this situation where we're just cucking to these basically voice bullies, right? We can't allow that to happen because this place will go to shit like very quickly. Also, I was wondering if we can maybe go back to the original point that we were discussing with Nidhug before Right the Hand came in and shat on everyone's conversation, which was to do with the parabola and its application to the Earth.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what observation are you going to make where the 250 miles. Maybe if you get to a high altitude balloon, and then I mean, you don't have anything to differentiate where the horizon even is at that point. It looks like you know what I mean. I don't see where it's going to come into play that the inaccuracy after 250 miles or whatever.
Well, the
So I don't get it. What do you like? Okay, this is the angle I'm coming at, because I'm always like, why the fuck would we care? Like, why would we need to do anything? Now, I'm saying that specifically because this is their claim, right? 8 inches per mile squared, and all of the parabolic equations. That's what you get. So, that being the case, every time we've mentioned their claim, they said, "Oh, well, no, that's a parabola." So why are we even concerned with talking about it when they reject it? Like, who's saying, yeah, that's right, 8 inches per mile squared, let's go with that, let's debunk that or prove that? Who's saying that for the? I don't get why. Because that would be exciting, because finally there would be a claim that the globe has on paper that somebody would actually be trying to address versus sidestepping it.
Well, yeah,
Well,
that's funny.
the argument is there's a formula. Go ahead.
I'll just quickly. Yeah, the funny thing is that they came up with 8 inches per mile squared, because they were putting it in I mean, look, it's just maths, right? So it's not like they derived it, but they started to apply it to curvature calculators themselves, right? So it actually came from them, and then when we use it against them, they then throw it out. So it's like we've got to get to a point where, like, they have to admit that it was put in curvature calculators in the first place by them, or they have to then say, well, that curvature calculator is incorrect. Like, they can't hold both positions.
They don't
They
use that
can.
in most
You
curve
underestimate them.
calculators.
They can. Here we go. Speaking of holding two contrary positions, here we go. Tell them how you can.
It was
Philly.
Robotham who that number equation first comes from, and it's not used in most curve calculators. They use
I'm talking about curve calculators you Google online.
yeah, like Metabunk and all that. Yeah, they don't use
The follow up to that you were, matter of fact, well, great. Here's an opportunity. Which calculation would you use? I'll use the Earth curve calculator. Listen, I wasn't done. I wasn't done.
Well, I gotta jump in the shower, so I won't be able to.
Don't be disrespectful. All right, so go jump in the shower. So here's what I propose. Okay, they're always saying that's not the right equation. Every time we say, well, then get one, I'll just use the one online with 8 inches per mile squared. You use whichever you have. Let's look at the difference. And is the difference, does it make any fucking difference to the findings, which the findings is always, oh, look at this, there's no drop rate.
Yeah, it doesn't make much difference at all. Elijah, I don't know if you've met Chad on the 24/7 server, but he's either got a degree in maths or he might even have a master's or a PhD. I can't remember, but he's definitely very highly qualified in pure maths. And basically he put together like a comparison between 8 inches per mile squared and I think 2 other different formulas that you can use, and like the differences, and the differences got actually smaller and smaller and smaller until you got to 250 miles, and then they got wider again. But 250 miles is like a couple of feet difference, and it goes in their favor before 250 miles. So like they're throwing it out, but it actually would help them. But because it doesn't help them, because the Earth isn't a ball, they throw it out anyway.
I mean, have you ever seen an argument that was over 250 miles where you could even discern the difference between a couple feet? You can't even discern. There's no markers that when you're looking that far. You could see a silhouette of a mountain at best.
Yeah, I mean, the Canigou, right?
Yeah, the Canigou is like 270 miles, 280, something like that. So over 250, for practical purposes of comparison, just doesn't matter. So, but they bring it up because they have to just oppose it, even if it doesn't matter.
But to the listeners out there, here's how the game is exposed. Like, because if you Google, anything flat Earth, and you look 2016, 2015, 2017, you'll probably find all of the things we're talking about randomly, like the refutations to the 8 inches per mile squared, the usage of the 8 inches per mile squared, all of that. So the reason that they have this rebuttal about 8 inches per mile squared is false is because some YouTube had said that. So if that YouTuber was on an open platform for discussion like this one, and we'd actually asked them, well, what equation would you use? I would love to hear what that answer was, because I'm pretty sure if you're listening, whilst they said that wasn't the correct formula, do you remember them giving you any alternatives? Do you remember them giving you any corrections? Because if so, just bring it here.
Yeah, it would be the drop equation.
Could there be an equation that tells us a perfect sphere? Is there an equation such that exists?
There's no object other than an air bubble. Yeah.
I mean, you know they were all parroting one idiot because all of the equations are parabolic equations, unless I'm wrong on that. Like, so when they say, "Oh yeah, but that makes a parabola," like, yeah, don't they all?
And just think about the weirdness on an actual parabola shape, on the little point between the flattish points. You know what I mean? That little mountain tip between the two angles, like you're on a mountain, and then like the parabola sections. So say if you had a clock and you sectioned it out like a honeycomb hideout, but like 20 sections instead of just like the couple for the honeycomb, right? And you had a whole bunch of sections like a pizza, but sectioned like a honeycomb, the squared off version like a parabola. How, when you put you as a dot on there from left to right, how much is each parabolic little section, the little flat portion, like from left to right? What's the distance of that?
Yeah, sorry, I missed that. Say again.
The distance. Okay, so if you have a parabolic circle, each flat portion versus the little cornered portion that's going to meet the two angles together. What is the distance of that between each little knobs? Like between each point, it's like that little section right there, the flat parabola section, then the next, and then because they like square and then stop, go around, stop, go. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? They're flat, little curve, flat, little curve, flat, little curve. The flat portion from left to right, each section, how far are they? I mean, they're
Yeah,
equal, but
that's it.
how? Yeah, what's the distance in like miles, thousands miles, hundreds? What you know?
Yeah, because you're not seeing a curvature in that section, so yeah, I see what you're saying.
Exactly. And then you see such a dramatic curve, it'd be like, holy crap, I'm walking off the side of a mountain going horizontally forward from my view, and then I'm walking around and down it, and then there's now I'm back on the earth flat. Look at it, just doesn't really calculate or make any sense for the actual physics reality.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I think we talked about this yesterday, didn't we? I mean, I don't know if you know. Well, I think a lot of people think Bob is like a fake flatty or whatever, but there was a picture of him standing in front of two cities, one on his left hand side, one on his right hand side, and there was like no curvature between the cities, but they were something like 60 miles apart. And obviously 60 miles, curvature would be, I don't know what it is, but noticeable,
Well, the curvature isn't the 60 degrees. The curvature in the building steeples would be, you can have like in my backyard, literally, like walking down the little sidewalk portion that's almost covered up by grass, right? I can find the cement portions that are totally covered, right? And then I can find the uncovered cement portions. The uncovered cement portions are going to be a little lower than the totally covered portions. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you.
BOB is
yeah,
definitely a
but, yeah,
real
I mean-
flatty, by the way, just so you know. Like, I know that for a fact.
Yeah, fair. Well, yeah, maybe you know him from other. All I'm saying is that I don't know him, but I don't really like to judge people either way, because it's like once you make a definitive statement like Mark Sargent is a shill or whatever, it's like, I mean, I don't know the guy. How the fuck am I supposed to?
Oh, he's
judge
definitely
that?
a flat earther, bro. Like he took so much shit for that, and like to the point where he just kind of fell back and like didn't really do anything for a few years because he got blacklisted from everything. He
Now he
had a
served his
decision
purpose.
as to whether or not he was going to come out and publicly walk it back, and he was told to do so by many different promoters, and he refused to do so. He just did an interview the other day talking about how he knows the Earth's flat.
You're talking about B.O.B., yeah, not Sargent. Yeah.
But I thought B.O.B. his album had two like two metropolises 16 miles apart, and the point is where's the curve. So at 16 miles apart, the surface should curve 2,200 feet. So the question is, can we see 2,200 feet? And that shot was kind of high, So the question is, can we see 2,200 feet curve on a 16-mile observation? Actually, it was.
Okay. Back to what y'all was saying about Mark Sargent, or was it B.O.B.?
That was B.O.B.
Yeah, B.O.B. I mean, I just brought up Mark Sargent.
Oh, he was saying he was getting a lot of flack for it.
I don't know about that. I'm just trying to explain. There is a point to that. There is a point to that observation. It's just that it was being argued. Yes. If you
are we talking about two different things, Cedric? Because I'm confused.
If you see two metropolises 16 miles apart, and
Fam, are you talking about something totally unrelated to what Witzer just said? Because I'm confused. I'm trying to follow.
I'm talking about what the person mentioned, Bob, the rapper, who's a flat earther, which is right before Witzer.
Oh shit! All right. Okay. I'm on point. So what? So
there's a 16 miles across these two metropolises, and obviously it's flat. You can't see a curve. There should be 2,200 feet, at least on the ground surface of curve. 2,200 feet between 16 miles. So the question is, can you observe that or not? And that's all I wanted to say.
You should be able to. Like I was saying, in my backyard, there's not 69 miles. It's not 1 degree of their idea of the imaginary globe Earth, a section of that distance. It's my backyard. It's definitely not 69 miles. And if I put sticks everywhere, different portions of my backyard, some of those sticks are going to show an angle from the sticks that are vertical. And that's just in the distance from left to right of your own backyard, forward and left to right. So what I want to tell you is the degree that I keep talking about is not the degree of the ground that they keep explaining to you, 1 degree for 69 miles of distance of dirt. I'm talking about the objects that are placed all over on the ground. And when you level one there, level one here, level one there for just the ground that it's on, every one of them are still in my backyard. Like if I just stick sticks evenly for the ground surface, there's going to be angles everywhere. You're going to see all kinds of crazy differences of angles and like deviation. Like there's not, like that's just in your backyard, man. What are they talking about? You can't see it in 69 miles and 1,000 miles and all this shit. It just doesn't make any sense. The barrels in my backyard.
As far as the angle is concerned, I don't know how drastic an angle it would be. Like if it's just a really big, I don't know, hump that's like damn near flat over a certain area, I can see how people go, well, the angle is not really, it's not something that you can perceive. Like I get that logically, but then again, When I think about what the because they section off the conversation to where one thing doesn't really meet the other thing. So if you're not thinking about the geometric horizon, then that makes sense. But if you're because if your geometric horizon based on how tall you are, let's say 6 foot observer, it's like 3 miles away or something like that. Then at that point, everything beyond that is at an angle bent away from you that you can't see. I don't see how you wouldn't be able to see that from the side. I just don't know how that's possible. Since the angle is literally pointing away from you because it's on ground that's bent away from you, right? That's their claim. I don't see how you wouldn't see it.
Right. And how can you calculate something that doesn't exist? How do you have a calculation for something that's a 60? Like if me and you were standing on the dirt, 69 miles to us is huge. Huge. I mean, it's huge to a person just standing here. From front of you, 30 something miles, 35, 34.5, and back of you, 34, 44. What I'm just saying that these are huge distances, man. 60 miles, 50 miles, 70, 90. These are huge distances to a little person standing there looking forward when they tell you you can only see 4. And for you not to notice the difference between all these distances when we can see past the 4, but there's no dip anywhere on the side. It's just crazy. It's crazy for them to say that.
And we know there's no dip on the side because when you turn around 360, it's just it's all the same line. There could not possibly be. I just don't get how you would conceive curvature from left to right.
It's like all 4 of us.
Like because then when you turn, what happens to that subtle curve? Does it continue? I just don't get it.
Yeah, does it mold and conform to your view as you're turning? No. So like, yeah. I don't see how they, it literally is like saying, hey, we got this picture on the wall, and this picture is of half of a mountain. Now put that same picture on each side of a square. Now everybody go to one spot. You go north, I go south, you go east, you go west, and we all look at that building. We're looking at half of a picture of a mountain on a building. So does that mean globe? I mean, that's the idiocracy we have here. Literally. Literally. That would be funny if you had a big enough flat wall that you could paint like a canvas, like the horizon to match, and you woke up the Globers and you were like, look at this boat. Tell us the calculation, give us this or whatever. And it was just a flat canvas somebody made artistically that, just represented it, and they woke up real quick and did their stuff and told you about the boat and the horizon that's just on a flat picture. That'd be funny. Definitely noticed. But I mean, that's the same reason they can't draw a side view. Every time I ask Coach or anybody, he's like, "Oh, I made this program for you in program land of Programville. Look at the great programonomics of the program." Like, what? How does it? I want to see reality You know, the actual idea of a ball in reality, when you walk up on it and you get your friend to walk up and you both have cameras and you got your view and their view, you're looking forward at an object, they're looking at the side. You're sitting there looking forward at the ball. You don't see the thing on the other side. You don't see that yet, not until you rise up, right? You don't see it at all, right? But you see the earth perfectly, like on a ball. No refraction, nothing like that. A little ball, backyard. You don't have to worry about refraction and shit. You can just see optically what you would see on the physical, measurable, repeatable object. Left to right, verse forward on an actual ball. And they can make that ball, you know what I mean? As long as it's a modeled scale to the 24,000, they can make it as big as they want. But it just can't be the ball, you know, the ground, the earth. They can't say the earth because that's just begging the question. But it literally doesn't matter any size ball. It doesn't matter.
I
What about orbit? If you fly a crop duster around the planet, you got enough fuel, aren't you just orbiting the planet? Your drone.
Supposedly, the ISS loses orbit every year, so that has to thrust outwards. So I guess all these 10,000 defunct satellites must have thrust on them. Otherwise, they would just fall to the Earth. Am I right?
Well, I mean, what's the difference of orbit like when you say a satellite's orbiting the Earth, right? Is it going around a sphere? Is it flying above like a floaty balloon in a circle above a flat plane? Is it doing like a crop duster? If you gave a crop duster enough fuel and you said,
no
go forward,
no
crop
no,
duster, the crop duster would come
fuck
back
that.
where it started. And the crop duster would be in orbit. So there would be
Let,
no
let,
difference.
let's answer the biblical folk. Let's answer the biblical folk, and then we'll deal with the other anti-flat earther. So to the globe Earth uh, Christian folk, does a satellite orbit the sphere of the Earth or the circle of the Earth? Because the circle is definitely a two-dimensional plane. Pretty sure they were caping for the circle of the Earth.
Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah.
They always say round too. It's like they have a problem with the word sphere. Only anti-flat earthers are forced to say sphere because they're in an in-depth conversation. Most people say, "So you think it's flat? Nah, it's round. You stupid." Like that's what people say. Round is also a description. It's not a fucking shape. Do you
Hey,
think the Earth is a shape definitively, or are you going to give me what you believe the aspects of it are? Because if you think it's round, as in
hula
like
hoop.
if you think
Yeah.
it's round going out from you, like from in front of you, like as a curve that way, well then again we go back to the drop rate and where the fuck it's at, because nobody knows where it's at. You can't perceive it. There's just no way. Because even when you try to perceive it, what you're perceiving is a laser hitting a target, and then they're like, well, what you're perceiving is refraction. So that's technically perceiving curvature, just not curvature. Just it's the silliest. It's crazy. 2022. We're still like I thought. we would have all grouped up and moved to the next step. Like we'd have been mobbing. You know what I mean? In a real respectful way. Respect because we're not intimidated. Respect because we have the truth behind us, and respect because we don't have to be upset. All we have to do is say, "This is the truth. We'd like you to get the fuck out now. We can take it from here." As human beings that have rights given by the Creator. So no thanks to all your bullshit. Gonna be taking my child out of your school system. Not gonna be really voting with you guys or doing anything like, you know what I mean? It's like when people get serious and start saying, "Okay, offender, I'm not gonna deal with you at all at any capacity." When people are ready to do that, then yeah. But until then, I think that we should have at this point, the way the conversation has progressed and the way the globe earthers don't really have any rebuttals to our arguments. They have rebuttals to strawmen, but not to, our argument. When like I just thought like by now somebody like Kosho, somebody like Zanuck, like they would be useful in the fight for truth. Getting to the bottom of, okay, what the fuck's going on? It's on the internet, but now here we are. There's so many of us, we can literally go to our local places and start asking legitimate questions nicely, not letting them gaslight us and then put us on camera acting crazy as fuck in front of elementary students or wherever the fuck. We literally have the truth on our side. Like, it's no need.
As a Christian
Yeah,
globe
right.
earther, I have to apologize for people like paid NASA shill.
Yeah, he's a tough one to swallow. Pause.
His attitude, yeah.
Yeah, in a way, it seems like some of these guys are like agents for the status quo. And I'm not trying to say agents like some kind of paid CIA agent thing. I'm just saying, using that word just colloquially, just
hell yeah.
They're like,
you're right.
Yeah, so for whatever reason, they either want to maintain that and they don't want that to change, and they don't want us talking about it. So they'll try to come in and drop bombs and try to just create chaos and everything where we've seen it all.
I like to consider some people as non-player characters. They're part of the simulation. Designed to keep you confused, or everybody confused.
Is Kosho a non-player character?
NASA show. Kosho's just a level 10 paladin.
It's better than being a level 10 simp, I suppose.
Unlike me, yeah.
Kosho's a 10th level monologuer.
You're right, actually. I've got time for like you and Mr. Grimm, because at least you realise that authorities aren't perfect snowflakes that never lie.
Oh yeah.
See, the thing about Kosho is, even after years, like if you talk to him long enough, you will begin to question whether or not can I think that way? Is it reasonable to and it's hard because he is a likable person. It was hard for me to say because we have our own past. He probably doesn't remember, probably doesn't care. I still feel a way. But it's like, yeah, these people like Kosho, he's a reasonable person, can make good arguments when he wants. He's a good fighter. He knows when to step in and he knows when to step out. He knows when to stick, he knows when to move. And the only reason I know that is because when you ask him certain questions, he just goes silent. And it could be the simplest shit, like earlier. What I asked him earlier, and he was like, the mic, something, something. And then I was like, well, can you answer it now? And he didn't. I don't know what
Yeah,
happened.
dude. It's always it's like, oh, someone's talking to me. Oh, just say I gotta do something. Oh, my mic's messed up. It's like,
Oh, as a matter of fact, no, just now was the second time. I can't even remember the first time because this time I was like, okay, which equation is right? And he was, I gotta go dinner. Okay. Well, remember later on when you come, like, it's like they never remember what we asked them. They just want to start over.
Yeah, Elijah, I don't know if you noticed in the chat, he said that he'd gone for a shower, and then I was talking with Demok about the cities being further, away, and how you would see that, and then he posted like 2 minutes later in the chat 1 degree and tagged me after he said he'd gone for a shower.
one thing is too, sometimes he will come back and answer, but it's like he had to buy some time to get the answer. So
yeah, for sure.
There's really no answer because if there was, we would have had one, correct or incorrect. Like every time we ask that question, what's it? Crypto. How many times have we been over 24/7, like 2-3 o'clock in the morning, talking to a Glober for like 5 hours, and then when we get to the point where we're like, okay, show us the right equation, they'll be like, oh, we'll come back. Has anyone ever come back?
No, but I remember.
Right. So, okay, I can still be wrong. Any of you Globers can come in and give us the right equation right now. You claim it's Metabunk. Okay, fine, Kosho, or whoever, go to Metabunk, go ahead and crunch some numbers, and I'll use the first Earth curve calculator I can find. And we'll see what the discrepancy is and if it makes a difference.
Is there a right equation?
That's what we want to. They claim that we're using the wrong one, denoting that there's a right one. And then when we ask them for the other one, well, actually, no. There's been once or twice, like Crypto was talking about earlier, where somebody will go, hold on, let me do it. And they'll do it with another equation, and it actually is less in their favor than just using 8 inches per mile.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
You know how refraction is a bitch, right? I mean, that's the car.
We're just talking about the actual curvature first, though, right? So, because you have to know what is before you can even start to ask how is it being affected, right?
Correct.
So,
but in the context of observations, see, that's the card they pull. Like Globers, whenever you're observing through quote unquote atmosphere, therefore refraction. Therefore, refraction is complicated. Therefore, no formula, no standard refraction would be satisfactory, even if they bring up standard refraction or terrestrial
So they
refraction.
use.
Right?
Look at what they use.
That's what they use. Well, standard or terrestrial refraction, and in the most general sense, right?
You gotta
Think
ask
about it for a second. Think about it for a second, though. Like, because I just realized. So it's like, okay, let's prove curvature. Nah, fam, the entire air we breathe is a problem for that. So no, we can't do that. Okay, let's test for gravity. Nah, fam, the entire Earth is a problem. So unless we can get off it and test it, there's just no way.
Yeah. Therefore, in the sense, they don't have curvature.
The whole Earth, my guy,
They don't
the
have
whole
curvature.
fucking air. You're gonna use that as an argument to that nullifies the original claim. Oh, we can't actually validate it because of these things. Whoa, that's insane. Using the whole Earth and the whole air, all of the air.
Obviously, yeah, you're calling them out for their original claim of curvature. I mean, what they add to it, whether it be refraction or whatever, right? But the original claim is there's curvature to the surface from which you're observing X observation, right? and that they can't hold up to it, no matter what. Never. They'll always, like you said, they'll get back to you and never do. They don't have a curvature formula because the one they have, it doesn't work.
Yeah, but
in whatever context, atmosphere or not.
Yeah, the point we're trying to make, though. So, percentage you've been trying to get in for a while. Go on.
I was just gonna say I don't think when they make the claim that 8 inches per mile square isn't accurate, I don't think they're talking about the atmosphere. They're talking purely geometrically, mathematically, and it's kind of a stupid point to make because over 90 degrees, like a quarter of the
pause. Did you hear what Crypto said prior to, like, because he made the point you're making now. It has nothing to do with the air. It just has something to do with pure geometry.
Yeah.
And then he said, "But which one is it?"
Well, pure geometry.
Is it 8 inches? Is it something else?
Let me finish.
8 inches is assuming a perfect sphere, right? But they say it's a spheroid.
No, 8 inches is not assuming perfect sphere. So, 8 inches per mile squared is like the parabolic kind of calculation. It's an approximation based off of Pythagorean theorem, which does assume a perfect sphere, right? And over 6,000, it'll start to get imprecise, to the point where it matters. It'll fall kind of like start falling off quite quickly over 6,000 miles.
Exactly.
Now,
not in observation. There's no observation of 6,000 miles. All observations are within. And I would put a ceiling to it to 250 miles. So irrelevant.
Show me an observation where I'm looking past the Earth into mostly darkness.
The point percentage is making is moot. Yeah, I mean, it's to do with observation.
I'm almost done, guys. If you'll allow me.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Like it's almost perfect up until like the 100-mile mark, and it's basically at 90 degrees of the circle is when which is like around 6,000 miles, which is when it kind of it starts falling off. But even if you were to address their concern by saying, sure, it's not perfectly accurate, what's more accurate, and they go to the Pythagorean theorem that assumes a perfect circle, which the Earth, as they claim, isn't. So it still is imprecise. So that's why it's a moot point regardless.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
But I mean
that's
at that point, yeah, but he's saying for a different reason, right? So
no, but
the point.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, the point is that regardless, they're saying nah and not telling you the yaha afterwards, right? So it's at that point, it's just a debate tactic. It's got nothing to do with actually trying to get anywhere with the discussion. And so we should treat it as such. Oh, you don't have a better formula? Okay, well, this one's good for 250 miles. Here we go. Like that's. And if they can't replace it, and I understand that that's in some ways you could say, well, they've falsified it. Why do they need to replace it? Well, if they're saying that the maths is wrong, then in a mathematical sense, that would require knowing the right maths.
Yeah. I'll agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a talking point because they want to be able to say the phrase "flat earthers are so stupid they don't even know how to do basic math." They just want to be able to say that they get the math wrong. It's just a talking point.
I mean, math is is just trying to explain. It's a description, but it's how you describe it. Well, it's not explaining. Yeah, it's just describing. I mean, 2 + 2 is 4, but what 2s do you have? Is it 2 apples plus 2 apples, or is it 2 oranges?
Are there even 2 apples?
Exactly. Yeah.
Just use the math to confuse you and get you into the weeds.
Well, math is kind of the language like logic. Right? When you try to make an argument using, let's say, English, and logic is your tool there. That's how math works, in a sense. It's
right.
The logic and the language behind your argument. But you got to break it down. You got to understand the language and
And you got to support whatever the
too
math.
much math though to explain the Earth. You don't need too much of it at all.
You got to support.
Right. That's why the logic is. Sorry. Go ahead.
Well, just you got to support and substantiate whatever it is the math is allegedly representing.
Exactly. So 2 + 2 is always equal 4 in math, correct? Can anyone disagree with this statement? No. 2 + 2 is 4.
Well, what if it's two groups of 3?
No, but see that's going into the language barrier. But in the logical sense of 2 + 2, the mathematical, i.e., I'm showing the parallel between logic and language. I mean, I can call it tufah or apple, right? These are two different languages that mean apple.
Yeah. I was just saying that.
But the logic.
I said that when I was in 5th grade to my English teacher. She was talking to us about logic, ironically, and she told us 2 + 2 is always 4. And I said, well, what if each 2 is representing a group of apples? That's 4.
Yeah, but do y'all appreciate logic?
Yeah, of course. But what he's saying is that it's contextual, right? So if I was to say 1 + 1 is 2, well, possibly. But if the ones are both half-filled glasses of water, well, I mean, I can pour half the glass of water into another glass of water, and now I've still only got one of a different thing instead of 2 of the same thing, right?
But that's the onus is on the person communicating the example there, right?
Yeah,
absolutely. So when I say,
so let's see if we can, like, if the logic is simple here. If the Earth was a sphere with a given radius, then the horizon would be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, right? But the horizon is not that. Therefore, how could the Earth be a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles? Well, their response to that is actually that claim is unfalsifiable because of the air. Okay, then you have no claim then.
Correct. Yep. That's a good summary, I guess.
Yo, almost exactly. I feel like you didn't quite finish your thing.
No, I was just saying, like, I was trying to differentiate between language and logic, right? Because language describes things, and logic kind of puts them in a construct where it is true or false in a sense, or possible, right?
Did you ever hear about Diogenes way back in the Greek times or whatever?
Guys, let him finish.
He followed Plato around. Well, I'm talking about logic.
Yeah, you got next then. Just let him finish and then you got next.
Okay.
Well, just like math, right? In language, you have logic, right? And you have these so-called logical fallacies, right? I.e., like a syntax error in math. It just doesn't work. It's incorrect just by the way it in math calculates, or in logic is formulated. Formal logic, right?
Yeah, I mean,
breaking the axiom.
What I would say though is that logic that we use it's a step closer to mathematical kind of mechanical logic in the sense that
if I can just finish what I'm saying, it's valid.
You paused,
logic.
Paused.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I did.
You then
my
interrupted
fault.
me when I was.
But just let me finish. Just as much as like a mathematical formula can be correct, it doesn't make something true. Logic does not make something true. It just makes it sound. It is sound. Like, you can make an argument that's logical, but yet not true, right? You got to appreciate that too. In the same way with math. That's all I'm saying.
I won't take the big. That was next.
This was actually the point I was going to make, is that if you've got like a mechanical understanding of logic versus versus using logic and applying it to reality, right? Then you can actually see where the logic is flawed and where it isn't much more easily.
Dima, go ahead.
It's not the logic that's flawed.
Well, logic back in the day, right? When it was first whatever, and they were talking about stuff, and they had like Plato, and they had this guy named Diogenes, and then Plato would write all of his stuff or whatever, supposedly, right? And he would go around and make his great, logical assertions or explanations or assumptions. And then Diogenes would come by and just say a word or something, and then like it would totally just blow everything that he was saying out of the water. And they're like, oh, because with one man presenting his logic to you, and that's all you're hearing all day, you're always going to be like, well, yeah, I can see this or that or this or that. The whole time you're going to kind of, if you're with that form of how he's saying it. Now, when you have another person's opinion, only then do you start to realize, hey, there is another opinion or another way to skin the cat. And then you're like, okay, so what was your logic? What did it have to do with anything? If my logic proves your logic wrong, and then yours can do that to mine, and like you said, you can write math or you can communicate that way, but the word logic, or just to say that's the sound for everything to follow that basis, that'd be 100% wrong, because there's always an exception to every idea of anything.
So let me ask you this, Demak. Is there an exception to logic? I mean, as a standard, if you're communicating with another person, should logic not be a factor?
Some people are illogical.
All right, I got to rain on the parade. I
okay.
can't do it anymore. All right, so you can
Go ahead,
logically prove things. Okay, so yeah, you can present something to have some semblance of logic and it be wrong, but you can logically prove things by way of necessity, antecedent, requirement, prerequisite, relationship, and true dichotomy. And if I can present to you a bulletproof true dichotomy,
sorry, Witsit. Hold on.
You don't need the word logic to prove something to somebody.
You said you can.
Away and never use it again.
You can prove things logically.
Black swan is the black swan is a great example of how you prove something with logic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's.
And you're
logical.
saying you don't need the word logic.
So here's the.
Who said we don't need logic?
I was about to go after
that's
this.
who I'm asking.
Is Witsit gonna do? Yeah, because either one of us, because I took issue with that too.
Yeah, but I'll do it. So it's like,
I say logic is
you can't say you can just prove something to someone without the logic, because
I say it's necessary, but it doesn't prove that you're right if you're logical. I mean, you can, but yeah,
so
but
like he said,
to be
you can
true, you have to be logical, but being logical doesn't necessarily mean you're true.
I'm responding to Democ. He said you can just do away with the logic and just prove something to someone, but you cannot, right? Because the way that we obtain knowledge, exchange information, this is all different forms of logic. Actually formulating any type of coherent thought or presentation or postulation in and of itself requires logic as an antecedent. So that's what presenting an argument is. It is intrinsically logic.
What are the types of logic? Well, wait. Hold on.
Man-made word, right? First of all,
no.
If you don't even know, hold on a minute. Hold on. Logistics, logic, logical, illogical, rational, irrational, common sense, non-common sense. All these are interchangeable, so you can throw logic in the garbage. We got it covered.
Well, that's a semantical argument.
Hold on. Yeah, look, like Denmark. Let's not devolve the conversation, because
let's not do that.
The obvious point here is that we call logic the thing that we discovered. So there are things that are coherent. There are things that are coherent, like you being able to string a sentence together, because these are the patterns that you were taught, and through your experience, well,
that's experience, not logic.
No,
but
ironically,
all of these things are encompassed by what we call, the ability to do this is what we call logic.
Well, throw that word out.
Yes, and it's
why
it's
though?
the same
What
in
is
math.
that?
Hold on.
Why?
I'm just drawing. I'm drawing the.
Because we can use coherence. We can use coherence when we want, And we can use logic when we want. Because if we throw away logic today and you're like, why don't you use, but if you say, why don't we use experience instead? When we throw away logic and we say experience, what's to stop you from saying, why do I need that word when when something happens and I'm there to perceive it? Why do I need the word experience?
You didn't logic it. Did you logic it?
And I didn't experience it either. Apparently, did I
Hold on.
experience it, or was I just there?
It's about throwing an anchor.
But I think we should rein him in because this is.
Oh my God!
Hello, logic, experience, right? You can take logic and say it all you want. If I never put it in my
These are two different
why
things.
would I be hurt?
You can't experience
two
anything
different
without
things.
I don't know
logic.
why you guys are making this false dichotomy between experience and logic.
If I never came up with the word logic and never used it, why would I need it?
We're not talking semantics.
You could say that about
We're
literally
not
every
talking
word that
semantics.
exists.
Exactly.
We're not talking about the
What's the
definition.
point of your word
Okay,
logic?
well,
Why would
I'll
you
tell
need
you.
it if
I'll
every
explain
word
it.
is not
I'll
needed?
explain it. Okay, I'll
Go
explain
ahead.
it.
Egypt, relax, bro. Yo,
Well,
guys, one at a time, please.
Go ahead, Egypt.
or we can just say don't use it then. Okay.
Well, I kind of
And then
differentiated.
go back to the conversation that was actually fruitful. We could just say, okay,
Yeah,
Dimbach, don't use words, and then
yeah.
continue.
Well, that's not fruitful. So I differentiated between language and logic, right? In the same way, and I kind of alluded to the sense of how math works, because math uses also language and a sort of logic, right? In an equation, in an equation, you've got a 2 plus 2, right? The 2 in and of itself is part of the language. The plus and how you formulate, it's about formulation. That's how logic works, right? You've got formal logic. Formal logic is how you formulate. Okay.
A Glober logic versus flat
I
logic.
can't
Who's
do
right?
this. Yeah.
Well, I know nobody can. A Glober logic versus flat logic. Which one's right, guys?
Demok.
Oh my gosh, you got a little bit of.
So what Flat Earth Egypt is saying is true.
All I'm asking
mathematically,
is what's the difference between formal and informal logic, for example?
Right. What Denmark just said was a false dichotomy. Just to point it out, like because you're talking about because it's not even a flat Earth glober thing. It's either people are logically consistently carrying on information or they're not. That's a dichotomy.
Yeah, but he has a valid point, but he doesn't understand the difference within, let's say, logic between informal and formal logic. What's the difference, Demok? Can you tell me?
Making up words.
Exactly.
So I told you stop talking to him with words. I told you that. Let's just continue the conversation we was having before.
Okay, I'll tell you.
Let's show each other. Pull out your dick, and that's all there needs to be said.
Okay. Can I go on and tell you?
You want us to pull out our crayons? Is that what we should do? Just draw?
Can I do that? Can I go on and tell you the difference between formal and informal logic? Can I do that?
He just rejected you. He just rejected it. You could.
Let's hear the difference. I want to know what the difference is. Let's hear the difference.
Yeah, Egypt, go ahead, man.
Yeah. So formal, it comes from the word, if you understand. It's how you form the argument, i.e., it's the plus and the 2 plus 2. How you formulate your argument, or in the case I was paralleling to in the case of math, how you formulate the plus, right? What's a plus? It's the formulation.
Okay, so formal logic is how you formulate it. What's informal?
Exactly. Informal is how you speak it in the language, right? Like if I say, I'm trying to think of an example of informal logic here.
Can I help you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, a non sequitur is one, isn't it?
No, non sequitur is a formal.
No, that's formal.
Formal, yeah,
Is
that's
it?
formal. Yeah,
it's one of those. Hold on. Oh, ad hominem. That's an informal.
That's true.
Syntax is, like the code of conduct or the order of operations or the logical layout in, some sort of agreed upon manner. Like some people put a question mark at the beginning of their sentence, in Spanish or whatever. In English, you don't. It is a set of standards when it comes to syntax, but it has to be, practical. But anyways, after that, then there's semantics, which is the formal meaning of the words you're using. But then after someone has mastered semantics and knows what words mean, then they can play with it and do pragmatics. Pragmatics is when you use a word that has its own definition, but everyone knows what you're saying. Like when I say knock yourself out, I don't really mean knock yourself out properly semantically.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. There's a pragmatic, informal meaning conveyed.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to. Yeah, but I'm trying to clarify something that I thought someone else is going to do. But what I'm saying is evaluating the structure of an argument. That's where the formal kind of word comes in, right? It's how you evaluate the structure of the argument. But evaluating the content in of itself, i.e. the language, right? The language I use to describe, that's what's informal. Formal being how you formulate it, how your structure of, like the structure of the argument, right? Like a straw man, that's structure. Like you're going off of what I didn't say. It's structural. But the content in of itself, if I'm wrong, let's say if I say, I'm trying to put this in words. I'm lost, but I don't want to say 2 + 3, but just the content in of itself. The content is wrong. Like if I'm trying to say black is white in a sense, I don't know how. Like,
what's the difference between deductive, inductive, and abductive logic? How about that? Those are all.
Yeah, these are forms of logic. I can tell you the difference between.
There we go. What's the difference?
Let me just say, like, as a synopsis of on your point, Egypt. Basically, the difference is that with math, it's valid. They're concerned about validity, right? In terms of like the syntax, the rules of the logic, it's about the validity of the argument or the proposition. And it's the same with arguments that you have, like deductive arguments that you have, where they're formally, in terms of logic, they're valid, but they might not be true. Okay, the premises are all like they follow. The conclusion follows from the premise, no problem. From the premises, no problem. It flows, no issue. But it's possible that a premise isn't actually true, right? So you could have a valid argument with false premises, but it wouldn't be a sound argument.